Chapter 1. A Distinct System. Within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng awoke from his slumber, stretching leisurely as he made his way outside. Wei, he called. In an instant, a middle-aged man appeared at Lu Daosheng's side. Lord of the city, the man replied. Glancing at the middle-aged figure, Lu Daosheng inquired, has there been any disturbance within the city today? Reporting to the Lord of the city, there have been no unusual occurrences today. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. That is indeed splendid. Lu Daosheng, the lord of the desolate city, resided in a realm known as the Tianqian world, a domain devoted to cultivation. He was once a diligent and aspiring youth on Blue Star, yet an unforeseen accident had transported him to this place. Today marked the 18th anniversary of his arrival in this world. Throughout these 18 years, he had once envisioned himself shining brilliantly in this realm. However, reality had revealed to him that such dreams were mere fantasies. Without any of the extraordinary advantages typically possessed by travelers, attaining the position of a city lord in this cultivation world was the pinnacle of his achievements. Where is Xiaoxue? He asked. Lord of the city, the young lady has gone to the back mountain to cultivate, came the response. At these words, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. This girl, he mused at Lu Shui, his daughter, was now 16 years of age. Not long after he traversed into this world, he fortuitously encountered a woman with whom he shared a profound connection. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, and within 2 years, she bore him a delightful daughter. Regrettably, this bliss was short-lived, as the woman vanished without a trace. Initially, he was engulfed in sorrow, but as time passed, he learned to accept her absence. At the very least, he still had his daughter. Once Xiao Shui returns, let her seek me out, Lu Daosheng remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord, before promptly departing. Alas, today is my birthday. I should indulge, Lu Daosheng murmured to himself. With that, he cheerfully retrieved a bottle of wine from a hidden corner of the room, its rich aroma wafting through the air. He examined the bottle with care, a smile spreading across his face. It's the last bottle. I must savor it this time. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated within Lu Daosheng's mind. Ding! Training assistance system successfully activated. System binding in progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. Crash! The wine bottle slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Am I dreaming? Wow. After 18 years, I never expected the system would truly arrive. At this moment, Lu Daosheng was already overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Even the most cherished rice wine, shattered on the ground, failed to elicit any reaction from him. As a native of Blue Star, Lu Daosheng was acutely aware of what a system entailed. With a system in place, all problems would dissolve into insignificance. Yet, the system faltered, displaying an alarming error. System binding failed. How could this be possible? Lu Daosheng's face was a portrait of disbelief. Strangely, there was no further response. It was as if the system had never existed at all. In one fleeting moment, his heart soared with excitement, only to plummet into despair in the next. The vicissitudes of life were astoundingly unpredictable. Oh, my rice wine. I haven't even had a sip. Regaining his composure, Lu Daosheng painfully gathered the shards of the wine bottle from the ground, the rich aroma wafting upward, incessantly tormenting his senses. Why must fate treat him thus? Why offer a glimmer of hope only to plunge him into despair? Such cruelty was unbearable. Just as Lu Daosheng was engulfed in sorrow, another mechanical voice resonated. Ding! System binding successful. Detecting the host's esteemed Chinese identity, the crack cultivation assistance system is at your service. Wait. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously ventured. System? When he received a response from the system, Lu Daosheng nearly fainted on the spot. This time, it must be genuine. System, what just happened? What does cracked version mean? At this moment, Lu Daosheng composed himself and recalled the mention of the training assistance system's cracked version. That it seemed that the first system was indeed called the training assistance system. As a distinguished citizen of China, how could the host cower in this realm of cultivation? Such a substandard system is unworthy of aiding you. Henceforth, this system shall eliminate all obstacle for the host. In the next instant, an information panel materialized before Lu Daosheng's eyes. Name, Lu Daosheng. Identity, Lord of the Desolate City. Realm, ninth level of Spirit Mastery upgradable. System points. System store. What? Does it mean that this realm is upgradable? Lu Daosheng gazed in astonishment at the information panel. He had been stuck at the ninth level of Spirit Mastery for several years. Given his talent, it would likely take many more years to achieve a breakthrough. However, seeing this, a wild and audacious hypothesis began to form in his mind. Yet, he still found it somewhat improbable, prompting him to inquire further. As a transmigrator, if one still needs to toil at cultivation, that is the fault of this system. With this system in place, the host shall no longer need to cultivate, simply select an upgrade, and the host's realm shall automatically ascend. Upon hearing the words of the system, Lu Daosheng involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Doesn't that mean invincibility? Indeed, it signifies invincibility. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's attention was drawn to the system points and the system shop below. He was acutely aware of the meaning of the symbol that with trepidation, Lu Daosheng cautiously opened the system shop, and he was immediately dazzled by the plethora of exquisite items on display. Before him lay an array of spiritual artifacts and treasures, along with an assortment of various elixirs. The majority of these items were unfamiliar to him, many of which he had never even heard of. After perusing the selection, Lu Daosheng finally recognized a single item, the cleansing essence pill. With a mere thought, he activated the purchase, and in the next instant, a notification confirming the successful transaction chimed in his ears. Lu Daosheng slowly spread his hands, revealing a pill that gleamed like jade, crystal clear, now resting in his palm. As he felt the energy contained within the cleansing essence pill, Lu Daosheng finally affirmed to himself, "This is not a dream." He then tucked the pill into his pocket. Well, he'll save this for Xiaoxue. Such a treasure would be nearly impossible to procure, even if one were to empty the entire Lord's Manor. Observing Lu Daosheng's demeanor, the system remarked, "Host, what exactly have you experienced? Can you not be a bit more extravagant?" At this, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. System, is it truly permissible to purchase these items so casually? Is there truly no cost involved? No, there is no cost whatsoever. Host may choose freely. This system shall cover the expenses. Excellent. Upon hearing the system's affirmation, Lu Daosheng ceased to be reserved. He promptly rolled up his sleeves, ready to indulge extravagantly. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the door. "Father, I have returned." Chapter 2. The Understanding Daughter. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Daosheng's face instantly brightened with joy. In the next moment, a young girl pushed open the door and entered. "Xiaoxue, you have returned." Upon seeing her, a tender smile graced Lu Daosheng's face. This girl was none other than his daughter, Lu Xue. "Father, what about this wine?" At this moment, Lu Xue noticed the shattered remnants of the wine bottle beside Lu Daosheng and hesitated. In response, Lu Daosheng let out a hearty laugh. "It's nothing. I accidentally broke it. I can simply buy another bottle." With such an invincible system at his disposal, why would he concern himself over a mere bottle of wine? Yet, witnessing Lu Daosheng's indifferent demeanor, Lu Xue felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow within her. She knew that this was her father's favorite wine, yet he feigned nonchalance. This thought caused her heart to ache inexplicably. Soon after, Lu Xue produced a small wooden box, its exquisite carvings suggesting its considerable worth. "Father, happy birthday. This is a gift prepared by your daughter." Seeing this, Lu Daosheng accepted the box and remarked with a smile, "Haha, my daughter has grown up. Father, want to you see what it is?" Lu Xue urged. Lu Daosheng shook his head. "What it is does not matter. What matters is that it is a gift from my daughter, and that is enough." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xue's eyes grew slightly red, and she couldn't help but step forward to embrace Lu Daosheng. "Father, Xiaoxue," the two embraced, a moment that could move the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Daosheng recalled something and promptly retrieved the essence cleansing pill. "Here, Xiaoxue, open your mouth and take this first." "All right." Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Xue did not hesitate for a moment, not even glancing at the object before consuming the essence cleansing pill. Instantly, a powerful surge of medicinal energy flooded her limbs and bones. "Ugh, father, what is this?" Lu Xue exclaimed, sensing the unusual sensations within her body. "Oh, it's nothing. Just an essence cleansing pill," Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly. At this revelation, Lu Xue's sparkling eyes widened in shock. "An essence cleansing pill? Just that? Have you heard what people say?" However, in the next moment, Lu Shui let out another shriek. An unpleasant odor emanated from her body as black filth began to surface. This was the impurities within her being expelled by the overwhelming potency of the essence cleansing pill. In a flurry, Lu Shui covered her face and dashed outside, shouting, "Father, I'm going to take a shower first, and then I'll talk to you." Watching Lu Shui flee in a state of panic, Lu Daoxing shook his head with a smile before turning his attention back to the system. "System, let us level up." "Certainly. How many levels would the host like to ascend?" Hearing the system's inquiry, Lu Daoxing fell into deep contemplation. After years of existence in this realm of cultivation, he has become exceedingly cautious in his endeavors. The notion of upgrading pertains to the enhancement of one's cultivation level. Although Lu Daoxing has resided in this secluded corner for an extended period, he remains acutely aware that formidable beings can obliterate an entire city with but a mere gesture. Should he inadvertently elevate his cultivation too rapidly and inadvertently bring ruin upon his own city, it would be a grave miscalculation. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Lu Daoxing inquired, "System, does this upgrade merely pertain to the enhancement of cultivation?" "Not at all," the system replied. "This service is designed to consider the host's needs comprehensively. The upgrade will not only augment the host's cultivation but will also impart all corresponding knowledge and skills into the host's mind. Thus, your concerns are entirely unwarranted, as powerful beings possess an unimaginable mastery over their own strength." Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing felt an immediate sense of relief. "System, I lack clarity regarding the subsequent realms. Since you are so considerate, I entrust you to guide me." Lu Daoxing initially contemplated requesting a direct ascension to the highest level, but such a notion seemed impractical. After all, cultivation is an endless journey. The concept of a maximum level is but a fallacy. He understood this principle well. Ding, host authorization granted. The upgrade process for the character panel is now underway. Name, Lu Daoxing. Identity, Lord of the Desolate City Realm. Destiny Realm, upgradable. System points. System store the Destiny Realm. Such is the current state of Lu Daoxing. As the system's prompt concluded, Lu Daoxing was abruptly enveloped in a peculiar state. Simultaneously, an unfathomable expanse of knowledge surged into his mind at an astonishing rate. Such an extraordinary feat, achievable solely by the system, is beyond the capability of any other. For a deluge of knowledge could easily overwhelm a human mind. Moreover, Lu Daoxing had initially been at the Spirit Master level. After a brief moment, Lu Daoxing slowly opened his eyes. "Is this the Destiny Realm?" he murmured. At this juncture, Lu Daoxing's exterior remained unchanged, while his inner self underwent a monumental transformation. "I am the embodiment of destiny. He holds dominion over the life and death of all beings." Lu Daoxing lifted his gaze, taking in his surroundings with a mere flicker of perception. Instantly, the entire desolate city, along with the realm of Huangzhou, lay before him in its entirety. In this moment, all living beings appeared to him as mere ants. He harbored no doubt that, should he so desire, he could effortlessly annihilate the entirety of Huangzhou, or even the entire Tianxian world, with a mere gesture. The Destiny Realm transcends the boundaries of the Tianxian world by an immeasurable margin. Lu Daoxing could even sense realms beyond it. He was now engaged in a dimensional strike, akin to starting a game at maximum level in a novice village. At that moment, Lu Shui's voice resonated once more. "Father." Instantly, Lu Daoxing hurriedly restrained his aura, revealing a tender smile. Subsequently, Lu Shui, frowning, rushed inside with urgency. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, she paused, sensing an unfamiliarity in him that seemed to have emerged in the blink of an eye. However, she quickly recalled her purpose. "Father, you must honestly disclose where you obtained that cleansing elixir." Lu Shui glared at Lu Daoxing, her tone filled with indignation. Unbeknownst to her, such a demeanor appeared exceedingly endearing to Lu Daoxing. Observing his daughter's expression, Lu Daoxing felt an inner joy, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing her father's silence, a wave of concern washed over Lu Shui. "Father, you haven't sold the city lord's estate, have you?" She was acutely aware that, given their family's financial standing, acquiring a cleansing elixir was utterly unattainable. Such treasures were reserved for the core disciples of the most formidable factions. It was no exaggeration to say that a single elixir could alter one's destiny. Yet, she mused, selling their home would hardly suffice to afford it. After all, who would desire such a dilapidated city and its decrepit lord's estate? Could it be that father sold himself? Impossible. It was unfathomable that he would ever do such a thing. At that moment, Lu Shui's mind raced with thoughts. Observing her in such a state, Lu Daoxing gently cleared his throat and remarked with a smile, "My dear daughter, in truth, I possess considerable wealth." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui sighed and said, "Father, if you are unwilling to speak, then so be it." She understood that her father cherished her deeply. They had relied on each other throughout their lives. Now that she had consumed the washing marrow pill, she felt an obligation to meet her father's expectations and strive to become a formidable force, so that she could protect him. With this thought in mind, Lu Shui continued, "Father, there is something I wish to discuss with you." At that moment, Lu Daoxing, still somewhat bewildered, responded, "What is it?" After a brief silence, Lu Shui slowly replied, "Well, an esteemed senior mentioned that I possess considerable talent and wishes for me to become his disciple. However, the condition is that I must follow him." "Father, I wish to give it a try." "Absolutely not." Lu Daoxing interjected coldly, immediately after Lu Shui finished speaking. He could not bear to let his precious daughter leave his side. Moreover, he was no longer the person he once was. In an instant, Lu Daoxing's spiritual sense locked on to a formidable presence within the wasteland city, a practitioner at the condensation realm. The hierarchy of cultivation is divided into refining qi, innate, spirit master, void breaking, condensation, soul division, divine abode, fate union, and sage. This condensation realm expert was the strongest individual ever to emerge from the wasteland city, excluding Lu Daoxing himself. In terms of strength, this individual was indeed relatively impressive for the current wasteland city. However, it was evident that Lu Daoxing was far from satisfied. He could distinctly sense that this condensation realm expert's vitality was somewhat lacking, clearly suggesting an excessive indulgence in worldly pleasures. Moreover, he is an old curmudgeon. Should his daughter choose to associate with such a man, he would likely be driven to despair. "Alas, I recognize you, Lian Yubingshi. This simply cannot be allowed." Chapter 3. The strong ones above the abyss of the evil god. Upon witnessing Lu Daoxing's intense reaction, Lu Shui immediately lowered her head, feeling utterly wronged. "Father, I merely wish to give it a try. I cannot possibly remain in the wasteland city forever, and besides, I am not planning to leave for good." By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Nevertheless, Lu Daoxing continued to shake his head. "I have said it. No. Wah." Suddenly, the sound of sobbing escaped from Lu Shui's lips. Hearing his daughter's tears, Lu Daoxing's heart softened. He gently patted Lu Shui's small head and helplessly replied, "Little Shui, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Remain by your father's side, and I shall protect you well." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui wiped her tears and said, "But father, I also wish to become strong, to protect you in the future." Seeing her determination, Lu Daoxing sighed. It seemed his daughter was resolute in her desire to seek a master and cultivate diligently. After all, this place was remote, with scarce spiritual energy. Whether one could become powerful hinged on finding a formidable mentor, as that would provide the necessary resources. Lu Daoxing had considered teaching her himself. Yet he ultimately abandoned the thought. The gap between them was simply too vast, and he feared that she would struggle to comprehend his teachings. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daoxing slowly said, "Little Shui, since you wish to find a master, I shall seek one for you. After all, it is merely a matter of finding a mentor. Given my current abilities, is it truly impossible to find a worthy master? Even if my father were to bind you, he would surely bring back someone of merit." Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, Lu Shui hesitated. "Father, the person you have chosen, can I trust them?" Observing Lu Shui's skepticism, Lu Daoxing chuckled nonchalantly. "Just wait and see." With a sigh, Lu Shui chose to remain silent. Ultimately, she would compare the individual her father found with the one she had sought. Surely, her father would have nothing left to say at that point. With that, Lu Shui departed. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing did not hesitate, immediately extending his consciousness. Instantly, his awareness enveloped the entirety of the Tianxin world. All the formidable forbidden zones and unknown realms that made the very beings of the world tremble lay bare before his eyes. As he sensed the life within the Tianxin world, Lu Daoxing shook his head with a sigh. Those once perceived as insurmountable now appeared as mere ants to him. Soon, Lu Daoxing's focus settled upon a location known as the Abyss of the Evil God. It was said to be the prison of a legendary evil deity, the most terrifying of all forbidden places, from which no creature could emerge alive. For once one stepped foot inside, the abyss's terrifying devouring force would consume everything, including even the saints. In the next moment, Lu Daoxing found himself hovering above the abyss of the evil god. Meanwhile, the boundless force of devouring energy surged towards Lu Daoxing, yet it could not lay a finger on him. Casting a glance around, Lu Daoxing directed his gaze towards a distant void. There, a middle-aged man with flowing hair sat cross-legged in the emptiness, exuding an aura of dominance that commanded respect without a word. This individual was the very purpose of Lu Daoxing's visit. After all, he could not possibly seek out some malevolent deity to serve as his daughter's mentor. At that moment, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lu Daoxing. His eyes were filled with a profound weariness, revealing an indeterminate length of time spent in this realm. "Who are you?" he inquired, scrutinizing Lu Daoxing with a slight furrow in his brow, perplexed by the enigma before him. In response, Lu Daoxing offered a faint smile and replied, "I am Lu Daoxing, the Lord of Huaqing. I have come to request your assistance, my friend." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused in contemplation before gradually responding, "My name is Gu Chun, known to the world as the Mortal Emperor." The title of Mortal Emperor. Lu Daoxing's heart was filled with astonishment. The man before him was none other than the legendary Mortal Emperor. Having spent over a decade in the Xiantian world, Lu Daoxing was certainly familiar with the tales of the Mortal Emperor, a figure from a million years past. "The world believes you to be dead," Lu Daoxing remarked. At this, the Mortal Emperor fell silent. A million years ago, amidst a tumult of darkness, the Emperor of the mortal realm stood alone, quelling the chaos at the cost of his own life, driving back the shadows. This is the tale that the world tells of the Emperor. Clearly, legends are mere legends, not entirely rooted in reality. After a long silence, Gu Chun slowly spoke. "You may leave, regardless of your urgent matters. I am unable to assist you." With his keen insight, Gu Chun could discern that Lu Daoxing was no ordinary individual, and Lu Daoxing bore no ill will. Thus, Gu Chun maintained a demeanor of courtesy towards him. From a distance, Lu Daoxing did not depart. He gazed down into the abyss and inquired, "You possess the strength to exit the celestial profound realm. Why do you choose to remain here?" Within the depths of that abyss lay the endless malevolence, creatures that reveled in destruction and slaughter, and Gu Chun's presence served to suppress these wicked beings. Should he depart, the celestial profound realm would surely plunge into peril. Outwardly, it seemed that no one recognized your sacrifices. At that moment, Lu Daoxing continued, "Alas." A heavy sigh escaped him. Gu Chun looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with longing. "In years past, I too contemplated escaping. Yet if I do not step forward, who else will? With great power comes great responsibility. I cannot stand idly by while the celestial profound realm faces annihilation." Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing could not restrain himself from applauding. Indeed, he is rightfully hailed as the most promising sovereign. Had it not been for the dark upheaval of yore, the present-day Gu Chun would undoubtedly have surpassed all expectations. At this moment, Lu Daoxing found himself increasingly impressed by Gu Chun. This is precisely the demeanor one would expect from the mentor of his daughter. "It is you. Let us strike a bargain, shall we?" Lu Daoxing proposed. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun turned his gaze towards him. Lu Daoxing continued, "I shall assist you in vanquishing these malevolent spirits, and in return, you shall accompany me for a brief journey. What say you?" Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback by the proposition. To eliminate these malevolent entities, had it been feasible, he would have done so long ago. Yet, these fiends are impervious to death. Even if vanquished, they would soon resurrect, leaving him no choice but to confine them within this abyss. Not only the malevolent spirits were imprisoned here, but he himself was ensnared as well. After a brief silence, Gu Chun replied coolly, "Should you truly possess the means to eradicate these malevolent spirits, I would have no qualms in accompanying you." "Agreed. It is settled then." Lu Daoxing responded eagerly upon Gu Chun's consent. At that moment, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the abyss. "Ha ha ha! Who is this audacious child to speak so boldly? To think you can rid us! What a delusion! Mortal Emperor! Had it not been for the injuries I sustained in the past, would you have had the fortune to subdue me?" Ignoring the taunt, Gu Chun merely cast a composed glance at Lu Daoxing, as if beckoning, "Come forth, reveal yourself." In the next moment, Lu Daoxing came to life. He extended his hand with a swift motion, and instantly, a terrifying force of attraction surged forth. "Ah, what is this?" A grotesque and ominous creature, dark as night, was drawn into the palm of Lu Daoxing. "The world within my grasp. Die." With Lu Daoxing's voice echoing, a piercing wail erupted from the mouth of the vile entity. "Ah, you cannot kill me. You. No, it is impossible. What kind of power is this? Senior, spare me, please." As the cries gradually diminished to silence, the malevolent being was utterly obliterated, dissipating into the cosmos, leaving only a pure essence of energy lingering within Lu Daoxing's palm. Chapter 4. the Millennium Pact beside him. Guchen gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This, you. For a moment, the once invincible Guchen found himself at a loss for words. Such a method was beyond his comprehension. Yet, he realized one thing. The enigmatic figure before him, known as Lu Daosheng, was significantly stronger than he. Consequently, a hint of reverence began to grow in Gu Chen's gaze towards Lu Daosheng. A true powerhouse is deserving of respect, especially one who has vanquished the malevolent deity, thus accumulating boundless merit. At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly raised his right hand, an indescribable force coalescing within his palm. This time, he intended to eradicate all the abominations lurking in the abyss. As the demise of the malevolent deity resonated, the entire chasm began to tremble. Fear and overwhelming dread spilled forth from the depths of the abyss. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Chen was astounded. It dawned on him that even these creatures could experience fear. Yet, in the face of absolute power, these malevolent beings were utterly helpless. With a hum, Lu Daosheng extended his hand, enveloping the entire abyss beneath his palm. In the next instant, countless dark specks surged towards Lu Daosheng's grasp. If one were to magnify these specks 100 or 1,000 times, it would become evident that each one represented a distinct abomination. In order to escape the piercing cries, Lu Daosheng completely isolated himself from the sound. After a moment, all was silent within the abyss, leaving only the pure energy in Lu Daosheng's grasp. Are you the lord of the desolate city? At this moment, Gu Chen inquired from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. Are you familiar with the desolate city? It seemed the city had only recently been established. How could Gu Chen, a figure from 1,000,000 years ago, possibly know of it? However, Gu Chen shook his head. I have not heard of it. But I am now quite eager to see what the desolate city looks like. I will accompany you, Gu Chen declared, thoroughly impressed by Lu Daosheng's prowess. Such strength made him ponder how long he would need to cultivate to reach a similar level. Yet, Gu Chen might find himself disappointed regarding the appearance of the desolate city. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng touched his nose. The desolate city remains as it was. I have yet to make any changes. However, I firmly believe that the future desolate city will far surpass its current state. This is for you. Lu Daosheng offered the pure energy he had extracted from the remnants of the malevolent beings, presenting it to Gu Chen. Extract the essence, discard the dross. What Lu Daosheng held was indeed the essence of those evil entities. Gu Chen hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This substance was exceedingly precious. While Lu Daosheng might disregard it, it was something Gu Chen found himself in dire need of. The stronger the practitioner, the more formidable the resources they require. Where is the ruined city? At this moment, Gu Chen inquired. It lies within the desolate province of the celestial Xian world. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen began to ponder. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall any formidable city belonging to the desolate province of the celestial Xian world. As for the ruined city, he had never even heard of it. Just follow me. Noticing the perplexity on Gu Chen's face, Lu Daosheng offered a gentle smile. He then waved his hand slightly in front of him, and a temporal portal emerged before him. Let us proceed. Gu Chen cast a glance at Lu Daosheng before stepping into the portal. In a tavern within the ruined city, a tipsy old man furrowed his brow and addressed Lu Shui. Has your father not yet agreed? Lu Shui shook her head. Senior, please be patient. My father will soon consent. It's just that. Just what? The old man's expression grew increasingly grim. Was it truly so troublesome for a dignified practitioner of the concentration realm to take on an apprentice in this dilapidated city? Were it not for the girl's considerable talent and her enchanting demeanor, he would not have even considered waiting. At that moment, Lu Shui lowered her head and said, My father mentioned he would find me a master. Upon hearing this, the old man let out a cold laugh. In this remote and desolate corner, what kind of powerful master could the so-called city lord possibly find? It is estimated that the void realm has reached its limits. Alas, I shall accompany you to see what sort of master your father has found for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. However, the old man continued. I must make it clear, should the person your father has chosen prove to be inferior to me, I shall take you away without hesitation. Instantly, Lu Shui began to waver once more. Elder, are you not being a tad too hasty? The thought of leaving her father made her hesitate, for throughout her life, she had never truly been separated from Lu Daosheng. Observing her indecision, the old man smirked inwardly and said calmly, If that is the case, then I shall not waste my efforts. You may seek another path. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing the formidable figure she had finally encountered about to depart, Lu Shui panicked. Elder, wait. I will agree to your terms. Upon hearing this, the old man scoffed internally. thinking, can I not handle a naive young girl? He then offered Lu Shui a way out and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, Gu Qin surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. Is this truly your desolate city? It is indeed barren, a wild land. Lu Daoxing chuckled awkwardly, then replied earnestly, the mountain does not need to be high. It is the presence of an immortal that makes it divine. The water does not need to be deep. It is the presence of a dragon that grants its spirit. This humble abode is sufficient for my virtue. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun did not refute. Given Lu Daoxing's formidable strength, he was indeed deserving of such praise. However, with Lu Daoxing's exceptional prowess, there should be more to this situation. Just as Gu Chun pondered, Lu Daoxing cleared his throat. Do you remember what I mentioned? At this, Gu Chun ceased his musings and promptly asked, what do you wish for me to assist with? Since Lu Daoxing had aided him in overcoming the calamity of the demonic forces, Gu Chun was more than willing to lend his support within his capabilities. Lu Daoxing then smiled and said, it is not a difficult matter. I intend to reform this desolate city, which may occupy some of my time. Additionally, I have a daughter who is in need of a mentor. You wish for me to oversee your daughter? Gu Chun exclaimed, taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that such a powerful figure had gone to great lengths to seek his assistance in mentoring his daughter. He had prepared himself for a battle, only to find that it was merely a domestic affair. Observing Gu Chun's speechless expression, Lu Daoxing cleared his throat again and remarked, my daughter is quite remarkable as well. Before departing, Gu Chun had briefly sensed Lu Shui's physical condition, noting her apparent talents. In response, Gu Chun shook his head with a sigh. Very well, but let it be understood that I shall not be at your service indefinitely. A century, or perhaps a millennium hence, I shall take my leave. Initially, I intended to speak of a century. However, recalling the deeds of Lu Daoxing, Gu Chun opted for a millennium instead. Although it seems somewhat unfair to Lu Daoxing, the truth is that I simply do not possess the luxury of such an extensive time frame. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing readily acquiesced, declaring that even a decade would suffice. Soon, the desolate city would undergo a monumental transformation, and Gu Chun would swiftly forget this commitment. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing smiled and said, come. Allow me to introduce you to my daughter. She holds a deep admiration for the strong and would undoubtedly take a liking to you. At that moment, Lu Daoxing cast a sudden scrutinizing glance at Gu Chun and, with a wave of his hand, all traces of Gu Chun's formidable aura were instantly subdued. We mustn't frighten my daughter, he remarked. Gu Chun responded with a silent acknowledgement. Father. Not long after, Lu Daoxing spotted Lu Shui approaching from a distance, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Chapter 5. Lu Shui's innate constitution and bloodline. Upon encountering the elderly man, Lu Daoxing's brow furrowed slightly. His disdain for this old man was palpable. Xiao Xue, come here, he urged, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile as he beckoned Lu Shui over. Obediently, Lu Shui approached, her gaze furtively darting towards the side where Gu Chun stood. Could it be that this is the master father has found for me? Instantly, Lu Shui shook her head inwardly. What kind of person could her father possibly find in such a short time? Consequently, she felt little confidence in Gu Chun. Meanwhile, Gu Chun scrutinized Lu Shui. So, this is Lu Daoxing's daughter? Externally, she appeared ordinary aside from her striking beauty, yet with his prowess, he discerned that Lu Shui was far from simple. She possessed a unique constitution, and her bloodline seemed noteworthy as well. However, to ascertain the specifics, he would need to observe her more closely. At the same time, the elderly man Yu Qing was also assessing Lu Daoxing and Gu Chun. Although he gleaned nothing substantial, he did not regard the two with much importance. One was merely the lord of this dilapidated city, and the other was a master fetched by the city's lord. How formidable could they truly be? At that moment, Lu Daoxing spoke up, come, Xiao Xue, this is Elder Gu Chun. He will teach you cultivation in the time to come. Quickly, call him master. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Daoxing found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Beside him, Gu Chun wore a countenance that was decidedly ashen. Ever since ascending to the throne of emperor, countless individuals had vied for the honor of becoming his disciple. Yet now, a mere girl in the Qi refinement stage was hesitating. Truly, times have changed. At that moment, Yu Qing let out a cold chuckle and remarked, you must be Lu Shui's father, correct? This young girl possesses a unique physique, endowed with the rare Xianbing body, which allows her to excel in the cultivation of eye-space techniques and martial arts with remarkable efficiency. She is indeed quite the prodigy, but not just anyone can mentor her. Clearly, this statement was directed at Gu Chun. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun swiftly turned his gaze towards Lu Daoxing. Instantly, Lu Daoxing understood the unspoken message. Come, Xiao Shui. These two have matters to discuss. Let us step aside for a moment. In response, Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback. However, before she could utter a word, Lu Daoxing had already taken her away from the scene. Left behind, Gu Qin's eyes turned frostily cold as he watched the father and daughter depart. Having lived for countless eons, he was not oblivious to the intentions of the man before him. In an instant, a formidable pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Yu Qing. You. In that final moment, Yu Qing's eyes were filled with an overwhelming dread. A short while later, within the chambers of the city lord's residence, Lu Daoxing opened the door for Gu Qin. Have you resolved the matter? Lu Daoxing inquired with a smile upon seeing Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead turned his gaze towards Lu Shui. This time, Lu Shui did not hesitate. She stepped forward to perform the formal greeting of a disciple. Disciple Lu Shui pays her respects to master. She may have seemed a bit dazed, but she was far from foolish. She had already grasped the disparity between the person before her and Yu Qing. At the very least, he was superior to Yu Qing, and her feelings for Yu Qing were not particularly fond. Now, with a better option presented, one arranged by her own father, what reason did she have to hesitate? Rise. For the time to come, I shall guide you in your cultivation, Gu Qin said, looking at Lu Shui with a nod. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing observed the entire exchange, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Concurrently, he began to probe into Lu Shui's physique and bloodline. A hum resonated, and a hazy eye materialized prominently on Lu Daoxing's forehead. Instantly, a mysterious gaze directed itself towards Lu Shui. The Eye of Destiny, a profound ability of the Destiny realm. When cultivated to its zenith, it could even pierce through the fates of living beings. Feeling that penetrating gaze, both Lu Shui and Gu Qin experienced an overwhelming sense of vulnerability regarding their secrets. Gu Qin managed to maintain his composure, while Lu Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Moments later, Lu Daoxing withdrew his gaze. Father, what were you just doing? Lu Shui inquired, her face still tinged with crimson. In response, Lu Daoxing smiled. Oh, it was nothing. Merely some minor techniques, a way to understand your body better. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui merely nodded, choosing not to speak. All right, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with your master, Gu Qin. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, father. Farewell, master. After Lu Shui departed, Gu Qin stepped forward and inquired, City Lord, have you discerned her physique and bloodline? Gu Qin addressed Lu Daoxing as the City Lord. However, Lu Shui's constitution was far more complex than the mere Xianbing physique described by Yu Qing. To Yu Qing, the Xianbing physique might seem formidable, yet, in the eyes of a true powerhouse like Gu Qin, it lacked any substantial presence. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing fell silent. He recognized that Lu Shui's physique and bloodline were extraordinary, yet he could not identify their specific nature. Although he possessed strength, his knowledge remained woefully inadequate. He resolved to dedicate more time to study in the future. Nevertheless, despite his ignorance, he had an omnipotent system at his disposal. System, he called out. Please analyze my daughter's physique and bloodline. Affirmative, commencing analysis. Analysis complete. Name, Lu Shui physique. Extreme ice spirit body, the sovereign among ice-type physiques, exceedingly rare. With a high awakening difficulty requiring substantial ice energy and innate ice artifacts for activation due to its formidable awakening challenge. In the vast expanse of time, there existed but one renowned powerhouse who, with a mere gesture, could encase an entire star system in ice. Bloodline of the 9 Heavens Ice Phoenix. A legendary lineage said to stem from a branch of the Phoenix clan residing in the heavens. Upon witnessing the system's analysis, Lu Daoxing was momentarily taken aback. The physique was commendable, indeed. The extreme ice spirit body was formidable in its own right. However, the bloodline raised questions. The Ice Phoenix lineage? How could his daughter possess the blood of the Ice Phoenix? He understood that bloodlines were inherited, yet from whom did his daughter inherit this? Her mother? That could not be, for Lu Daoxing distinctly recalled that Lu Shui's mother was of the human race. It was implausible for her to belong to the Phoenix clan, let alone the Ice Phoenix lineage. It seemed that a thorough investigation was warranted. Meanwhile, noticing Lu Daoxing's silence, Gu Qin assumed that he had not discerned the truth and shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Daoxing finally spoke, Extreme Ice Spirit Body. 9 Heavens, Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Upon hearing this, Gu Qin's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Although he had not encountered such a thing before, it certainly sounded impressive. Very well, I shall take charge of the awakening of Shue's physique and bloodline. You need only focus on teaching her diligently, he remarked. Gu Chen nodded, yet hesitated. It seems others are unaware of your capabilities, including your daughter. In response, Lu Daoxing chuckled. I prefer to maintain a low profile. Wei. In the next moment, Wei entered, pushing the door open. Lu Daoxing chuckled and said, arrange a place for brother Gu Chen. Understood, city lord. Without further ado, Gu Chen departed with Wei. Left behind, Lu Daoxing sighed deeply. His wife appeared to be quite enigmatic, yet he remained indifferent. Their genuine love for one another sufficed. He would forever cherish those moments of bliss. However, as the years have passed, she had left him and their daughter to rely solely on each other, which stirred a semblance of resentment within Lu Daoxing. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on matters concerning women and instead began to prepare for his daughter's awakening of her bloodline. At this moment, his daughter was his everything. As for the necessary items, they would naturally be procured from the system shop. Upon opening the system store, a dazzling array of goods instantly materialized before Lu Daoxing's eyes. Goodness, where did the system acquire such treasures? He mused to himself, promptly commencing his selection. He found a massive piece of innate ice jade, hundreds of vials of transformative elixir, and the essence of ice. Yet this was not the end, and the next moment, Lu Daoxing soared into the void and made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Instantly, the boundless laws of ice began to coalesce from his fingertips. A remarkable act that could only be described as unprecedented. In no time, a necklace, materialized from the laws of ice, took form in Lu Daoxing's grasp. In the end, Lu Daoxing adorned the necklace with the essence of ice, which subtly enhanced its beauty, transforming it into a remarkable work of art. After contemplating it for a moment, Lu Daoxing smiled with satisfaction, pondering whether Xia Xue would appreciate it. Meanwhile, due to the significant depletion of the ice principles, the Xiantian realm began to witness the melting of glaciers and rising sea levels, all while the true culprit remained at home, seeking to win his daughter's affection. Chapter 6. No longer fearful of the cold after an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Daoxing returned to the Lord's mansion of the desolate city. This should suffice for Xia Xue to awaken her innate bloodline, he mused. Nodding to himself, he commenced his preparations. First, he set about refining the primordial ice jade acquired from the system shop. Before him, an immense block of primordial ice jade materialized, significantly larger than himself. This primordial ice jade is an exceptionally rare material for crafting ice-type magical artifacts. Typically, even a piece the size of a fingernail could exponentially enhance the ice attributes of certain magical items. Thus, when forging ice-type artifacts, primordial ice jade serves primarily as a supplementary material due to its scarcity. It is not readily available for use as the main component. Now, Lu Daoxing possessed a piece larger than a person. This was merely from a single purchase at the system shop. If he were to procure more, he could likely forge an entire city with it. At this moment, Lu Daoxing began his work. While others would typically employ a forge to create magical weapons, he wielded only his hands, eschewing even the use of a hammer. As he gradually exerted his energy, the colossal block of primordial ice jade began to transform. After a brief hum of energy, a large vat appeared before Lu Daoxing. Indeed, he had fashioned a substantial barrel from the primordial ice jade. Indeed, it is quite satisfactory. However, it seems to be lacking something essential. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Daoxing summoned a surge of spiritual intelligence from the grand ice jade tub. With a flick of his fingers, an icy chill erupted forth. Instantly, a profound coldness enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature in the desolate city to inexplicably drop several degrees. Observing this, Lu Daoxing swiftly raised his hand to counteract the frigid aura. He caressed the tub crafted from primordial ice jade, nodding in approval. Little Snow will surely find this quite delightful for a bath, he mused. Subsequently, he retrieved several hundred bottles of transformative elixir and poured them all into the tub in one fluid motion. Before long, the tub brimmed with the exquisite essence. Meanwhile, in a room filled with youthful energy within the city lord's mansion, Lu Xue sat cross-legged, deep in meditation. Suddenly, Lu Daoxing's voice resonated in her mind. Little Snow, come here. Dad? Lu Xue opened her eyes in surprise, scanning her surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way toward Lu Daoxing's chamber. In Lu Daoxing's room, the door creaked open. Dad, did you call for me? Lu Xue entered, immediately sensing an intense chill. She stared in astonishment at the ice-like, jade-colored bathtub before her. Dad, where did you find such an unusual bathtub? With a gentle smile, Lu Daoxing replied. Little Snow, This is a gift I have prepared for you. Quickly, undress and step inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Shue's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Father, did you summon me merely to indulge in a bath? Lu Daoxing nodded and replied, Xiaoxue, your innate talent is considerable. This will activate the potential within you. Consequently, your training speed will be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Lu Shue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? How wonderful. However, she soon lowered her head again. Noticing her demeanor, Lu Daoxing felt a pang in his heart. Xiaoxue, what troubles you? Lu Shue slowly spoke. Father, are you concealing something from me? During this period, Lu Daoxing had undergone significant changes. As his daughter, she could not possibly remain oblivious. It was evident that her father was grappling with some issue, yet he chose to keep it from her, which left her feeling quite uneasy. Hearing her words, Lu Daoxing paused in surprise. Then, after a moment of silence, he said, Xiaoxue, there are indeed matters I have not disclosed to you. How about this? You take your bath first, and once you have activated your innate talent, I will share everything with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shue nodded and replied, Very well, father. But remember, you promised not to deceive me. Of course. When have I ever misled you? Lu Daoxing then offered a few instructions, advising her not to leave the shinning jade tub before stepping outside to wait. While he certainly wished to remain by Lu Shue's side, it was inappropriate for him to linger while she bathed, given that she was now grown. Yet, separated by a mere door, for a formidable individual like him, it made little difference whether it existed or not. Moments later, Lu Shue plunged into the mystic ice jade tub with a resounding splash. Concurrently, outside, Lu Daoxing began to activate the jade tub, responding to Lu Daoxing's command. The ice jade tub emitted an eerie chill. At that instant, Lu Shue, who had just entered the icy depths, underwent a dramatic transformation in expression. The primordial essence began to assault her entire body, as an unimaginable torrent of energy surged through her skin and flooded into her being. The primordial essence, a single drop of which could alter one's fate, when consumed, would immensely enhance the user's innate abilities. Now, Lu Shue was essentially bathing in this miraculous substance. Should the powerful beings outside become aware of this, they would likely be so infuriated that they might spit blood in exasperation. Sensing the unusual turmoil within her, Lu Shue hastily settled into a meditative posture, desperately attempting to suppress the internal chaos. However, despite her efforts, her cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Qi Refinement Stage 6. Qi Refinement Stage 7. Qi Refinement Stage 8. Until, with effortless grace, Lu Shue broke through to the innate realm, her advancement did not cease. Eventually, she reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. Before she could fully comprehend the magnitude of her transformation, she was struck by another peculiar sensation. Cold, intensely cold, excruciatingly cold. Logically, cultivators are generally impervious to the chill, especially now that she had attained the Spirit Master realm. Yet, she found herself trembling uncontrollably from the frigid temperature. Father, as the temperature continued to plummet, Lu Shue could no longer contain herself and called out for her father. Outside the door, Lu Daoxing's heart ached at the sight of his daughter's anguished expression, yet he urged her, Shue, endure it. If you hold on, you will no longer fear the cold in the future. Hearing her father's words, Lu Shue nodded, but her face remained a mask of torment, her body trembling uncontrollably. The biting chill relentlessly assaulted her entire being. I can't take it anymore. Father, I truly cannot endure it any longer. Frost emanated from Lu Shue's mouth, and the tears in her eyes cascaded down her cheeks, transforming into ice crystals, as she shivered violently. Witnessing Lu Shue in such distress shattered Lu Daoxing's heart. As a father who cherished his daughter dearly, he could hardly bear to watch her suffer, and he instinctively reached for the door, intending to scoop her up. Just then, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Lord of the city, Gu Chun interposed himself in front of Lu Daoxing, addressing him with urgency. My lord, Lu Shue will be fine. The reason for her current state is that her physique has reached a critical moment of awakening. If she gives up now, she may never awaken again. Are you prepared to protect her for a lifetime? Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing regained his composure. He understood this all too well. Yet as a father, how could he bear to witness his daughter's suffering? Ultimately, he thought, he would protect her for a lifetime. Was it truly beyond his capabilities? At that moment, Lu Shue's voice resonated once again within the room. Father, I will endure a little longer. I can manage. She had heard Gu Chen's words, and she understood that her father's preparations were undoubtedly arduous. She could not betray his expectations. What was a little coldness? It was merely a matter of bearing it, even if it meant freezing to death. Observing Lu Shui's maturity and determination, Lu Daosheng felt his eyes moisten, murmuring to himself, "She truly is my daughter." Resolutely, he turned his head away, choosing not to look any longer. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lu Daosheng pulled Gu Qin to his side with a firm grip. Chapter 7. Perfect Awakening. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, a piercing scream of agony erupted from within the house. In the next moment, an icy chill, colder than the frigid jade barrel, surged forth from the interior. In an instant, the entire Lord's Manor was transformed into a sculpture of ice. Simultaneously, the chilling aura continued to spread, advancing towards the city. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and all traces of the cold vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility to the scene. Is it snowing? Within the city, many felt a sudden drop in temperature, causing them to shiver as they gazed up at the sky, puzzled. It seemed the commotion had originated from the Lord's Manor. At that moment, a venerable elder, possessing considerable cultivation, turned his gaze towards the Lord's Manor and spoke. "Goodness, could it be true? I hope the Lord is unharmed. Come, let us hasten to investigate. The Lord must not come to harm." Clearly, Lu Daosheng was held in high regard within the desolate city, for his position as Lord was bestowed upon him by the recommendation of the townsfolk. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor, several guards rushed into Lu Daosheng's courtyard. "My lord, you are unharmed." Wei, accompanied by several guards, burst into the courtyard and immediately spotted Lu Daosheng and Gu Qin standing by the entrance. Seeing Wei and the others, Lu Daosheng raised his hand and said, "There is nothing amiss here. You may all leave and inform the townspeople that the Lord's Manor is safe." Being in the Lord's Manor, Lu Daosheng felt a sense of reassurance, knowing the hearts of the townsfolk were with him. In the desolate city, unity indeed prevailed. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's command, Wei nodded and responded, "Yes, city lord." Immediately, Wei departed with the others. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng and Gu Qin exchanged a glance, a smile gracing their faces. It has succeeded. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from within the building, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, an ethereal ice phoenix began to materialize above the Lord's mansion. Simultaneously, the entire realm began to tremble violently, as boundless spiritual energy converged from every corner of the Tianxian world towards the desolate city. Then, an intense chill surged forth from within the ice phoenix, its wings unfurled, casting a profound cold beyond the desolate city. In an instant, the entire Huangzhou was thrust into an ice age. Countless cultivators were taken aback, especially those from Huangzhou, who gazed at their surroundings, nearly frozen into statues, with eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Of course, the most profound sensation was felt by the innumerable demonic beasts in the Tianxian world, as they sensed an ancestral fear, a suppression of their very bloodlines. Yet, this chilling aura showed no signs of abating. Rather, it continued to spread, as if intent on encasing the entire Xintian world in ice. Ultimately, this extraordinary phenomenon captured the attention of several formidable cultivators. Only when true power was exerted did this frigid energy begin to subside. What manner of creature is this? In the desolate land of Huangzhou, a chilling sensation envelopes me, and I cannot help but exclaim, "Goodness, I am freezing. Please, do not touch my neck, it's icy." This once overlooked realm has suddenly become the subject of fervent discussions among countless cultivators in the Tianxian world. The attention of mighty beings has swiftly turned towards Huangzhou, as they hasten to its direction. Perched atop a colossal ice mountain stands the Cold Extreme Palace, a pinnacle of power within the Tianxian world. Its mere tremor sends ripples throughout the entire realm. Within the palace, an ethereal beauty, cold to the core, gazes towards Huangzhou and commands, "Investigate this matter. Regardless of who this individual may be, she shall be my disciple." "Understood, Palace Master," responds a subordinate. Elsewhere, in a frigid abyss, a pair of immense eyes slowly open, captivating all who behold them. Has the Ice Phoenix bloodline's sovereign descended? A hoarse voice reverberates. In the next moment, the figure rises, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, soaring into the heavens. Its form stretches for miles, casting a shadow over the earth and sky. Waves of terrifying dragon might cascade from its being, revealing a true dragon. 300,000 years prior, due to a grave transgression, it was punished by the powerful beings of its clan, confined within the dragon suppression valley of this mysterious world. Now, with the emergence of one bearing the Ice Phoenix bloodline, it is destined to return to its draconic kin. These are the words left to him from years past. The one of the Ice Phoenix bloodline is his savior. He had vowed that when the person of the Ice Phoenix bloodline appeared in the world, regardless of who it was, he would acknowledge them as his master. After 300 millennia, he can finally return. Instantly, Ao Qing's gaze pierced through the boundless void, directing itself towards the desolate state, before swiftly departing. Within the Lord's estate of the ruined city, Lu Daoxing observed the extraordinary phenomenon before him and shook his head. The commotion was considerable, yet this was merely the manifestation of the awakening of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. He had suppressed the awakening phenomenon of the extreme ice spirit body. Had he not intervened, the awakening could have frozen the entire celestial Xian world. However, to his surprise, the awakening of the Ice Phoenix bloodline was catalyzed by the extreme ice spirit body. The two were complementary, achieving a perfect awakening. Indeed commendable, Lu Daoxing remarked slowly, the pang of concern that had once clouded his expression now dissipating. At this moment, Lu Shue's bloodline had undergone a flawless awakening, marking the commencement of her path to enlightenment. Moments later, the door opened, and Lu Shue emerged from her chamber, dressed appropriately. "Father, Master," she greeted with a smile upon seeing Lu Daoxing and the others outside. At this juncture, Lu Shue's demeanor had undergone a radical transformation, merely drawing near. One could feel the penetrating chill emanating from her. It is likely that an ordinary person would struggle to endure even standing beside Lu Shue. Lu Daoxing and the other individual nodded, and then Lu Daoxing inquired, "Xiao Xue, how do you feel?" "Father, I am no longer cold," she replied. Just moments ago, she had been shivering in discomfort, yet now the chill had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of warmth and comfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled and said, "It is good to hear that you are no longer cold." At that moment, Lu Shue turned to Lu Daoxing, hesitatingly stating, "Father, I have many questions now." In response, Lu Daoxing offered a wry smile before his expression grew serious. "Xiao Xue, you are now 16 years old. I shall no longer hide the truth from you. In fact, your father is an unparalleled powerhouse." "Unparalleled powerhouse. So, father, were you merely feigning weakness all this time?" Lu Shue asked, somewhat incredulous. She vividly recalled a time in her childhood when she was pursued by a monstrous beast, and her father had sustained grave injuries to save her, an event she could never forget. Lu Daoxing, feeling a bit awkward, nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, now that you have matured, I will no longer conceal my true self." Meanwhile, Guqin remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "I have learned something today. It seems that children ought to be raised in adversity." He had witnessed many children of powerful families who were arrogant and overbearing. In contrast, Lu Daoxing's daughter was not only well-behaved and understanding, but also able to endure hardship, showcasing remarkable talent. The benefits of raising children in modesty were indeed plentiful. It appeared that when he had children in the future, he too would need to feign weakness. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, Lu Shue was both astonished and speechless. After all, who wouldn't he wish for a remarkable father? Just imagine who would dare to provoke her in the future. "Father, why do you not teach me to cultivate yourself, but instead seek a master for me?" Lu Shue pondered this matter and turned to glance at Guqin beside her, her expression laden with confusion. After a moment of silence, Lu Daoxing replied, "Little Shui, your father has been rather occupied lately, leaving me little time to guide you. Once I find a moment, I shall teach you, all right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui refrained from further inquiries and simply nodded. "Very well, little Shui. You may now descend and focus on your cultivation. I have some matters to attend to." "All right. Goodbye, father." "Farewell, master." Lu Shui obediently departed. After her exit, Guqin looked toward the distant void and remarked, "It seems that your desolate city may soon become quite lively." Lu Daoxing raised his gaze and shook his head slightly. "It is not the right time for that. Our desolate city has yet to undergo any transformation. Once those formidable beings from the outside world arrive, this humble city will surely be in turmoil." With that thought, Lu Daoxing raised his hand and pressed it downward. Instantly, an invisible force manifested in a spherical shape, enveloping the entire desolate city. Simultaneously, Lu Daoxing's voice resonated throughout the desolate city. "To all citizens of the desolate city, I am Lu Daoxing, the city lord. For the time being, entry and exit from the desolate city are hereby prohibited." In the next moment, several individuals abruptly vanished within the desolate city, and without exception, they were all outsiders. However, there were only a few of them. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing's mission was to completely transform the desolate city. He aspired to make it the most formidable force in the Tianxian world, and indeed, in the entire realm. Chapter 8. The reconstruction of the desolate city. The desolate region of Huangzhou has long been regarded as a remote and impoverished land, often perceived as a wasteland. Consequently, the population here is exceedingly scarce, with villages and towns appearing only after considerable distances. Due to the lack of spiritual energy, practitioners possess limited cultivation levels, most being merely at the qi refining and innate stages. When formidable beasts emerge, there is no one capable of opposing them. This has fostered an extraordinary sense of unity among the inhabitants. Within the confines of the desolate city, Lu Daoxing earned the trust of the citizens through his diligence and prowess. Following the passing of the former city lord, he ascended to the position of the new lord of Huangqing. Now that he has achieved success, he remains resolute in his commitment to the citizens. Thus, Lu Daoxing intends to cultivate his influence, focusing on the advancement of his desolate city. Although Huangqing currently languishes in poverty, Lu Daoxing is on the cusp of instigating transformative change. With that, Lu Daoxing gently closed his eyes. In the next moment, the entire desolate city was ensnared in a state of suspension, as if the divine hand had pressed the pause button. The streets were frozen in time, with every individual, including Gu Chun beside Lu Daoxing, rendered motionless. Boom. In an instant, all structures within Huangqing crumbled into nothingness. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing opened his eyes and retrieved countless resources and treasures from the system shop. He was poised to undertake the monumental task of reconstructing the entire desolate city. Lu Daoxing stood above the void, gathering all the living beings within the desolate cities into his palm world. He then seized a handful of ancient divine gold and some refining materials to commence the creation of a new desolate city. The ancient divine gold was the most resilient material that Lu Daoxing could currently wield, although there were certainly harder materials available in the system store. He was unable to refine them. Boom. As he forged the desolate city, Lu Daoxing extended his hand to summon the heavenly thunder for a baptism. Time passed, and soon a brand new desolate city materialized in Lu Daoxing's grasp. Yet, he was not finished. With another gesture, countless laws of the universe surged forth from the void, continuously infusing themselves into the city. Instantly, the entire desolate city radiated a golden light, containing the essence of the cosmos. Now, this new desolate city was not only incredibly sturdy, but also imbued with the laws of the universe. It appeared to be merely the size of a city, yet within, it could accommodate an entire world. The grandeur of the desolate city exuded an overwhelming presence. Observing the newly crafted city, Lu Daoxing nodded in satisfaction. However, as if struck by a thought, he bit his finger, produced a forbidden ancient tablet, and began to inscribe 2 large characters with his blood. Desolate city. In an instant, the aura of the forbidden ancient tablet surged violently, emanating terrifying pressure that caused the very sky and earth to tremble. Simultaneously, countless beings felt a tremor within their hearts. Envisioning the majestic form of the new desolate city, bestowed a name by the blood of destiny, all beings would come to pay homage. Thereafter, Lu Daoxing once again placed his hand upon the desolate city. This time, he infused it with his own power of rules, a force impervious to the fate realm. All who entered the desolate city were bound to abide by his regulations. Now, surely this desolate city would resonate throughout the heavens. A faint smile graced Lu Daoxing's lips. Throughout the annals of history, both past and future, it is unlikely that another soul could undertake such a monumental endeavor to construct a city of this magnitude. With a resounding boom, a new city emerged in the very location of the original desolate city, yet it bore the same name. A city had materialized. But it would be remiss to neglect its contents. Lu Daoxing murmured to himself before commencing a thorough exploration of the system shop. In a short span, the center of the desolate city, within the Lord's mansion, was adorned with towering trees and magnificent spires, the tree of life, the ancient tree of chaos, the soul-commanding divine tree, the tower of heaven, the demon god tower, and the time-space divine tower, along with a plethora of other wondrous artifacts. These treasures were nearly all drawn from the realm of legend, now gathered in a single location, the desolate city. Yet, this was not the culmination of his efforts. Lu Daoxing proceeded to excavate a river that traversed the entirety of the desolate city. A meandering stream emerged within its confines, composed of the essence of creation. Its source flowed forth from the Lord's mansion, winding its way into the chaotic void. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Lu Daoxing gradually exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. The desolate city has now been completely transformed. Next, it is time for the inhabitants to diligently hone their skills. With that, Lu Daoxing returned everyone to the new desolate city. With a snap of his fingers, everyone abruptly awakened. Why does everything feel so peculiar? Suddenly, a refreshing sensation washed over them. What on earth? When did so many trees appear around the Lord's mansion? Not only trees, but also numerous towers. At that moment, the citizens of the desolate city, now fully revived, gasped in astonishment. Gazing at the familiar yet strange city before them, they were enveloped in confusion. However, in the next instant, a wave of energy surged forth from within them. They had broken through. Indeed, in this environment, even without engaging in cultivation, their realms began to ascend rapidly. The tree of life, the ancient chaos tree, within a single world, the presence of just one of these could bring about earth-shattering changes, allowing all beings to cultivate with ease. And now, within the desolate city itself, there were several such trees. One could achieve breakthroughs even while resting. Sensing their newfound progress, everyone hastily ceased their activities and sat down in meditation. Within the Lord's mansion, Lu Daoxing stood beside Yu Qin, whose expression was one of shock as he beheld the astonishing scene. With his keen insight, he discerned that this was no longer the former desolate city. Before him, the newly emerged ancient tree towers left him utterly dazzled. City Lord, what have you done? Gu Qin stammered. In response, Lu Daoxing chuckled lightly, saying, Oh, it's nothing much. Merely a reconstruction of the desolate city, adding a few elements here and there. Nothing much. That tree, if my eyes do not deceive me, is the tree of life. Is that not the legendary treasure of heaven and earth? Its true form remains a mystery to this day. I was merely fortunate enough to acquire a branch of the tree of life back in my day. By the heavens, that is the enlightenment tree, Gu Qin exclaimed, spotting another ancient tree exuding an aura of profound truth. The sight before him was profoundly reshaping his understanding. He instinctively pinched his thigh. Ouch. I am not dreaming. City Lord, are you, perchance, a creator god? Gu Qin gazed at Lu Daoxing, his expression one of bewilderment. Such legendary entities manifesting in one place, he could think of no one but a creator god capable of such a feat. Observing Gu Qin's naive astonishment, Lu Daoxing rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, I am not a creator god. I am merely an ordinary man with a bit more fortune than others. An ordinary man, indeed. Gu Qin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike Lu Daoxing, and then bowed his head, saying, City Lord, I, Gu Qin, have never submitted to anyone in my life, but now, City Lord, I submit to you. At that moment, a crackling sound resonated from within Gu Qin's body. After nearly 1,000,000 years of stagnation at the Emperor level, Gu Qin finally took a momentous step forward. He ascended to the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 9. The Era of Universal Cultivation. Suddenly, Gu Qin's aura began to surge wildly, emanating a tidal wave of pressure unique to the Heavenly Emperor realm from his very being. In an instant, the countenances of everyone within the desolate city transformed dramatically. Momentarily taken aback, Gu Qin burst into hearty laughter. He tilted his head towards the sky and turned to address the city lord. I beg your pardon for the trouble. In response, Lu Daoxing smiled and waved his hand, revealing a gaping void above the desolate city. Go forth. Thank you, city lord. In the next moment, Gu Qin soared into the sky, ascending into the void. Simultaneously, the entire Tianxin world began to resonate with a low hum. Countless ancient beings, who had long been in slumber, were startled awake by this extraordinary phenomenon. They watched in awe as the essence of the great Tao converged in the same direction within the celestial expanse, their expressions filled with astonishment. Is someone about to attain the Heavenly Emperor status? How could this be? It had been ages since a Heavenly Emperor emerged in the Tianxin world. After the initial shock, the ancient being's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. It appeared that the Tianxin world had not fallen into desolation. They could still cultivate a Heavenly Emperor. With a mere sensation, they pinpointed the location of the mysterious powerhouse on the verge of ascension to the Heavenly Emperor realm. It was in the direction of the desolate state. Without hesitation, several elders hastily gathered their offerings and set off towards the desolate state, bringing their families along. The multitude of practitioners gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomena emerging from the wild state. Not long ago, a vision of an immense city imbued with an aura of supremacy had suddenly manifested in their minds. They could faintly discern an ancient plaque hovering above the city gates, inscribed with the words, Wild City. Now, with such manifestations appearing once more from the direction of the wild state, including the earlier apparition of the Ice Phoenix, there was no doubt that the wild state was undergoing significant upheaval. The once passive practitioners immediately set out towards the wild state with newfound urgency. Those who had already embarked on their journey quickened their pace, driven by the promise of opportunity. It was undeniably a chance, a fortuitous encounter within their world of Tianqin. At this moment, above the wild city, time seemed to blur, and the aura of the great Tao began to gradually dissipate, while the essence of Guchun reached an unprecedented pinnacle. In such an environment within the wild city, achieving the status of Heavenly Emperor was indeed a matter of simplicity. This was, of course, attributed to Guqin's profound foundation. Having spent a millennium atop the abyss of the evil god was no trivial affair. Furthermore, with Lu Daoxing having bestowed upon Guqin the quintessence left behind by the remnants of that malevolent entity, even in the absence of the current wild city, it was merely a matter of time before Guqin attained the title of Heavenly Emperor. In the void above, Guqin slowly opened his eyes, exerting a subtle force. Instantly, the entire expanse of the void was riddled with countless fissures. Sensing his newfound power, Guqin revealed a long-forgotten smile. At that moment, Guqin recalled something and, with a sudden tremor, returned directly to the desolate city. City Lord. Upon encountering Lu Daoxing once more, Guqin's heart quivered anew. Having ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor, he was unaware of how much stronger he had become. Yet he still could not discern a trace of Lu Daoxing's prowess. Previously, during the time in the abyss of the evil god, he had believed Lu Daoxing to be a formidable Celestial Emperor. Beyond that, he assumed there were only stronger beings within the realm. However, Guqin now realized the limitations of his own understanding. Subsequently, he bowed deeply to Lu Daoxing. City Lord, from this day forth, I, Guqin, vow to follow you for eternity and serve the desolate city. Such a remarkable figure as you deserves my unwavering allegiance. Without Lu Daoxing, my fate would have been to perish atop the abyss of the evil god. Moreover, with such a delightful ambience, what reason have I to depart? Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled faintly and replied, very well, you need only to teach my daughter well and ensure she does not go astray. In response, Guqin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, City Lord, from this day forward, I shall treat Xiao Shui as my own daughter. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of Lu Shui rang out from a distance. Oh, my dear father. Lu Shui rushed over in a flurry and leaped into Lu Daoxing's arms. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Lu Daoxing's face lit up with a tender smile. He gently patted Lu Shui's little head and asked, Xiao Shui, what is the matter? Lu Shui raised her head, her eyes filled with grievances. Father, you have concealed so much from me. Is this desolate city truly the result of your actions? Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing, baffled, nodded and replied, indeed. It is I who has wrought this. At this revelation, Lu Shui let out a light huff. You are not merely an unparalleled powerhouse, father. You. What is it? Lu Daoxing queried. Could it be that you are the legendary sage? The notion of a sage, a being of mythical prowess, was the most formidable entity she could envision. Nearby, Guqin chuckled at her words. Little Shui, cease your teasing of your father. Teasing? What have I done? Lu Shui retorted, momentarily subdued by Guqin's presence, though her expression remained one of profound discontent. Observing Lu Shui's demeanor, both Lu Daoxing and Guqin erupted in hearty laughter. Little Shui, your father surpasses any sage by far. Yet, the extent of that superiority was beyond Lu Daoxing's own comprehension. Simply put, before he attained the status of the Celestial Emperor, he could easily subdue a sage with a mere flick of his wrist. Not to mention, Lu Daoxing was immeasurably stronger than himself. Above the sage lies the Sage King. And above the Sage King is the Quasi-Emperor, culminating in the Great Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter disbelief. The realization that her father was indeed stronger than a sage was staggering. At that moment, Lu Daoxing spoke again. Little Shui, henceforth, you must diligently cultivate under Master Guqin, for I shall be departing for a while. Ah, father, where are you going? Upon witnessing Lu Shui's reaction, Lu Daoxing could only smile helplessly. I am merely going out for a stroll. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. Oh, well then, do hurry back. Rest assured. My precious daughter, how could I ever leave you behind? Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui's face broke into a sweet smile. Beside them, Guqin hesitated. City Lord, you. Lu Daoxing waved his hand. From now on, you need only focus on comforting and guiding your training. The desolate city will not be disturbed. Yes, City Lord. I will ensure that I properly instruct Little Shui in her training. Little Shui, you too must listen to your master Guqin. Got it, father. With that, Guqin took Lu Shui and vanished from sight. Lu Daoxing shook his head. In the next moment, his figure appeared high above the desolate city, magnified countless times. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, the inhabitants of the desolate city erupted in astonishment. City Lord. It is the City Lord. City Lord, What is happening? City Lord, please enlighten us. Is this all you're doing? Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Lu Daoxing smiled slightly. Do not panic, everyone. Indeed, all of this is my handiwork. At his words, the people of the desolate city erupted into cheers. The city lord is magnificent. At that moment, Lu Daoxing gestured for everyone to pause. Following this, he urged everyone to diligently cultivate, expressing his belief that with the current conditions, our wild city would not fall short of any external force. Rest assured, City Lord, given these circumstances, I, Old Li, will inevitably break through to the spirit consolidation realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing's expression grew somewhat awkward. Such lofty aspirations seemed somewhat unrealistic. He recalled that Old Li was the butcher in the city, renowned for the exquisite taste of his wild boar meat. After all, he was the only one selling meat in Wild City, and Lu Daoxing had frequented his shop on numerous occasions. Chapter 10. The departure of Lu Daoxing. Upon hearing Old Li's words, a somewhat knowledgeable young man scoffed. Uncle Li, merely cultivating to the spirit concentration realm is insufficient, especially in our current environment. I believe that even if we were to break through to the divine mansion realm, it would still be of little concern. This young man, named Zhang Qing, was the son of old Zhang from the noodle shop. Previously, old Zhang had invested a considerable sum to send him out for training, broadening his horizons. Thus, Zhang Cheng was aware of many matters unknown to the inhabitants of the desolate city, including the much more formidable divine mansion realm. At this remark, Old Li's expression darkened. You little rascal, you have truly gained some knowledge. Instantly, everyone burst into hearty laughter. All right, everyone, moving forward. Let us simply do our best and not squander these resources, Lu Daoxing remarked slowly. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, the crowd fell silent. Rest assured, City Lord, we have worked hard to seize this wonderful opportunity. How could we waste it? Yes, City Lord, we shall not disappoint your earnest intentions, the crowd responded in unison. Hearing these affirmations, Lu Daoxing nodded with satisfaction and departed. Upon returning to the City Lord's residence, in an instant, all the inhabitants of the mansion gathered before Lu Daoxing. The crowd paused momentarily, and upon seeing Lu Daoxing, they all bowed in respect. City Lord, Lu Daoxing acknowledged with a sound, and turned his gaze towards Awei. Since Awei ascended to the position of City Lord, he has remained steadfastly by his side, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Now, having reached the formidable realm of destiny, he possesses the ability to discern the hearts of men. He initially presumed that there might be a few discontented souls within the Lord's residence. However, to his astonishment, he found nothing but steadfast loyalty. It appears he had underestimated their integrity. How many years have you all been in the Lord's residence? Lu Daoxing inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly responded with honesty. 16 years, 13 years, 9 years, 30 years, 30 years. Lu Daoxing turned his gaze towards the elder who had responded with the longest tenure. His name was Jiang Yuan, the sole individual who remained in the desolate city lord's residence after the previous lord's passing. Lu Daoxing held him in high regard and appointed him as the steward of the residence. Over the years, Jiang Yuan has dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the lord's estate, which has brought him a sense of contentment. Originally, this elder's lifespan was nearing its end. Yet now, within this nurturing environment, he seems to have been granted a second spring. Merely spending a moment beneath the tree of life, his longevity appears to be perpetually increasing. Elder Jiang, I appreciate your hard work over the years, Lu Daoxing remarked with a gentle smile, directed at Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, My lord, I am unworthy of such praise. Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing merely smiled and said nothing further. He then turned his gaze back to Awei, his trusted confidant and partner, second only to family in terms of reliability. Presently, he felt the necessity to personally cultivate the members of his lordship's estate. Soon, I shall escort you to a place where countless opportunities await. The extent of your gains will depend solely on your own diligence, he proclaimed. The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude for the Lord's bestowed opportunities. They understood that the current Lord was no longer the same as before. While the specifics of the changes remained unclear, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that their desolate city was on the cusp of prosperity. In the next moment, they vanished from their location. Lu Daoxing observed his companions within the realm he held in his grasp, a satisfied smile gracing his features. For one of his caliber, the creation of a world by sheer will was well within reach. Thus, he did not intend to squander this realm. Within this domain, everything could be governed by his own hand. Consequently, Lu Daoxing meticulously arranged numerous legendary treasures within the system shops of his world, ensuring they rivaled those found in the desolate city. After all, these were intended for his trusted allies and should not be treated lightly. Once everything was in place, he cast a final glance at the current state of the desolate city, confirming there were no oversights before turning to depart. He aspired to establish a desolate city, transforming it into the most formidable force, a monument of enduring might. Yet, the presence of a significant number of individuals was undoubtedly essential. Previously, the desolate city, along with the Lord's mansion, could muster scarcely 100 souls. To be a supreme force with such a meager following would be a grave embarrassment. Regardless of his own strength, it was impractical to handle every matter personally. Therefore, Lu Daoxing resolved to venture beyond the confines of the desolate city in search of promising talents to nurture. This was the very purpose of his temporary departure from the desolate city. Meanwhile, outside the desolate city, an array of powerful cultivators had surrounded it, rendering escape impossible. However, no matter how fervently they attacked, none of their methods could penetrate the protective barrier enveloping the city. All they could do was gaze through the barrier at the indistinct silhouette of an immense city within, where golden light shimmered brilliantly. Can anyone enlighten me as to what is happening here? A voice suddenly boomed from among the crowd. At this, someone was about to retort, only to be struck by the palpable aura of the elder, a manifestation of the divine realm, a pinnacle of strength in the celestial realm, not one to provoke such power. They quickly reconsidered. Respected elder, we too are newcomers to this place, and we remain uncertain about this mysterious city. A young man clad in opulent attire responded politely. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man let out a cold snort and remarked, "Who is the authority here? How could anyone be unaware of such a colossal city that has appeared out of thin air?" Indeed, it was perplexing that the person in charge of this area remained oblivious. This realization struck the crowd, prompting them to begin their search. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. In less than a moment, a somewhat timid middle-aged man was thrust into the spotlight. Upon seeing this man, the elder frowned slightly. "You are the one responsible for this region, the strongest among them all. After all, even in a desolate city, it could not be a lawless territory." However, the middle-aged man possessed only the cultivation of a peak void-breaking realm, which elicited disdain from the crowd. Truly, this was a savage land. The middle-aged man managed a wry smile and said, "Senior, I am just as perplexed. There indeed was a city here, known as the Desolate City. Yet, that city was small and dilapidated, hardly comparable to this mysterious giant city before us. Beyond that, I cannot provide any further information." At this moment, everyone present hailed from significant places, and many had cultivation levels superior to his own. Typically brash and arrogant in the desolate region, he now trembled with fear. As for the sudden emergence of this enigmatic giant city, he was utterly at a loss. Just then, someone exclaimed, "I remember now. This mysterious giant city seems to be called the Desolate City." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to recollect. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The image of the mysterious colossal city resurfaced in their minds, a sight known to all. A mere recollection elicited the two prominent characters inscribed above the city gates, Desolate City. This individual further claimed that a city named Desolate City had once existed here, making it difficult not to ponder a connection between the two. Could it be that this is indeed a city? Yet, did he not assert that the previous Desolate City was diminutive and dilapidated? Pray tell, do you recall who the lord of the former Desolate City was? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man momentarily froze, then replied, "I remember, I do." "Oh, then do share," the crowd urged, their gazes fixed upon him. If they could ascertain the identity of the city lord, perhaps a clue would emerge. The middle-aged man pondered briefly, ready to speak, but in the next instant, he found himself at a loss. Who was the lord of Desolate City again? Good heavens, why can't I recall? At this moment, he felt a surge of panic. There were only a few cities in this region, and he could vividly remember each city lord, although he visited Desolate City only once every few years. The name of its lord was something he could never forget. Yet now, no matter how hard he tried to reminisce, all traces of information regarding the lord of Desolate City had vanished from his mind. As for the appearance of the city lord, he was utterly clueless. Seeing the middle-aged man lost in thought, several individuals in the crowd furrowed their brows. "Do you not remember, you rascal? Are you playing us for fools?" Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man nearly collapsed to the ground, his expression more grotesque than that of one who had ingested excrement. "Esteemed seniors, enough." A strikingly beautiful woman interjected suddenly. The crowd turned to behold her visage, gasping in astonishment. It was the leader of Tianyin Island. She had graced them with her presence. Tianyin Island, located near the desolate state, boasted resources and wealth that were in stark contrast to the barren land surrounding it. Furthermore, Tianyin Island was among the most formidable powers in the Tianxian world. Its leader, Mu Tianyin, possessed a cultivation level at the fate harmonization stage, standing at the pinnacle of practitioners in the Tianxian realm, commanding respect and admiration. She was, at that moment, the only openly recognized powerhouse at the fate harmonization stage present. After all, one could not guarantee that other formidable practitioners were not covertly observing from the shadows. Upon witnessing Mu Tianyin, the crowd bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the leader of Tianyin Island. Senior Tianyin, this young man just claimed to remember, yet now he remains silent. Is this not a blatant act of deception? Someone remarked. At this pronouncement, the crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with indignation. After all, they had traveled a considerable distance to the desolate state, only to find themselves unable to gain entry upon arrival. Each individual harbored a flicker of anger in their hearts. Realm, Chi refining, innate spirit master, breaking void, condensing spirit, dividing soul, divine mansion, harmonizing fate, saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, celestial emperor, Tao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 11. The arrival of the Ji family. At this moment, an unpleasant odor suddenly wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see that the middle-aged man had been so frightened that he had lost control of himself. Observing this, Mu Tianyin furrowed her brow slightly, and with a wave of her hand, the middle-aged man vanished from sight, cast away as if he were nothing. He is not playing with you. He simply cannot remember, Mu Tianyin spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the crowd retracted their disdainful glances, their expressions turning to one of confusion. Senior Tianyin, what do you mean by that? Is this man truly so forgetful? As a cultivator, his memory should not be so poor. Surely he cannot even forget his own name. Mu Tianyin continued to speak slowly. This is not a fault of his own, but rather of the master of this city. The master of this city possesses powers that are beyond imagination. Without his consent, he can erase everything from others' memories. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stood frozen in place. Is it really that terrifying? In an instant, some among them began to harbor thoughts of retreat. If we enter, we might not even know how we met our demise. Then, Senior Tianyin, do you mean to say that the master of the previous city is the same as this one? A particularly astute individual inquired, filled with suspicion. Yet, Mu Tianyin merely gazed solemnly at the towering city before her, falling silent. The crowd, recognizing the gravity of the moment, instinctively ceased their chatter. However, did they intend to remain in silence? After much anticipation, one cannot simply depart in such a disheartened manner. At that moment, a hearty laugh reverberated through the air. Ha ha! Since this mysterious grand city has manifested here, it surely holds more significance than merely being an object of our gaze. Perhaps the time for its inauguration has yet to arrive. Thus, I, the young master, intend to expand the constructions around the perimeter of this city while we await the day of its opening. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned to see a dapper young gentleman, resplendently attired and wielding a feather fan. It is young Master Ji. Young Master Ji? Which Ji? Are you foolish? In the entire Tianxian realm, there exists but one Ji. Ji Shinkai, the sole heir of the Ji family. The Ji family, renowned as the wealthiest clan in the Tianxian world, boasts enterprises scattered across its expanse. While their strength remains uncertain, it is a well-known fact that they possess immense riches. Indeed, extraordinary wealth. As the future heir of the Ji family, Ji Shinkai is endowed with remarkable business acumen. Having recently arrived, he has already sensed a significant opportunity for commerce. Presently, members of his family are making their way here in droves. Upon hearing young Master Ji's declaration, the crowd momentarily paused, then silently nodded in agreement. If it were anyone else, they would have dismissed the notion. No matter how splendidly you build in this desolate place, we would not reside here. However, the Ji family is an entirely different matter. It is well known that the Ji family possesses immense power, capable of transforming this energy-deficient wasteland into a sanctuary for cultivation. If the Ji family desires, they can certainly achieve this. Young Master Ji, do you require additional hands? I am willing to assist you, a cheerful voice interjected as someone stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Ji Shinkai lightly waved his feather fan, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, you wish to work with me? Let me make it clear that I currently have limited funds, so the remuneration will be minimal. Despite this, The man remained unfazed and jovial. No worries, young Master Ji. I do not require payment. All I ask is for a share in a house once it is completed. A cough escaped Ji Shinkai, momentarily rendering him speechless. Gazing at the grinning man before him, he felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Why don't you simply go and rob someone? Struggling to suppress his irritation, Ji Shinkai let out a cold snort, turning away as he spoke. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. He was not prepared to disclose his plans prematurely, lest it diminish the funds he could gather. Yet, the man seemed undeterred, boldly stepping closer to Ji Shinkai. Young Master Ji, you ought to give this serious consideration. It is merely a single house, which should not pose a significant issue. At this, Ji Shinkai's brow furrowed deeply. Did he truly believe himself to have a patient demeanor? I have no interest in debating with you. Someone, take him away. In the next moment, two formidable figures, exuding a profound aura, appeared beside Ji Shinkai. They were at the Divine Mansion realm. The presence of two formidable beings from the Divine Mansion realm escorting him underscores Ji Shinkai's esteemed position. Goodness, is that individual truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance, exhibiting such audacity? Perhaps he is simply blinded by desire. Blinded by what? Who has been blinded? However, the image of that person being cast aside went unnoticed. Instead, the scene before them left the onlookers utterly astonished. Ji Shinkai's two Divine Mansion guardians were now intensely fixated ahead, their expressions filled with terror, their bodies tense, and sweat pouring down like rain. You. At that moment, Ji Shinkai's countenance also betrayed a hint of fear as he instinctively began to retreat. Why does this seemingly inconspicuous individual exude such a terrifying aura? In the next instant, the figure before Ji Shinkai transformed, revealing an elderly man who appeared somewhat comical. Little Ji from the Ji family. I advise you to reconsider your recent proposal very carefully, lest you face dire consequences. Upon witnessing the true visage of the old man, Ji Shinkai was engulfed in horror. Who is he? In his moment of extreme anxiety, Ji Shinkai found himself unable to recall the identity of the person before him. Yet Mu Tianyin, observing the elder's features, underwent a drastic change in expression. You're Qingui? At the sound of Mu Tianyin's exclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly retreating, their faces etched with astonishment. Qingui, a figure from 100,000 years ago, devoid of any sense of justice. He was but a petty individual who harbored a grudge. Yet, it was this very person who ascended to the pinnacle of the Tianxian world, becoming a figure of great prominence. Subsequently, he vanished from the public eye, leading many to believe that he had succumbed to death. Little did they know, he still breathed. Upon hearing the name Qingui, Ji Shinkai's complexion paled significantly. He was acutely aware of Qingui's formidable reputation, although his family was not intimidated. He recognized that he was no longer within the confines of his own clan. Moreover, who could ascertain whether such a figure would consider the powers behind him? Senior Qingui, I am but a humble junior who fails to recognize the mountain of greatness. Ji Shinkai hastily bowed, tears welling in his eyes. For someone of such stature, he would not hesitate to part with not just a single residence, but even an entire building. Senior, once my humble abode is constructed, I shall ensure it is promptly arranged for you. Is that so? However, I have now changed my mind. I desire 10 residences, Qingui remarked coldly, observing Ji Shinkai trembling before him. Upon hearing this, Ji Shinkai's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this old rogue was not one to be easily placated. Well, just as Ji Shinkai was about to concede, a voice of icy indifference echoed from the void. Qingui, my Ji family is not so easily trifled with. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth from the heavens, enveloping the atmosphere. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the fabric of space tore open, and a spectral figure of a middle-aged man slowly stepped forth. It was the realm of fate harmonization. Father, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ji Shinkai immediately lamented. This man was none other than Ji Shinkai's father, the patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Wuhui, one of the foremost experts in the heavenly Xian world. Upon the arrival of Ji Wuhui, a flicker of trepidation emerged in Qingui's eyes. You are quite protective of your kin. In the void above, Ji Wuhui gazed coldly at Qingui, uttering not a single word. After a prolonged silence, Qingui let out a derisive chuckle and turned to Ji Shinkai, stating, Youngster, do not forget about that house of mine. With that, Qingui vanished from sight. As Qingui departed, the crowd exhaled in relief. Had a conflict erupted between these two formidable fate harmonization experts, their only recourse would have been to flee. Thankfully, Qingui yielded, for he was but one man, while Ji Wuhui represented a formidable faction. Engaging in confrontation would yield no advantage for Chen Gui. Father, Ji Shinkai said with a bittersweet smile as Ji Wuhui approached. It is merely a house. In comparison to your safety, what is the worth of 10 such homes? Upon hearing this, Ji Shinkai's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Indeed, no one could compare to his father. The onlookers gazed at the heartwarming scene before them. Their jaws clenched in disbelief. Why was this not their own father? Young Master Ji truly had a remarkable fate. Ji Shinkai was the sole offspring of Ji Wuhui, born in his later years, and thus he was a being showered with boundless affection. This fact was well understood by all present. Chapter 12. The expansion of the city. Senior Ji, regarding the expansion that the young master just mentioned? At that moment, someone inquired of Ji Wuhui above. In response, Ji Wuhui turned to glance at his son and then replied in a calm tone, the intention to generate wealth aligns with my own. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly felt a quickening of breath. They could envision the momentous transformations that would soon unfold in this place. It is important to note that this is the Ji family. Previously, even though the words came from young Master Ji, the true high-ranking powers among them did not take it too seriously. After all, while Ji Shinkai held a prestigious position within the Ji family, he was not the ultimate decision-maker. Now, however, with Ji Wuhui having spoken, the situation was entirely different. Master of the Ji family, regarding the expansion of the city, although your family is vast and prosperous, I believe you will encounter some challenges. The Tianyin Island is willing to form an alliance. Just as the crowd was lost in thought, Mu Tianyin suddenly interjected. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Mu Tianyin. She wore a smile, gazing serenely at Ji Wuhui above. What is this Tianyin senior up to? Although Tianyin Island is formidable, can it truly be compared to the Ji family? While both Mu Tianyin and Ji Wuhui were of equal standing, the influence of the Ji family spanned nearly the entire Tianshan world. Whereas Tianyin Island was merely renowned within a specific region. To aspire for an alliance, one would at least require the strength akin to that of the Ji family. It was initially presumed that Mu Tianyin would be met with a cold reception. However, to the astonishment of all, Ji Wuhui nodded in agreement. Very well. You may discuss this matter with my son. Upon hearing these words, Mu Tianyin's smile broadened further. I am grateful to the head of the Ji family for this. Was this truly an agreement? What was happening? Beside Ji Wuhui, Ji Shinkai was equally bewildered, gazing at his father in disbelief. Father, why? The Ji family is one of the most formidable forces in the entire Tianshan realm, and while Tianyin Island may be strong, it is merely a slightly more powerful local faction, hardly worthy of collaboration with their family. Everyone is well aware of the substantial benefits at stake. Did they not witness how Chen Gui was willing to offend the Ji family just to acquire a property? Yet now, this lucrative opportunity is being so readily handed over to Tianyin Island. Shinkai, that young lady possesses a remarkable background. You must remember to avoid any significant conflict with her, though do not overly accommodate her either. If possible, it would not be unwise to pursue her affections. What? Upon hearing his father's words, Ji Shinkai's expression turned to one of utter shock. The feather fan in his hand fell to the ground. He had not anticipated that the island master of Tianyin Island, Mu Tianyin, held such a daunting background, to the extent that even his father was compelled to show her respect. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his father unexpectedly desires him to pursue Mu Tianyin. With this thought, Ji Shinkai turned his gaze toward the distant Mu Tianyin. After scrutinizing her for a while, he fell into silence. Indeed, her beauty was beyond reproach, though she appeared to be slightly older than himself. Yet, they say that with age comes an enhanced allure. Wait, what am I thinking? Why must I pursue her? At this moment, as if sensing Ji Shinkai's gaze, Mu Tianyin abruptly turned her head. In an instant, their eyes locked, and sparks flew between them. Ahem. Ji Shinkai cleared his throat twice, hastily averting his gaze to mask his embarrassment, though his handsome face couldn't help but flush slightly. Haha, Shinkai, what do you think? Observing Ji Shinkai's reaction, Ji Wuhui raised an eyebrow in delight. In response, Ji Shinkai composed himself and promptly replied, Father, I wish to focus on my career for now. Let us not speak of this matter. Seeing this, Ji Wuhui revealed a knowing smile. He then patted Ji Shinkai on the shoulder, choosing not to say anything further. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mu Tianyin furrowed her brows. Did that insufferable Ji lad just stare at her? Was he still holding a grudge? It was merely a matter of real estate. Was it truly worth such ire? If she desired, she could easily acquire the entire wasteland province. After a brief moment of silence, The atmosphere shifted as several audacious individuals with ample wealth stepped forward to inquire. Master Ji, may I reserve some of the properties once they are completed? Master Ji, I too wish to make an advance purchase. I desire this as well. Master Ji, count me in. Suddenly, numerous individuals surged forward, as if fearful of missing out. Observing this fervor, the crowd grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, they lamented their insufficient funds. After a brief contemplation, those with wealth rushed forward, while the less fortunate hurried home to retrieve their money. Esteemed guests, indeed, these properties are available for pre-purchase, albeit at a slightly higher price. Witnessing the crowd's eagerness, Ji Xingkai was overjoyed and promptly spoke. Master Ji, your words seem overly modest. We are certainly capable of affording a property. Yes, indeed, Master Ji. Please do not keep us in suspense. Very well, in that case, I shall be forthright. The price is set at 1 million spirit stones per unit. The crowd was instantly taken aback. 1 million per unit? Master Ji, isn't that rather excessive? They had initially intended to acquire 10 units. However, with this price, each could afford at most 2. Nonetheless, Ji Xingkai merely regarded the assembly with a calm smile. He chuckled softly, stating, it is not exorbitant, not at all. You must understand, the properties constructed by the Ji family are truly worth every coin. They are fair and just in their dealings. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. Yet, someone spoke up. 1 million for a set is simply exorbitant, Master Ji. If you do not lower the price even slightly, I shall have to forego this opportunity. This individual was quite astute, but alas, he underestimated the future heir of the Ji family. A reduction was out of the question. Should you choose not to purchase, I can only express my regret. Your absence will not be missed, as there are numerous buyers awaiting their chance. You. The individual was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Master Ji, reserve 2 sets for me. Immediately, a storage ring was handed to Ji Xingkai. Upon inspecting it, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Some recognized the buyer as a prominent figure from Qizhou, whose family's assets rivaled those of several major powers. With one person pre-ordering, the rest could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. Haha, no need to rush. We have just begun, and there is plenty for everyone. In the distance, the previously hesitant individual wore a displeased expression. After a moment of contemplation, he too approached with his belongings to place a pre-order. Thus, the Ji family secured the endeavor to expand the mysterious Grand City. Before long, the Ji family commenced construction, with countless cultivators carving mountains and erecting cities, while top-grade spiritual veins were transported from other states. In just a few days, the spiritual energy surrounding the desolate city became increasingly rich. This clearly demonstrated the formidable strength of the Ji family. The Ji family, we at the Heavenly Immortal Sect also wish to partake in the expansion. The Moon God Sect wishes to join as well, and so does my Battle Sect. As the expansion of the city grows increasingly significant, numerous factions have come forth to offer their allegiance. Undoubtedly, these factions are on par with the Ji family, possessing considerable influence throughout the entire celestial Xin realm. After careful deliberation, the Ji family acquiesced to their requests. To refuse would likely invite a collective uprising against them. After all, the Ji family had never anticipated the possibility of single-handedly managing the entire expansion endeavor. With the inclusion of these factions, the task of expanding the city will undoubtedly become much more manageable. Chapter 13. The Gateway to Rebirth, A New World? Meanwhile, amidst an unfamiliar expanse of starry skies, a peculiar figure ambled forward, burdened by an enormous stone tablet emblazoned with the characters for seeking defeat. In the next moment, he came to a halt and slowly lifted his gaze towards the front. There, unexpectedly, stood another individual, our protagonist, Lu Daoxing. This place was exceedingly distant from the Tianxin realm. To reach it, even a powerful being of the Emperor realm would require countless years. At this moment, Lu Daoxing observed the enigmatic man before him with keen patience. In terms of strength, there was no doubt. He was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Lu had encountered on his journey thus far. An unknown realm powerhouse. Seeking defeat? What is your name? Lu Daoxing inquired. With a thunderous crash, the colossal stone tablet plummeted to the ground, causing the very fabric of the starry sky to tremble and fracture, an unimaginable weight. Dead men have no right to know my name. With a swift motion, a dazzling flash of sword light erupted as a razor-sharp long sword materialized from nowhere, aiming directly at Lu Daoxing's chest. As the sword approached, poised to pierce through Lu's heart, the strange man's eyes betrayed no emotion. as though he were merely performing a trivial act. However, in the next instant, he found himself momentarily stunned. Clang! With effortless grace, two fingers clasped the longsword, rendering the man unable to budge it even a fraction, no matter how hard he strained. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment mingled with a hint of exhilaration crossed the man's face. "Am I now worthy to know your name?" Lu Daoxing inquired with a faint smile. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "I possess no name. Perhaps I once did, but it has long since slipped from my memory." Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing was taken aback, realizing that the individual before him was indeed of some significance. "Would you be interested in accompanying me?" Instantly, the nameless man raised his gaze to Lu Daoxing. "On what grounds?" he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than the long sword, with an indescribable swiftness, was pressed against his brow. "Are you interested now?" Lu Daoxing asked with a cheerful demeanor. He had always believed in winning others over with virtue. "You sought defeat, and I shall fulfill that desire for you." This time, the expression of the nameless man shifted, as the longsword gradually descended into his grasp. He pondered in silence before sheathing it. In a swift motion, he turned and shattered the stone tablet with a single punch. From this moment forth, he would no longer seek defeat. It was no longer a necessity. "I will go with you," he declared. At this, Lu Daoxing smiled with satisfaction and extended his right hand, revealing a world within his palm. The nameless man's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment upon witnessing the realm that blossomed in Lu Daoxing's grasp. In such a realm, could it be that the individual before me has already taken that step? With a sense of bewilderment, the nameless man directly entered the world within his palm. As for this fellow, he may remain to guard the city gate. In terms of strength, he is undoubtedly sufficient for the task at hand. Lu Daoxing lifted his gaze toward the distance, and then vanished from his original position. After an indeterminate period, a mysterious heavenly gate unexpectedly materialized in the distance. Lu Daoxing paused once more before the gate. Observing the entrance, crafted from an unknown material, he approached with a sense of regret. "Stop." Just as Lu Daoxing was about to draw near the heavenly gate, a furious voice suddenly resonated. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth from the surroundings. In but a moment, the entire starry sky began to rumble. Before the heavenly gate, Lu Daoxing's expression remained unchanged as he extended a hand. As a middle-aged man clad in tattered battle armor was pulled from the void by Lu Daoxing. You. At that moment, the middle-aged man's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. What level of power is this? I am utterly powerless to resist. Gazing at the trembling armored man before him, Lu Daoxing inquired, "What is this gate?" "Senior, this is the gate of rebirth, said to lead to another world." The armored man replied earnestly. "The gate of rebirth?" Lu Daoxing murmured to himself as he regarded the heavenly gate. "Is it another world? Shall we take a look?" With that, Lu Daoxing slowly approached the heavenly gate. As for the dangers that may lie ahead, he remained unfazed. After all, he was invincible. Upon witnessing Lu Daoxing's intent to open the heavenly gate, the armored man grew anxious. "Senior, please don't. If the heavenly gate opens, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yet, Lu Daoxing merely furrowed his brow, continuing his stride undeterred. "Fear not. I shall bear the consequences alone." The armored man found himself at a loss for words. Just then, several powerful auras surged toward them with great speed. "To open the gate of rebirth, you must first pass through me. The nameless wretches dare to attempt to open the gate of rebirth? They shall perish." In an instant, countless ancient auras swept in from the void. Sensing these auras, the armored man's expression brightened. However, the next moment, he was once again rendered speechless. Lu Daoxing turned, gently pressing his palm downward. Suddenly, the mysterious powerhouses appeared beside the armored man, their auras completely restrained. The four stood in perfect alignment, all utterly astonished. Though they could not claim to be the strongest in this vast universe, they were certainly among the elite. Otherwise, they would not have been tasked with guarding the gate of rebirth. Yet now, this individual before them effortlessly subdued them with a single hand. Could he possibly be in existence beyond the unknown realm? Such formidable beings should not roam freely, should they? At this moment, the four of them appeared somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, Lu Daoxing merely cast a fleeting glance back at them before continuing his journey towards the heavenly gate. Such was Lu Daoxing's insatiable curiosity. "Senior, wait. The world beyond the gate of rebirth was fraught with peril. Otherwise, the ancients would not have constructed the gate to seal that realm away. Senior, you must think this through." Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing abruptly halted his steps. Is it truly so difficult to simply take a look? How much do you truly know about that world? Lu Daoxing inquired as he turned back. In response, the four fell silent. How much did they know? They were utterly ignorant. Those were merely legends, after all. Observing their silence, Lu Daoxing felt speechless and resumed his advance. It would be far more authentic to witness it with his own eyes. Just then, an elder spoke up. Senior, should you venture in? It is highly likely that you may never return. Is there truly no one you care for in this universe? Hearing the elder's words, the three beside him shook their heads. How could such a powerful being have anyone to care for? Individuals like them had long since found themselves alone, especially considering the existence capable of suppressing them with a mere hand. However, upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing came to a halt. Not being able to return? That simply would not do. His desolate city had only just begun to flourish. If he were to leave, what would become of it? What would happen to his daughter? Lu Daoxing cast a lingering glance at the gate of rebirth before reluctantly turning away. The four individuals remained momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe that such a formidable elder had truly departed. It was indeed astonishing that a being of such caliber could have someone dear to them. A reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. As the four contemplated this revelation, four radiant orbs of energy suddenly surged into their bodies. Instantly, their expression shifted to one of astonishment as powerful currents of vitality and energy began to overflow within them. In unison, they bowed deeply in the direction where Lu Daoxing had vanished. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chapter 14. The Eternal Galaxy, the Eternal Temple. As Lu Daoxing traversed the unfamiliar galaxy, he found himself pondering the portal to the afterlife. System, is that portal truly a gateway to another realm? What manner of world lies beyond? A realm of higher existence, where beings of greater power reside. System, my wife is there as well, is she not? This time, the system remained silent. Lu Daoxing fell into a contemplative hush. At present, he had ascended to the destiny realm, a pinnacle of existence where no corner of the universe was beyond his reach. Yet, inexplicably, he could not perceive even the faintest trace of his wife's presence. Thus, one possibility emerged. His wife had departed from this universe altogether. Do not fret, host. Your wife will inevitably be found. This system shall assist you, it finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing merely smiled and shook his head. The quest to find his wife was of little concern to him. As long as she remained alive, that was sufficient. His current aspirations lay in achieving something significant. Shifting his focus, Lu Daoxing lifted his gaze and was immediately captivated by the sight of a new galaxy. It appeared to possess formidable strength. At the boundary of the eternal galaxy, a massive rift gradually emerged, resembling a tear wrought by unseen hands. In the following moment, Lu Daoxing stepped forth from within. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon my eternal galaxy? Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated through the arena, accompanied by an aura laden with hostility that surged towards Lu Daoxing. Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing's brow furrowed slightly. Why were the outsiders so lacking in courtesy? With a tearing sound, the fabric of space split open, revealing an ancient-looking elder clad in a Taoist robe. Who granted you the audacity to trespass upon my eternal star system? The elder spoke coldly. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure emanated from his being, descending upon the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoxing remained expressionless. Moments later, the elder's imposing presence diminished, and he followed Lu Daoxing with a sheepish grin. Senior, I am merely a gatekeeper of the eternal star system. I hope you won't take offense. Lu Daoxing nodded and inquired, which faction do you belong to? The elder replied, I am from the Eternal Temple. You must have heard of it. I have not. Oh, the Eternal Temple, the most formidable force within the eternal star system, nearly dominated more than half of it, instilling fear in all. Yet, this unfamiliar elder appeared oblivious to its existence, leaving Lu Daoxing both astonished and perplexed. The elder had just claimed to be only a gatekeeper. But he was not merely weak. Rather, he was merely lesser in comparison to Lu Daoxing. In the grand scheme of the Eternal Temple, he was indeed one of the foremost experts. However, the elder before him merely waved his hand, effortlessly suppressing him, a testament to the formidable strength of Lu Daoxing. Yet, this powerful being was entirely unaware of the existence of the Eternal Temple, having never even heard of it. In place, Lu Daoxing expanded his consciousness, and moments later, his awareness enveloped the entirety of the eternal star system. It must be acknowledged that this realm was far more prosperous than the star systems belonging to his own celestial world. Here, even the most formidable beings would likely succumb to a dimensional disparity. Lu Daoxing lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the headquarters of the Eternal Temple was located. Simultaneously, deep within the Eternal Temple, a woman clad in red suddenly opened her eyes and looked upward. In the next instant, she vanished from the hall. At the boundary of the Eternal Star System, Lu Daoxing suddenly inquired, "Is the master of your Eternal Temple a woman?" Upon hearing this, the elder paused in surprise before responding with a chuckle, "Elder, do you not recognize my Eternal Temple? You even know that the master is a woman. Yet you claim never to have heard of it. It seems I have overthought this matter. Surely, there is no one in this world who has not heard of the illustrious name of my Eternal Temple." However, Lu Daoxing interjected, "It seems she is approaching." What? As soon as the words left his lips, a woman in a red dress suddenly materialized in their midst. "You are not of my Eternal Star System," the woman in red coldly stated as she regarded Lu Daoxing. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing offered a faint smile and politely replied, "Esteemed lady, I hail from the heavenly profound realm and am merely passing through this area." The red-clad woman, taken aback by Lu Daoxing's courteous demeanor, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was only natural for her to harbor a sense of caution and hostility towards him, for within the vast cosmos, an enigmatic set of rules exists that prevents communication between powerful star systems, thus giving rise to the phenomenon known as the star barrier. Those capable of breaching such barriers are invariably formidable beings, and one could only speculate about their intentions upon entering one's domain. Lu Daoxing scrutinized the red-clad woman, recognizing her as one of the unknown realms, much like the nameless man he had encountered. Such powerful entities often serve as the sovereigns of their respective star systems. It becomes evident why the nameless man had sought defeat for so many years. These individuals are far from commonplace. Regrettably, this woman was already the leader of a faction, rendering her recruitment into the wild city impossible. As a token of their first meeting, Lu Daoxing casually produced a cosmic crystal and presented it to the red-clad woman. Instantly, she stood frozen in place. After a brief moment of contemplation with the crystal in hand, she waved her hand, causing the robed elder to vanish without a trace. "I am Ouyang Yanqing, the sovereign of the Eternal Divine Hall, known to many as the Eternal God Master," she stated, stowing away the cosmic crystal, and offered a subtle bow, her demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. There is no denying that he is the most generous person she has ever encountered in her life. Who would present someone with a cosmic crystal upon their first meeting? She had once possessed a fragment no larger than her little finger, which she utilized during her breakthrough into the unknown realm. Yet now, this unfamiliar man before her has gifted her an entire piece, substantial enough to fill the palm of her hand. It would be difficult for her to refuse such a generous offering. Noticing the shift in the young woman's demeanor, Lu Daoxing offered a slight smile. Indeed, money has its way of influencing people. His long-standing experiences have taught him to treat others kindly, to foster friendships rather than create enemies, a habit that has allowed him to navigate through many years with relative ease. Even now, as he stands unrivaled across the cosmos, he maintains this practice. "My name is Lu Daoxing, the Lord of the Desolate City, hailing from the heavenly mysterious world." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing fell into contemplation. Lu Daoxing, Desolate City, heavenly mysterious world. None of these names were familiar to her. However, from this moment onward, she would forever etch these three titles into her memory. Seeing the look of confusion on Ouyang Yanqing's face, Lu Daoxing chuckled. "It is entirely normal for you to be unaware, as my homeland is very far from here. Should you take an interest, I would be delighted to host you as a guest." "That sounds wonderful." Lu Daoxing was momentarily taken aback. "I said it sounds wonderful." Ouyang Yanqing replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Lu Daoxing found himself at a loss. "I was merely being polite. Why is she taking this so seriously?" Upon encountering Lu Daoxing, Ouyang Yanqing appeared momentarily taken aback. With a playful smile, she inquired, "What? Are you trying to deceive me?" In response, Lu Daoxing let out a hearty laugh. "A gentleman's word is his bond. Once spoken, it is not easily retracted. Since you wish to go, I shall accompany you without objection. However, what?" Lu Daoxing replied with a slight smile. "You must undertake this journey on your own." After hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated for just a brief moment before nodding in agreement. At present, there was little of significance occurring within the Eternal Divine Hall, and a short excursion would pose no danger. Chapter 15. The Passage of Time. 3 centuries have elapsed. "How shall we reach your realm of Xiantian?" Ouyang Yanqing inquired. "Do you not need to prepare?" "Not at all." "Very well then, please wait a moment." With that, Lu Daoxing commenced the remote activation of the time-space divine tower within the desolate city. Instantly, An ethereal time-space tunnel materialized before him. All set, Lu Daosheng remarked, a smile gracing his features. This was a fundamental capability of the time-space divine tower, regardless of the distance, as long as they remained within the same dimension. He could effortlessly open a time-space tunnel from afar. This was also the reason Lu Daosheng could depart from the desolate city without trepidation. With the time-space divine tower at his disposal, no one could invade his sanctuary. Observing the time-space tunnel before her, Ouyang Yanqing queried, "Is this tunnel the gateway to the Xiantian world you spoke of?" She possessed the ability to create a time-space tunnel with her bare hands. Though the distance was a factor, while Lu Daosheng appeared formidable, she surmised he could not be vastly superior. Thus, the destination of this time-space tunnel likely remained within the confines of the Eternal Star System. Was Lu Daosheng from the Eternal Star System? Certainly not. Noticing Ouyang Yanqing's perplexed expression, Lu Daosheng reassured her, "Rest assured, there is no danger within." He assumed her apprehension stemmed from doubts about his honesty. At this, Ouyang Yanqing let out a soft scoff. "Who is afraid? If we are to go, then let us proceed." Suddenly, Ouyang Yanqing stepped forward. Observing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile and followed suit. Meanwhile, within the desolate city of the celestial realm, a hum resonated as two figures emerged from the temporal tunnel. Instantly, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. In that fleeting moment, Ouyang Yanqing stood frozen, pondering whether this was, indeed, paradise. Gazing at the scene before her, she murmured to herself. Beside her, Lu Daosheng was equally entranced. "Goodness, this is dire." He abruptly turned his gaze towards the towering temporal god tower, which was emanating a peculiar aura. This aura was altering the flow of time within the desolate city. It had only been approximately a month since he had stepped out, yet nearly 3 centuries had elapsed in this realm. "System, what is happening?" "Host, this truly does not pertain to my system. It is you who authorized all treasures within the desolate city to operate freely, including the temporal god tower. Consequently, it is entirely normal for the tower to alter the time flow throughout the desolate city." Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Daosheng fell into silence. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of trepidation. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing, after a brief moment of shock, finally managed to regain her composure and turned to face Lu Daosheng. Suddenly, Ouyang Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. "What is wrong with you?" She inexplicably sensed a faint trace of fear emanating from the man before her. A sensation she had not anticipated. Wait a moment. With so many indescribable treasures surrounding them, and considering she had been brought here by Lu Daosheng, it was perplexing to witness him displaying such trepidation. As these thoughts intertwined, Ouyang Yanqing's expression subtly shifted. Could it be that she had truly been deceived? Was this place actually the domain of a terrifying entity, and had Lu Daosheng brought her here to meet her demise, or perhaps to ensnare her? Otherwise, why would he exhibit such fear? With this realization, Ouyang Yanqing glared at Lu Daosheng with indignation. "I can't believe you are so despicable." "What?" Hearing Ouyang Yanqing's words, Lu Daosheng shook his head in confusion, bewildered by her accusations. Just as she was about to articulate her suspicions regarding his ulterior motives, a choked voice suddenly emerged from the side. "Father." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Daosheng's entire body trembled, and he laboriously turned his head to look. There stood a woman in a blue dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her ethereal beauty breathtakingly exquisite, gazing at him with tears in her eyes. It was evident that an intense, chilling aura was emanating from her, enveloping the space around her. Indeed, one often finds that what one fears most comes to pass. In that instant, Lu Daosheng felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. The woman in question is none other than his daughter, Lu Shui. "Xiao Shui, I am so sorry for the time lost," he lamented. "Father, there is no need to say more. I understand," Lu Shui replied coldly, wiping away her tears. As she glanced at the woman in the red dress beside Lu Daosheng, an inexplicable sorrow overwhelmed her heart. "You are no longer the father I once knew." With a deep look at Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Shui turned and walked away. "Xiao Shui," Lu Daosheng called out anxiously, yet she departed without looking back, leaving him standing in a daze. What has transpired? At that moment, a small hand suddenly poked him in the back. "Hey, is that your daughter?" Lu Daosheng turned around, his expression filled with despair. "Yes," he replied. Ouyang Yanqing surveyed their surroundings before continuing. "You claim to be the lord of the desolate city, but is this city truly that one?" "Indeed," Lu Daosheng responded, feeling utterly disheartened. However, Ouyang Yanqing's face turned pale with shock. It seemed she had misjudged him and underestimated the man before her. No wonder he was so lavish in his expenditures. In the presence of such celestial treasures, a single cosmic crystal was truly insignificant. Lord, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Lu Daosheng. Upon encountering the individual before him, Lu Daosheng managed a wry smile and remarked, "Gu Qin, it has been quite a while." In response, Gu Qin nodded, acknowledging the passage of time. At this moment, Gu Qin's strength had significantly advanced. In such a terrifying environment, it would be difficult for anyone not to progress. Moreover, Gu Qin was no ordinary individual. Having now attained the Dao realm, a level profoundly unfamiliar to the Tianqian world. In this realm, the emergence of such formidable beings as those of the Dao realm was utterly impossible, for the Dao realm exists above the heavenly emperor realm. City Lord. Who might this be? Gu Qin inquired, glancing at the poised Ouyang yanking beside him. Oh, she is merely a friend I have recently made, Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly. A friend? Gu Qin mused, recognizing the palpable aura of menace emanating from the woman, a sensation that bespoke her extraordinary prowess, far surpassing his own. In an instant, Gu Qin's mindset underwent a significant transformation as the inexplicable confidence stemming from his recent breakthrough dissipated like mist. Noticing Gu Qin's shift in demeanor, Ouyang Yanking's expression revealed a hint of surprise, and she remarked with a smile, "You are quite impressive." Gratefully, Gu Qin responded, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder." Acknowledging the complexity of this remarkable woman, he felt it was only fitting to address her with the respect her stature warranted. Observing Gu Qin's composed demeanor, Ouyang Yanking nodded in approval, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng remained ensnared in a state of despondency. The mere thought of not having returned for 3 centuries fills me with trepidation at the prospect of confronting Lu Shui. Initially, I had assured my daughter that I would return after a short while. Alas, what a grave misfortune this is. Realm, Qi refinement, innate spiritual master, void breaking, spirit condensing. Soul division, divine mansion, fate merging, saint, saint king, semi-emperor, great emperor, celestial emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 16. Allocating tasks, my lord. It is likely that Xiao Xue is merely experiencing a moment of anger, Gu Qin remarked, recalling the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded thoughtfully, releasing a heavy sigh. This marked his first departure from Lu Shui, and the thought of being away for 3 centuries filled him with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom how his daughter had managed without him during such an extensive absence. Lord Lu, your daughter may have misconstrued the situation. Ouyang Yanqing interjected with a sudden smile. What misunderstanding? Lu Daosheng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Your daughter seems to have misjudged my intentions. I must ask, have you ever brought another woman back? Ouyang Yanqing recalled the look in Lu Daosheng's daughter's eyes at that moment, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As a woman, she understood the nuances of such matters quite well. Upon hearing Ouyang Yanqing's words, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback, but clarity soon dawned upon him. He slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have been so slow to comprehend? I had wondered why my daughter would react in such a manner towards me. It appears to be a misunderstanding after all. However, it is understandable that she harbors some resentment after my prolonged absence of 300 years. After all, I too feel a tinge of bitterness after my wife has been away for over a decade. How much more so for my daughter? With a shake of his head, Lu Daosheng resolved to wait until Xiu Xue had calmed down before attempting to explain the situation. Beside them, Gu Qin remarked, "Master of the city, I will take care of Xiao Xue." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng finally revealed the first smile since his return. "You have worked hard over the years," he said, handing Gu Qin a cosmic crystal. "This item will greatly assist you in breaking through to the next realm." Upon seeing the cosmic crystal, Gu Qin was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly responded, "Your words are too kind, Master. Xiao Xue is my disciple, it is my duty." Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Qin took his leave. Nearby, Ouyang Yanqing, feeling a twinge of envy, commented, "You give him a cosmic crystal even though he's only at the Dao realm. Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Lu Daosheng did not respond but instead smiled, saying, "You are the first guest I have brought back to the wilderness city. If you enjoy your stay here, feel free to linger a while longer. Whenever you feel homesick, simply come to find me." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing understood that Lu Daosheng had matters to attend to. Hastily, she replied, "All right, go ahead. I can explore on my own." Her tone conveyed a sense of urgency. She found the surroundings so enchanting that she wished to remain there for a lifetime. Now that the city lord had spoken, she felt no hesitation. Observing this, Lu Daosheng refrained from further comments. "Take care of yourself," he said before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Lu Daosheng's departure, Ouyang Yanqing cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that no terrifying entities lurked nearby, before gradually allowing a smile to grace her lips. How splendid it would be if this were my eternal sanctuary. TSK, TSK, TSK. With so many options, which one should I choose first? After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Yanqing joyfully skipped over to the ancient wisdom tree. It was hard to believe that the formidable Lord of Eternity, feared throughout the eternal galaxy, could appear in such a whimsical manner here. In a certain void of the desolate city, Lu Daosheng single-handedly opened a small space. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, dozens of individuals materialized before him. Among them were Ah Wei, the guards of the Lord's mansion, various attendants, as well as the nameless man and other beings taken in by Lu Daosheng. "We greet the city lord." Ah Wei and the others from the Lord's mansion exclaimed respectfully upon seeing Lu Daosheng. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Daosheng's face at the sight of Ah Wei and the others. "You have worked hard these past days." Within his world, the flow of time differed from that of the outside realm, a deliberate choice on his part aimed at enabling them to enhance their strength within a short span. The results were evidently remarkable. At that moment, Ah Wei and the others had all reached at least the level of saints. Attaining such a realm required not only the accumulation of resources, but also ample time. Within his world, Ah Wei and his companions had spent over 10,000 years, a testament to the terrifying capabilities of the Destiny realm. Over the course of these millennia, Lu Daosheng has intermittently guided them. Now, the moment has finally arrived to reap the fruits of their labor. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Ah and the others felt their eyes moisten slightly. They were fully aware that their current achievements were a gift from their lord, Lu Daosheng. Their relentless cultivation was driven by the hope of one day alleviating his burdens. Observing the unfamiliar crowd around them, they understood that their lord was poised to undertake something monumental. "From this day forth, we shall exert ourselves to serve you, my lord," Ah proclaimed first. Behind him, the others from the Lord's manor quickly echoed, "We, too, shall serve you, my lord." Witnessing Ah, who had ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, Lu Daosheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, an aggressive long blade materialized in Lu Daosheng's hand, instantly enveloping the gathering in an aura of ferocity. With a gentle caress upon the blade, it fell into tranquility. "This sword, named Heaven's Severance, shall henceforth be yours," Lu Daosheng declared as he handed the blade to Ah. Receiving the sword, Ah bowed deeply to Lu Daosheng, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this blade upon me." Lu Daosheng nodded, then proceeded to issue a few instructions. "From this day forth, the personnel of the Lord's manor shall be responsible for all matters pertaining to the rules within the desolate city. Anyone who contravenes these regulations shall be subject to immediate execution on the spot. Moreover, Ah Wei has been granted certain privileges, such as the authority to recruit extraordinary individuals to augment the population of the Lord's manor, all of which he shall oversee." With a wave of his hand, Ah Wei and his companions departed, leaving behind only the formidable talents he had gathered from the outside. Unnamed. After a prolonged moment of confusion, the nameless man realized he was being addressed. Lord of the city. During his time within the realm of the palm, he had received assistance from Lu Daosheng, enhancing his strength and uncovering Lu Daosheng's true identity. The lord of the desolate city, though he was still unaware of what the city truly resembled, one could surmise its complexity. The very existence of that realm within the palm surpassed his imagination. Gazing at the nameless man, Lu Daosheng pondered for a moment, and then said, "From now on, you shall be called Huing Shu. What does Huing Shu mean? I wish for you to serve as the guardian of my desolate city. Henceforth, you shall be the first line of defense for Huing Ching." Upon hearing this, the nameless man fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall accept this role." He offered no further words, ultimately acquiescing. Initially, after his defeat at the hands of Lu Daosheng, he had contemplated training diligently to surpass him. In truth, after experiencing a defeat, his strength had significantly increased, and his path had extended further. However, upon witnessing the world within Lu Daosheng's grasp, he realized just how vast the chasm between himself and Lu Daosheng truly was, unfathomably distant, perhaps even insurmountable. He could not afford to be deluded. Let him be the guardian of the city. At that moment, another longsword materialized in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, a torrent of furious sword intent surged forth from the blade. This sword possessed a remarkable sentience. This time, rather than soothing the longsword, Lu Daoxing directly handed it over to Huang Shou. Upon receiving the sword, Huang Shou's expression changed dramatically. Boom! A surge of unknown peak-level aura erupted from Huang Shou's body, causing everyone around him to tremble, struggling to breathe. Lu Daoxing pressed his hand downwards, and only then did the crowd feel a semblance of relief. Within the Lord's Manor of Huang City, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly lifted her gaze towards the void, her brow furrowed. Just moments ago, she had sensed a disquieting presence. Indeed, this Huang City was a hidden gem, teeming with potential. Such a proud sword. After what felt like an eternity, Huang Shou finally began to establish a preliminary mastery over the longsword. Throughout his life of sword practice, he had never encountered a weapon of such caliber. The city lord was truly extraordinary. From now on, this sword shall be yours. I hope that one day you will fully master it, Lu Daoxing declared. Upon hearing this, Huang Shou respectfully bowed. Thank you, city lord, for bestowing this sword upon me. Unless I perish in battle, I shall not allow a single enemy to enter the city. Hearing these words, Lu Daoxing nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Lu Daoxing waved his hand, and Huang Shou appeared directly atop the city gate of the desolate city. Turning to survey the entire expanse of the desolate city, Huang Shou was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the desolate city? By my stars, I have struck gold. Lowering his gaze to the city walls beneath his feet, Huang Shou raised his sword and struck downwards. Bang! He was immediately jolted back, his arm rendered numb. Yet, the city wall bore nothing more than an inconspicuous scratch. After a prolonged silence, Huang Shou murmured, Does this city truly require my guardianship? Chapter 17. Each in their own role, before Lu Daoxing stood a group of individuals, each lacking the formidable prowess of Huang Shou. In truth, when these souls encountered Lu Daoxing, they were in a state of profound despair. Among them were elders nearing the end of their days, beggars on the brink of starvation, and soldiers poised to perish on the battlefield. Without exception, these individuals owed their renewed existence to Lu Daoxing. Thus, their loyalty to him ran deep. I aspire to forge my own army, Lu Daoxing declared, surveying the faces before him. To transform the desolate city into a supreme force, possessing strength was imperative. A powerful army was essential. Upon hearing this, a man who bore the semblance of a general stepped forward. His aura of ancient realms was strikingly potent. Though the recent terrifying pressure of the unknown realm imposed by Huang Shou dulled the crowd's perception. Above the heavenly emperor lies the Dao realm, above the Dao realm, the ancient realm, and beyond the ancient realm, the unknown. My lord, constructing an army is a matter I can assist you with, the man proclaimed. At these words, Lu Daoxing smiled with satisfaction. He had awaited this very response. For what purpose would there be in harboring them otherwise? He recalled that this general-like figure was someone he had encountered in a desolate star system, a realm that had fallen into ruin, littered with countless lifeless bodies that sprawled across the void. The general stood weakly amidst the ruins, his gaze lost in the horizon. With his homeland shattered and his kin perished, he remained the sole survivor. At that moment, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, he was ultimately rescued by Lu Daoxing, who granted him a second chance at life. From that point forward, the general pledged his unwavering loyalty to Lu Daoxing. Then I shall take my leave, Lu Daoxing remarked with a subtle smile, producing a spatial ring filled with an abundance of resources sufficient to forge an invincible army. Upon receiving the ring, the general examined it closely, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Surely, this is meant for the creation of an army, not an interstellar fleet? Taking a deep breath, he knelt on one knee and declared with fervor, Rest assured, my lord, I shall not betray your expectations. With that, he turned and departed. Watching the silhouette of the general retreat, Lu Daoxing faintly recalled his name, Yin Qi. Countless years hence, this name would become synonymous with terror, earning him the moniker of the god of death, leaving desolation in his wake. My lord, what of us? Inquired a man on the verge of attaining imperial status, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked towards Lu Daoxing. While others had received their assignments, he could not bear to remain idle. Who among them did not yearn to serve Lu Daoxing? The opportunities presented, celestial blades, divine swords, and a wealth of resources, made their hearts race with longing. Upon hearing the words, Lu Daoxing turned his gaze towards the man of the quasi-emperor realm. After a brief contemplation, he discerned the man's identity, a wanderer adrift in the void, unburdened by ties. However, by mere chance, he crossed paths with Lu Daoxing, who, given his formidable prowess, recognized the latent potential within this individual. Possessing the legendary void body, he could traverse the abyss at will. Should his physique reach its zenith, he could, with bare hands, forge an expanse of nothingness. Within this realm of void, a bearer of the void body would be invincible, unless, of course, one possessed strength akin to Lu Daosheng, capable of shattering the entire void with his bare hands. Thus, overcoming him would be nearly impossible. Therefore, Lu Daosheng chose to bring him back, offering the condition of awakening his void body. Anqing, do you wish to dwell in the shadows? Lu Daosheng inquired, gazing intently at Anqing. Momentarily taken aback, Anqing resolutely nodded, declaring, for the sake of the city lord. What is this minor sacrifice? After all, he had long roamed the void, accustomed to the darkness of existence. Upon hearing this response, those around them raised their thumbs in admiration, proclaiming him a model for all. Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction. In the next moment, a peculiar obsidian object soared into Anqing's hand. Consume this, and your void body shall awaken. When you reach the status of the celestial emperor, your formless body shall attain its full potential. Gazing at the black object in his hand, Anqing's expression brimmed with delight. Thank you, esteemed city lord, thank you. Lu Daosheng chuckled and replied, very well. Henceforth, I hope you can establish a faction within the dark division of the wasteland city, extinguishing all threats in their infancy. He then presented Anqing with a spatial ring, filled with resources beyond imagination. Upon receiving the ring, Anqing gasped in astonishment, his gaze towards Lu Daosheng growing increasingly reverent. City lord, what name should we bestow upon this faction? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daosheng replied slowly. Let it be called the Root. The Root? Cough, simply Root. Oh, understood, city lord. I shall proceed to establish it at once. With that, Anqing transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. From that day forth, the name Anqing became a closely guarded secret of the wasteland city. Known only to the highest echelons, the world was aware that the leader of the Root hailed from the realm of nothingness, an entity as elusive as a dragon. Should anyone utter a disparaging remark about the leader of the Root, their head would swiftly find itself severed from their body. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Daosheng emerged from the void. He had successfully assigned all the gathered individuals to their appropriate positions, effectively optimizing their potential. Gazing down upon the desolate city, it appeared unchanged from a month ago, yet 3 centuries had elapsed. Remarkably, the population had even increased, suggesting that the citizens were not solely devoted to their cultivation. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng's figure emerged in the sight of all within the desolate city. Upon his arrival, the inhabitants ceased their activities, bowing respectfully to him. City lord, you have finally returned, exclaimed a somewhat youthful elder with palpable excitement. Upon seeing this elder, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. Oldly, you have at last fulfilled your aspiration and transcended to the spirit concentration realm. Hearing this, the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, he had already ascended to the sage realm, far surpassing the spirit concentration realm. Lu Daosheng's words merely referenced an event from 3 centuries prior, when the elder had vowed to achieve the spirit concentration realm. At this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. City lord, we are but simple folk and do not know how to express ourselves. Regardless, should the desolate city face adversity in the future, we shall be the first to step forward. Indeed, old Zhang speaks wisely. We will be the first to stand up. Once, the sage was a legendary figure, a realm that even those of the fate harmonization realm dared not to dream of. Yet now, each of them had at least reached the sage realm. All of this was bestowed upon them by their illustrious city lord, Lu Daosheng. Observing the commitments of the multitude below, Lu Daosheng smiled with gratification. Once, it was a mere desolate city where they stood united against every hardship. Now, the city has expanded, yet their solidarity remains unwavering. This is the desolate city. Lu Daosheng's desolate city. With that, I, Lu Daosheng, extend my thanks to all of you. Lu Daosheng remarked. By the way, I shall soon be opening the barrier of this desolate city. At that time, many will enter. Please be mindful of your residences. Regardless of the price someone may be willing to pay, do not sell, and engage in commerce as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded earnestly. We shall take note. Satisfied with their reply, Lu Daosheng nodded and subsequently vanished from their sight. Chapter 18. The city opens, entering the urban wilderness beyond. Here, towering edifices have risen from the ground within a mere month, their lofty structures standing in splendid array, bustling with life and vibrancy. Just a month prior, this locale was but a desolate expanse. All of this transformation is attributed to the central hub of the new city, an enigmatic colossal metropolis. With the concerted efforts of the G family, alongside the heavenly immortal sect, the moon god cult, and the battle sect. The expansion project was flawlessly concluded within this short time frame. What remains is to await the moment when this mysterious giant city shall officially open. As for the duration of this wait, it remains shrouded in uncertainty. Within the tallest building, several formidable figures, exuding an aura of profundity, are gathered, seemingly engaged in earnest discussion. This grand city has undoubtedly captured their attention. A middle-aged man spoke slowly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, such a significant commotion has not gone unnoticed by others. He continued, let it be clear, the G family harbors no interest in the resources within this giant city. We are content to profit from the wealth outside its walls. In response, a woman scoffed, not interested? Or perhaps you simply fear competing with those formidable entities. These individuals represent the four major forces that collaborated in the expansion endeavor. Upon hearing her words, Ji Wuhui chose to remain silent. Although their factions appeared to wield great power within the heavenly mystical world, including during this expansion, no other forces dared to intervene in their affairs. Yet, they were acutely aware that it was merely due to a more formidable presence disregarding such trivial gains. What truly captivated their interest was the enigmatic colossal city. Once the day of the city's unveiling arrived, those individuals would undoubtedly reveal their true prowess. At that moment, there would be no place for them. Just then, a resonant hum suddenly reverberated through the air. Instantly, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically, and in the next breath, they found themselves suspended in the void. Before them, at the heart of the new city, the mysterious colossal city quivered slightly. Witnessing this scene, they exchanged glances. The city is about to open. A thunderous roar ensued. In the next instant, the ethereal giant city gradually became discernible. The barrier dissipated, unveiling a magnificent city imbued with an unparalleled aura. And merely gazing upon it left the onlookers feeling dizzy. The city has opened. It has opened. Everyone, rush forward. It was unclear who shouted, but in the next moment, countless individuals surged towards the direction of the colossal city. At that instant, amidst the throng, no one dared to step forward to impede their advance. To do so would incite the wrath of the masses. It was feared that any attempt to halt their progress would result in a collective uprising. In the void, Ji Wuhui and his companions nodded in agreement before also charging forward. Though they had just vocally expressed their reluctance, when the moment arrived, their bodies betrayed their true intentions. Reluctance was futile. Several formidable cultivators surged to the forefront, intending to soar directly into the colossal city, only to be met with a thunderous crash as they fell to the ground. An invisible force enveloped the grand metropolis, rendering flight impossible. Observing this, the crowd hastily made their way towards the city gate. Remarkably, the immense city boasted but a singular entrance that was ajar. Before the gate, the throng came to a halt, beholding two young individuals clad in simple attire, who stood there with beaming smiles directed at the onlookers. These were the offspring of the esteemed Zhang family from within the city, now all grown. "Who are you?" inquired one individual from the crowd, his brow furrowed in confusion. At this moment, everyone regarded the two with skepticism, none daring to act rashly. The air of mystery surrounding this grand city demanded their utmost caution. Yet, the allure of the city was undeniable, compelling them to enter. "Ahem, we are here on behalf of the illustrious lord of the wasteland city to collect the entrance fee. To enter, one must first pay the toll." "An entrance fee?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Humph, I refuse to pay. Do you dare to obstruct me?" A powerful middle-aged man with an imposing presence stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury. He was, in fact, a formidable expert of the Divine Mansion realm. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in excitement. With someone willing to confront the youngsters, they could hardly contain their anticipation. They eagerly awaited to see if these two youths possessed the strength to enforce their toll. As the audience prepared to witness the performance, one individual at the city gate sneered, "It seems you all remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation." In the next instant, to the horrified gaze of the crowd, a middle-aged man was effortlessly sent flying with a single slap. Though the attack was not lethal, blood gushed forth, instilling profound fear in the onlookers. After all, he was a formidable figure of the Divine Mansion realm. Could it be that this young man was a being of the Fate Harmonization realm? In the distance, Ji Wuhui and his companions observed this spectacle, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This colossal city was indeed remarkable. Even a mere gatekeeper possessed such prowess. They quickly discerned that the young man's strength surely exceeded that of an ordinary Fate Harmonization realm practitioner. Was he, perchance, on the cusp of becoming a saint? At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth from afar. The crowd gasped and instinctively parted to create a passage. A venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe approached slowly, followed respectfully by a middle-aged man who bowed slightly. The sight of the elder sparked curiosity among the onlookers. Who could this esteemed figure be? In the void, Ji Wuhui and his companions regarded the elder with palpable trepidation. Indeed, these formidable individuals had made their appearance. The Nangong family, a hidden lineage from the celestial Xian world, was a powerful clan whose depth of strength far surpassed that of the Ji family. Having endured through countless ages, among them, there once emerged a great emperor. At this moment, the elder had arrived before the city gate. Casting a glance at the two individuals by the gate, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. In the next instant, he raised his gaze to the plaque above the gate, which bore the imposing characters "Desolate City." A hum resonated within him, as if he were plunged into an infinite abyss. The overwhelming pressure emanating from those two characters rendered him breathless, waves of primal fear washing over his consciousness from the depths of his being. In just a fleeting moment, the elder became dazed, collapsing onto the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat. "Grandfather, what is wrong with you?" The middle-aged man, witnessing the elder's distress, immediately expressed his anxiety. Surrounding onlookers, seeing this scene, began to snicker. "I thought someone impressive had arrived, huh? Is this old man here to entertain us?" Upon hearing the mockery, a fierce aura surged from within the middle-aged man. "Do you seek death?" With a thunderous roar, the aura of a half-step saint erupted from him. In an instant, every bystander was struck by terror, collapsing to the ground in fright. "Ayu." The elder finally regained his composure and spoke. Hearing the elder's call, the middle-aged man hastily subdued his aura, glancing at the elder with concern. "Grandfather, are you all right?" The elder wiped the blood tears from his eyes, cautioning, "This city is extraordinary." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man fell silent. Seeing the visage of his grandfather, he instinctively understood, for his grandfather was a true sage, a living legend. The mere sight of such a formidable figure before the grand city, without even having entered, spoke volumes about the nature of the place within. "My young friend, may I inquire about the entrance fee to this city?" The elder, sensing the overwhelming aura of the metropolis, turned to the two guardians at the gates and asked. One of them chuckled in response. Not much at all. A mere 1,000,000 spirit stones is required for entry. 1,000,000 spirit stones." At this proclamation, the faces of the onlookers behind him were painted with astonishment and ire. Why not resort to thievery? They thought. To demand 1,000,000 spirit stones for entry was a maneuver that could easily dismiss 9/10 of the populace. Only the wealthy or the powerful could afford such a toll. "Very well, I shall pay." The elder responded with an air of indifference, nodding. In truth, he found the sum of 1,000,000 spirit stones somewhat modest. Not to mention, he would willingly exhaust the entire Nangong clan's resources for this opportunity. For he sensed the presence of imperial fortune within the city, a value beyond measure. In the next moment, the middle-aged man beside the elder presented a spatial ring. Inside lay 2,000,000 spirit stones. "Very well, you may enter." With the spatial ring now in hand, the gatekeeper nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, two members of the Nangong family stepped inside. Thus, the first group of individuals to enter the desolate city was born. Behind them, the crowd exchanged glances. 1,000,000, an amount that the vast majority among them could scarcely afford. Truly, a single coin can bring even the mightiest man to his knees. Chapter 19. The true river of time and space, such a monumental opportunity, must it come to an abrupt halt? Just as despair began to envelop the crowd, a sudden resonant hum pierced the air. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the multitude of practitioners surrounding the colossal city were instantly thrown into disarray. A torrent of incomprehensibly rich spiritual energy surged forth from within the city, transforming the surroundings into a realm reminiscent of legendary sanctuaries. As they absorbed the extraordinary ambience and the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy emanating from the grand city, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, their jaws agape. Miracles! Truly miraculous! In an instant, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Wuhui and his companions in the void were overcome with uncontainable joy. They could hardly fathom that this mysterious city would manifest in such an astonishing manner. It was nothing short of a delightful surprise. They understood that the outer cities they were expanding would soon skyrocket in value. Without hesitation, they hastily departed to prepare. As for entering the city, that could be discussed later. After all, the city was there, and surely it wouldn't vanish. Meanwhile, This dramatic transformation drew the attention of nearly everyone within the entire Tianxian realm. The overwhelming density of spiritual energy continued to spread, nearly altering the cultivation environment throughout the realm. And it showed no signs of abating. I too shall enter the city. Moreover, I too. Here lies 1,000,000 spirit stones. Allow me to enter. At this moment, several cultivators capable of presenting 1,000,000 spirit stones reacted, rushing forward with excitement. However, if the exterior of the great city appears thus, how extraordinary must the interior be? It is evident even to the most simplistic thinker. Subsequently, the crowd began to step forward to pay the fee. Observing this, the Zhang brothers, the guardians of the city, exchanged knowing smiles and calmly remarked, "No need to rush. Please form an orderly line." In a brief moment, the crowd obediently arranged themselves in a queue. Had they not witnessed the fate of the individual from the Divine Mansion realm? To entertain thoughts of conflict here would be unwise. Simply adhering to the rules is prudent. After handing over the spatial ring containing the 1,000,000 spirit stones, the Zhang brothers exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "You may enter." Upon hearing this, the individual's countenance brightened with joy, and he promptly dashed inside. This endeavor of collecting entrance fees was indeed initiated by Lu Daoxing, intended to bestow some wealth upon the townsfolk. Yet, to his surprise, the denizens of the desolate city regarded it with disdain, leaving only the Zhang brothers to volunteer for the task. Meanwhile, within the city, Nan Gongyu, supporting his grandfather, gazed at the scene before him, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. The interior of the city appeared akin to a celestial realm, replete with majestic towers exuding an air of supremacy. Vibrant streams brimming with life, and the towering trees and spires that seemed to touch the heavens, yet appeared so near. Is this truly the desolate city? Grandfather, is this a dream? Nan Gongyu stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. Hearing his grandson's words, Nan Gongfang turned around, his expression grave. Ayu, quickly return and inform the clan. Summon all those gifted individuals to this place. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyu nodded. Then, grandfather, what about you? Nan Gongfang gazed toward the towering trees in the distance, his demeanor serious. I shall pay a visit to the master of this unparalleled city. At these words, Nan Gongyu's pupils constricted. Indeed, this city was not without a master. The guard at the gate had already stated it was the command of their lord. Hence, this colossal city, known as the Wasteland City, possesses a master. What manner of person could possibly be the owner of such an indescribably magnificent city? Grandfather, please be careful. Do not worry. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Such a figure likely surpasses our wildest imaginations. Nan Gongfang nodded, preparing to depart. At that moment, a message surged into his mind. To be precise, every individual who had entered the Wasteland City received this information. All who enter the Wasteland City must adhere to its rules and order. No fighting, no loud noises, no flying at high altitudes. Violators will be expelled and barred from re-entering the Wasteland City. For severe infractions, immediate execution will ensue. Suddenly, dozens of rules penetrated the minds of the gathered crowd. Particularly resonant was the final decree, immediate execution. There was no semblance of jest among them. The gravity of the surroundings left no room for levity. Grandfather, take care. Ning Ingwei said to his elder after absorbing the rules, before turning away. As he departed, Ning Ingfeng gazed resolutely toward the city center, determination hardening in his expression, and strode purposefully toward the Lord's manor. Meanwhile, within the somewhat frigid confines of a chamber in the Lord's manor, Elsu sat at the edge of her bed, utterly overcome with tears. She never fathomed that her father could transform into such a person. Having been absent for 300 years and now accompanied by a new woman, how could she possibly come to terms with this? Just then, the door creaked open. L.D. Yashing entered. Leave. Elsu exclaimed fiercely, wiping her tears upon seeing him. The anguish in L.D. Yashing's heart was profound. It was the first time his daughter had addressed him with such hostility. Suddenly, GCHN appeared behind L.D. Yashing. My lord, I apologize. When I arrived earlier, little Su was in seclusion, so I have yet to explain things to you, he said, his tone laced with regret. In response, L.D. Yashing shook his head. No, I shall explain myself. Explain? What is there to explain? 300 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 3 centuries? Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, Lu Shui's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice laden with dissatisfaction and grievance. Alas, Xiao Shui, I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Instantly, Lu Daoxing hurriedly elucidated the matter of the time-space divine tower to Lu Shui. The activation of the time-space divine tower had altered the flow of time, resulting in the passage of 300 years within the desolate city, while in reality, merely a month had elapsed outside. As for Ouyang Yanqing's identity, that was even simpler to clarify. She was merely a newly acquainted friend visiting the desolate city. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's explanation, Lu Shui ceased her tears. "Father, you are not deceiving me, are you?" In response, Lu Daoxing earnestly declared, "Father never tells lies. I can let you experience the flow of time." He then extended his hand and gestured towards the void. Instantly, a vast and ethereal river of time and space was summoned by Lu Daoxing. Endless laws of time and space flowed ceaselessly upon it, with the essence of the great Tao extending for miles. As the river of time and space magnified, the segment corresponding to the desolate city appeared visibly longer than usual. Beside them, Gu Qin was left in astonishment. City Lord, truly a divine being. Lu Shui did not comprehend these matters, yet her mouth hung agape in wonder. "So, Xiao Shui, do you now believe your father?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui dazedly nodded her head. At that moment, a voice imbued with an overwhelming authority resounded. "Who dares to disrupt the flow of the river of time and space? Do you wish to forfeit your existence?" In the next instant, a surge of energy, imbued with the essence of time and space, surged forth from the river, racing along its banks, aimed directly at Lu Daoxing. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qin's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. "City Lord, is this truly the river of time and space?" Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing merely smiled, offering no response. In light of this, Gu Qin fell silent, rendered speechless by the sheer prowess of his city lord, feeling at a loss for words. It was rumored that certain exceptionally powerful beings could harness the strength of the river of time and space for combat or cultivation. Yet these individuals merely utilized the phantom of the river. After all, its true essence was not something to be trifled with. It was, in fact, the river of time and space. Any slight anomaly could reverberate throughout the very fabric of the universe. Now, in an effort to elucidate matters for his daughter, their city lord had summoned the true essence of the river itself. Nearby, as she observed the force of time and space advancing toward Lu Daoxing, Lu Shui's face paled. For the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The opponent was undoubtedly beyond her current capabilities to confront. Nevertheless, with Lu Daoxing present, Lu Shui was assured of her safety, perhaps even oblivious to the danger. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Lu Daoxing himself. Indeed, in her fright, Lu Shui instinctively leaped into her father's embrace. With a sinister smile, Lu Daoxing reveled in the success of his scheme, then waved his hand, causing the force of time and space to dissipate instantly. A voice of skepticism resonated from the river of time and space. In the next moment, an ethereal figure gradually materialized from the flowing currents of time. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, the apparition was filled with confusion. In the vast expanse of the humming universe, he should be familiar with any being capable of opposing him. Why, then, did this figure seem so utterly unfamiliar? Just as the apparition was about to speak, Lu Daoxing unleashed a fragment of his aura. Naturally, this aura was deliberately isolated from Gu Qin and Lu Shui, for they might not withstand its pressure. Upon sensing Lu Daoxing's presence, the ethereal figure was overtaken by panic, and he immediately knelt before him. "Heavenly Destiny Master, I am but a humble being who failed to recognize your grandeur. I shall take my leave at once." With that, the apparition fled as if escaping a dire threat. In the room, Lu Daoxing shook his head with a smile and waved his hand, causing the river of time and space to vanish without a trace. Chapter 20. The arrival of the extreme cold palace in a certain stretch of the river of time and space. A phantom that had traversed an unfathomable distance finally came to a halt, panting heavily. Destiny, how could a formidable being of the Destiny realm appear here? It terrified me to the core. At this moment, the phantom was still somewhat shaken. That aura, he would never forget it for the rest of his life, and equally, he wished never to feel it again. To him, such a powerful entity was only something to be gazed upon in awe. There was nothing he could do in their presence. If such a being were to fixate upon him or harbor any disdain, well, there was little he could do. Aside from praying for even a shred of mercy to grant him a future life, he was utterly powerless. After cautiously glancing back, the phantom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he knelt once more, expressing his gratitude for the mercy shown by the mighty figure of destiny. In the eyes of others, he was the indomitable guardian of the river of time and space, with all who sought its power obliged to heed his whims. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying power, he was but a plaything, even the very essence of the river of time and space itself. Inside the room of the deserted city, Lu Shui held tightly on to her father. "Little Snow, with your father here, everything will be all right," Lu Daoxing said, his face filled with joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui slowly lifted her head, her eyes still red. "Father, can you promise never to leave me again?" She was afraid. Afraid that one day her father might forsake her. Having grown up without a mother, she was profoundly dependent on her father. Sensing Lu Shui's emotions, Lu Daoxing understood that his daughter did not harbor any resentment towards him. "Father promises you, I shall never leave your side." Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui finally broke into a smile. "Let's make a pact." "Very well." Thus, in the presence of the third party, Gu Qin, Lu Daoxing and Lu Shui solemnly sealed their vow. "By the way, my dear Shui, I have prepared a gift for you." What is it?" Immediately, Lu Daoxing produced a delicate necklace, exuding an aura of profound ice principles. This was intended for Lu Shui when she was to awaken her innate abilities. But it was withheld as she was not yet ready at that time. Now, however, Lu Shui had reached the threshold of an imperial realm, making the necklace perfectly suited for her. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, father." Lu Shui received the necklace, her face radiant with joy as she adorned herself with it. "Father, does it look good?" "My daughter looks splendid in anything she wears," Lu Daoxing replied with a smile. She then turned to Gu Chun at the doorway. "Master, how does it look?" "It looks exquisite," Gu Chun said with a gentle smile and a nod. Throughout the 3 centuries of Lu Daoxing's absence, he had assumed the role of a guardian figure to Lu Shui. Now, he held great affection for this obedient and lovely disciple, often refraining from reprimanding her out of fondness. Thus, Lu Daoxing adeptly resolved the matter concerning Lu Shui. Instantly, his spirits soared. Moments later, he emerged from Lu Shui's chamber, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the next heartbeat, he soared into the sky, and with a grand gesture, a mysterious force enveloped the entirety of the wild city, extending even to the outskirts. All who inhabited the city felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through them. Soon after, a faint golden aura began to materialize within the crowd, gradually solidifying. The onlookers were puzzled by this phenomenon, while a select few among the elite warriors wore expressions of astonishment. This was the art of fortune, a technique that harnessed unparalleled power to enhance one's destiny, an opportunity indeed. Among the throng, an unassuming elder gazed at the ethereal figure suspended in the distance, his eyes brimming with reverence. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing his words, was equally struck with awe. Who could that be? A benefactor of immense significance. A mix of surprise and delight washed over them as they began to speculate on the identity of this great benefactor. At that moment, a young man turned to the elder and inquired, "Respected elder, do you know who this great benefactor is?" The elder, possessing knowledge of such arcane arts, surely held insight into the identity of the practitioner. The crowd's gaze shifted towards him expectantly. With a grave expression, the elder finally spoke. To elevate the fortune of an individual, one need only surpass the celestial laws of this realm in strength. To elevate the fortunes of such a multitude, this method is unprecedented, akin to legends of yore. I dare to speculate that it is highly probable this is the handiwork of the master of this supreme city, the Lord of the Wasteland. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. The master of this unparalleled city. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. Indeed, while they had marveled at the magnificence of the grand city, its proprietor must be even more extraordinary. Grateful shouts erupted for the Lord of the Wasteland. Suddenly, one individual raised his voice to the heavens. In the next instant, the golden aura surrounding him began to swell. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this truly possible? The Lord of the Wasteland is magnificent. A fortune surged. The Lord of the Wasteland is the most splendid. A fortune surged. Zhang San, a disciple of the inner sect of the Huaqing sect, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Lord of the Wasteland, declaring the Lord's greatness. Boom. Instantly, the young man named Zhang San experienced a surge in his fortunes, akin to a dragon's ascent. The crowd exclaimed, "Wang Defa." Meanwhile, the elder observed all of this with a serene demeanor, showing no signs of intervention, merely turning his gaze toward the distant heart of the city, his expression growing solemn. "It appears I have indeed come to the right place," the elder murmured, and then took a step toward the city's center, vanishing from sight. In the void, Lu Daoxing, having orchestrated these events, reveled in the admiration of the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. The fervor of the people remains astonishingly exuberant. At this moment, an extraordinarily frigid aura suddenly emanates from the periphery of the desolate city. Presently, the desolate city has been divided into three distinct sections by Lu Daoxing, the outer city, accessible to outsiders, the inner city, inhabited by the indigenous residents and certain exceptional individuals, and lastly, the Lord's mansion where Lu Daoxing and his trusted confidants reside. This hierarchical structure is quite formidable. Without Lu Daoxing's explicit permission, no one is permitted to cross these boundaries. As the people in the outer city sense this chilling presence, their expressions quiver in trepidation. What sort of entity has arrived now? They behold a woman of breathtaking beauty, radiating an icy aura as she approaches slowly from the distance. Accompanying her are several formidable figures, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon seeing the attire of these individuals, a wave of shock washes over some onlookers. The Hall of Extreme Cold. What? Are you suggesting they hail from the Hall of Extreme Cold of Mount Tianshan? Who else could it be? A collective gasp reverberates through the crowd. This faction is not only powerful, but also shrouded in mystery, residing atop Tianshan Mountain. Indifferent to the happenings of the outside world unless the celestial Xian realm were on the brink of annihilation, they are truly an extraordinary force. And now, these individuals have ventured into the desolate city. At this moment, the woman surveys her surroundings, her expression one of profound astonishment. She cannot fathom how the desolate city could be so remarkably extraordinary. Gazing at the distant, hazy towering trees and majestic spires, Yi Hanchuang's breath quickened. Master of the Hall, is this the place? A powerful member of the Cold Extreme Hall beside her asked, seemingly dazed. Not only Yi Hanchuang, but also all who had recently entered the desolate city shared this astonished demeanor, without exception. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanchuang regained her composure and spoke gravely. This place is extraordinarily complex. We should refrain from unnecessary provocations and remember our purpose. Her mission was to seek out the prodigy possessing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, a talent that could only belong to a member of the Cold Extreme Hall. She had arrived here a month prior, but the desolate city had yet to open its gates. After searching in vain outside, she had no choice but to await the city's opening. Now that the gates had finally opened, she had entered with determination. At that moment, a sudden influx of information surged into her mind. The rules of the desolate city. Upon perceiving these regulations, Yi Hanchuang's expression became serious. Shall we first pay a visit to the Lord of the desolate city? It would provide an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the prodigy with the Ice Phoenix bloodline. She was confident that this individual must be within the city. Just as this thought crystallized in her mind, someone voiced their bewilderment. This desolate city seems rather deserted, does it not? Deserted? Look at all these people. Another countered. But aside from us outsiders, are there no locals within the desolate city? Realm, Chi refinement, innate spiritual master, breaking void, focusing spirit, splitting soul, divine mansion, harmonizing fate, sage, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, celestial emperor, Tao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm. Chapter 21. House rental. Upon hearing these words, the crowd began to react. Having just entered the city, they were initially captivated by the awe-inspiring grandeur of this colossal metropolis. Now, they suddenly realized that the interior of the city appeared eerily desolate. Strangely, the lofts and houses were completely devoid of inhabitants. Goodness, there seems to be a barrier preventing entry, one individual remarked. Attempting to step inside a house for a closer inspection, only to discover an impenetrable force. The others, upon hearing this, began to test the boundaries themselves, only to find that entry was indeed impossible. What could this mean? A wave of confusion washed over the group. At that moment, from the depths of the city, a solitary figure approached with a measured gait. With a mere step, he materialized before their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hanchuang's expression turned grave. Spatial contraction. A practitioner of the sacred realm. This individual was none other than Zhang Qing, the son of the original inhabitant of the desolate city. Old Zhang, the very young man who had once mocked Old Li 3 centuries prior. Now, 300 years later, he had matured immensely, and the aura of a powerful being enveloped him. As Zhang Qing appeared, the crowd found themselves momentarily paralyzed, hesitant to engage him in conversation. Esteemed guests, I am indeed a native of the desolate city, a true-born resident. Should you have any inquiries, I am here to provide clarity, he said with a gentle smile, taking the initiative to speak. The crowd, taken aback yet relieved, lowered their guard, ready to listen. Brother, why are these houses uninhabited? And why is there a restriction preventing entry? Zhang Qing's inquiry prompted a cultivator to step forward in bewilderment. This question echoed the curiosity of the majority present. They had paid to enter the city, and surely they could not be left to sleep on the streets. Could it be that this place was merely a tourist attraction? Yet, even tourist spots typically offer accommodations. In response, Zhang Qing smiled and said, "Allow me to elucidate." His voice, though calm, resonated powerfully in the ears of everyone present, drawing an ever-growing crowd of newcomers towards him. Soon, nearly all those who had entered the city gathered around Zhang Qing, with more arrivals continuing to swell the numbers. The desolate city is divided into 3 distinct sections. We currently find ourselves in the outer city, while deeper within lies the inner city, followed by the Lord's Manor. The outer city is the only area accessible to those who have paid to enter. Upon hearing this, the inquisitive cultivator pressed on. "Are you suggesting that we are confined solely to the outer city?" Zhang Qing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the conditions in the inner city surpass those of the outer city. However, entry into the inner city is reserved for individuals recognized by the Lord's Manor, such as those who have made significant contributions to the desolate city. This information was imparted to him by Lu Daoxing. "Is it possible to pay for entry?" queried another. For most of those who had paid to enter were not lacking in wealth. If spending money were indeed an option, it would be most welcome. Regrettably, it is apparent that this is not feasible. Zhang Qing shook his head. Spending money is certainly not an option, so one must diligently strive to become a resident of the desolate city. As for these houses, they are available for rent, and after a certain period, designated individuals will come to handle these matters. By the way, it is prudent to show them respect, as they are from the Lord's office and possess the authority to execute decisions without hesitation. Regarding the rented houses, you may either reside in them or conduct business. Upon hearing this, several individuals with a keen business acumen began to stir with excitement, such as Ji Xingkai among the crowd. At this moment, Yu Hanzhuang spoke up. "Excuse me, how might one meet the Lord of the desolate city?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and replied, "The Lord is exceedingly busy and does not meet just anyone. If he wishes to see you, he will certainly make arrangements." Hearing this, Yi Hanzhuang furrowed her brow slightly, but dared not voice her dissent. She knew that she could not afford to offend this desolate city, though reluctant to acknowledge it. The current circumstances undeniably conveyed this truth. However, since meeting the Lord was not an option, she resolved to seek alternatives herself, especially given the favorable environment here that invigorated her long-stagnant realm. First, she would rent a house. Indeed, moments later, a group of uniformed guards wielding swords arrived in the outer city. Each of these individuals emanated a terrifying aura, their menacing presence almost suffocating the onlookers. Is this the residence of the city lord? It is utterly terrifying. The leader is none other than Wei. Unfortunately, as the desolate city is just beginning to take shape, they are somewhat short-handed and thus must step forward personally. "If anyone wishes to rent, please form a line," Wei stated in a calm tone. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then someone stepped forward. "Senior, I wish to rent that building," Ji Xingkai said, pointing towards a distant tall structure. Wei replied, "1 month will cost 10 million spirit stones. How long do you intend to rent it?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xingkai's eyelids twitched, and after a brief contemplation, he responded, "I will rent it for half a year. By the way, can I extend the lease?" "Certainly, but you must first pay half of the deposit." "What is your purpose for renting this?" "Purpose?" Ji Xingkai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a question would be posed. His face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He then leaned closer to Wei and whispered his intention. After hearing this, Wei cast a meaningful glance at Ji Xingkai. "You rascal." Ji Xingkai returned a knowing look. After paying the deposit, Wei produced a sheet of paper made from a special golden material. "Let us proceed with the contract." Ji Xingkai gazed at the paper before him, his expression filled with confusion, mirrored by the puzzled looks of those around him. Upon encountering the gazes of the crowd, which reflected their lack of worldly experience, Wei scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "This object is known as a contract, comprising 2 copies held jointly by both parties. The stipulations contained within must be adhered to by the lessee without fail. Should any violation occur, a hefty penalty for breach of contract will be incurred, while my domain, the Wild City, shall ensure your safety throughout the duration of your lease." This information, of course, was imparted to him by Lu Daoxing. Hearing Wei's elucidation, the crowd nodded in agreement, astonished that such a sophisticated measure existed in the Wild City. Previously, agreements were merely verbal. Here, however, a tangible contract was presented. Ji Shinkai also nodded, feeling reassured by the protection offered by the Wild City Lord's manor, which would undoubtedly render business dealings significantly safer. Consequently, Ji Shinkai promptly signed the contract. After reviewing the document to ensure its accuracy, Awei handed him a copy along with the key to the building. Thus, for the next 6 months, that building would belong to Ji Shinkai. Thank you, my brother. Ji Shinkai expressed his gratitude before summoning his staff to proceed towards the building. Soon after, others approached to secure their leases. Meanwhile, deep within the Wild City, in the Lord's manor, Lu Shui suddenly felt a shiver run through her body as the bloodline of the ice phoenix within her began to stir restlessly. Lifting her gaze towards the distance, she pierced through the endless void and quickly identified her target. With this realization, Lu Shui stepped outside. Xiaoxue. Just as Lu Shui was about to investigate, Gu Chen appeared beside her. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Lu Shui respectfully bowed, addressing him as master. Gu Chen nodded slightly and advised, do not act hastily. It remains uncertain whether they are friend or foe. In response, Lu Shui gazed at Gu Chen with a pleading expression and said, Master, could you not accompany me? That would ensure safety. After a brief hesitation, Gu Chen acquiesced, stating, very well then. Thank you, Master. With that, Gu Chen and Lu Shui vanished from their location. Meanwhile, in the outer city, as the crowd engaged in their respective activities, a thunderous roar of a dragon suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, a formidable dragon's aura surged into the city from outside. Boom. Within the city, the inhabitants gazed at the seemingly impregnable walls of the desolate city, initially relieved. But soon their expressions turned grave. The Tianxian realm truly harbored dragons, a species that had not been seen for ages. Outside the city, a colossal ice dragon loomed over the new city, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Although its terrifying presence did not penetrate the desolate city, it instilled sheer terror in the hearts of those in the new city. Esteemed dragon, please restrain your powers. We are utterly overwhelmed. Ao Qing disregarded the pleas of the crowd, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded the desolate city before him. A month ago, when I first arrived here, the city was already present, yet I failed to perceive its essence. Now, the city has unfolded before me, and still, I am unable to discern its mysteries. Very well. I shall venture forth and seek it out myself. Once I locate my master, I shall return to the Dragon Clan and reclaim my exalted status. With that, Ao Qing twisted his immense form, preparing to force his way through the city walls. The onlookers gazed in rapt attention, fully aware that entry was forbidden. Yet, exceptions exist. True power knows no such constraints. Perhaps this ice dragon could indeed defy the norm. A resounding roar echoed through the skies as Ao Qing's formidable strength caused the very fabric of the void to crack and reverberate. At that moment, an elderly figure suddenly emerged, positioning himself directly in front of Ao Qing. How audacious! This is no place for your antics. The crowd was perplexed by the appearance of yet another formidable and unfamiliar elder. This man was, in fact, a being beyond the realm of saints, an ancient figure known as the Broken Sword Elder. He hailed from an era hundreds of thousands of years ago, making it understandable that the crowd did not recognize him. His legendary broken sword had once rendered him nearly invincible. Yet he had remained trapped at the Saint King level for thousands of years, ultimately retreating from the world in despair after failing to find a path to ascension. Now, he sensed the aura of the Heavenly Emperor and arrived here with deep reverence. However, he was met with the sight of the colossal dragon rampaging about. Without hesitation, he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. The majesty of the Heavenly Emperor must not be insulted, the elder mused, and in the next moment, a broken sword materialized in his grasp. With a hiss, countless fissures abruptly appeared in the void. Chapter 22. The Gathering of the Saint Kings. In the next moment, the elder erupted with an overwhelming surge of sword intent. It was unimaginable that the frail old man, who had appeared as a decrepit figure moments ago, had now transformed into a formidable sword deity. Upon sighting the broken sword, those below erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "It is he, the Elder of the Broken Sword." What? The Elder of the Broken Sword is revered as a saint among countless sword cultivators. This very figure has elevated the swordsmanship of the Tianxian world by several notches, and he is recognized as the most powerful sword cultivator known in this realm. Instantly, the gazes of all sword cultivators below became imbued with reverence. At that moment, the Elder of the Broken Sword unleashed a thrust with his sword. Swish! A razor-sharp glimmer of cold light shot forth, rending the very fabric of space itself. All the swords below began to hum in resonance. The target of this onslaught was none other than Ao Qing. The Elder of the Broken Sword is incredible. One sword cultivator shouted out, inciting a chorus of fervent cheers from the others. The Elder of the Broken Sword is magnificent. However, Ao Qing stood before the Elder, his expression betraying no sign of change as he remained utterly unmoved. Bang! The sword light struck Ao Qing's forehead, yet he emerged unscathed. Not even a scratch to mar his skin. Witnessing this, the Elder of the Broken Sword was taken aback, his countenance shifting in surprise. "Get away from me." With a resounding crash, the Elder of the Broken Sword was sent hurtling backward. As the crowd witnessed this scene, their mouths fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. The colossal dragon was indeed terrifying, proving to be a formidable opponent even for the legendary sword master, the Broken Sword Elder of the Tianxian realm. Just as Ao Qing was on the verge of crashing into the ruined city, all the swords outside the city suddenly soared into the sky. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Concurrently, not only here, but throughout the entire Huanzhou and indeed the whole Tianxian realm, every sword began to ascend uncontrollably, pointing towards Huanzhou, softly humming as if in reverence to the true deity of the sword path. What is this? In Huanzhou, a sense of disbelief washed over the onlookers. The Sword Emperor has emerged. The crowd gazed anxiously towards the direction of Huanzhou, as did those within the ruined city. Yihan's Wang cast a wary glance at the city wall behind her, where it seemed a mysterious and unparalleled powerhouse resided. In the next moment, a blood-red longsword suddenly flew forth from the city wall. With a whoosh, a dragon horn shot up high. Simultaneously, the entire sky began to crack open. In the void, Ao Qing had already spotted a long-haired man seated atop the city wall. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his dragon whiskers, transforming into a dragon's jade. "I apologize for the intrusion." This ruined city surprisingly harbored such a high-caliber guardian, prompting Ao Qing to hastily retreat. He then transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. Though the dragon horn on one side of his forehead remained conspicuously prominent, each moment undeniably showcases the noble lineage of the dragon clan. Taking a deep breath, Ao Qing slowly made his way toward the city gate. Realizing that a direct confrontation was futile, he decided to approach the gate in a more conventional manner. A million spirit stones, the Zhang brothers hesitated as they observed Ao Qing. This individual appeared to be even more formidable than themselves. They had not anticipated the presence of such hidden talents beyond their own realm. "No," Ao Qing replied succinctly. After a brief silence, Zhang Qi proposed, "Perhaps we could consider an alternative form of payment." "An alternative?" Ao Qing furrowed his brow, pondering what he possessed that could suffice. At that moment, Zhang Hai interjected, "What about that dragon horn?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing was instantly reminded of the dragon horn. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in the distance as numerous individuals vied for possession of the coveted artifact. Such a divine object was not something anyone was willing to relinquish. "Everyone, get back!" Ao Qing bellowed, and instantly, the crowd froze in place. Upon recognizing him, their faces turned pale with fear, prompting them to flee the scene. Grasping the dragon horn, he handed it over to the Zhang brothers, allowing him to enter the city without further hindrance. Meanwhile, deep within the Lord's residence of the city, beneath the sacred soul tree, Ouyang Yanqing gradually opened her eyes, directing her gaze toward the desolate city walls. In response, Huang Shou also opened his eyes, fixating on her. The two locked eyes from half the distance of the barren city. "How intriguing," Huang Shou remarked with a slight smile. Ouyang Yanqing's expression hardened. There was no doubt that he was also a resident of this desolate city. At this moment, Ouyang Yanqing's curiosity regarding Lu Daoshan's strength deepened. To what extraordinary extent must one possess power to earn the loyalty of an unknown realm's formidable warrior? After a prolonged silence, Ouyang Yanqing shook her head. It would be prudent to focus on her own breakthrough first. Once she transcended her current limitations, all her questions would naturally resolve themselves. The next realm awaited her, the realm of causality, where myriad fates would not bind her. Meanwhile, in a mysterious void within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng was present. In these days, he intended to enrich his knowledge, for here, a year in the outside world equated to a millennium within. Naturally, acquiring such wisdom would not only dispel confusion but also enhance his own stature. Outside the desolate city, amidst the ruins, the broken sword elder slowly emerged from the debris. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed heavily, casting a wary glance in the direction where Ao Qing had departed. He had not anticipated that the dragon within the Dragon Suppression Valley possessed such formidable strength. He had indeed underestimated it. Well, if it isn't the broken sword. It's been a few days. Why do you seem so downcast? Just as the broken sword elder pondered, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Recognizing the familiar tone, the broken sword elder swiftly turned his head, only to find an unkempt old man clad in a tattered white robe, reeking strongly of alcohol, the drunken elder. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, whose cheerful demeanor and affable smile suggested a relaxed disposition. "Long time no see," the middle-aged man smiled upon encountering the old sword-breaker. "Ah, I knew you two would come," the old sword-breaker replied, brushing off the dust from his attire with a disdainful huff. The drunken old man, a figure from several 100,000 years ago, once undefeated across the realms, ultimately retreated into the mountains, seeking a fleeting opportunity for enlightenment. The middle-aged man, the lord of the celestial city, the foremost city in the heavenly profound world, stood alongside the old sword-breaker and the drunken old man, all of whom had attained the realm of Saint Kings. They had gathered here for no other reason than the emergence of the celestial emperor. Initially, they speculated that the lord of the ruined city might be the recently ascended celestial emperor. Yet, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. "Since we are all here, let us proceed together," the old swordbreaker suggested. The drunken old man took a swig from his gourd and nodded in agreement. The lord of the celestial city, representing the way of heaven, concurred. "Then let us go together." Thus, the trio set forth towards the direction of the ruined city. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the inner city, an indescribable force obstructed entry. Nangong Fong gazed at the inner city, his brow furrowed in frustration. He never anticipated that he would be deemed unworthy even to enter. Taking a deep breath, he bowed slightly and declared, "I am Nangong Fong of the Nangong clan, seeking an audience with the lord of the ruined city." At this moment, he appeared to have lowered his identity to an inconspicuous level. It is hard to fathom that he is, in fact, an ancestral figure from the most prominent hidden family in the Tianxian world. Had it not been for the emergence of the wild city, he might have remained in seclusion until death. Now, he seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet, as he approached the inner city, he was enveloped by a vibrant aura of life emanating from the celestial tree. Nangong Fong harbored a bold hypothesis in his heart, though it felt somewhat unreal. Regrettably, the distance was too great, and there were prohibitions in place. If only he could draw closer, he would be able to ascertain the truth. After an indeterminate amount of time, an ethereal presence gradually swept towards Nangong Fong. In the next instant, he vanished from his location. Simultaneously, within the wild city, the drunken old man, the elder with the broken sword, Shirtian, Ao Qing, and Yihanzhuang also disappeared without a trace. Within a grand hall of the city lord's residence, the newly reconstructed wild city had been integrated with the laws of space, rendering it nearly infinite in size. This hall could easily accommodate 100,000 people. Yet, within this vast expanse, at its innermost sanctum, there was a singular seat crafted from an unknown material. Moments later, 6 figures emerged simultaneously within the hall. Instantly, the expressions of the 6 turned to astonishment. Who could possess the ability to transport them to such a place without their knowledge? Upon recognizing the faces of those around them, each of them displayed a look of bewilderment, clearly indicating their familiarity with one another. They are the few supreme beings in the heavenly Xin realm, each possessing at least the strength of a holy king. "Nangong Fong, I hear you have been here for quite some time," the intoxicated old man remarked, his breath reeking of alcohol. Nangong Fong remained silent, evidently disinterested in engaging with the inebriated elder. Nevertheless, the old man persisted, "Have you encountered that emperor-level powerhouse?" Upon hearing this, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd, as it was clear that Nangong Fong had not met the individual in question, nor had the others. Is there still significance in an emperor-level powerhouse? With this inquiry, all eyes turned towards Nangong Fong. He maintained his impassive demeanor and replied, "I believe that the lord of the desolate city is of paramount importance at this juncture." In that moment, he regarded the emperor-level powerhouse as far less significant than the enigmatic lord of the desolate city. Chapter 23. Ao Qing acknowledges his master upon hearing these words. The atmosphere grew somber among the crowd. Indeed, there was not a single corner of this grand city that did not exude an air of supremacy. One could only wonder about the identity of the city's master. Surely, it could not be as simple as the celestial emperor. Could it be someone above the celestial emperor? Such a notion was rather unfathomable, especially considering they had yet to attain the status of an emperor themselves, let alone someone of greater renown. In a secluded corner, Ao Qing regarded the assembly with disdain. He was the only outsider present, as well as the soul being surpassing the rank of Saint King. Noticing Ao Qing, Yihan Huang turned her gaze towards him. Are you of the ice dragon lineage? Needless to say, he retorted. Yihan Huang furrowed her brows. Indeed. The temperament of the dragon race was notoriously irritable. However, she felt no ire, for her thoughts drifted to the prodigious individual of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Do you know the whereabouts of the one with the Ice Phoenix bloodline? Yihan Huang inquired tentatively. At her words, Ao Qing's pupils constricted momentarily. That individual is my master. What? Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards Ao Qing. His prowess was unquestionable, perhaps surpassing that of any present. Moreover, they had known of the colossal dragons residing in the Dragon Suppression Valley long before their own ascendance. In essence, Ao Qing could be considered their elder. Master? What do you mean by that? Yihan Huang asked, as her original intention was to take the one of the Ice Phoenix bloodline as her disciple. Only within her cold extreme hall could one cultivate the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Now, it appears that if the one possessing this Ice Phoenix bloodline is indeed the master of the Ice Dragon, then this endeavor may very well be in jeopardy. After all, this dragon is anything but ordinary. Ao Qing remained silent, and at that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the grand hall. The sound was subtle yet resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Instantly, everyone tensed, their gazes fixed towards the depths of the hall. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with a smile gradually entered the grand hall. Although they sensed no aura emanating from this man, they dared not dismiss him lightly. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing had already taken his seat. May I ask who you are? Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, the inebriated elder furrowed his brow. At this, those around him cast disdainful glances at the inebriated elder. Was there any need to guess this man's identity? Welcome to my ruined city, Lu Daoxing spoke directly, without a hint of response. At these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, this must be the Lord of Ruined City. He is quite remarkable. Greetings, Lord of Ruined City. I am Nangong Fong, a member of the Nangong family. The first to introduce himself was Nangong Fong. Immediately, the inebriated elder added, I am known as the Drunken Elder. The world refers to me as such. I am Shi Tianji, the Lord of Tianji City. Yuhan Wang, the master of the Cold Extreme Palace. Jian Lingfeng, whom they all refer to as the Broken Sword Elder. Soon, only Ao Qing remained in the grand hall. Instantly, all eyes were upon Ao Qing, including that of Lu Daoxing. Faced with the gaze of the crowd, Ao Qing felt quite speechless. He had no intention of speaking, for his sole purpose was his master. This city had never truly occupied his thoughts, as all he desired was to return home. Ao Qing, he spoke in a calm tone. After listening to the self-introductions of the others, Lu Daoxing nodded slightly. I am Lu Daoxing, the Lord of the Desolate City. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask, he said with a gentle smile. Observing Lu Daoxing's unpretentious demeanor provided a refreshing sense of ease to the assembly, and the gazes directed at him now bore a touch more reverence. This was indeed the demeanor befitting a true dignitary. Lord of Desolate City, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the one possessing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Ao Qi was the first to speak up in response to Lu Daoxing's invitation. Meanwhile, Nangong Fong, who had been poised to ask a question, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had hesitated in his introduction, yet now he appeared so eager to inquire. The Ice Phoenix bloodline. Are you searching for my daughter, and is there a particular matter at hand? Boom. In an instant, everyone in the grand hall stood frozen in place. The individual bearing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix is, astonishingly, the daughter of the Lord of this supreme city. At this moment, Yihan Huang's heart was filled with an intricate mixture of emotions. She had entertained thoughts of accepting this individual as a disciple, yet it seemed highly improbable that the young lady would regard her humble Hanji Hall with any significance. Indeed, while the Hanji Hall is a dominant force in the outside world, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of this desolate city, akin to that of a mere child. Esteemed city lord, it is as such. I wish to acknowledge your daughter as my master. Upon realizing that her master was, in fact, the daughter of the person before her, Ao Qing's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. In the next moment, two figures gradually emerged from the grand hall, none other than Lu Shui and Gu Qin. It is you, Ao Qing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Gu Qin. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Gu Qin had visited the Dragontown Valley, where he had a fleeting encounter with Ao Qing. She remembered him well, believing him to have perished long ago, as he had been merely a cultivator at the Divine Mansion level back then. Yet now, he had made such remarkable progress. It has been a long time, Gu Qin greeted with a faint smile upon seeing Ao Qing. Meanwhile, Lu Shui observed Ao Qing with curiosity, having just heard her express the desire to recognize Lu Shui as her master. Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd watched Lu Shui and Gu Chen with intrigue. Master, at last, I have found you. At that moment, Ao Qing suddenly embraced Lu Shui's leg, exclaiming with unrestrained joy. This scene left the crowd somewhat bewildered. At the very top, Lu Daoxin shared the same sentiment. Why such a significant reaction? Oh dear, please, get up, Lu Shui said, her cheeks flushed, hastily attempting to push aside Ao Qing. However, to her surprise, her status as a quasi-emperor proved utterly ineffective against Ao Qing. Suddenly, a gentle force effortlessly drew Ao Qing to the side. City Lord, Father. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Lu Daoxin, their eyes filled with deference. Ao Qing, you have recognized my daughter as your master. I have no objections. This matter shall be decided by her. Ao Qing acknowledging Lu Shui as her master would undoubtedly benefit Lu Shui, with the only potential drawback being the burden of Ao Qing's karmic ties. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. He could withstand any adversity, even if the sky were to fall. Master. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, Ao Qing immediately regarded Lu Shui with a pleading gaze. A wave of envy rippled through the crowd. After all, this was a genuine dragon, an ice dragon at that. To possess such a creature was far more than mere strength. Clearly, the lord of this desolate city was more than capable of shouldering this responsibility. Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept you. Lu Shui hesitated after a brief silence. Ultimately, her decision stemmed from her father's lack of refusal. The presence of this ice dragon bore little impact on her. At this revelation, the spectators couldn't help but twitch their lips. Reluctantly, if you are unwilling. Do not force yourself too much. It is a pity that even if Lu Shui is unwilling, it is not up to them to decide. Thank you, Master, for your shelter. In that instant, a glimmer of white light appeared upon Ao Qing's forehead. The next moment, the white light floated out and slowly imprinted onto Lu Shui's arm. Instantly, Lu Shui felt a connection forming between herself and Ao Qing. Her lips parted slightly in surprise, as she had not anticipated the terrifying power of this ice dragon. In the following moment, Ao Qing transformed into a small dragon, coiling elegantly around Lu Shui's arm. Chapter 24. 5 centuries have passed. Having resolved the matter concerning Ao Qing, the group promptly withdrew their thoughts from it, for it no longer held any relevance to them. Lord Lu, I wish to inquire about the identity of the individual who ascended to the status of Celestial Emperor not long ago. South Palace Fong immediately posed the question. The surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward Lu Daoxing, who, in that moment, appeared to them as an omniscient being. Upon hearing the question, Lu Daoxing responded with a smile. That individual is right beside you. At this revelation, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the onlookers, and they swiftly turned their heads towards Gu Chen, who stood beside Lu Shui. Esteemed senior, might I inquire who you are? South Palace Fong asked respectfully. Gu Chen was a figure from a million years past. Although they had lived long lives themselves, the most any of them had experienced was a few 100,000 years, rendering them unfamiliar with Gu Chen. In a calm tone, Gu Chen replied, the mortal emperor. What? Instantly, apart from Lu Daoxing and a few others, the rest of the assembly erupted into exclamations of disbelief. The mortal emperor? How could this be? Hadn't he, the mortal emperor, perished during the dark turmoil a million years ago? Great emperor, what truly transpired back then? They implored, their eyes filled with a blend of excitement and fervor as they gazed upon Gu Chen. He was a pride of the celestial Xian world and its savior, the individual once deemed most likely to achieve the path of the celestial emperor. Alas, fate was cruel. The dark upheaval had claimed this most gifted and youthful sovereign. However, now the other party stands vividly before them, having already attained the realm of the heavenly emperor. The crowd turned to Gu Chen, seeking answers. Yet, Gu Chen merely shook his head slightly. The past is but a memory. I have now joined the wild city and am also the mentor of the city lord's daughter. Instantly, the crowd felt a jolt of surprise. A bold speculation lingered in their minds. Could it be that this mysterious and powerful city lord rescued the mortal emperor? No. He should now be referred to as the mortal heavenly emperor. In an instant, Lu Daoxin's status in the hearts of the crowd soared to unprecedented heights. Do you have any questions now? City lord, I have a humble request, Nen Gongfang said, bowing his head. Speak your mind, replied the city lord. City lord, I wish to lead the entire Nan Gong family to join the wild city. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock and began to silently berate him. How shameless. Lu Daoxing was also momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded, if your Nangong family wishes to join the Wild City. It will depend solely on your capabilities. The Wild City has just opened, presenting numerous opportunities. You must strive for yourselves." Upon hearing this, Nangongfang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was no outright refusal, he had no further concerns. "Thank you for the opportunity, City Lord. I have no further issues. And what about the rest of you?" Lu Daoshan glanced at the others. The drunken old man and his companions shook their heads repeatedly. They had gleaned all that they wished to know. As for the attainment of enlightenment, there was no need for inquiry. They were aware that within this desolate city, achieving such a state was simply a matter of capability. However, they had also uncovered a piece of invaluable information. The desolate city was only at its inception, brimming with opportunities. This implied that the influx of newcomers would only increase, and they would grow ever stronger. Despite their status as the pinnacle of power in the Tianxian world, what lay beyond it? Lu Daosheng escorted the others back. Immediately, Nangongfang summoned many exceptionally gifted individuals from his clan to reside in the outer city of the desolate city. Thus, they became the first family to make a significant migration into this realm. Meanwhile, beyond the Tianxian world, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos, numerous ancient and terrifying beings, who had long been in slumber and were nearing the end of their lifespans, began to awaken. Their gazes pierced through layers of void, fixating on the direction of the Tianxian world. The Tree of Life. Heaven help me. Instantly, countless formidable beings set forth towards the Tianxian world. On the walls of the desolate city's fortifications, the sentinel of the wasteland slowly opened his eyes, and the blood-red longsword in his hand began to resonate with a low hum. At last, worthy adversaries had arrived. After countless years of seeking defeat, he was evidently thrilled at the prospect of encountering strong opponents. However, whether the other party can bring him satisfaction remains to be seen. Thus, the City of Desolation officially embarked on a protracted journey of development. With the passage of time, an increasing number of cultivators arrived from distant lands, entering the city to engage in rigorous training. Gradually, the City of Desolation transformed into a bustling hub. As for those cultivators unable to gain entry into the city's inner sanctum, they settled on the outskirts, where abundant energy also made it a suitable place for cultivation. Within the city, influenced by various divine trees and treasured towers, the environment began to undergo continuous changes, affecting not only the surroundings but also the innate talents of its inhabitants. Rare physiques and bloodlines, which would typically emerge only after countless epochs, began to manifest. Exceptional talents flourished, and the elder generation found their lifespans temporarily secure. Everything entered a phase of unparalleled beauty. Time, unbound by the constraints of years, swiftly passed, and soon 5 centuries had elapsed. This span represented a true 500 years on the timeline. In the realm of Tianxian, the City of Desolation had now undeniably become the most formidable force, with countless powerful factions vying to gain entry. At this moment, in the bustling streets of the outer city, throngs of people moved about, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The most renowned structure in the outer city was the towering Baiwa Tower, the only legitimate establishment of its kind within the city. Those who entered here were afforded the pleasures of familial bliss. The proprietor of Baiwa Tower was none other than the heir of the Ji family, Ji Shinkai. 5 centuries ago, he leased this building, and from that moment on, he soared to great heights. It is said that even those within the city lord's residence frequently patronized this establishment. The proprietor, Ji Shinkai, maintained a close rapport with individuals from the city lord's court. On this particular day, the 100 Flowers Pavilion was bustling with patrons. "Step aside. I was here first," one man exclaimed angrily. "Huh. Number 666 has always been my table. This time will be no exception," the other retorted. The 2 burly men immediately fell into a heated dispute, their demeanor suggesting an imminent brawl. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers gathered, producing small stools and sunflower seeds, eager to witness the spectacle. Some even shouted, "Fight him! Fight him!" These onlookers, collectively known as the melon-eating masses, reveled in the chaos, unfazed by the brewing conflict. "Clear the way." Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing that familiar tone, fear flickered in the eyes of the crowd, including the 2 disputants. It belonged to the esteemed Wei, a prominent figure within the formidable power known as the Wild Guard, closely associated with the great city lord. "It's over." The thought crossed the minds of many as they hastily dispersed. Left behind, the 2 men trembled at the sight of the dark, golden-robed guards brandishing their weapons. "Spare us, Lord Wild Guard. We will not dare again," they pleaded in unison. "Please, we shall cease our quarrel. We beg you, show us mercy." In a bold act, They attempted to bribe the guards by stuffing storage rings into their hands. Observing this, several members of the Arid Guard inwardly scoffed, their expressions remaining impassive. The privileges enjoyed by the Arid Guard are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Such trivial offerings hold no allure for them. Take them away, one commanded. Any matters can be discussed in the dungeon. At these words, the two men trembled, collapsing where they stood. The dungeon, established centuries ago, is notorious once one enters. The path to freedom is fraught with peril. Without any resistance, the two were swiftly escorted away, eliciting sighs from the onlookers. You two may as well revel in your ignorance, they mused, recognizing the newcomer's naivety. Fortunately, it was the Arid Guard who had arrived, had it been the root. The fate of the two would have been far more dire, leaving them utterly oblivious to their impending doom. The root, one of the most enigmatic factions within the Arid city, operates from the shadows. Its reach is insidious, with most of its members engaged in covert intelligence work. It is entirely possible that the friend with whom you share laughter and games may be affiliated with the root. Complaining about the city by day could lead to your disappearance by night, as information is swiftly relayed to the root's headquarters. By the following day, one might simply vanish from existence. This encapsulates the terror of the root, whose leader remains an enigma wrapped in secrecy. Nevertheless, apart from the high-ranking officials within the Lord's mansion, no one has ever witnessed the true visage of the root leader. Chapter 25. Ouyang Yanqing's breakthrough at this moment. In a room on the top floor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Mu Tianyin awoke from her warm slumber, seemingly sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, she roused the slumbering Ji Shenkai beside her. Get up, let us see what is happening. Instantly, Ji Shenkai, still half asleep, pulled her into his embrace. Oh, don't worry. My dear wife, they are merely insignificant characters. I have already established connections with the city lord's mansion. Just sleep peacefully. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianyin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, 5 centuries had passed, and the two had become inseparable. Yet, several hundred years ago, they were rivals. Mu Tianyin had embarked on a tea-house business in the desolate city, but to her dismay, patrons flocked to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, leaving her establishment nearly deserted. This sparked her irritation, prompting her to confront Ji Shenkai. As fate would have it, through their exchanges, Ji Shenkai unwittingly developed affections for this elder sister figure. He soon began his fervent pursuit. Initially, Mu Tianyin dismissed Ji Shenkai's method of gaining wealth. However, she was taken aback by the astounding success of his business, which filled his coffers to overflowing. Ultimately, Ji Shenkai relentlessly spent his fortune to win her heart. Though Mu Tianyin professed indifference towards wealth, every gesture that touched her heart required considerable expenditure. This stirred a wave of astonishment among the countless inhabitants of the desolate city. This place may not be as bustling as the outer city, yet it has seen a considerable increase in population compared to 5 centuries ago. The indigenous inhabitants of the desolate city have, in many cases, even welcomed great-grandchildren. In the words of the city lord, Lu Daoxing, the expansion of one's lineage brings forth prosperity. As for marrying and bearing children, it is an exceedingly simple matter. Once the news was proclaimed, women wishing to wed into the inner city and men seeking to be adopted into it formed a line stretching from the desolate city to the very ends of the Tianxian world. The stringent conditions for residing in the desolate city leave no alternative. Thus far, aside from the original inhabitants of the desolate city, not a single genuine resident has made their home in the inner city. Old Zhang, I hear your new child was born with a 5-element constitution. Congratulations. Ha ha. Your child is remarkable too, having stirred celestial phenomena upon birth. Old Zhang and Old Li exchanged jovial greetings, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. Without a doubt, the Zhang and Li families have now risen to the status of prominent clans, indeed, great families within the inner city of the desolate region. Within the city lord's estate, in a mysterious chamber, Lu Daoxing slowly opened his eyes and released a deep sigh of relief. He had thoroughly absorbed all the tomes collected by the system. His understanding of the world's framework was now complete. He discovered that the universe he inhabited was known as the Hongmeng universe, which itself comprised countless galaxies. In certain galaxies, there exist formidable powers, with the mightiest among them giving rise to entities of unknown realms, which are referred to as Class 1 galaxies. Conversely, there are galaxies of lesser strength, where the most powerful beings are merely of the ancient realm, ranking below the Class 1 galaxies. Hence they are designated as Class 2 galaxies. The remaining galaxies follow suit in descending order. The galaxy in which the heavenly mysterious world resides is known as the Xiangu Galaxy, classified as a lowly Class 4 galaxy, where the highest realm achieved is that of the Celestial Emperor. However, that was in the past. Presently, the Xiangu Galaxy can indeed be regarded as a legendary top-tier galaxy, with entities existing beyond the unknown realm. Nevertheless, over the years, Lu Daoxing has ventured out and conducted his own deductions, discovering that the Xiangu Galaxy once possessed a remarkably glorious history long ago. Yet, that period has been erased from the annals of time by certain beings. Lu Daoxing slowly rose to his feet and took a step forward, directly arriving at the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, beneath a divine tree, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly experienced a surge in her aura, resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. In an instant, the entire desolate city took notice of this commotion. However, the onlookers seemed to regard this phenomenon as commonplace, continuing with their activities unperturbed. With a resounding roar, the sky began to tear apart. Had it not been for the divine artifacts within the Lord's Manor of the desolate city over these years, which have greatly benefited practitioners and elevated the entire celestial Xian world, the sheer magnitude of this disturbance alone would likely have been sufficient to annihilate the entire realm. Observing this scene, Lu Daoxing understood that Ouyang Yanqing was on the verge of a breakthrough, with the next realm being the causal realm. Beside him, Gu Qin and Lu Shui appeared at Lu Daoxing's side. Father, City Lord. Gazing at the two, Lu Daoxing revealed a smile. At this moment, Lu Shui had astonishingly reached the realm of the Celestial Emperor, while Gu Qin had also made significant progress. As one ascends the ranks, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous and time-consuming. Ouyang Yanqing's ability to advance to the causal realm at this moment was not solely attributed to 5 centuries of cultivation. The accumulation of countless years was paramount. Upon the walls of the desolate city, Huang Shou resided in a unique space, one meticulously prepared by Lu Daoxing for him. Here, the environment mirrored that of the Lord's Manor, allowing him to reap the benefits of those divine artifacts. Alas, it is too slow. At this juncture, Huang Shou had already attained the causal realm. In light of Ouyang Yanqing's impending breakthrough, he could only regard her with derision. Behind him stood the lord of the desolate city, and he often found himself grateful for encountering Lu Daoxing and joining the desolate city. Otherwise, where would one find such comfort in the present moment? A resounding boom echoed through the air. Suddenly, the entire sky transformed its hue, and countless streams of light cascaded from the celestial expanse. Some of these radiant streams entered the bodies of the cultivators, prompting immediate enlightenment. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, expressing gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts. Yet, the marvel did not cease there, within the Lord's mansion. Several divine trees trembled under Lu Daoxing's authority. In an instant, a torrential rain descended upon the desolate city. However, this rain was no ordinary downpour. It was a confluence of the essence from the revered trees. Once absorbed, it promised immeasurable benefits. Consequently, the inhabitants of the desolate city erupted in joyous cheers, fervently calling out to their lord. Time slipped away, and gradually, the commotion subsided. Beneath the ancient enlightenment tree, Ouyang Yanqing opened her eyes, feeling the surge of power within her. Unable to contain her elation, she burst into laughter. Miss Ouyang, Lu Daoxing's voice resonated. At the sound, Ouyang Yanqing paused. But in the next moment, she appeared before him. Adorned in her vibrant red gown, she felt a complex whirlwind of emotions upon seeing Lu Daoxing. She had grown stronger, and now, she could more acutely sense his formidable presence. Thank you, Ouyang Yanqing expressed earnestly. In the future, should any difficulties arise in the desolate city, I will lend my utmost support. She had nothing to repay Lu Daoxing, for it seemed that he lacked nothing at all. Thus, she could only act in this manner. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing's expression brightened. Are you leaving? In response, Ouyang Yanqing smiled faintly. Of course not. I have no pressing matters to attend to, so I intend to stay a bit longer. You wouldn't mind, would you? Playfully, Ouyang Yanqing blinked at Lu Daoxing, causing a hint of embarrassment to appear on his face. Of course I don't mind. At that moment, Lu Shui approached from a distance. Upon seeing her, Ouyang Yanqing's face lit up as she hurried to Lu Shui's side and grasped her delicate hand. Little Shui, your cultivation has progressed so swiftly. Come. Sister will take you out to play. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Daoxing. Seeing this, Lu Daoxing could only smile helplessly. Go ahead, but be careful. Thank you, father. With that, Ouyang Yanqing took Lu Shui away. Initially, Lu Xue harbored some hostility towards Ouyang Yanqing. However, as time passed, and Ouyang Yanqing persistently endeavored to remain by her side, she gradually won over Lu Xue. The young and inexperienced Lu Xue found herself unable to resist Ouyang Yanqing's charms. Before long, Lu Xue became completely captivated by her. This left Lu Daoxing feeling somewhat helpless. However, he found himself at a loss, for Ouyang Yanqing harbored no ill intentions towards her daughter and truly cared for her well-being. Consequently, Lu Daoxing chose to turn a blind eye to Ouyang Yanqing's actions. Realm, Qi refinement, innate spiritual master, void breaking, concentration, soul division, divine residence, harmony of fate, saint, sacred king, provisional emperor, great emperor, celestial emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm, causal realm. Chapter 26, Reporting Duty, is a great war imminent? Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Lu Daoxing occupied the highest seat. Long ago, upon the suggestion of a certain individual, the city lord's office instituted periodic work reports. This practice imbued Lu Daoxing with a peculiar sense of being at work. Today marked the occasion for such a report. At this moment, Awai, Anxing, Yunqi, and others had already gathered in the hall, each sitting upright with an air of solemnity and reverence as they gazed up at Lu Daoxing. Observing this scene, Lu Daoxing was no stranger to it. He rubbed his nose and spoke in a calm tone. Awai, you may begin. Yes, my lord, Awai replied promptly. He stepped forward to inform Lu Daoxing of the significant happenings within the desolate city over the past days. Under Awai's leadership, the number of the desolate guards had now surpassed 10,000. Given the burgeoning population of the desolate city, a greater number of guards was essential for effective governance. A rough estimate indicated that the population of the desolate city had reached several million, and it was likely to exceed 10 million in the near future. Naturally, managing such a vast territory was not a concern, for when Lu Daoxing undertook the reconstruction of the desolate city, he infused it with the principles of the world and spatial laws, rendering the entire city as expansive as a realm unto itself. The prospect of accommodating not just 10 million, but even 100 million inhabitants was more than feasible. In no time, Awai concluded his report. Due to Awai's oversight concerning the disciplinary and security matters within the desolate city, there are unlikely to be any significant troubles. In the next moment, Anxing stepped forward. After 5 centuries, Anxing's entire demeanor had evidently undergone a profound transformation. Once a mere street urchin wandering the void, he had now ascended to the position of a leader of a vast organization, exuding an undeniable air of authority. To Lu Daoxing and his companions, he appeared as a gentle and jovial individual, while to outsiders, he resembled a demonic entity, instilling fear in those who heard his name. It was precisely because of Anxing's exemplary performance that Lu Daoxing felt entirely at ease regarding the affairs of the desolate city. The organization, known as the Root, had permeated the entirety of the desolate city, boasting a membership of over 100,000. Anyone harboring even the slightest ill intent towards the city would find themselves swiftly eradicated by Anxing, as the Root operated from the shadows, dealing with intelligence gathering, assassinations, and various other matters. Their reports took longer to complete than always. It was not until the afternoon that Anxing finally concluded his briefing. My lord, that encompasses all the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded. Should the conversation continue, he would surely succumb to slumber. At this juncture, Yunqi stepped forward. Over the course of 5 centuries, Yunqi had not disappointed Lu Daoxing's expectations, having forged an exceptionally formidable army, which Lu Daoxing aptly named the Lu Family Army. The entire army now boasts a staggering strength of 300,000 and continues to grow. Each soldier is armed to the teeth, a testament to unparalleled luxury. My lord, everything within the army seems to be in order, except, what is it? Upon hearing this, Yunqi's expression turned somewhat bitter. My lord, the establishment of the army has spanned several centuries, yet we have not fought a single battle. The brothers in arms are growing restless with anticipation. In truth, it is not only those within the ranks who feel this way. He shares the same sentiment. With fervent passion, he devoted himself to building the army for Lu Daoxing, only to find there are no battles to engage in. It is akin to a man who has just taken a stimulant, yet lacks an outlet for his vigor, a most frustrating predicament. Hearing this, Lu Daoxing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. How could he possibly instigate a war? His philosophy is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should there be those foolish enough to provoke him, he would ensure they pay a most grievous price. Right then and there, Lu Daoxing employed his divine powers to conduct a divination. Moments later, his expression shifted slightly, and he smiled. Very well, continue to train diligently. In due time, you will have your hands full. Upon hearing this, Yanqi's demeanor brightened with joy. Understood. I shall train with utmost dedication and will not disappoint you, my lord. With that, Yanqi took his leave, departing swiftly. As he watched the departing clouds with excitement, Lu Daoxin shook his head and smiled. He then resumed listening to the reports from the others in the hall. Upon the walls of the desolate city, Huangshu slowly rose, and on an adjacent wall, 6 characters were inscribed prominently. It has been quite some time since enemies have graced us with their presence. My sword has grown somewhat restless, he mused. Instantly, the blood sword in his hand began to hum, as if responding eagerly to its master. Throughout the 5 centuries, numerous powerful beings, sensing the aura of treasures within the desolate city, had flocked there, seeking to seize the riches. Yet, they could not even breach the city gates, being swiftly vanquished by a single strike at the entrance. Among them were formidable opponents, including those of the ancient realm. When Huangshu encountered one of these ancient beings, he was taken aback. Lu Daoxing had previously informed him that many powerful entities from the Xian-Gu star system would soon attempt to claim treasures, while those from beyond this realm would take additional time to arrive. Hence, it was unexpected for an ancient being to appear from the Xian-Gu star system. He understood that the Xian-Gu star system had merely been a 4th-tier system until the arrival of the desolate city, which initiated its transformation. Only after he had dispatched the foe with a single stroke did he realize that the opponent was merely an intruder who had accidentally crossed over through a portal. Originally, this individual should have been invincible within the Xian-Gu star system. Yet, fate had led him to the desolate city instead. Gazing up at the infinite starry sky, Huangshu wore an expression of indifference. Regardless of who approached, he would simply obliterate them with a single sword strike. At this moment, at the boundary of the Xuangu star system, despite being merely a level 4 system, its border barrier was not something that ordinary strong individuals could breach. However, with a resounding explosion, a massive hole was blasted open in the formidable barrier. In the next instant, a black warship, exuding an eerie aura, slowly emerged from within. I never anticipated that such a star system would possess a treasure of this caliber, remarked a man in black, surveying the Xuangu star system with a sinister smile and a gaze filled with disdain. Beside him, an elderly man, whose teeth were nearly all gone, urged, "Young master, we should hasten our actions. Such treasures are certainly not exclusive to our evil cloud sect." Upon hearing this, the man in black nodded and commanded, "Full speed ahead." Instantly, the black warship accelerated significantly. The evil cloud sect is the most formidable power within the Dark Star system, which is classified as a level 2 system. However, there exists a considerable disparity in strength among systems of the same level. Some level 2 systems may have only one ancient realm expert and still be regarded as such, while others may boast multiple ancient realm experts, provided there are no individuals beyond the ancient realm. The Dark Star system stands out as a paragon among level 2 systems, with 3 ancient realm experts publicly acknowledged within the evil cloud sect alone. Upon this occasion, the Sheyun sect has brought forth 2 formidable ancient realm powerhouses, evidently intent on securing the mysterious treasure that has suddenly emerged in the Tianxian world. Simultaneously, within another boundary barrier, a colossal opening unexpectedly appears. In the next moment, an immense sword slowly rises from within. This gigantic sword is as vast as a small planet, adorned with countless life forms. Is this what constitutes a lower-level star system? At the head of the sword, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe speaks coldly, his gaze fixed upon the Xuangu star system, filled with contempt, as if he were perched high above it all. "My lord, the Xuangu star system is doomed. The emergence of the treasure has rendered them vulnerable, for they lack the requisite strength to protect it. It is only a matter of time before a great war engulfs the Xuangu star system, resulting in utter devastation." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nods slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Their adversaries are not the Xuangu star system itself, but rather those from other star systems, equally intent on seizing the treasure. Nevertheless, they will proceed with caution, for who can predict when those terrifying beings from the first-level star systems may arrive. Chapter 27. The Invaders from Beyond, the Battle in the Void within the City Lord's mansion. Lu Daoxing raised his gaze, his expression betraying no hint of unease. "Since I dare not to conceal my intentions, I shall not fear the attempts of others to seize what is mine." In the next moment, at Lu Daoxing's call, senior members such as Wei, Anqing, and Yunqi appeared before him. "City Lord," they greeted him with a respectful bow. "Shortly, many adversaries will emerge in our desolate city. It is imperative to maintain order and ensure the safety of our realm, preventing any disturbances, Lu Daoxing instructed. Awei promptly responded, City Lord, leave this matter to me. Lu Daoxing nodded and continued, Yunqi. I am at your service, Yunqi replied. Show no mercy towards those foes. Should they dare to approach, not a single one shall escape. Yes, my lord, I shall ensure they have no means of return, Yunqi affirmed, a sense of determination in his tone. Hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Anqing spoke up. What am I role, my lord? Lu Daoxing turned his attention to Anqing, pondering thoughtfully. Anqing had reached the Dao realm, and due to Lu Daoxing's frequent interventions, her strength had flourished considerably. She was nearly invincible, provided her adversaries were not of the ancient realm. Moreover, Anqing possessed the body of the void, having achieved mastery in it. Within the void space, she stood on unassailable ground, elusive and exceedingly difficult to contend with. Very well. Investigate the identities of those individuals on the opposing side, he finally decreed. If conditions permit, it would be acceptable to capture a few key figures alive. Upon hearing this, Anqing nodded and replied, Yes, my lord. At that moment, Guchen also arrived. My lord, I wish to join as well. Guchen was on the verge of a breakthrough, with the next realm being the ancient realm. Very well. Father, I want to go too. No. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lu Daoxing became anxious. After all, it was a great battle, and what if something went awry and harmed his daughter? Instantly, Lu Shui's face fell. Beside her, Guchen spoke up, Shui, it's best to heed your father's advice and stay here obediently. Hearing this, Lu Shui had no choice but to concede. All right then. Thus, the group departed. The next moment, a resounding bell echoed from within the desolate city. Hearing this sound, everyone paused in their tasks. They understood this was the alarm for an enemy attack. The desolate city was under siege. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of impending dread. They were now bound to the fate of the desolate city, sharing both glory and disgrace. Meanwhile, some individuals were exultant, such as the Nagong family. Wonderful, the opportunity has arrived, ha 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 ha. Grandfather, what do you mean? Observing the excited Nagong Fong, Nagong Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Nagong Fong cast a disapproving glance at Nagong Yu, filled with a sense of disappointment. Do you not aspire to enter the inner city? The inner city. It is the cherished dream of all who venture into the wasteland. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Nagong Yu. Only those who have made significant contributions to the wasteland would earn the right to enter the inner city. Grandfather, do you mean? Indeed. The Nagong clan shall join the fray, not only to fight for the wasteland but also for our own sake. If it enables the entire Nagong clan to gain access to the inner city, I would not mind perishing on the battlefield. Hearing his grandfather's words, Nagong Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandfather. Without another word, Nagong Fong turned and departed, seeking out the officials of the city lord's residence. Simultaneously, not only Nagong Fong but many others with similar ambitions began to take action. The Nagong clan seeks to engage in battle as well? Awei inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, Nagong Fong affirmed with a nod. We implore you to grant the Nagong clan an opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Awei nodded in agreement. Very well, but let me make it clear. In battle, no one will look after you. Death is final. Without a moment's hesitation, Nagong Fong accepted this reality. Seeing this, Awei led him to Yun Qi, who was currently organizing the troops. Upon encountering the formidable Lu family army, which boasted over 300,000 soldiers, Nagong Fong stood transfixed as if struck by lightning. Is this the enigmatic force of the desolate city? Such terror it embodies. Over 300,000, each possessing at least the strength of the sacred realm. At the very least, just a fleeting glance at Yunqi left Nagong Fong somewhat overwhelmed. After a century of arduous cultivation, he had successfully transcended to the realm of the quasi-emperor, and soon, he would attain the full stature of an emperor. He had once believed himself to be a formidable figure within the desolate city, but it seemed his vision was woefully limited. Gazing at the meticulously organized and spirited Lu family army, a sense of reverence washed over him. In this battle, he sought no accolades, only to avoid hindering this formidable force. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms echoed from beyond the sky. In the next instant, a colossal black warship enveloped the entire desolate city, obscuring the sun. Simultaneously, another resounding roar erupted as an immense sword pierced through the void. Appearing not far from the black warship, Dark Star System, Colossal Sword System, both factions were evidently taken aback upon encountering one another. Yet at that moment, an elder from the black warship exclaimed, Young master, look quickly. Instantly, all eyes in the void turned toward the desolate city below. A collective gasp of astonishment resonated through the air. "Haha, we have struck gold," exclaimed the young master of the evil cloud sect, his excitement palpable. The members of the sword sect were equally exhilarated, initially believing they had stumbled upon a singular treasure, only to discover a plethora of them, each a legendary artifact in its own right. Gazing at one of the towering edifices below, a fervent voice from the giant sword sect declared, "That tower is destined to belong to our sword sect. The sword tower houses innumerable wills of the sword, and all prodigies with the aptitude for swordsmanship shall enter to cultivate within it. However, only those from the city lord's mansion and the inner city possess the privilege to enter." Upon hearing the sword sect's proclamation, the evil cloud sect merely scoffed. "Only children make choices. We shall claim them all. Let us compete based on our own merits." With that, the formidable members of the evil cloud sect surged forth. Witnessing this, the sword sect's members exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they too charged forward. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed, as all were met with an impenetrable barrier. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible shield had materialized over the desolate city. The inhabitants within the city collectively exhaled in relief. The city lord is truly formidable. However, the sight of the barrier left the members of both the evil cloud sect and the giant sword sect with grim expressions. "These inferior natives possess quite the bounty," they murmured, clearly under the impression that this was a defensive treasure. On the city wall, the guardian of the wasteland lay sprawled on the ground, observing the evil cloud sect and the giant sword sect above, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. He yearned to ascend and cleave them asunder with a single strike. Regrettably, Lu Daoxing had forbidden him from taking action. Now, he could only watch helplessly from afar. "The inept fools within, come forth and surrender your treasures to me, lest I unleash my wrath." The young master of the Xieyun sect gazed out beyond the desolate city, his eyes ablaze with madness. Observing the audacious Xieyun sect, it was not long before someone could no longer contain themselves. Several figures soared beyond the barriers of the desolate city and into the void. "You insignificant wretches, witness how I shall deal with you today." The newcomers were indeed members of the Zhang and Li clans from the inner city, all possessing formidable emperor-level prowess. They shouted, and a few of them indeed emerged from their hiding places. The young master of the Xieyun sect scoffed derisively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's face flushed with anger. He was determined to breach the desolate city, but first, he would confront this obstacle. Without hesitation, Zhang Qing charged forward, followed closely by the others. They all rallied behind the Zhang family. As they advanced, the members of the Xieyun sect, including those of the Tianjin sect, regarded them with disdain. A lower-tier star system is simply a lower-tier star system, filled with nothing but trash. In the next moment, a powerful figure of emperor rank stepped forth and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The immense force sent Zhang Qing and the others reeling backward. The young master of the evil cloud sect furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening? Why are you holding back?" The formidable being of the heavenly emperor realm found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not been holding back. He had truly exerted all his strength. Logically, these individuals should have been utterly obliterated. Just as he was about to launch another attack, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended. "Villagers, please retreat," came a commanding voice. In the next instant, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden armor materialized in the void above. It was none other than Yun Qi. Simultaneously, an army of over 300,000 emerged behind him. Chapter 28. The enemy fled, yet the battle remains unfinished in an instant. The entire void began to tremble incessantly. In that fleeting moment, the members of both the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect comprehended the extraordinary nature of the figure before them. "You are not of the Xuangu star system," a voice, deep and resonant, emerged from an extraterrestrial powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, the two sects realized the truth. They could not decipher the strength of the armored man standing in front of them. He, like them, hailed from beyond the Xuangu star system. However, Yunqi merely regarded them with a frigid gaze and coldly proclaimed, "Those who offend the wild city shall meet their end, regardless of distance." In the next moment, over 300,000 soldiers erupted in a roar, charging directly towards the members of the two sections. Their momentum surged like a raging tide. The entire void began to fracture under the immense pressure. A qualitative change emerged from the accumulation of quantity. Yunqi, however, had no intention of engaging in combat. He silently directed his forces from behind. Having reached the realm of the unknown, he would refrain from action unless confronted by an adversary of equal standing. Should he intervene, it would amount to a dimensional strike. These well-trained troops still required further honing. Charge alongside the Lu family army. Brothers, let us advance together. Long live the wild city. In an instant, several powerful auras surged into the sky, uniting with the Lu family army to confront the extraterrestrial foes. Young master, what should we do? The elderly figure aboard the black warship inquired with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Imo Shatian, the young master of the evil cloud sect, spoke coldly. What should we do? What else is there to do? Charge. Everyone, advance and annihilate these indigenous wretches. In the next moment, the members of the evil cloud sect surged forward, attacking the forces of the ruined city. Not far away, the Heavenly Sword sect was no exception. All members of the Heavenly Sword sect were commanded, showing no mercy beneath their blades. At last, the two forces collided with tremendous force. Boom! With a deafening roar. A colossal black hole manifested in the void. The terrifying gravitational pull voraciously drew in everything around it, creating an eerie atmosphere. Below, within the Lord's mansion of ruined city, Lu Daoxing sat in the courtyard, watching the fierce battle above with satisfaction. These individuals had not been nurtured in vain. After investing so many resources, it was not to cultivate idleness. If such matters required his personal intervention, what was the purpose of establishing a faction? He might as well take his daughter on leisurely excursions, traversing through myriad worlds. Moments later, Xing appeared in the courtyard, carrying a black burlap sack. He slowly approached Lu Daoxing and knelt on one knee. Lord, as expected, I have captured the leader of the opposing forces. Oh, Lu Daoxing replied, surprised by the promptness and efficiency. He regarded Xing with an appreciative gaze and then smiled. Rise. Thank you, Lord, Xing expressed with excitement. He realized that he was destined for great success in the future. Although he had already achieved remarkable heights, he was not averse to ascending even higher. Subsequently, Xing rose and cast the burlap sack onto the ground. City Lord, these two factions are the Evil Cloud sect from the Dark Star system and the Heavenly Sword sect from the Giant Sword system. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded. In truth, he had already deduced this information, and sending Xing was merely a means to assess the strength of their leader. Clearly, Xing did not disappoint him. Open it, he commanded. As the sack was unfastened, the figure of Imo Shitian materialized before Lu Daoxing. At that moment, Imo Shiyun's face was still etched with terror, as if confronted by an unimaginable horror. In the next instant, Lu Daoxing flicked his finger. Imo Shitian instantly returned to his original state. Ah, who dares to ambush me? Imo Shitian exclaimed in a flurry, only to soon realize that the scene around him had dramatically changed. Looking up at the middle-aged man before him, who exuded no discernible aura, Imo Shitian's heart sank. His years of experience told him that this individual was certainly extraordinary. You. At that moment, Imo Shitian's attention was drawn to the battle unfolding in the sky. Understanding dawned upon him. He had been ensnared in the enemy's den. Were they not a force from a lower-tier star system? Why were they so powerful? This was utterly abnormal. Moyishan, Lu Daoxing spoke slowly. Upon hearing his name, Moyishan's body trembled uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? In response, Lu Daoxing smiled. Shouldn't I be the one asking you what you intend to do? Suddenly, Moyishan grasped the situation. Senior, if you let me go, I will leave immediately and vow never to invade the Xuangu star system again, he declared hastily. However, Lu Daoxing merely chuckled, remaining silent. Why didn't you do this sooner? Take him away. Yes, City Lord. Following this, Xing cast a sinister glance at Moyishan, a smile that sent chills down his spine, an ominous premonition surging within him. What do you want? I warn you, if anything happens to me, the Evil Cloud sect will surely retaliate against you. Yet, Xing offered no reply, instead leading him away, vanishing from the courtyard. Father, will you kill him? Lu Shui inquired from the side. Hearing this, Lu Daoxing gently patted Lu Shui's head and replied with a smile. What do you think will happen to you if you were to fall into their hands? Instantly, Lu Shui fell silent. The outcome was all too clear. It would certainly not bode well. Lu Daoxing smiled faintly, then spoke earnestly. Xiao Xue, you must cultivate your own ability to discern right from wrong. I can protect you forever and always stand by your side. However, I do not wish for you to become a foolish person. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui lowered her head. Father, I understand. Observing Lu Shui's demeanor, Lu Daoxing chose not to say anything further. With time and experience, she would come to comprehend everything. Meanwhile, in the void above, the tension within both the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect grew increasingly strenuous. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a fourth-level star system possess such formidable strength? Even with those extraordinary treasures, achieving such prowess in such a short time seemed implausible. Young master, this is bad. We have underestimated the situation. Where is the young master? An elder from the Evil Cloud sect exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, the members of the Evil Cloud sect were thrown into a state of panic in a moment of carelessness. A multitude of powerful warriors had been slain by the forces of the Liu family and the formidable beings within the wild city. Ah, this is dreadful. Retreat, quickly. Retreat. A powerful ancient figure from the Evil Cloud sect said, his face dark with concern. Beside him, another ancient figure from the same sect wore an equally grim expression. They had refrained from engaging in battle as they were being targeted. At the rear of their forces, a man clad in dark golden battle armor fixed his gaze upon the two of them, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread. A possibility utterly unimaginable to them arose within their hearts. The realm of the unknown? They dared not dwell upon it, swiftly preparing to depart aboard their warships. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Evil Cloud sect, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect found themselves in a predicament. With their current strength, they were ill-equipped to confront the forces of the Xian Gu star system. Without further contemplation, the Heavenly Sword sect also began their withdrawal from the battlefield. General, shall we pursue? One of the commanders approached Yun Qi, observing the enemy's retreat. Gazing at the members of the two sects, Yun Qi harbored the desire to annihilate them completely. However, at that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Return for now. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yun Qi promptly replied, understood. Consequently, without hesitation, the crowd ascended back into the desolate city. Moments later, the void once again regained its tranquility, leaving behind only the remnants of its shattered essence. Simultaneously, the entire desolate city erupted in cheers. Within the city lord's mansion, Yun Qi approached Lu Daosheng with an expression of excitement. City lord, you've worked hard, Lu Daosheng remarked with a smile. At this, Yun Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had not exerted much effort himself. Just then, Lu Daosheng added, what I meant was, you have labored diligently in training this army. Only then did Yun Qi comprehend the sentiment, responding with a smile, it is largely thanks to the resources provided by the city lord. No matter how skilled a trainer may be, without resources, their efforts would amount to naught. At that moment, Yun Qi recalled something and promptly inquired, Lord City Master, why spare those individuals? With your prowess, you could certainly have detained them all. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied, they will return, and when they do, they shall be stronger and more numerous than before. Understanding the implication, Yun Qi immediately assured, rest assured, my lord, as long as I am here, the desolate city shall remain untroubled. This sentiment, I should have expressed, was suddenly echoed by another voice. In the next instant, Huang Shou appeared on the scene. Upon seeing him, Yun Qi respectfully greeted Elder Huang. Huang Shou nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Lu Daosheng. My lord city master, what is it? May I also partake in the next confrontation with our foes? He gazed longingly at the battle unfolding in the void, unable to suppress his yearning for action. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng felt a twinge of exasperation. His subordinates were indeed a band of battle maniacs. At that moment, Lu Shui's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Father, my master is about to break through. Oh, is that so? Lu Daosheng inquired. Lu Shui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, her master had mentioned that he had been unable to achieve a breakthrough due to a lack of combat experience. Now, Gu Chun had successfully transcended the bottleneck of the Dao realm. Instantly, a tremendous disturbance erupted from a training chamber within the city lord's manor. Observing the commotion caused by Gu Chen's breakthrough, everyone present, with the exception of Lu Shui, nodded in agreement. Such an extraordinary phenomenon clearly indicates that Gu Chen possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, the city lord's discerning eye is truly exceptional. Chapter 29, The Peril of the Cosmos Before Long. An aura of ancient realms emanated from a certain location within the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, the figure of Gu Chun appeared before the assembly. Congratulations on breaking through to the ancient realm, Lu Daosheng remarked with a gentle smile upon seeing Gu Chun. Congratulations, my brother Gu, came another voice, followed by a chorus of well wishes from the crowd. Congratulations, master, they echoed in unison. Hearing the heartfelt congratulations, an uncontrollable smile spread across Gu Chen's face. This is all thanks to the city lord. Without his support, I would not be where I am today. As time passed, his gratitude towards Lu Daosheng deepened. He often found himself grateful for having crossed paths with him. Undoubtedly, it was Lu Daosheng who had altered the course of his destiny. In response, Lu Daosheng replied, opportunities are seized through one's own efforts. Thus, the desolate city adeptly navigated this crisis, albeit without the direct intervention of Lu Daosheng and certain powerful individuals. This realization made Lu Daosheng more cautious. The strength of the desolate city was still somewhat lacking. A truly supreme force must possess not only superficial strength, but also an underlying power capable of instilling fear in its adversaries. After a brief interval, the gathering dispersed to prepare for the next defense. According to Lu Daosheng, a counterattack is highly probable, for one cannot remain passive indefinitely. In a vast abyss of the cosmos, devoid of any vitality, it seemed as though it marked the end of the universe. At that moment, a faint, corrosive black mist began to seep slowly from the depths of the abyss, accompanied by eerie, heart-stopping sounds. Suddenly, a figure emerged above the chasm. Upon witnessing the abyss in such a state, his expression changed drastically. Retreat. With a powerful, concentrated strike, the man pressed his palm down towards the abyss. Instantly, the entire chasm began to tremble. However, the black mist did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened further. Observing this scene, the man's face turned ashen. Damn it. How could this be happening? Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from within the abyss. You shall not impede the advance of my kind. Hearing this, the man gazed intently into the depths of the abyss, his expression grave. In the next moment, all color drained from his face. At the bottom of the chasm, a grotesque fissure was steadily widening, from which the endless black mist surged forth relentlessly. Buzz! At that moment, a bizarre purple eye appeared within the crack, fixating on the man above the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. No longer hesitating, the man turned and fled. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond his control. Nearby the abyss, in the direction the man had departed, a colossal defensive line loomed, spanning nearly the entirety of the cosmos. As if guarding against some impending threat, were they truly approaching? Within the confines of the defensive line, a weary sigh resonated slowly. With the emergence of this sound, countless formidable beings surged forth from within the line, their terrifying auras palpable. Darkness descended, uniting the universe in a shared trial. Victory would herald peace for the cosmos. Defeat would spell its annihilation. In a certain corner of the Tianxin world, in a dimly lit alleyway, a robust man loomed over a frail, emaciated beggar cowering in the shadows. Why aren't you running, you little brat? I swear I'll beat you to death today. The man's eyes glinted with malice as he prepared to unleash his fury. Under the overwhelming force of his strength, the beggar stood no chance of retaliation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the man, seemingly fatigued, spat disdainfully and departed with a torrent of curses. Left behind, the small beggar struggled to rise from the ground. Leaning once more against the wall, blood flowed ceaselessly from his wounds, and his consciousness began to fade. He understood that death was imminent, yet he clung desperately to life. Why, oh why, must this world treat him so cruelly? With an expression of profound reluctance, the beggar lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Enduring excruciating pain, the small beggar gritted his teeth and summoned the strength to rise once more. Yet, in the next moment, a loud thud resonated as he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the blood flowed ever more profusely. At that instant, the small beggar appeared to have reached the very brink of life. His mouth opened, yearning to articulate something. Yet no sound emerged. Do you wish to live? At that moment, a towering figure materialized before the small beggar. In the next instant, the beggar astonishingly regained a semblance of strength. He thought, I wish to live, I do not wish to perish. Lu Daosheng observed the frightened small beggar, and within him, he discerned much. Not only did he perceive the beggar's unwillingness to succumb, but he also recognized a fierce determination within him. How potent was this will? Lu Daosheng could feel it vividly even from his own home. This was, after all, the very reason for his presence here. I can save you. What can you offer me? Lu Daosheng inquired gently. Upon hearing this question, the small beggar fell into a profound silence. He truly had nothing left. Observing the beggar's quietude, Lu Daosheng seemed somewhat disheartened, shaking his head slightly before turning to depart. Just then, a faint voice emerged from behind him. I can offer you a person who will never let you down. I shall endeavor to execute your commands to the utmost of my abilities. I beseech you, please save me. By the end of his plea, the small beggar's voice had begun to quaver. Upon hearing these words, Lu Daosheng halted in his tracks and turned around. Remember what you have said today. In the next moment, a flash of light surged forth. The injuries on the small beggar's body healed instantaneously, as waves of strength continuously revitalized him. Do you have a name? After a brief silence, the small beggar replied softly, "I am called Kong." This name had not been uttered in a long, long time, so long that he had almost forgotten what he was called. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded and said, "I have now made initial improvements to your physique. You are capable of cultivation." At these words, Kong was filled with exhilaration. He understood that the person before him was undoubtedly a legendary master of cultivation. He never anticipated that he too would finally have the opportunity to cultivate. Once, he had dreamed of such a possibility, believing it would spare him from further bullying. Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. With his constitution, cultivation was utterly unattainable. Moreover, due to prolonged nutritional deficiencies, at the age of 12, he appeared as a mere child of 8, with hardly any flesh on his bones. "Thank you, benefactor," Kong declared, kneeling to the ground and bowing his head to Lu Daoxing. However, Lu Daoxing gently pulled him up. In the next moment, a world materialized within Lu Daoxing's palm. Inside, countless opportunities awaited, the extent of which depended solely on one's own fortune. "Remember your words. You will not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Kong's expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, my benefactor, I shall not let you down." With that, Kong was swiftly drawn into the world within Lu Daoxing's palm. In the external realm, a year passed, while within, a millennium unfolded. From this moment forth, the life of this seemingly insignificant young beggar underwent a profound metamorphosis. It is difficult to fathom that, after endless ages, the foremost master beneath the lord of the desolate city was once merely a near-fatalized little beggar. Chapter 30, At the Brink of Life and Death. Meanwhile, within the Hongmeng universe, countless formidable galaxies abruptly breached the boundary barrier, advancing en masse towards a singular direction. This revelation instantly captured the attention of the frontier defense line at the cosmic boundary. Indeed, the Hongmeng universe is a realm of unwavering unity. The elder at the forefront, with eyes aglow, was so moved that tears welled up. Surrounding him, numerous powerful figures nodded in agreement. When the universe is in peril, how could those of the Hongmeng universe stand idly by? At that moment, however, a middle-aged man voiced his confusion. "But we have yet to notify them. Who has conveyed this news to them?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, pondering the question. It seemed indeed perplexing. The elder snorted coldly and remarked, "Surely, there exists a capable individual among them. It is only natural that in the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe, talents abound." Upon hearing these words, no one dared to refute, and they all nodded in acquiescence, for Elder Yang held the highest seniority, unparalleled strength, and was the most venerable of their predecessors. Elder Yang is correct. So, shall we wait for them to arrive before taking action? After a moment of contemplation, the elder known as Yang nodded. "Indeed, we must wait. This frontier line was established through the concerted efforts of us powerful beings, with the very purpose of defending against external threats. In an era long past, nearly traceable to the ancient times, the malevolent demon clan launched an extensive invasion of the primordial universe. The entire realm was plunged into a dire struggle for survival. Ultimately, countless formidable beings set aside their grievances and united to repel the demon clan. That cataclysmic battle left the primordial universe severely scarred, with innumerable powerful warriors meeting their tragic fate. During that epoch, the primordial universe thrived in its zenith, teeming with unknown realms and causality realms. A stark contrast to the present day. The most significant sacrifice was borne by the once mighty Xuangu star system, which boasted 8 entities transcending the realm of life and death, known as the 8 Kings, who were truly invincible throughout the primordial universe. In that fierce confrontation, these 8 champions led the charge. In the end, while the demons were driven back, they never returned. From that moment forth, the Xuangu star system fell into a complete decline, diminishing from the strongest star system to a mere level 4 star system, fading from the public's consciousness. Nowadays, scarcely anyone remembers these events. Not even the vast majority of the demon clan within the universe. Those who do remember are the formidable beings above the unknown realm across various star systems, once absolute sovereigns of their realms. Upon breaking through to realms beyond the unknown, they would send envoys to bring them together in a united front against the demon clan. Despite the constant skirmishes among the great galaxies, there exists a remarkable unity of power at the highest echelons. Whenever colossal conflicts erupt among the galaxies, they discreetly intervene to resolve the situation. Currently, it is evident that the abyss can no longer withstand them. The Hongmeng universe must unite once more. Old Duan, when will that girl you mentioned finally break through to the realm of causality? An elderly man approached Duan Heng and inquired. Duan Heng, the former strongest of the Eternal Galaxy and the previous master of the Eternal Temple, had ascended to the realm of causality 4 million years ago and was brought to the edge of this universe. Hesitating, Duan Heng replied, "Perhaps it will take some time. After all, the current universe is far from its former prosperity." Upon hearing this, the old man sighed. "We truly do not have much time left." Indeed, they all understood that the abyss could not hold out for long. Once it collapses, their final line of defense will be the boundary line they established. Although they had inscribed countless formations upon it, including ancient ones, it still lacked the stability of the abyss. Thus, they could only rely on themselves. Every additional ounce of strength they could muster was crucial. After a brief silence, Duan Heng clasped his hands and said, "In that case, I shall return to take a look. If possible, I would like to bring her here directly. Perhaps in this place, she might achieve a breakthrough more swiftly." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement. The others chimed in, advising, "Do take care." Duan Heng smiled, remarking, "Isn't this very place the most perilous in the entire universe?" Instantly, the others erupted into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Duan Heng cupped his fists in farewell and departed. "All right. Enough watching. Let us continue to suppress." The crowd shook their heads and resumed channeling their immense power towards the boundless abyss. Time passed, and at the boundary barrier of the Xuangu star system, a thunderous roar echoed. Countless fissures spread wide, and in the next moment, several massive openings appeared in the barrier. Following this, innumerable forces surged into the Xuangu star system. Instantly, the entire Xuangu star system began to tremble. These were formidable forces hailing from various star systems of the Hongmeng universe. Indeed, their aim was the treasures nestled within the desolate city of the Xuangu star system, rather than to support the cosmic frontier against the malevolent forces. Is this truly the Xuangu star system? It is indeed a lower-tier star system. He chuckled. What star system it may be does not concern me. I am here solely in pursuit of treasures. The spoils, naturally, belong to the capable. Without further hesitation, the myriad forces set their sights towards the Tianxian world. It is difficult to fathom that the most formidable forces from various galaxies have convened today. Among them are sects, families, and sacred lands, each standing as a pinnacle of their respective galaxies. The majority belong to secondary galaxies, with only a handful from primary galaxies, and none from tertiary galaxies. Tertiary galaxies find it exceedingly challenging to breach the barriers of their systems, and the resources required to traverse the void are astoundingly immense. Only those above tertiary galaxies can afford such expenditures. Within the desolate city of the Tianxian world, Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze towards the void once more. This time, his eyes were filled with an icy resolve, for among the arriving forces were the notorious Xeyun sect and the Tianjin sect, both of which had previously made their presence known. In truth, had these two factions chosen not to attend, Lu Daosheng would have been prepared to overlook their absence. Regrettably, they failed to seize the singular opportunity for survival. Arrivals. In the next moment, the formidable figures from the city lord's mansion materialized before Lu Daosheng. "My lord." He addressed them, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Among them were Wei, Huangshou, Anqing, and Yunqi. This time, he intended to showcase the strength of the desolate city. "Indeed, my lord." Immediately, the entire desolate city resonated with the stirring sound of bells. The crowd collectively raised their eyes towards the void. Before them loomed an overwhelming presence, a formidable aura that shrouded the entire desolate city like ominous storm clouds. The crowd was gripped with trepidation. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng clenched his palm, enveloping the entirety of the celestial Xian world with an indomitable barrier. Indeed, he shielded the entire celestial Xian world. Previously, through negligence, he had allowed certain areas beyond the desolate city to suffer damage, a burden he now bore. Thus, this time, he resolved to safeguard the entire realm single-handedly. Above the celestial Xian world, amidst the starry expanse, countless factions, akin to ravenous wolves, fixated their gaze upon the desolate city. They were momentarily incredulous. How could such a place harbor so many treasures? Yet, not all of these factions were foolish. Some sensed an unsettling dissonance and discreetly withdrew. At the first hint of danger, they would flee. A smaller fraction, however, chose to flee outright, while the remaining factions, intoxicated by the allure of the treasures before them, were consumed by ambition. "Let us seize this world. All these treasures shall belong to us," they cried out in fervor. In an instant, myriad factions surged forward. A thunderous cacophony erupted against the barrier, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. Consequently, the assembled factions stood there, stunned. Could it truly be this resilient? In the backdrop, the forces of the evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect coldly observed. They were acutely aware that the strength of that city was formidable. Thus, this time they resolved to exercise caution, opting to wait until the battle had progressed significantly before making their move. Listen well, you worthless beings inside. Open this contraption at once, or else, if we have to breach your defenses ourselves, I shall annihilate your entire world. A formidable ancient realm expert glared menacingly at the desolate city below. Is that so? At that moment, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. In the next instant, the arrogant ancient realm expert stood frozen in shock, his head slowly detaching from his body. A single sword strike had cleaved him asunder. The surrounding forces were instantly engulfed in profound astonishment. A single strike had felled an ancient realm expert. At this juncture, the Guardian of the Desolation appeared amidst the starry expanse. Not only the Guardian, but countless factions within the desolate city also emerged. Desolation Guards, the Liu family army, and the Nangong clan, among others. It is noteworthy that in the previous conflict, the Nangong clan had received commendation, with nearly half of its members granted the privilege of residing within the inner city. This recognition sparked envy among countless individuals from the outer city. Consequently, a multitude of powerful figures from the outer city rose to join forces alongside the desolate city in battle. Chapter 31. The Arrival of the First-Level Galaxy. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded within the celestial expanse of the Tianxin world. The most formidable force, the desolate city, confronted the most powerful entities from various corners of the Hongming universe. Amidst the starry sky, the inhabitants of Desolate City, despite being vastly outnumbered, exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, they radiated an indomitable spirit. Yunqi stood resolutely at the forefront of the Liu family's army, his aura significantly more potent than in the previous battle. Gazing at the encroaching foreign forces, his eyes brimmed with an inexhaustible thirst for vengeance. His existence had been a relentless saga of warfare. His hands stained with the blood of countless adversaries. He harbored no fear of conflict. In his eyes, enemies were meant to be vanquished without mercy. This time, they would not escape. Upon hearing Yunqi's declaration, the members of Shiyun sect and Tianjin sect trembled inexplicably, their bodies shuddering involuntarily. Who dares to offend Desolate City? Kill. Without further ado, the mighty warriors of Desolate City surged forth towards their foes. In an instant, the drums of war reverberated, and an overwhelming tide of momentum surged forth. The sounds of combat echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Every individual exerted their utmost strength, witnessing the prowess of the champions within Desolate City. The onlookers from the various external forces were left in a state of astonishment. They realized they had underestimated the seemingly inferior galaxy. The power wielded by this force was no less formidable than that of any of their own factions. However, that was where the comparison ended. Moreover, having arrived at this critical juncture, is it truly feasible to depart without action? Clearly, such an option is out of the question. Fear not, for our numbers are substantial. If we vanquish them, those treasures shall be ours. Instantly, the various factions ceased their hesitation and surged forward into the fray. Before the allure of those supreme treasures, no faction could resist the temptation. Thunderous roars echoed. A formidable force relentlessly poured forth, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to begin to shatter inch by inch. It must be acknowledged, the individuals cultivated by Liu Daosheng are indeed immensely powerful. Each one possesses the strength to match 10 adversaries. In the midst of the chaos, one individual named Yunqi engaged in fierce combat with 6 others of equal ancient realm status, and remarkably, he was overpowering them. Meanwhile, Gu Qin displayed no signs of weakness. Within the battlefield, none could withstand his might. Boom! Another tremendous explosion resounded. An unparalleled force surged directly toward Gu Qin amidst the crowd. Instantly, his countenance shifted, and he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. With a resounding crash, Gu Qin was propelled back 1,000 lengths, shattering the surrounding starry expanse. A testament to the overwhelming power at play. Unknown realm. Gu Qin's expression turned grave as he gazed at the figure in the distance. Indeed, it was a formidable being from the unknown realm, a terrifying presence hailing from a first-tier star system. Upon witnessing the intervention of the unknown realm expert, the various factions from the outside world were struck with both astonishment and elation. They had not anticipated the involvement of a being from the unknown realm. It seems the opponent is eager to resolve the battle swiftly. Instantly, everyone began to fight with fervor. At that moment, the enigmatic powerhouse cast a frigid gaze upon Gu Qin. Do you believe yourself to be formidable? Without entering the unknown realm, you are ultimately but an ant. The unknown expert remarked coldly. Just then, Huang Shou appeared beside Gu Chun. Are you all right? Gu Chun shook his head. Allow me to handle this. Yet, Gu Chun continued to shake his head. Let me face this myself. Hearing this, Huang Shou hesitated but eventually nodded. Then be cautious. All right. With that, Gu Chun charged forward once more. Observing this scene, the distant unknown realm expert wore a mocking expression. An ant attempting to shake a tree. Unaware of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Very well, let me demonstrate the power of the unknown realm. With that, he unleashed another punch. One significantly more powerful than the last. In the distance, Gu Chun slowly closed his eyes, a unique force emanating from within him. The world aids me. In the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. Countless forces of heaven and earth began to surge into Gu Chun's being from the depths of the Tianxin world, and simultaneously. Gu Chun's aura ascended relentlessly. Soon, he stood as an equal to the unknown realm powerhouse. Upon witnessing this scene, fear filled the eyes of numerous factions. Quickly, stop him. In an instant, the unknown realm expert, not daring to be careless, charged directly toward Gu Chun. Wherever he passed, the starry sky shattered incessantly. Yet, it was not only this unknown realm expert who attacked Gu Chun. Another unknown realm expert from a first-level star system joined in as well. Faced with the assault of two unknown realm experts, Gu Chun remained unfazed. It is too late. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from within Gu Chun, soaring into the heavens. An inexhaustible surge of power continuously gushed forth from his being. Die. With a resounding strike, Gu Chun unleashed a punch imbued with boundless world power. Directed at the two unknown realm experts. Instantly, both of them were sent reeling backward, retreating thousands of feet away. Hiss, immediately, the starry sky resonated with countless gasps of astonishment. Ha ha ha, well done, my ancient brother. Below, within the desolate city, Lu Shui exclaimed, Wow. Father, how did Master become so powerful all of a sudden? She gazed at Gu Chun above, her eyes shimmering with stars. In response, Lu Daoxing smiled and said, Your master is a native of the heavenly Xian world. Moreover, he sacrificed himself in the past to suppress evil and protect the entire heavenly Xian world. This must be the world's favor upon him. What does that mean? Hearing this, Lu Shui felt somewhat perplexed. In simple terms, your master is the fated individual of the celestial realm. At that moment, Lu Shui, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, amidst the starry expanse, Gu Chun had seemingly transformed into an invincible entity, rendering him beyond the reach of any adversary. In an instant, various factions began to retreat in disarray. Just as the thought of withdrawal flickered in the minds of these forces, an ominous presence suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Concurrently, at the boundary of the Xian Gu star system, a colossal rift in space-time emerged. In the next moment, an enormous warship, reminiscent of a planet, gradually materialized from within. Adorned upon the vessel's banner were two formidable characters. Eternity. What is happening? It appeared that yet another primary star system was approaching. Is that so? How wonderful. One might exclaim, but in reality, the abundance of primary star systems left little room for the secondary ones, relegating them to scavenging. Instantly, the various factions realized their predicament. Some feeling utterly despondent. They had never anticipated that this former fourth-tier star system would possess such formidable strength. Without the intervention of a primary star system, they truly found themselves at a loss. In the next moment, a towering structure began to descend from the depths of the cosmos. It was the Uranus star system, a tremendously powerful primary star system. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Uranus star system surpassed the combined might of all the factions present. At this juncture, the tower came to a halt. Several formidable beings slowly emerged from within. 3 were unknown realm experts, while the rest were ancient realm warriors. Such formidable strength was, indeed, terrifying. The powerhouses from the Uranus system paid no heed to anyone present, their gaze fixed intently upon the desolate city below. They discerned something that everyone else had overlooked. The true treasures were not solely those within the colossal city. The city itself was an unparalleled gem. With eyes brimming with insatiable greed, the leader coldly declared, "This city belongs to the Uranus system." Immediately, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Had they come all this way only to return empty-handed? What? Do you dare to defy us? In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged from the powerful beings of the Uranus system. The very fabric of the starry sky began to fragment under the pressure, clearly unable to withstand the might of these warriors. Upon hearing such brazen words, not a single faction from the surrounding systems dared to speak up. Observing this, the warriors from the Uranus system sneered coldly, then advanced toward the inhabitants of the desolate city. Now, submit or perish. An awkward tension enveloped the scene. The inhabitants of the desolate city regarded the warriors from the Uranus system with expressions of disbelief, their faces tinged with a slight flush. With a disdainful snort, the powerful figure from the Uranus system continued, "Since you refuse to surrender, then you shall meet your demise." Heh. Do you truly believe this desolate city is devoid of inhabitants? In the distance, Yunqi coldly remarked. Oh. In the next instant, Yunqi unleashed his formidable aura. Unknown realm. Indeed, since the last great battle, Lu Daoxing had further elevated Yunqi's power. Now, Yunqi had also ascended to the unknown realm. What? How is this possible? The Zhuangga star system has actually given rise to a powerful being of the unknown realm. Does this imply that the Zhuangga star system has now ascended to a first-tier star system? It is utterly ludicrous for a group of second-tier star systems to attempt an invasion of a first-tier star system. In the rear, the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect, upon witnessing this scene, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Retreat, quickly retreat. Instantly, both factions hurriedly fled. Heh. Now you wish to depart? It is too late. Yunqi swiftly identified the fleeing members of the Evil Cloud sect and the Giant Sword sect. Boom. A colossal hand, infused with boundless power of the unknown realm, descended upon the Evil Cloud sect and the Giant Sword sect, crushing them mercilessly. No faction dared to intervene. In an instant, both sects were reduced to ashes. Such is the terror of the unknown realm. Chapter 32. Pursuit is an unknown realm truly formidable? Pondered the individual from the Uranus system. Furrowing his brow, it is merely an unknown realm. Even if it is powerful, what does it matter? They act as if they are invincible. Yunqi remained silent, which only emboldened the forces of the Uranus system further. Very well, let us show you the might of our Uranus system. In the next moment, two more formidable beings from the unknown realm stepped forth from the towering edifice. This time, 5 entities of the unknown realm emerged from the Uranus system. Astonishingly, they were holding back. The surrounding factions gasped in astonishment. Is this truly a first-tier star system? It is indeed terrifying. However, this spectacle did not instill even a trace of fear in the eyes of the powerful beings from the ruined city. In a corner, the sword-wielding Ao Shou appeared utterly exhausted, on the verge of tears. Just then, Ao Shou's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding as he gazed into the depths of the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Haha, one of your own has fled. Are you certain you do not wish to surrender? Taunted the individuals from the Uranus system. Observing Ao Shou's disappearance, Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly. Ao Shou was, after all, the most formidable being aside from the city lord. His retreat could not be for naught. It must signify something significant. If it is war you seek, then let it be so. If you wish to enter ruined city, you shall have to tread over my lifeless body, declared Yunqi with unwavering resolve. This has ignited an indomitable spirit among the warriors of the desolate city. Observing their unwavering resolve, the members of the Uranus system wore expressions of dismay. They merely sought to acquire the treasures in the most effortless manner. For soon they would face resistance from the other first-tier star systems. They had little confidence. Should they encounter a first-tier star system even more formidable than their own, their fate would be dire indeed. Very well then, I shall grant you your wish. Attack. This time, the forces of the Uranus system refrained from further conversation and charged directly at the warriors of the desolate city. Instantly, the cosmos erupted with the sound of countless explosions. On the other side of the universe, within the eternal star system, a middle-aged man suddenly materialized within the eternal temple. How audacious! How dare you intrude upon the eternal temple? Do you wish to court death? In the next moment, an elderly man clad in an ancient robe appeared before the middle-aged man. Should Lu Daoxing be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this elder as the gatekeeper he encountered upon his arrival at the eternal star system. Following the incident from years past, the elder had relinquished his position guarding the borders of eternity to oversee the temple instead. At this moment, the middle-aged man gazed at the elder. Do you not recognize me? He inquired. The elder, perplexed, responded, Who do you think you are that I should recognize you? However, the elder did not speak. Instead, he earnestly reflected for a moment. As he pondered, a revelation struck him, causing him to be taken aback, gazing at the middle-aged man before him. The elder's eyes filled with astonishment. Your Excellency. In that instant, the elder stammered. He could never have imagined that the man standing before him was the former lord of the temple. How foolish of him to have insulted the former lord of the temple. He recalled that in the days when this illustrious figure fought for supremacy, he himself was but a child in short trousers. Lord, I am truly despicable. The elder knelt down, his expression more wretched than one who had tasted the bitterest of herbs. Nevertheless, Duan Heng merely waved his hand, perplexed, and inquired, "Why is the temple so desolate? Where is everyone? Where is Ouyang Yanqing?" Upon his return, he found the eternal temple remarkably devoid of inhabitants. Moreover, the very person he sought, Ouyang Yanqing, was nowhere to be found. This left him in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Ouyang Yanqing had received word and departed with others to the cosmic frontier? Contemplating this, Duan Heng's expression softened with a hint of appreciation. Truly, she is the successor I envisioned. Observing Duan Heng's demeanor, the elder was baffled, then hesitantly replied, "Your Excellency, the Divine Lady has been absent from the eternal star system for quite some time now, perhaps several centuries. As for her destination, I only know it to be a realm called the Heavenly Profound World. Regarding the powerful individuals within the temple, they have all ventured to the Xian ancient star system. It is said that an extraordinary treasure has been discovered, attracting not only my eternal star system, but numerous others as well." Upon hearing this, Duan Heng was momentarily rendered speechless. The Xiangu star system? Many other systems have ventured there. This suggests that the situation is far from what Elder Yang had described. They are not merely reinforcing the cosmic frontier, but rather seeking to claim the treasure. In an instant, Duan Heng pieced together the implications, his expression darkening ominously. A terrifying aura began to emanate from him, causing the entire great hall to tremble violently. "Please, Master, calm your fury," the elder exclaimed in alarm as he gazed at Duan Heng. At these words, Duan Heng managed to regain a measure of composure and reigned in his formidable energy. Surveying the somewhat desolate eternal temple, he shook his head in disappointment and departed with determination. His destination was the Xiangu star system. The universe now stood on the brink of life and death, yet these stellar powers were consumed by infighting over treasures. He felt compelled to intervene. As for Ouyang Yanqing, that could wait. He could only hope that the cosmic frontier would endure a little longer. At the border of the Xiangu star system, a colossal fleet of starships tore through the fabric of space-time, advancing resolutely towards the Tian Xian world. The two characters eternal emblazoned on their banners stood out prominently, while the fearsome aura radiating from them instilled dread in the hearts of countless beings in the vicinity. At that moment, a man wielding a sword appeared before the fleet, obstructing their path. Upon seeing the inscription on the banner, Huang Shou furrowed his brow. "Are you from the eternal star system? Knowing the illustrious name of our eternal star system, how dare you block our way?" Hearing this remark, Huang Shou's frown deepened further. Had he not fortuitously learned that Ouyang Yanqing hailed from the eternal star system, he would have cleaved the fleet in two with a single stroke of his sword. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Tower of Heaven in the desolate city of the heavenly Xian world, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly opened her eyes wide. Sensing a familiar aura, her expression shifted subtly. This is not good. Without hesitation, Ouyang Yanqing exited the Tower of Heaven. Yet in the next instant, bang, she collided directly with a solid chest. About to express her annoyance, Ouyang Yanqing looked up and was met by a familiar face. "Lu, brother Lu." Instantly, she stepped back 2 paces. Lu Daoxing regarded her with a bemused expression. "Miss Ouyang, how do you intend to handle this matter?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Ouyang Yanqing understood precisely what Lu Daoxing was referring to. "I shall attend to it immediately." With that, Ouyang Yanqing soared into the sky, and in the next moment, a rift appeared in the heavens above the heavenly Xian world as she departed, venturing deeper into the cosmos. At this moment, within the desolate city, Lu Daoxing suddenly squinted, his gaze fixated upon the cosmic barrier. Intriguing. Meanwhile, in the celestial expanse of the Tianxian world, the battle had escalated to unprecedented ferocity. Not only were the extrinsic forces suffering heavy losses, but the formidable beings of the desolate city were equally afflicted. Empowered by the world's might, Yuchen and Yunqi engaged fiercely against 7 unknown realm powerhouses. The atmosphere of combat was cataclysmic, as countless void auras coalesced, with chaotic currents of the void surging incessantly. At this juncture, the warriors of the desolate city had undergone a transformation. They were becoming increasingly united, and their sense of belonging to the desolate city grew ever stronger. They were not merely fighting for themselves, they were fighting for the desolate city as a whole. This was precisely why Lu Daoxing refrained from intervening from the very beginning. His subordinates needed to comprehend that this was not solely his desolate city, but theirs as well. He wished for them to be self-reliant, only resorting to his power in truly exceptional circumstances, or when the desolate city faced existential peril. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Yunqi's expression was fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Before him lay a veritable sea of blood. "You monster," muttered an unknown realm powerhouse leading the Uranus system, his countenance reflecting profound dismay. This was the only term he could conjure to encapsulate the man before him. If they continue to fight, victory may be within their grasp. Yet it will undoubtedly come at a grievous cost. Retreat. Thus, the Uranus system initiated their withdrawal. Witnessing this, the other factions hastily followed suit. Continue the pursuit. Do not let them escape. Understood. The entire Lu family army resounded with fervent shouts. At this moment, the once formidable force of over 300,000 Lu family soldiers had dwindled to a mere 80,000, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. In the endless years to come, these 80,000 would emerge as the elite among the elite of the Lu family army, striking fear across the myriad realms. Charge. The remaining 80,000 Lu family soldiers, filled with indomitable spirit, surged forth in pursuit of the fleeing foes. Without hesitation, Gu Chun followed suit, prompting the other formidable beings to join him as well. "Master, they are closing in on us." "What? These lunatics?" Just then, a terrifying surge of power suddenly emanated from the outskirts of the star system, sweeping towards them. In an instant, chaos ensued. Not only did the extraterritorial forces falter, but even those from the ruined city who had come to chase were thrown into disarray, with many weaker cultivators fainting from the sheer pressure. What is this? Countless powerful beings halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed ahead. Before them loomed a colossal black hole, a manifestation of the catastrophic collapse of the starry expanse due to overwhelming power. Swoosh! From the depths of the cosmos, the resounding cry of a sword pierced through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 33. Duan Hung visits the desolate city, sensing a particular aura. Gu Chun and the others gasped in unison. It is the Elder Desolate. What manner of opponent could compel the Desolate Guardian to exert such power? It is worthy of note that the Guardian had long since transcended to realms unknown. Just as they pondered this, a sudden force yanked them backward. In the next instant, the sounds of combat drew alarmingly close. A formidable surge of power erupted forth, and in a heartbeat, those from external factions who had yet to react suffered devastating losses, including two formidable figures of the unknown realm. "Ah, retreat, retreat," they cried. "If only we had known better than to venture into the Xian-Gu star system." Boom. In the distance, Gu Chen and his companions remained in a state of disbelief. They exchanged glances before bowing deeply in the direction of the desolate city. "Thank you, my lord the city master." The power they had just witnessed was indeed the work of Lu Daoxing. At that moment, they caught sight of the two figures engaged in battle. One was a swordsman, the Desolate Guardian, while the other was a middle-aged man whom they did not recognize. "General Yunqi, who might that individual be?" they inquired, astounded that he could contend evenly with Elder Desolate. "Well," Yunqi replied, his expression filled with uncertainty. "I do not know this person, nor have I ever encountered him before." Just then, a graceful figure appeared before them. Upon encountering that figure, Yunqi and the others were momentarily taken aback and promptly greeted, "Senior Ouyang, what brings you here?" Within the entirety of the desolate city, only a handful were acquainted with Ouyang Yanqing, primarily individuals of Yunqi's caliber. They understood that she was a guest of the city lord and shared a profound connection with Miss Lu Shui. More significantly, Ouyang Yanqing possessed formidable strength, on par with the esteemed Elder Huang. At that moment, Ouyang Yanqing gazed with a complex expression at the figure engaged in battle with Elder Huang. Observing her demeanor, Gu Chen hesitantly inquired, "Senior Ouyang, do you recognize that person?" Ouyang Yanqing nodded in affirmation. Instantly, the group fell silent. Boom. At that instant, Ouyang Yanqing made her move, targeting those external forces poised to escape. Under the overwhelming pressure of causality, those factions were utterly annihilated, not even having the chance to utter a cry of despair. Thus, all of these external forces perished within the Xian-Gu star system, except for the Eternal star system. In the distance, sensing Ouyang Yanqing's aura, the powerful figures of the Eternal Temple within the interstellar fleet were momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the colossal fleet maneuvered around the black hole, positioning itself before the onlookers. Observing the formidable fleet, Yunqi felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, for he too aspired to construct such an interstellar armada. However, to establish such an interstellar fleet, one requires not only resources and strength, but also advanced technology. Nevertheless, he lacked this technology and had initially planned to consult the lord of the city once the impending war concluded. At that moment, within the fleet, countless formidable beings surged towards this location. Upon witnessing this scene, Guqin and his companions immediately tensed up. 12 unknown realm powerhouses. Such a formidable lineup indicated that the opposing force belonged to a remarkably powerful galactic faction, just as everyone braced for a fierce battle. These powerful individuals gradually knelt before Ouyang Yanqing. "We pay our respects to the Divine Lord." The response they received was a sharp slap across the face. Ouyang Yanqing's expression was frigid as she inquired, "Who commanded you to come here?" At this moment, the faces of the Eternal Temple members burned with humiliation, and none dared to utter a word. The leader stammered, "Divine Lord, it was my subordinate's unilateral decision, yet there were extenuating circumstances." "Oh," the Divine Lord continued, "a peerless treasure has surfaced here. If our Eternal Temple did not arrive, it would be a grave loss. So, are you suggesting that I have wronged you?" Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Ouyang Yanqing, with a frosty demeanor, cast a disdainful gaze upon those before her. "You foolish lot. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible across the universe?" In the Eternal Temple, all present knelt in silence, not daring to utter a sound. With an abundance of legendary treasures laid bare, one must wonder if this is the manifestation of an ordinary power. Upon hearing these words, the leader remained silent, fully aware of the underlying truth. Indeed, most factions that ventured here had grasped this notion. Yet, insatiable greed proved to be an insurmountable barrier. It was evident that those who had come were driven by avarice and had paid a grievous price for it. "Bring him." "Yes, Lord Deity." Ouyang Yanqing, pointing at the leader of the Eternal Temple, spoke with an icy demeanor. "Take him back and confine him within the divine prison. He shall not be released without my permission." At her words, he immediately collapsed to the ground. The divine prison was a place far more terrifying than hell itself. Once one entered, all hope for the future was irrevocably lost. "Understood, Lord Deity." Before he could react further, two formidable figures seized him and escorted him away. Behind Ouyang Yanqing, Guqin and others dared not utter a single word. They were astonished to witness this side of Ouyang Yanqing, who usually appeared so amiable. It was true, however, that no one at such a level of power was to be trifled with. Meanwhile, deep within the black hole, laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha. I never expected that in this current universe, there exists a formidable being such as yourself, of whom I had yet to hear." The one facing Huang Shou was none other than Duan Heng, who had just arrived in the Xian Gu star system. At this moment, Duan Heng regarded Huang Shou with an appreciative gaze. To him, Huang Shou was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Huang Shou, too, appeared equally exhilarated. It had been a considerable time since he had engaged in such an invigorating battle. In this encounter, he truly relished the thrill of combat, and he was aware that his opponent had not exerted their full strength. The words of Duan Heng echoed his own sentiments. In the vast cosmos, such formidable beings still existed. For countless years, he had sought defeat, only to realize that he had merely been observing the sky from the depths of a well. "I am Duan Heng, hailing from the Eternal Star System. I am Huang Shou, a denizen of the Desolate City." At that moment, the two introduced themselves. "Desolate City? Where's that?" Upon hearing this, Huang Shou let out a hearty laugh. "It is a faction I have joined. Would you be interested in becoming a part of my Desolate City? I can introduce you to the Lord of the City." Hearing this, Duan Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there existed an even higher authority above Huang Shou. His curiosity was piqued. "Very well, I shall meet this Desolate City you speak of." With that, the two concealed their auras and departed from the black hole. In the next moment, they appeared before the crowd of Guqin. Yanqing. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Duan Heng was momentarily stunned. "Master." Ouyang Yanqing offered a respectful bow to Duan Heng. Meanwhile, the members of the Eternal Temple quickly followed suit, greeting him with, "We pay our respects to Lord Duan." They had just encountered Duan Heng. "Yanqing, I've been searching for you. I never anticipated that you would also arrive in the Xian Gu star system," Duan Heng remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Clearly, he assumed that Ouyang Yanqing had come to this star system in pursuit of treasures, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, Ouyang Yanqing responded, "Master, this is the domain of a friend of mine, so I have lingered here for some time." "A friend?" Duan Heng inquired, perplexed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his purpose. He aimed to prevent the internal strife among these factions and preserve some strength for the universe. But where were the other forces? Duan Heng glanced around. Yet aside from the individuals before him and the shattered expanse of the starry sky, he saw nothing. "I have slain them all." "What?" Ouyang Yanqing exclaimed indignantly. "They sought to seize my friend's possessions and invaded my friend's homeland, so I eradicated them." At her words, Duan Heng fell silent. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something significant. This star system appeared to harbor a unique existence, for he had never witnessed his disciple forming friendships before. Duan, the friend that Miss Ouyang speaks of is none other than our esteemed city lord. At once, Duan Heng comprehended the situation, and he became increasingly curious about the nature of the lord of the desolate city. It is astonishing that Ouyang Yanqing, whom I have nurtured with great care, has ended up in such a state. Casting a glance over all present, Duan Heng spoke calmly. Then I shall pay a visit to your city lord. Please, came the response. Thus, the people of the desolate city returned in grand procession with Duan Heng, while the members of the eternal temple remained in the vastness of the starry sky. Chapter 34. The ruined city's desire to resist the demonic clan father. Is it over? In the lord's residence of the ruined city, Lu Shui gazed at the now tranquil starry sky and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing chuckled. I suppose so. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens and slowly rose from his seat. Let us depart. More guests are on their way. Guests? A sense of curiosity welled up within Lu Shui, yet Lu Daoxing had already ventured far ahead. Seeing this, Lu Shui pouted and hurried to catch up. Father, wait for me. In front of the gates of the ruined city, Duan Heng beheld the magnificent and imposing giant city. His mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. He could have entered the ruined city without passing through the gates, as that privilege belonged to the likes of Huang Shou and others. However, upon witnessing this colossal city in the void, he was so awestruck that he insisted on entering through the gates as a mark of respect. At that moment, Duan Heng lifted his gaze to the plaque above the city gate, which boldly displayed the two characters, ruined city. In an instant, he felt as though he were ensnared within an endless abyss, rendering him unable to escape. Bang! Duan Heng collapsed to the ground. When he regained his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, surrounded by curious onlookers, with only Ouyang Yanqing supporting him. Instantly, Duan Heng's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had made a fool of himself, and he hastily rose to his feet. Why didn't you warn me? Duan Heng murmured with a hint of grievance to Yuanying Qing. Upon hearing this, Yuanying Qing also felt somewhat aggrieved. I do not know either. She had descended directly to the wasteland city alongside Daoxing, and since her arrival, she had not ventured outside, unaware of the terrifying plaque at the city gate. Fortunately, she had not glanced at it just moments ago. Duan, let us proceed, said Huang Shu with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Duan Heng cleared his throat and replied, Very well, let us go. Subsequently, the group entered the wasteland city directly. Upon entering, Duan Heng was once again taken aback. He sensed a long-lost feeling, a sign of his realm loosening. A sacred land. A true sacred land. Indeed, under the influence of countless extraordinary artifacts within the city lord's residence, the entire wasteland city had undergone a profound transformation. There was no place more suitable for cultivation throughout the vast Hongmeng universe. It was no wonder that countless individuals from the outside world were eager to enter the wasteland city. Unfortunately, times had changed. The entry fee was no longer a mere 1 million spirit stones as it had been in the past. Moreover, property prices within the city had skyrocketed to exorbitant heights. Those who were among the first to enter the city had since become immensely wealthy, enjoying great fortunes. Especially JSH and GCI, who was now revered in the city. Everyone called him Master J. Yang Qing, is the lord of this city truly your friend? Duan Heng asked, momentarily in a daze. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated, recalling the various encounters with Lu Daoxing. Well, it seemed there was nothing significant to remember. Perhaps it could be considered so. Hearing this ambiguous response, Duan Heng shook his head. The existence of the other party likely held little regard for a disciple like himself. Subsequently, Duan Heng continued his journey towards the city lord's mansion. Along the way, countless individuals bowed respectfully to the group from Yunxi, yet Xing remained unrecognized by anyone. The thriving scenes within the desolate city repeatedly reshaped Duan Heng's understanding. The entire city was teeming with formidable individuals. Although he had yet to encounter another formidable figure aside from the city guardian, under such circumstances, the emergence of a causal realm expert was merely a matter of time. Reflecting on time, Duan Heng felt a pang of anxiety. He hoped the master of this city would not let him down. Soon, they passed through layers of restrictions and finally arrived at the city lord's mansion. Inside the grand hall of the mansion, Duan Heng took a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon entering the hall, it felt as though he had been transported into the vastness of the starry sky, with the interior of the hall exuding an air of mystery. Deep within the hall, a man of ethereal presence gradually materialized. Witnessing this scene, Duan Heng's expression of reverence was palpable. He could not fathom the depths of this individual. A true powerhouse. Furthermore, he sensed an aura emanating from this person that was even more terrifying than that of Elder Yang. The subordinate has met with the esteemed lord of the city. The lord of the city, having fulfilled his mission, we have vanquished all our foes. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded in satisfaction. Well done. At that moment, Duan Heng respectfully bowed. I am Duan Heng, the former lord of the Eternal Temple. I am Lu Daoxing, the lord of the desolate city. Lu Daoxing replied courteously. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing observed silently, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to speak in the presence of Lu Daoxing today. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ouyang Yanqing. Sister Ouyang. Xiaoxue. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing's face lit up with a smile. Subsequently, Ouyang Yanqing was drawn aside by Lu Shui. Lord of the city, thank you for your care towards Yanqing these days, Duan Heng remarked. In response, Lu Daoxing smiled. It is but a trivial matter. Hearing this, Duan Heng hesitated. Observing this, Lu Daoxing encouraged, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate. Instantly, Duan Heng's expression brightened. Since you have said as much, I shall not beat around the bush. Lord of the city, are you aware of the evil demon clan? At the mention of the evil demon clan, Gu Chun beside Duan Heng flinched. Lu Daoxing also reacted, recalling the clan he had once exterminated in the abyss of the evil god. Indeed, there is more to the tale. During the primordial era, a cosmic scale war transpired. A fierce confrontation between the Hongming universe and the malevolent demon clan. Such accounts are gleaned from ancient texts, albeit with scant details. Please continue, the speaker urged. Thus, Duan Heng proceeded. Lord City Master, the demon clan is on the verge of breaching the cosmic barrier, poised to invade our Hongming universe once more. Should this occur, the entire cosmos would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Therefore, I beseech your aid in fortifying the Hongming universe. Upon hearing these words, a palpable excitement surged through the grand hall. At the apex, Lu Daoxing remained contemplative. This meant that the demon clan was indeed about to descend upon the Hongming universe once again. He then lifted his gaze, surveying Yunqi and Gu Chun, among others. What are your plans? Yunqi stepped forward first, declaring, My lord, the alien races must be vanquished. Awei tightened his grip on the long blade at his waist, proclaiming, I am willing to exert myself for the Hongming universe. Huangshu gently caressed the sword in his hand, stating, A true man, born in chaotic times, must wield his sword to achieve extraordinary feats. Gu Chen's expression hardened as he asserted, The Hongming universe is in peril. As its inhabitants, we must contribute our strength. And Xing added with a smile, My lord, I too stand ready. Delighted by the responses of his subordinates, Lu Daoxing nodded in satisfaction. In that case, my city shall also take up arms against the demon clan. Upon hearing these words, Duan Heng's eyes were already glistening with emotion. He then bowed deeply to the gathered assembly. I, Duan Heng, represent the Hongming universe, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Duan Sr., you overstate the matter. We are all denizens of the Hongming universe, came the reply, which caused Duan Heng to beam with joy. With such a formidable force joining their ranks, their odds of victory had increased significantly. Soon after, Duan Heng took his leave, refusing the entreaties of the crowd and resolutely setting his course towards the edge of the universe. Lu Daoxing also pledged that should the demonic clan invade, he would be the first to arrive on the scene. However, even in Duan Heng's absence, Ouyang Yanqing remained within the confines of the desolate city. In the vastness of the starry sky, the Eternal Temple received Ouyang Yanqing's command and promptly retreated back to the Eternal Star System in a hasty manner. Father, will you intervene when the time comes? Lu Shui inquired curiously within the hall. Ever since the transformation of the desolate city, it seemed she had not witnessed her father's prowess. All external threats had been dealt with by the subordinates he had trained. At her question, the others in the hall turned their gazes towards Lu Daoxing. Indeed, will the city lord not take action? Faced with the hopeful eyes of those below, Lu Daoxing fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded, If you are unable to resolve the situation, then I shall, of course, take action. However, should I intervene directly, it would likely render the efforts of others moot. He did not wish for it to be so. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. For in this way, the primordial universe would undoubtedly be secure. In their hearts, Lu Daosheng had already become an invincible entity. Indeed, Lu Daosheng was truly invincible. My lord, grant me an army of millions, and I shall vanquish the fiends. At that moment, Yunqi stepped forward. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's lips twitched slightly. An army of millions, you say? It sounds easy enough. Although he could indeed muster such a force, the quality would not be exceptional given the short time frame. According to his recent calculations, the fiendish clan would breach the cosmic boundary and invade the primordial universe within a century. 100 years would suffice for him to prepare adequately. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng scoured the system store and handed Yunqi a storage ring. The resources within are sufficient for you to forge an army of 100,000. As Yunqi received the ring, he immediately felt his breath quicken. A cursory glance revealed what seemed to be 100,000 exquisite artifacts. 100,000 exquisite artifacts. What an astounding notion. During his days of leading troops into battle, he had only wielded Dao artifacts. From 1st to 9th rank, sacred artifacts, quasi-imperial artifacts, imperial artifacts, Dao artifacts, extreme Dao imperial artifacts, treasures, and exquisite artifacts. At that time, he was merely at the ancient realm. However, at this moment, the city lord unexpectedly bestowed upon him 1,000,000 exquisite treasures, and in an instant, he felt as if he were a rustic bumpkin who had never encountered the world. Chapter 35. The truth revealed by Ao Qing. Indeed, it is apparent that I am entirely different from the esteemed city lord. I am deeply grateful for your trust. My lord, I shall undoubtedly forge an invincible army that will ensure the malevolent clan faces a one-way journey. Soon after, Yunqi and Lu Daosheng exchanged a few more words before parting ways. The spatial ring contained a plethora of items, including the coveted blueprints for interstellar vessels that Yunqi had long desired. Observing Yunqi's bountiful return, the others couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Subsequently, they cast eager glances at Lu Daosheng above. Sensing their gazes, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. He then produced several more spatial rings, distributing them among a few individuals. Go forth, enhance your strength, and do not let me down. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd brightened with joy. Yes, esteemed city lord. Before long, only Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui, and Ouyang Yanqing remained in the grand hall. Below, Ouyang Yanqing gazed at Lu Daosheng, blinking in uncertainty, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke again. Ouyang Yanqing, what are your intentions? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Ouyang's sister. Why don't you join my wild city? Lu Shui suggested with a smile. Lu Daosheng regarded Ouyang Yanqing, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Well, I shall join. Since I have been lingering here, I might as well commit to joining. Oh, wonderful! Lu Shui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Observing this, Lu Daosheng could only smile wryly. In that case, you shall be responsible for Xiao Shui's safety from now on. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing responded with a smile, certainly, my lord. Thus, within the lord's residence of the desolate city, apart from a select few who remained idle, the others either began secluding themselves to enhance their strength or commenced the expansion of their own factions, preparing for the impending battle a century hence. Inside a tavern within the inner city of the desolate city, several formidable figures with profound auras gathered, each adorned with smiles. These were the once revered Saint Kings, now having ascended to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, successfully taking residence in the inner city. The Nagong family, led by Nagong Fong, had also emerged as one of the foremost clans in the desolate city, second only to the original resident families, who were the true elite clans closely intertwined with the esteemed lord of the city. Elder, what are your plans for the future? The elder with the broken sword inquired. Sipping his drink, his complexion slightly flushed. In response, the intoxicated elder replied softly, from now on, the desolate city shall be my home. Wherever the desolate city is, there I shall be. Ha ha ha, that sentiment is indeed wise. Meanwhile, within the Lord's residence, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the demon god tower. In the next moment, the formidable figure of Ao Qing soared skyward from within the demon god tower. Ah, father, Xiao Qing has emerged. Indeed, I see, replied Lu Daosheng. Outside the hall, father and daughter gazed at the exuberantly soaring Ao Qing. At that moment, Ao Qing noticed the two and promptly descended before them. Master, Ao Qing exclaimed, embracing Lu Daosheng's thigh. Instantly, Lu Daosheng found himself somewhat bewildered. Wasn't his master standing right beside him? In response, Ao Qing shook his head, stating, No, that is the young master. You are my true master. A century ago, Lu Daoxing had bestowed upon him a drop of ancestral dragon blood. Subsequently, he absorbed that drop and entered seclusion within the demon god tower. Now, he had completely refined that drop of ancestral dragon blood. Not only had he broken free from the shackles imposed by the powerful beings of his clan, restoring his unknown realm, but his bloodline had also experienced a tremendous enhancement, promising boundless prospects for the future. The crucial point was that Lu Daoxin was also Lu Shue's father, so recognizing two masters was not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, both Lu Daoxing and Lu Shue couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Lu Shue even kicked Ao Qing in the backside, exclaiming, "You traitorous dragon! Young master, this is erroneous. The master is your biological father. How could he be considered an outsider?" Lu Shue retorted, left speechless. "All right, Ao Qing, first tell me, where is your dragon clan currently located?" Lu Daoxing inquired. In numerous galaxies, the existence of dragonkind can be observed to varying degrees. However, these are merely scattered dragons, their bloodlines considerably diluted. This piqued Lu Daoxing's curiosity about the true whereabouts of the dragon lineage. When he bestowed the blood of the ancestral dragon upon Ao Qing, he intended to test her capabilities, never anticipating that she would indeed be able to absorb it. That was genuine ancestral dragon blood, produced by the system. And any dragon with even a slight weakness in their bloodline would perish upon attempting to absorb it. Yet, Ao Qing not only refined it within a century but also experienced a rapid enhancement of her powers. Lu Daoxing discerned that Ao Qing was destined for greatness in the future. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's inquiry, Ao Qing did not hesitate to reveal the truth. "Master, my dragon lineage does not reside within this universe. I was banished to this inferior realm due to a grave mistake from years past." Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing was enlightened. He then recalled the passage to the afterlife. Could it be that beyond that passage lay the world where Ao Qing dwells? Would his long-lost wife be there as well? "What is the name of the world where your dragon lineage resides?" he asked. In response to my master, "It is called the realm of all spirits." "The realm of all spirits?" Indeed. At that moment, Lu Daoxing fell into contemplation, while Lu Shue beside him was filled with questions. "Ao Qing, is your realm of all spirits significantly stronger than this place?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. How should one articulate this? There exists no basis for comparison whatsoever. However, he was merely referring to this particular universe, excluding the desolate city. In his eyes, this desolate city was not inferior to any place within their realm, the realm of all spirits. Especially when it came to his master, Lu Daoxing. He felt that his master surpassed even his own father in prowess. "Young master, I surmise that your universe must be a realm confined by certain clans of the realm of all spirits." "What?" Lu Shue exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. Beside her, Lu Daoxing furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Please, continue." "Yes, master." "Master, do you recall the demonic clan from the abyss of the evil god?" Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded in acknowledgement. Ao Qing elaborated. That demonic clan is one of the factions within the realm of all spirits, known for their insatiable appetite for devouring the human race. Thus, some of their formidable members have confined several small worlds to serve as a source of sustenance for their kin. It is likely that this universe is one such confined realm. Instantly, Lu Daoxing appeared to grasp a great deal. After a moment of contemplation, he internally mused, "System. The purpose of the Rebirth Gate is to prevent the demonic clan from invading the Hongming universe, correct?" "Indeed, esteemed host. That is the gateway through which the demonic clan has entered the Hongming universe. Subsequently, this realm was discovered by a powerful being from the realm of all spirits who, moved by compassion, intervened to seal that entrance. However, the demonic clan was unwilling to relinquish this world, and thus chose to forcibly breach the boundary barrier to invade. Am I correct?" "You are truly astute, esteemed host," murmured Lu Daoxing, a smirk of irony gracing his lips. How absurd it is that the world in which he resides is merely a feeding ground for them. In that moment, his resentment towards the demonic clan reached its zenith. "Mark my words, once I enter the realm of all spirits, my first act shall be to eradicate the entire demonic clan." He possessed the strength to do so. "Father, what shall we do?" At that moment, Lu Shue expressed her concerns. The adversaries they faced were immensely powerful, far beyond their level. What could they possibly do? Observing his daughter's worried demeanor, Lu Daoxing gently patted Lu Shue's head and reassured her, "Do not worry, with your father here, I will ensure that those beasts have no way back." Upon hearing this, Lu Shue nodded. "All right, I believe in you, father." Beside them, Ao Qing added, "Do not fret. Young master, with a master present in this realm, no unforeseen calamity shall arise. Indeed, replied Lu Shui. After Lu Shui and Ao Qing departed, Lu Daoxin's gaze traversed the boundless starry expanse, fixating on the edge of the universe. Endless malevolent beings incessantly assault the boundaries of the universe. It is difficult to fathom the devastation that would ensue should the barrier shatter. It seems I can no longer remain idle. At the edge of the universe, Duan Heng returned, and his first order of business was to meet Elder Yang. Well, what news do you bring? Elder Yang inquired, nodding slightly. Duan Heng then conveyed the developments from the outside world to Elder Yang. Upon learning that the galactic factions were not there to offer assistance, but rather to plunder treasures from a distant star system, Elder Yang's expression darkened considerably. The others present shared in his dismay. Truly, they are a bunch lacking in foresight. One of the powerful figures exclaimed in fury. Elder Yang raised his hand, his countenance tinged with sorrow. If there is more to share, please do so. Duan Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Yang, I also bring tidings of good fortune. Oh, speak quickly, Elder Yang responded, a smile returning to his face at the mention of good news. Elder, I have discovered a remarkably powerful faction known as the Wasteland City. My subordinates speculate that this faction is a secluded power, having only recently emerged, which is why we had not detected them before. The galactic factions sense the immense energy fluctuations emanating from Wasteland City, prompting their treasure hunting expedition. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. And just how formidable is this Wasteland City that you speak of? Upon hearing this, Duan Heng's expression grew grave as he remarked, I have only glimpsed a presence beyond that of an unknown realm powerhouse. Yet, there are certainly more than just him, particularly the city lord, Elder Yang. I sense that he is even more terrifying than you. What a jest! Exclaimed a powerful figure beside him as soon as Duan Heng finished speaking. The others around them chimed in, saying, Duan, old friend, such a statement seems rather exaggerated. Across the vast cosmos, Elder Yang stands as a pinnacle of existence. It is implausible that anyone could surpass him. The crowd nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, Duan Heng let out a sigh. In truth, he too harbored doubts. Yet his instincts conveyed a different narrative. Chapter 36. Lu Daoxing's persuasion very well. At that moment, as the crowd engaged in fervent debate, Elder Yang spoke, and immediately, everyone fell silent. Duan Heng, are they willing to join forces against the demonic race? Elder Yang gazed at Duan Heng, indifferent to whether the other party was stronger. His primary concern lay in their willingness to assist. Upon hearing this, Duan Heng nodded repeatedly. Elder Yang, this is precisely what I wish to convey. They have assured me that when the demons invade, they will certainly come to our aid. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yang smiled broadly. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice, which sufficiently illustrated his elation. As he gazed at the tranquil starry sky, Elder Yang spoke softly, the tranquility of this primordial universe, enduring through countless epochs, has been bought with the lives of our forebears. Now, it is our time to rise. Surrounding him, the crowd wore solemn expressions. Just then, two individuals, powerful figures from the realm of cause and effect, approached, their faces shadowed with concern. Seeing their expressions, the onlookers furrowed their brows. Brother Gu, what is amiss? One inquired. These two had recently traversed the cosmos, delivering messages to the foremost powers of the universe, specifically urging them to lend their strength during the impending demonic invasion. However, witnessing the troubled countenance of these two, a sense of unease gripped the crowd. One of them spoke gravely, those powers merely pay lip service. They harbor no intention of extending their support. Upon hearing these words, the spirits of the assembly plummeted to an abyss. These short-sighted individuals, do they not comprehend the significance of mutual dependence? Can it be that the entirety of the cosmos truly hinges upon their collective efforts? With a heavy sigh, Elder Yang resolved to disregard their sentiments. Whatever number of individuals chose to arrive at the appointed time would suffice. In response, the gathering fell into a contemplative silence. After all, the elite forces of the universe were gathered here. Their efficacy was not diminished in the absence of certain factions. Yet, a sense of desolation enveloped them. This transcended their own primordial cosmos. In a distant star system, within a formidable faction, a member expressed their concerns. Master, the fiends are invading the universe. Shall we not take action? To this, the leader disdainfully retorted, the primordial cosmos is vast and boundless. The absence of my sect is of no consequence. Should they falter? It remains their predicament. Such sentiments were undeniably egocentric. However, those nearby nodded in agreement, affirming the leader's perspective. In the shadows, amidst the void, Lu Daoxing having overheard the discourse within the hall, shook his head in disappointment. He had come to persuade the local factions to unite against the fiendish clan, for he wished to spare the valiant souls steadfastly guarding the cosmic frontier from disillusionment. For this cause, he had resolved to undertake the journey personally. Initially, he had believed that the invasion of the fiendish clan threatened the entire primordial cosmos. In due course, the beings of the universe will undoubtedly unite against a common foe. One merely needs to elucidate the stakes involved, and these forces will come to comprehend the situation. However, it is evident that the matter is not so straightforward. Nevertheless, Lu Daoxing did not relent. What he possessed in abundance were strength and resources. Since he could not persuade these factions to offer their assistance voluntarily, he would have to resort to alternative methods. Lu Daoxing's gaze shifted towards the innermost depths of the sect. There lay an extraordinarily powerful and ancient entity. Suddenly, from the depths of the sect, an elderly man, nearing the end of his days, abruptly opened his eyes. In the next instant, he burst forth from his seclusion, appearing outside the meditation chamber. "Who goes there?" he demanded, having sensed an exceedingly perilous aura moments before. At that very moment, Lu Daoxing materialized before the elder. The realm of causality. No wonder it could attract those seeking aid at the boundary barrier. A powerful being of the causality realm indeed possesses considerable allure. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. This elder was evidently nearing his final moments, confined in seclusion to seek a few more years of life and opportunity. Such a grand conflict would hardly compel him to take action. Hence, they found themselves at an impasse. However, Lu Daoxing was different. "What if we struck a bargain?" he proposed with a smile. Seemingly recognizing Lu Daoxing's exceptional nature, the elder refrained from anger, instead inquiring calmly, "Pray, do tell." Thereupon, Lu Daoxing slowly retrieved a crystal stone from his possession. A myriad of pure essences enveloped the surroundings. Upon witnessing this object, the elder's breath quickened. His gaze greedily fixated on the crystal in Lu Daoxing's hand. "What do you wish for me to do?" the elder inquired urgently. In response, Lu Daoxing offered a slight smile to confront the evil demonic clan. Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated momentarily. The allure of the object before him was indeed profound. Yet engaging in battle against the demonic clan was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to the loss of life itself. Noticing the elder's lingering indecision, Lu Daoxing produced another item. It was a pill imbued with a delicate fragrance. In an instant, the elder nearly drooled at the sight. Merely inhaling its scent stirred the depths of his being. "What if I were to consume it?" he pondered. "Very well, I shall comply." The elder conceded without reservation this time. "However, you must first grant me this pill." Lu Daoxing nodded, agreed, "But you cannot embark on this journey alone." The elder declared resolutely, "I shall bring the might of my entire sect. Such a trifling demonic clan dares invade my Hongmeng universe." Hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled. Choosing not to elaborate further, he then handed the pill and the crystal to the elder. "Remember your words," he cautioned, before vanishing from sight. As the elder watched Lu Daoxing depart, he was filled with exhilaration. In the next moment, he swallowed the pill eagerly. In an instant, an immense surge of medicinal power relentlessly coursed through the elder's entire being, causing his essence to swell with overwhelming vigor. Sensing this elevation in strength, the elder could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. This, indeed, was the aura of the ancestral master. Immediately, countless formidable figures from the sect hastened towards this location. Upon seeing the elder, their expressions were filled with astonished delight. "The ancestral master has achieved a breakthrough. Ha ha ha, the ancestral master has ascended. How splendid." It was unclear how much time had elapsed before the elder's essence gradually stabilized. At that moment, the sect leader approached him with a light jog, an irrepressible smile adorning his face. "Ancestral master, you..." Before he could complete his statement, the elder interrupted him. "Convey my orders. The entire sect shall enter a state of heightened alert. When the demonic clan descends, all Imperial Realm experts are to converge at the edge of the universe." Upon hearing this, the sect leader was struck with profound astonishment. "Yes, ancestral master." Taking a deep breath, he promptly acquiesced. With the ancestral master issuing commands, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Moreover, with the ancestral master having advanced further, he felt compelled to remain utterly compliant. If conflict were to arise, he could merely distance himself from the fray. Meanwhile, the elder gazed with grave concern at the direction in which Lu Daoxing had departed. He possessed no knowledge of Lu Daoxing, yet the latter exhibited a generosity that was striking. Clearly, he was an entity that one could not afford to provoke. Thus, in the face of the demonic clan, he readily consented to take action. It is not a matter of self-confidence, but rather a profound belief in Lu Daoxing. He is convinced that, when the time comes, the opposing forces will not stand idly by and witness the downfall of the Hongmeng universe. Amidst the vastness of the starry sky, Lu Daoxing continues his quest for the next formidable power. The pill he procured from the system shop possesses formidable potency, sufficient for the elder to break through to the realm of life and death. However, one must remember that medicine, in its nature, can be toxic. Elevating one's realm through the aid of drugs is not the most optimal path. This is precisely why Lu Daoxing refrained from forcibly enhancing the realms of his subordinates with the pill, opting instead to allow them to cultivate through their own efforts. Nevertheless, prior to the invasion of the demonic forces, Lu Daoxing still intends to provide them with rigorous training. Such levels of strength are woefully inadequate when confronted with the demonic clan. Soon, Lu Daoxing arrived at a particularly powerful faction. Apologies, but our sect does not wish to plunge into peril, the sect leader stated decisively in response to Lu Daoxing's invitation. Hearing this, Lu Daoxing's brow furrowed in concern. It is crucial to understand that the invasion of the demonic clan threatens the entirety of the Hongmeng universe, including your own Dian star system. And what of it? The leader of Dian sect replied coolly. Observing the man's demeanor, Lu Daoxing shook his head. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from within Lu Daoxing, only to vanish in an instant. Yet, even in that fleeting moment, the entire Dian sect felt the weight of his presence profoundly. Before Lu Daoxing stood the master of the Dian sect, his expression tinged with a hint of trepidation. The formidable prowess of his opponent was indeed astonishing. You. At that moment, another powerful aura resonated from deep within the sect. It is the ancestor. The members of the sect exclaimed in unison, sensing the presence. In the next instant, an elderly man clad in a scarlet robe materialized before Lu Daoxing. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, the elder furrowed his brow, questioning. May I inquire as to your identity? Lu Daoxing assessed the elder briefly before responding. Who I am is of little consequence, however. Are you truly unwilling to join forces with the Hongmeng universe against the sinister demon clan? Upon hearing this, the elder's pupils constricted. The demon clan is to descend once more? Beside him, the master of the Dian sect lowered his head in dismay. Realizing this, Lu Daoxing understood that the elder was unaware of the impending crisis. In a century's time, the demon clan would breach the cosmic barrier, launching a full-scale invasion of the Hongmeng universe. The elder's expression darkened considerably at this revelation. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, when that time comes, our Dian sect shall lend our utmost support. Gazing into the elder's resolute eyes, Lu Daoxing was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Excellent. He then presented the elder with a spatial ring, stating, this should suffice for you to transcend to the realm of life and death. With that, Lu Daoxing departed from the scene. The elder stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the spatial ring in his hand. Upon witnessing the contents within the storage ring, the elder's breath quickened. Ancestor, he uttered, only to be sharply rebuffed. Silence. From this moment forth, you are no longer the esteemed leader of the Dian sect. What? He gasped in disbelief. Seize him. Take him away. Immediately, two formidable individuals approached and forcibly escorted him out. The elder then stowed the ring away and gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, Forbear, the grievances of the past shall surely be avenged by your descendants. Chapter 37. The Journey of Two and a Dragon in the World of Tianxian, within the desolate city. Tianin, I sense that a significant event is impending, remarked the affluent financier Ji Shinkai as he embraced Mu Tianin, his expression tinged with gravity. Observing Ji Shinkai's demeanor, Mu Tianin felt a wave of caution wash over her. It had been a considerable time since she had witnessed such a countenance on him. What has transpired? She inquired urgently. In response, Ji Shinkai stated, many individuals within the city lord's mansion have gone missing. Moreover, have you noticed the diminished presence of guards within the city? There are scarcely a handful remaining. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianin was momentarily taken aback, her anxiety rising swiftly. What do you believe has occurred? Ji Shinkai gazed out of the window. It seems that another great battle is looming over the desolate city, one that may even pose a challenge to its very existence. This urgency within the city lord's mansion is likely a reflection of that. This cannot be true, Mu Tianin replied, disbelief evident in her tone. Having resided in the desolate city for so long had fostered a sense of invincibility within her mind. This sentiment was shared by all inhabitants of the city. Ji Shinkai shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, he asked, Tianin, has your master emerged from seclusion? With a hint of exasperation. Mu Tianin replied, not yet. He insists he will not emerge until he is invincible. What? Ji Shinkai was taken aback. Then he might as well remain in seclusion for a lifetime. Mu Tiannin's master is one of the few celestial emperors within the Xian Gu star system. However, that was in the past. At that time, with a celestial emperor backing her, Mu Tiannin was a formidable presence in the Tian Xian world, where no celestial emperors existed. It is easy to imagine the terror she inspired, which is why Ji Wuhui was wary of her background. Unfortunately, times have changed. Now that Mu Tiannin's master has arrived in the Tian Xian world, particularly in the bustling city of Huangqing, the competition is fierce, rendering her presence rather insignificant. Consequently, shortly after arriving in Huangchang, Mu Tiannin's master entered seclusion and has yet to emerge. In the city lord's mansion, Lu Shui wandered anxiously, searching for her father. However, apart from the guards scattered throughout the mansion, she found no one, leaving her bewildered. Where is everyone? Upon seeing Lu Shui, Zhang Yuan promptly bowed respectfully. Esteemed lady, I have the honor of greeting you. The city lord is exceedingly busy and may have gone to attend to some important matters. Are you suggesting that my father has gone out again? Lu Shui inquired, her voice tinged with frustration. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly but offered no response. Realizing this, Lu Shui waved her hand dismissively. All right, I understand. With that, Zhang Yuan took his leave. My father is out, and everyone in the city lord's mansion is preoccupied. Which means I am left alone. Lu Shui mused, a smile breaking across her face. Then I can do as I please. Soon, Lu Shui returned to her residence to prepare herself before heading to Lu Daoxing's abode to leave a letter. Afterward, she stepped outside. Xiao Qing, she called out, and in an instant, Ao Qing appeared before Lu Shui. Young master, what is your command? It's nothing. I just need to go out, and you shall accompany me. Where are we going? At this, Lu Shui paused. She had now reached the realm of ancient boundary. Although she often appeared playful, her dedication to cultivation was unparalleled. However, aside from the desolate city, it seemed she had ventured nowhere else. She had not even left the desolate state, let alone explored the outside world. Alas, where to go? She lamented, feeling quite unfortunate. It was all her father's fault for never allowing her to step outside, claiming the world was too perilous. And now, as she prepared for her first excursion, she felt utterly foolish. At this moment, Ao Qing spoke. Master, it is quite simple. We can choose any direction and simply walk. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's expression brightened, and she patted Ao Qing approvingly. Well done. Who would have thought you, appearing so foolish, would possess such wisdom? In her heart, Ao Qing mused. Young master, it seems you are the one who appears foolish. Why do I sense you are secretly mocking me? Master, the heavens can attest. How could I ever dare to insult you? In no time, Ao Qing transformed, revealing her true form as a magnificent dragon. Lu Shui was unceremonious, directly mounting the dragon. In an instant, both the person and the dragon soared into the sky, reaching the celestial expanse of the Tianxian world. Just as they were about to take action, a crimson figure appeared before them, blocking their path. Xiaoxua, where do you think you're going? Ouyang Yanqing inquired. Her brows furrowed in concern as she gazed at Lu Shui and Ao Qing. Lu Daoxing had entrusted her with the responsibility of safeguarding Lu Shui, urging her to remain closely by her side. She could not allow Lu Shui to venture beyond her perceptive reach. Ouyang, elder sister, I merely wish to go out for a stroll. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Shui felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing immediately responded, No. Your father instructed me to protect you diligently. What would happen if you encountered danger out there? Then you can accompany me, Lu Shui retorted. My father never said I couldn't go out. This. Ouyang Yanqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Shui's reasoning seemed quite plausible. At that moment, Lu Shui dashed to Ouyang Yanqing's side, playfully tugging at her arm. Ouyang, elder sister, please accompany me for a stroll. I have grown up without ever stepping outside. Moreover, you are so strong. How could there be any danger with you around? Instantly, Ouyang Yanqing's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, all right then, but you must not stray from my side, understand? Upon receiving Ouyang Yanqing's consent, Lu Shui instantly revealed a captivating smile. Wonderful. Sister Ouyang is the best. Consequently, the duo, accompanied by a dragon, transformed into a trio. With Ouyang Yanqing's extensive knowledge and experience, their group no longer wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken. Swiftly, under the remarkable speed of Ao Qing, the three departed from the confines of the Xuangu star system. Woohoo! Faster, faster! Lu Shui exclaimed. exhilarated by the rush of speed and adrenaline as she clung to Ao Qing's back. In response to her call, Ao Qing accelerated further. "Young master, hold on tight." With an astonishing velocity, they left behind trails of spatial scars that lingered, unable to mend. "Lu Shui, do you think your father will be upset if he finds out?" Ouyang Yanqing, unlike the other two, wore a concerned expression. At her words, Lu Shui paused, contemplating. Perhaps, maybe. At that moment, Lu Shui could vividly picture her father, Lu Daoxing, sternly imparting a heartfelt lecture. The mere thought of that scenario made her feel uneasy. "Oh, it's nothing. If anything, I'll just get scolded. My father wouldn't do anything to me. I'm his only precious daughter." This was the pride of being an only child. Moreover, Lu Daoxing was truly a doting father. Observing this, Ouyang Yanqing sighed and chose to remain silent. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly resounded, "Preposterous! Who dares to act so recklessly within the Tianmong star system?" In the next instant, a figure, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient realm, stood before Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing did not even deign to cast a glance at this figure. With a resounding crash, the figure was sent hurtling away, a distance of 80,000 miles. What was that just now?" Lu Shui inquired, gazing curiously at the brilliant starry expanse, scratching her head. "It's nothing, my lord. It must have been a mere fly," came the casual response. "Oh, very well," sighed Ouyang Yanqing, facepalming. One was utterly fearless, while the other remained blissfully unaware. Fortunately, she was there to accompany them. Otherwise, who knew what chaos might have ensued? Chapter 38. The history of the primordial universe. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but one day, a weary Lu Daoxing finally returned to the desolate city. Phew, that journey was truly arduous. "Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, bring her to me." In the next moment, Jiang Yuan appeared before Lu Daoxing. "My lord, you have returned." However, Lu Daoxing's expression was tinged with anxiety. His brows furrowed as he inquired, "Where is Xiaoxue?" "My lord." "The young lady left with Lord Ouyang and Lord Ao Qing. As for their destination, I am unaware." "What? Who permitted her to leave? Why did you not stop her?" Upon realizing that his daughter had departed without a word, Lu Daoxing's anger flared. Immediately, Jiang Yuan knelt before him. "My lord, please do not be angry." This was the first time Jiang Yuan had witnessed Lu Daoxing so incensed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daoxing managed to calm himself slightly. Recognizing that it was not Jiang Yuan's fault, "Jiang Lao, you may withdraw." "Yes, my lord." As Jiang Yuan departed, Lu Daoxing gazed up at the starry sky, his heart heavy with concern. Although Xiaoxue was accompanied by the capable Ao Qing and Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Daoxing remained uneasy. His worry did not stem from a lack of faith in his daughter's safety, but rather from the fear that she might encounter unsavory individuals who could lead his precious daughter astray. As for Lu Xiaoxue's safety, he left a contingency on Lu Shui that could potentially erase an entire galaxy, as long as the adversary's strength did not surpass his own. His daughter remained an unequivocally safe entity. At that moment, Jiang Yuan returned, respectfully presenting a letter to Lu Daoxing. "My lord, this envelope was discovered at your doorstep by this old servant. It is likely a message left by the young lady." Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing's eyelids flickered, and he hastily took the envelope to examine its contents. "Father, I wish to explore the vastness of the outside world. Consider it a birthday gift, and do not worry." As he gazed at the envelope, Lu Daoxing fell into a profound silence. Birthday. Ever since the arrival of the system, it seemed he had not celebrated a birthday. He had even forgotten his own daughter's birthday. In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. It appeared that he needed to engage in some self-reflection. Very well. Let her indulge this once. Lu Daoxing shook his head with a smile and slowly stepped into the house. Time passes swiftly in the pursuit of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, only 10 years remained before the century countdown of the demonic invasion. Presently, the cosmic borders were shrouded in swirling demonic energy, and bizarre forces continuously seeped forth from the rifts at the edge of the universe. "Old Yang, it seems our time in the Hongmeng universe is running short," remarked a formidable warrior, gazing at the unfolding scene with a bitter smile of resignation. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's gaze turned indifferent. "When soldiers come, we shall resist. When waters rise, we shall conceal ourselves. Previously, our Hongmeng universe was able to repel the demonic clan, and this time, we are equally capable." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd regained a measure of confidence. However, despite Elder Yang's assertions, he harbored little certainty. After all, the current strength of the Hongmeng universe pales in comparison to that during the last cosmic war. This time, The conflict promised to be even more brutal than the last. Gazing at the nearly 100 formidable warriors around him, Elder Yang's expression remained calm, yet his heart was filled with sorrow. These individuals represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the universe. If even they could not withstand the onslaught, who then could safeguard the Hongming universe? Could it be that the Hongming universe is truly destined to face this calamity? Within the confines of the desolate city, on this day, countless powerful beings in the Lord's residence set aside their affairs and hurried to the Grand Hall. This was due to the summons of the most illustrious figure within the desolate city, the City Lord. Subordinates pay their respects to the City Lord. Within the hall, Guchen and others bowed respectfully to Lu Daoxing. At the uppermost position, Lu Daoxing scanned the assembled individuals, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Over the years, his subordinates had made significant progress. Gu Chun, Wei, and Xing, and others had all entered the unknown realm. As for Yin Qi, although he had not made much advancement in cultivation due to his efforts in establishing a new army, he had still reached the pinnacle of the unknown realm. However, the strength they possessed was still insufficient to combat the malevolent clan. Thus, Lu Daoxing sought to concentrate their efforts for another enhancement. In a decade, the malevolent clan would completely breach the cosmic boundary, invading our Hongming universe. Therefore, it is imperative that your powers be further augmented, Lu Daoxing intoned. In that moment, a world manifested in his palm, and the laws of time began to whirl at an astonishing pace. 1 year in the external realm equated to 10,000 years within. As always, the extent of your breakthroughs hinges upon your own endeavors. Upon witnessing the world in his hand, the assembly was filled with immense excitement. The profundities and opportunities contained therein could only be comprehended by those who had ventured within. It was truly exhilarating. Thank you, Lord City Master. We shall not disappoint you. They proclaimed in unison, and with a tremor, they all entered the world in his palm. Instantly, tranquility enveloped the grand hall once more. Observing the realm within, the individuals diligently sought opportunities to enhance their strengths, and Lu Daoxing felt a sense of relief. He then produced a mirror, an exceedingly rare treasure, a divination artifact. With a mere thought, an image of a woman materialized within the mirror. It was none other than his daughter, Lu Shui. Years had passed, yet Lu Shui had not returned. Lu Daoxing harbored no anger. At this moment, Lu Shui appeared to be seated within a mysterious dojo, surrounded by an immeasurable array of serene and pure energies, which continuously flowed into her being. This was Lu Shui's fortuitous opportunity. Lu Daoxing had also deduced that this was indeed beneficial for her, thus he chose not to intervene, though he felt that the duration had become rather prolonged. Not far from Lu Shui, Ouyang Yin sat quietly, almost like a specter. Yet, should any danger arise, she would spring into action in an instant. As for Ao Qing, she seemed to have succumbed to slumber, her vast and serpentine form encircling the entire dojo. Within the grand hall of the City Lord's mansion, Lu Daoxing retracted the Dao mirror and sat in contemplation. His own prowess, when viewed against the backdrop of the entire Hongming universe, was undeniably invincible. But what of the outside world? For instance, the Wanling realm. Did the Wanling realm harbor beings beyond the Destiny realm? In an instant, Lu Daoxing's curiosity about the strength of the Wanling realm was piqued. He knew that shortly after resolving the threat posed by the demonic clan, he would set forth for the Wanling realm. Thus, acquiring an understanding beforehand would not be a detrimental endeavor. Ao Qing, the only being from the Wanling realm currently within the Hongming universe. Wait, how could he have forgotten that entity? The one guarding the river of time and space. That fellow is indeed aware of his own prowess, and he has accurately articulated the essence of his destined strength. Contemplating this, Lu Daoxing immediately reached into the void. In the next moment, he pulled forth a long river imbued with the boundless principles of time and space, along with the aura of the Tao, which materialized before him. However, the river of time and space was eerily silent, devoid of even a single silhouette. This caused Lu Daoxing to furrow his brow. Subsequently, he stepped directly into the river, swimming against the current upstream, a feat that could only be described as unprecedented. It is well known that the river of time and space chronicles all events throughout history. Thus, as Lu Daoxing traversed upstream, he beheld countless occurrences from the primordial cosmos. For instance, he witnessed the moment his desolate city was newly rebuilt, the departure of his wife, the birth of Lu Shui, and the first encounter with his beloved upon arriving in this world. As he ventured further back, Lu Daoxing observed many more events, including the gradual decline of the primordial cosmos. Noticing this, he frowned slightly, and abruptly quickened his pace. Suddenly, he beheld a towering figure standing above the heavenly profound world, who, through an indescribable means, concealed a legacy in a remote corner of the heavenly profound world. That very place is now known as the abyss of the evil god. Witnessing this scene left Lu Daoxing somewhat astonished, yet he did not linger in conjecture, but rather continued onward. The demonic clan engaged in a fierce battle with the myriad elite warriors of the Hongmeng universe. Among them was the figure previously observed. Ancient texts recount that in the primordial era, the Xuangu star system was governed by 8 sovereigns. However, with the subsequent invasion of the demonic forces, all 8 sovereigns participated in the conflict, ultimately sacrificing their lives. Thus, the individual just witnessed was none other than Xuangu, one of the 8 sovereigns. It appears he was already cognizant of his fate, hence he chose to impart his legacy into the Tianxian world ahead of time. Lu Daoxing also discerned why the demonic clan had materialized within the Tianxian realm. Their objective was presumably the legacy left by Xuangu. However, they were suppressed by Guchun. And the site of this suppression was, rather coincidentally, the abyss of the demonic god. This situation is quite absurd. Even more astonishing is the fact that he had failed to notice it. Indeed, Xuangu possesses considerable prowess. Furthermore, knowing his impending doom, he resolutely opted to confront the demonic forces. For this, Lu Daoxing holds immense respect. Just as Lu Daoxing contemplated advancing further, a voice, laden with bitterness, suddenly resonated within the arena. Senior, please refrain from proceeding any further. Chapter 39. The emergence of various lineages. In the next moment, a phantom appeared before Lu Daoxing. Observing this, Lu Daoxing smiled and remarked, "I thought you would not come." Upon hearing this, the figure displayed a hint of awkwardness, gradually solidifying into a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. As Lu Daoxing initially entered the river of time, he sensed the presence but dared not emerge. The memory of Lu Daoxing's terrifying aura was indelible. After all, he was a formidable figure of the destiny realm. Yet, he ultimately stepped forth, for safeguarding the river of time was his duty. Lu Daoxing's actions were a grave violation of the rules, and according to protocol, he was obliged to take punitive measures against him. However, there is wisdom in the saying that rules are rigid, while humans can be fallible. If the situation were mishandled, it might very well be his demise. Esteemed one, do you require something? The man in white ventured cautiously. In response, Lu Daoxing nodded. I have a few inquiries I wish to make. Immediately, the white-robed man exclaimed, I shall speak without reservation. Tell me, are you familiar with the realm of all spirits? The white-robed man nodded affirmatively. Esteemed one, beyond the primordial universe lies the realm of all spirits. Seeing that he was aware, Lu Daoxing continued. As the custodian of this river of time, who appointed you? This was also a question that Lu Daoxing yearned to uncover. Upon hearing these words, the man in the white robe hesitated. Esteemed one, the river of time and space possesses numerous branches. The branch I oversee is but one among countless others, and it holds the lowest rank. My knowledge is limited. All I am aware of is that a vast power, known as the Hall of Time and Space, looms behind us. He then recounted how he had been brought here by a senior from the Hall of Time and Space. Since that moment, he has been entrusted with the guardianship of this particular river of time and space. Upon listening, Lu Daoxing nodded in realization. It seemed there were myriad matters beyond his comprehension in the outside world. His awareness of the 10,000 spirits realm stemmed from its proximity to this river of time and space, allowing for a single exchange of communication between the two. How much do you know about the 10,000 spirits realm? Lu Daoxing inquired. In response, the man in the white robe shook his head. Esteemed one, I have never been there. Is it possible for you to summon the overseer of the river of time and space in the 10,000 spirits realm? At this, the white-robed man wore a bitter expression. Esteemed one, I lack the authority to do so. In other words, his rank was far too low. Instantly, Lu Daoxing shook his head, clearly realizing he had not obtained the information he sought. Observing Lu Daoxing's gesture, the white-robed man's complexion turned pale. This indicated that he was in grave peril. In a moment of urgency, the white-robed man hurriedly knelt down. The esteemed figure of destiny, I implore you, for the sake of the temporal palace, to spare this insignificant one. Observing the near tears on his face, Lu Daoxing felt somewhat speechless. When did I ever proclaim my intention to end your life? Subsequently, Lu Daoxing tossed a crystal-clear jade stone to the man in white, suffused with the pure essence of temporal power. Guard the river of time well, he advised before departing from the temporal river. Left behind. The man in white stared at the stone in his hand, lost in thought for quite some time before finally reacting. Thank you, esteemed one. Upon returning to the desolate city, Lu Daosheng reclined in a grand armchair, leisurely swaying back and forth. This journey was not without its rewards, at the very least. He had gleaned much knowledge about the Hongmeng universe, particularly regarding the legacy of the Xianwang. In Lu Daosheng's view, that legacy undoubtedly belonged to Gu Chun. It seemed likely that the inheritance would soon come to light. As anticipated, at the edge of the universe, the frenzied evil demon clan was violently tearing at the barriers of the universe. The powerful figures of the Hongmeng universe wore grim expressions along the borderlines. Suddenly, a multitude of terrifying auras surged forth from the boundary, yet these energies bore no trace of malevolence. Instead, they were filled with a strangely familiar essence. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. What are those? Boom. Several ethereal figures gradually materialized. Upon witnessing those figures, someone suddenly exclaimed, That is my ancestor. Another voice followed. Goodness, isn't that my forebear? These were the esteemed ancestors who had once battled against the demonic clan. At that moment, gasps of astonishment filled the air. In an instant, all eyes were reddened with emotion as they gazed upon those magnificent silhouettes. Just then, a figure emanating a terrifying aura spoke, coldly observing the abyss, and declared, I knew that your demonic clan would not rest easily. Xianwang, the primordial world that you fought so desperately to protect has now reached its twilight. An ominous voice resonated from the depths of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Xianwang's expression grew somber. He was the mightiest of the primordial universe, the foremost of the 8 kings of the Xian Gu star system. In the past, during the fierce battle against the demonic clan, he single-handedly confronted the 6 great evil kings, resulting in 2 deaths and 4 injuries among them. This achievement was unparalleled throughout the entire conflict. Yet the price he paid was his very life. At this moment, Xianwang and the others turned to look at the border, at the last remaining powerful beings of the primordial universe. Remember, we of the primordial universe will never yield, even unto death. With these words, all figures dissipated into the starry expanse, forever becoming a part of history. Meanwhile, on the border, Elder Yang and the others were already overwhelmed with tears. Meanwhile, amidst the vast galaxies of the universe, numerous schools of thought suddenly emerged from the ground, astonishing the heavens. Without exception, these were the legacies left by the ancestors. The Xiangu galaxy was the most abundant, witnessing the rise of 8 distinct sections. At the cosmic frontier, on the defensive line, Elder Yang sensed something unusual in the universe and quickly comprehended the situation. Go now, return swiftly. Yes, Elder Yang. Immediately, several individuals hastened back to their respective galaxies. They were eager to contend for those legacies, especially since some were the inheritances of their own forebears. After all, one should not allow such riches to benefit outsiders. Within the desolate city of the Xiangu galaxy, Lu Daoxing released Gu Qin, who had been fervently breaking through in his own realm. Instantly, Gu Qin was taken aback. My lord, isn't it too early for this? It was evident that Gu Chun was somewhat reluctant to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled and said, There is a significant opportunity awaiting you, one that is destined to be yours. He then proceeded to narrate the tale of the Xianwang's legacy to Gu Chun. Initially, Gu Chun was indifferent. However, when Lu Daoxing recounted the deeds of this individual, who was once the strongest in the primordial universe and had fought valiantly against the malevolent race, single-handedly facing 6 adversaries, a glimmer of reverence emerged in Gu Chen's eyes. The Xianwang was truly such a figure. What do you think? Shall we go? Lu Daoxing inquired with a smile. Yes, I am deeply grateful, my lord. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen promptly agreed, recognizing the significance of the Xianwang's legacy. To decline such an opportunity would be sheer folly. Lu Daoxing nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, he seized Gu Chen and tore open a rift in space-time, casting Gu Chen into its depths. Should fortune favor you in encountering Xianwang? Please convey my message. The Hongmeng universe shall henceforth be devoid of peril. Yes, esteemed city lord. The final exclamation lingered infinitely. Gu Chen successfully entered the lineage of Xianwang. Meanwhile, in the Tianxian world, countless practitioners were astounded by the sudden emergence of this lineage. Cultivators from all corners of the world hastened towards the abyss of the evil god. However, the abyss had ceased to exist. The legacy of Xianwang? Who is Xianwang? Upon grasping the significance of this lineage, confusion washed over the crowd. None could elucidate the identity of Xianwang. Upon learning of this matter, Lu Daoxing, within the desolate city, wore a somber expression. Once the monarch of the Xiangu star system, the mightiest in the Hongmeng universe, and the pride of the Tianxian world, he was now reduced to a figure shrouded in obscurity. A true hero indeed. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing ascended into the void and recounted the deeds of Xian Wang. Instantly, the resonance of the great Tao echoed throughout the entire Tianxian world, even reaching beyond its confines, carrying Lu Daoxing's voice far and wide. Not long after, everyone was utterly astonished, with some already shedding tears. The crowd turned their gaze towards the Xianwang Dao lineage, instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of reverence. It dawned upon them that our heavenly Xian world had once experienced such splendor, having produced an extraordinary figure like the Xianwang. The Xianwang, a paragon for our generation. I must inherit the legacy of the Xianwang and vanquish the demonic clan. I almost feel embarrassed to state the obvious. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Xuanwang's formidable prowess, a portion of the crowd hastened towards the Xianwang Dao lineage without delay. Such a figure as the Xianwang surely possesses a legacy of unparalleled excellence. It must be sufficient for one to soar to great heights. With this thought in mind, the number of cultivators heading towards the Xianwang Dao lineage continued to swell. However, they remained unaware that the coveted legacy had already been reserved by someone in advance. Fortunately, within the Xianwang Dao lineage, countless opportunities abound. With a stroke of luck, discovering a treasure would suffice. Chapter 40. Strengthening Power. A great battle begins meanwhile. The entire Xuangu star system began to stir at the emergence of the 8 great Tao traditions. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of the earth. This formidable star system, which had lain dormant for countless epochs, finally awakened. Within the Lord's manor of the desolate city, Master Lu, after a day of labor, opted for the simplest approach. He directly inquired of the omnipotent system, what is the highest cultivation level in the realm of all spirits? Returning to the host, it is the Destiny Realm. Instantly, Lu Daoxing was taken aback. He understood that the Destiny Realm was incredibly formidable, yet he had not realized its true extent. Not only was it invincible in this Hongmeng universe, but it was also unparalleled in the realm of all spirits. Originally, he had intended to level up 10 more times upon reaching the realm of all spirits, but it now seemed unnecessary. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing reclined once more, cradling a jar of wine, and began to drift into a drowsy slumber. Outside the desolate city, a shop named Tianshan Ice Cream suddenly became a sensation. It was said that consuming their ice cream not only benefited the body but also significantly enhanced the cultivation of ice-type techniques, which led to long queues forming outside. Please, everyone, do not jostle. Form an orderly line. There is enough for everyone. Inside the shop, several youthful maidens, with fair complexions, cheerfully called out while collecting payments, their faces beaming with smiles. Master, you truly are a genius. From now on, our cold extreme hall shall prosper. Upon hearing the compliments from her subordinates, Yi Hanswang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The once prestigious force, the cold extreme hall, had now taken a rather absurd turn by venturing into the ice cream business. The thought of how her ancestors would react to this revelation was enough to make her chuckle. However, the prospect of profit quickly ignited her enthusiasm. In this desolate city, conducting business was invariably lucrative, especially with a product as popular as hers. She could already envision herself standing shoulder to shoulder with the major tycoons from the outer city. Just then, a couple approached with cheerful smiles. Upon recognizing them, the crowd around them gasped in surprise and hastily cleared a path. The pair were none other than the proprietors of the flower pavilion, Ji Xinkai and Mu Tianin. Mr. Ji, what brings you here? Yi Hanswang asked, stepping forward to greet Ji Xinkai personally. A millennium ago, such an act would have been unthinkable, yet now, even a figure as esteemed as Yi Hanswang felt compelled to show respect upon encountering Ji Xinkai. This truly exemplified the stature of the prominent business owners in the desolate city. Haha, I've heard that a new ice cream shop has opened here, and I came purely out of curiosity. To my surprise, the owner is none other than Elder Yi. It is an honor to finally meet you, Ji Xinkai replied, devoid of any airs of superiority. Observing Ji Xinkai's humble demeanor, Yi Hanswang couldn't help but admire him. It was clear that there was a good reason behind his thriving business. Without hesitation, Yi Hanswang instructed someone to deliver a box of ice cream to Ji Xinkai. Boss Ji, should you desire ice cream in the future, I shall have it sent directly to Baiwa Tower, Yi Hanswang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Xingcai's grin grew increasingly radiant. However, he soon led Yi Hanswang aside. Senior Yi, I shall not keep you in suspense. The purpose of my visit is to propose a collaboration. As Ji Xinkai spoke, he took a bite of the ice cream, his expression transforming into one of delight. "Darling, you must try this. It is truly delicious." Mu Tianyin accepted the ice cream and took a bite herself, her face reflecting a similar surprise. "Quite remarkable." Yi Hanswang chuckled from the side. "I wonder, Boss Ji, what sort of collaboration do you have in mind?" At this moment, Yi Hanswang felt a twinge of excitement. Although her ice cream had recently become a sensation, it remained a small establishment, and expanding would require time. However, with the support of a large enterprise like Baiwa Tower, the potential for success was immense, particularly in terms of enhancing her brand's recognition. "Senior Yi, I propose that we supply your ice cream at my Baiwa Tower, with profits divided at a ratio of 70-30. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hanswang, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Boss Ji, who receives the larger share?" "Well, naturally, I would take 70 and you 30, Ji Shinkai responded, somewhat awkwardly. In response, Yi Hanswang firmly shook her head. 50-50. "What? How can this be, Senior Yu? You cannot proceed in this manner. A 50-50 split, where we procure the goods, sell a portion, and then return half? That is simply unacceptable. If it weren't for Ji Shinkai recognizing the market potential of this ice cream, he would have departed long ago." However, Yi Hanswang chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyin's eyes darted thoughtfully before she declared, "A 60-40 split is our final offer. We shall take the 6, and you the 4. "Agreed. It's settled." Yi Hanswang promptly acquiesced. This collaboration ensured mutual profit for both parties. Thus, the bai waiting in the desolate city began to offer Tianshan ice cream. Just imagine the delight of savoring an ice cream after a moment of passion. It is indeed a splendid pleasure. In other parts of the inner city, new establishments began to emerge one after another. The drunken old man also opened a liquor store. Upon hearing of this, Lu Daosheng from the city lord's mansion promptly dispatched individuals to transform it into a bar. Henceforth, this became the sole bar in the entire desolate city, thriving immensely under the patronage of the esteemed city lord. As time passed swiftly, the ominous days of invasion drew near. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and in the next moment, several figures emerged from the realm within his palm. It was none other than the members of Yunqi. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, they immediately bowed respectfully. Subordinates pay their respects to the esteemed city lord. Above, Lu Daosheng observed the members of Yunqi and nodded. Indeed, there has been significant improvement. At this moment, the strength of the crowd had significantly surged. Awe and Anxing had directly transcended the causal realm, stepping into the realm of life and death. Meanwhile, Yunqi had reached an even more formidable height, attaining the terrifying realm of reincarnation. The realm of reincarnation. In times past, the illustrious ancestors of the primordial universe, who battled against the demonic clan, had reached no higher than this realm. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from a location in the Tianxian world, rising into the heavens. This aura was indistinguishable from that of Yunqi at this moment, another formidable being of the reincarnation realm. Instantly, all cultivators within the Tianxian world gazed in astonishment toward that direction. There lay the Xianwang lineage. It appeared that someone had received the legacy of the Xianwang. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked enviously toward that location. Why could that individual not be themselves? Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Yunqi and the others exchanged knowing smiles. It is Gulio. They had known for quite some time that Guchun had been summoned by the city lord ahead of schedule. It turned out to be such an opportunity. Indeed. In the next moment, the space tore open, and a familiar figure slowly stepped forth. It was none other than Guchun. Moreover, Guchun had successfully broken through to the realm of reincarnation, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial universe, looking down upon all. "My lord, I am deeply grateful. This gratitude I can never repay, and I shall follow you for a lifetime." Guchun knelt on one knee, addressing Lu Daosheng. Beside him, the crowd similarly expressed their sentiments towards Lu Daosheng. Observing their enthusiasm, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "Then you all must exert yourselves in the forthcoming battle. Do not let it come to the point where I must intervene personally." His words were laced with playful sarcasm, prompting laughter from the assembly. "The city lord need not worry. With my long blade in hand and my carved bow at my side, 1,000 foes shall meet their demise if they dare approach. As long as I am here, these malevolent entities shall not breach the Hongming universe," declared General Yunqi, who had recently ascended to the reincarnation realm, brimming with confidence. In his eyes, the vile beings had been reduced to mere trifles. Seeing Yunqi's demeanor, Lu Daosheng could not help but smile wryly. He recalled that even the formidable Xianwang of the invincible universe had fallen in that great conflict. Underestimating such adversaries could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Lu Daoxing cautioned, "Do not underestimate these malevolent forces. Their realm is far more powerful than the Hongmeng universe." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, as if the city lord possessed knowledge beyond their grasp. Just then, a tremor resonated from the edge of the universe, swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of the Hongmeng universe. "They are coming." The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Lu Daoxing directed his gaze through the infinite expanse of stars toward the cosmic boundary, where a colossal rift was being torn wider by an overwhelming force. A myriad of ominous and eerie presences surged forth from the crevices. At once, Lu Daoxing commanded, "All cultivators above the Empyrean realm in the desolate city, proceed to the cosmic frontier. Those of lesser strength will merely serve as fodder, perhaps even less than that." "Yes, my lord," came the immediate response. Consequently, the entirety of the desolate city sprang into action. Countless masters, regardless of their prior engagements, set aside their endeavors to assemble. In the void, a formidable army of 1 million was officially mustered. From this force emanated an indomitable spirit of battle. This was indeed the new army forged by Yunqi. Including the previous 80,000 troops of the Lu family, the elite among the elite, alongside other prodigies meticulously selected from across the globe. Their equipment was extravagantly luxurious. They donned exquisite armor and wielded weapons of the highest caliber, nearly armed to the teeth. Throughout the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe, it would be challenging to find a more elite army. Soon after, another faction, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, arrived in the void, the Desolate Guards, led by Awei. Over the years, the Desolate Guards had grown increasingly formidable. Moreover, Awei shared a close rapport with the city lord, reaping immense benefits. Each member of the Desolate Guards was clad in distinctive attire, brandishing long blades at their waists, exuding an air of dominance. Chapter 41. Departure of Lu Shui. Arrival of evil. At that moment, a legion clad in enigmatic cloaks suddenly materialized within the void, numbering in the tens of thousands. Under the influence of these peculiar garments, their forms flickered in and out of visibility. Witnessing this spectacle, Awei and Yunqi exchanged knowing smiles. "That fellow is up to his usual mysterious antics." "Esteemed lords, wait. We are here too." A voice rang out. Following this, a multitude surged forth from the desolate city, ascending into the void. These were the inhabitants of the inner city, each possessing formidable strength, all above the realm of the heavenly emperor. Among them were members of the Zhang and Li families, as well as newcomers who had recently settled in the inner city. Upon seeing them, Yunqi's expression turned grave. "Esteemed ones, this journey is fraught with peril. You must be thoroughly prepared." In response, the crowd asserted, "The Hongmeng universe is in peril. We cannot simply stand by and watch as the alien races invade." Hearing this, Yunqi's countenance grew serious. Thus, he led them toward the boundaries of the universe. Within the desolate city, Lu Daoxing gazed into the void, a look of contentment adorning his face. However, at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Xiaoxue. In the next instant, Lu Daoxing vanished from his location. Somewhere in the cosmos, Lu Shui was in the midst of receiving a legacy. As the final moment approached, a terrifying force of absorption suddenly materialized, attempting to engulf her. Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiaoxue, quickly come out." Upon hearing the commotion, Ao Qing also regained her senses and rushed forward to rescue Lu Shui. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed. The space at Lu Shui's location abruptly tore open. In the next instant, an invisible force yanked her inside. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Lu Shui vanished completely from sight. Boom! A resounding roar reverberated through the air as Lu Daoxing suddenly appeared on the scene. Behind him, a grotesque scar in the fabric of space extended endlessly, a testament to the terrifying speed at which he had arrived. Yet, he was still a moment too late. "Where is Xiaoxue?" Lu Daoxing bellowed. Hearing his words, Ouyang Yanqing trembled visibly, lowering her head as she stammered, "Xiaoxue seems to have been taken by something." Meanwhile, Ao Qing shrank her form, striving to appear less conspicuous. Upon hearing Ouyang Yanqing's response, an unfathomable pressure surged violently from within Lu Daoxing. In an instant, the entire dojo shattered into fragments. Multiple pitch-black fissures radiated outward from Lu Daoxing, spreading relentlessly in all directions. At that moment, the entire primordial universe began to tremble. At the boundary of the Hongmeng universe, the crowd was suddenly struck with astonishment, hurriedly turning their gazes back. What was that? In all my years, I have never encountered such a terrifying presence. Elder Yang also wore a grave expression as he regarded the ominous aura. Within the Hongming universe, such an existence lingered. Why would it appear at this moment? At this instant, Elder Yang fervently prayed within, hoping it was not a hostile entity. Otherwise, the Hongming universe would face utter annihilation. Just then, the dreadful aura abruptly vanished. Sighing in relief, Elder Yang solemnly declared, "Let us not concern ourselves with that presence for now." For at this moment, they had already glimpsed their adversaries through the rift at the boundary. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing had also regained some composure, swiftly suppressing his own aura. However, Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing had long since collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out, rendered unconscious. The oppressive force of the Destiny realm was unbearable for them. Even a fleeting moment was enough to overwhelm them. Had their realms been any lower, they would have been crushed by this immense pressure. This was merely an unintentional release from Lu Daoxing. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand, channeling 2 streams of pure energy to restore Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing. In the next moment, the two gradually awakened. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, they were momentarily taken aback before hastily kneeling on the ground. "My lord, I am guilty. Master. Out of consideration for the well-being of the young master, I beseech you to spare me. Ao Qing and Lu Shui are bound by a pact." Allowing him to sense that Lu Shui is currently safe. Lu Daoxing is aware of this as well, which is why he has not succumbed to a complete rage. Despite his usually amiable demeanor, the consequences of any harm befalling Lu Shui are truly unimaginable. Nothing could quell Lu Daoxing's fury. Without acknowledging the two, Lu Daoxing directly inquired, "System, where is my daughter at this moment, and what is the situation?" Returning to the host, the system responded, "Your daughter has now arrived in the realm of all spirits. Due to certain special circumstances, she has been summoned and transported there. I assure you, host, your daughter is safe and will encounter significant opportunities. However, these opportunities may not be as abundant as those available by your side. For the resources surrounding Lu Daoxing are truly boundless, incomparable to the meager offerings of the outside world." Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Daoxing let out a sigh of relief. It was unexpected that his daughter had arrived in the realm of all spirits ahead of time. Nevertheless, the important thing is that she is unharmed. Initially, he planned to remain in the Hongming world for a while longer before venturing to the realm of all spirits. But it seems that this may need to be expedited. After all, the distance of a world apart makes him somewhat uneasy. Rise. For this matter is not to be blamed on either of you. At this moment, Lu Daoxing spoke. Hearing these words, Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing exchanged a glance. And with trembling trepidation, they rose to their feet. Simultaneously, they would forever remember the terrifying pressure, an aura that seemed unattainable throughout their lives. Ao Qing also realized that this seemingly unassuming master of hers was indeed far more formidable than her own father. Was there any need for her to return to her clan? Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing pondered briefly before turning his gaze toward the direction of the cosmic boundary. At that moment, the malevolent entities there could scarcely contain their eagerness. "Let us proceed," he declared, seizing Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing, and with a single stride, he moved toward the cosmic boundary. At that juncture, a tremendous roar erupted. The fissure of the boundary was completely torn apart. In the next instant, countless sinister figures surged forth from within. "They are coming." The expressions of Elder Yang and his companions instantly tightened as they fixated on the unfolding scene. Countless dark beings crossed the endless abyss, charging toward them, their eyes filled with madness. "Ha ha ha, at last, we can once again savor the delectable essence of humanity. The wretched human race dares to defy my kind. They shall perish." At this moment, the number of malevolent entities continued to swell. On the defensive line, Elder Yang and the others appeared as a solitary fortress against the encroaching tide of darkness, utterly isolated. Hold the line. In an instant, on the border defense line, countless ancient formations sprang to life. For a fleeting moment, they truly succeeded in repelling the malevolent entities. However, this proved to be but an illusion. Before long, numerous fissures materialized along the defense line. Witnessing this, Elder Yang and his companions wore grave expressions, yet soon a fierce, indomitable resolve flickered across their faces. For the sake of the primordial universe, the crowd roared in unison. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, an overwhelming aura surged from behind them. The desolate city had arrived, ready to lend its strength to collectively vanquish the malignant forces. Chapter 42. The Terrifying War. The Desolation Guardian emerges immediately, a colossal warship. Exuding an aura of terror, gradually emerged from the void. The mysterious, luminous material adorning the vessel revealed its immense worth. Upon the flag of the warship were inscribed the formidable characters of Desolation City. They have truly arrived. Upon witnessing the ship, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. In the next moment, the Liu family army, led by Yunqi, descended from the warship, standing resolutely amidst the starry expanse. The sight of this million-strong army left everyone along the border defenses utterly speechless. The might of Desolation City was indeed formidable. Yet, this was not the end. Away, leading the Desolation Guards, also emerged from the vessel, clad in unified attire with gleaming long knives at their waists. Lastly, the powerful warriors who willingly came from within Desolation City made their appearance. Without exception, all gazed with unyielding hostility at the malevolent beings at the cosmic boundary. Follow me and eradicate the alien race. Yunqi's furious roar ignited a frenzy among the countless soldiers behind him. The momentum had reached its zenith. Eradicate the alien race. Along the border defenses, the fervor of this spirit inspired all, their faces alight with fervent zeal. Let these creatures witness the might of our homing universe. In the next instant, the entire border line collapsed utterly. Yet, the malevolent beings were unable to discern any semblance of fear in the eyes of the beings from the Hongming universe. Instead, they were met with a gaze brimming with murderous intent. In that fleeting moment, a sense of unease washed over the myriad of malevolent entities. However, the arrow had already been loosed, leaving no room for retreat. Charge. With that command, the forces of the Hongming universe collided fiercely with the demonic horde. The very fabric of the boundary began to tremble incessantly. Countless black holes emerged under the weight of terrifying power. Nevertheless, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the demonic tribe, the Hongming universe soon found itself at a disadvantage. In an instant, Away surged forward, accompanied by the wild guardians. Do not forget, we are here as well. From the shadows, a haunting voice echoed. Suddenly, tens of thousands of elusive powerhouses emerged like reapers from the battlefield, methodically claiming heads. With each flicker of dark light, another demon fell. They were none other than one of the most enigmatic forces of the wild city, known as the Root. Yet, despite their prowess, the number of these assassins and wild guardians paled in comparison to the seemingly endless ranks of the demonic tribe. Soon enough, the demons, employing their tactic of sheer numbers, surged forward once more. In the rear, Gu Qin and Yunqi exchanged a glance, both nodding in silent agreement. In the next moment, two formidable pressures from the realm of Samsara erupted from behind, momentarily freezing the entire battlefield. Is this truly the legendary power of a Samsara realm expert? Good heavens! In the vast expanse of the Hongming universe, the emergence of formidable beings from the cycle of reincarnation ignited a wave of exhilaration among the many powerful figures stationed at the border. The heavens do not forsake our Hongming universe, they exclaimed in jubilance. However, Duan Heng, witnessing this spectacle, wore a bittersweet smile. Realizing the extent to which he had been deceived by this desolate city, faced with two mighty beings of the reincarnation realm, the multitude of malevolent entities fell like mere cannon fodder, swiftly extinguished. In an instant, not a single evil creature remained within the confines of the Hongming universe. Was it truly over? Certainly not. The onlookers fixed their gaze upon the rift, their vigilance unwavering, for they understood this was merely the initial wave of attack. As anticipated, the previously tranquil boundary of the universe erupted once more, unleashing a torrent of even more terrifying malevolence from the fissure. After so many years, it was astonishing that such powerful entities could still emerge from this diminutive world. In the next moment, several ominous figures, exuding an aura of dread, took their place among the stars, gazing disdainfully at the denizens of the Hongming universe. Their presence unmistakably emanated from the reincarnation realm. It is the evil demon kings, Elder Yang declared. The 6 beings that the Xian King once confronted were of this caliber. Now, within the celestial expanse, there were indeed more than 10 entities of the evil demon king level. The disparity in power was staggering. The expressions of the powerful beings at the border turned grave. For had they been alone in this scenario, the consequences would have been utterly dire. Gazing at the ever-increasing malevolence in the starry sky, Elder Yang inhaled deeply and solemnly proclaimed, "It is time for them to awaken." Instantly, the crowd was taken aback, yet they nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Elder Yang ascended into the celestial expanse, shouting, "Esteemed ancestors, the primordial universe is in peril. We beseech your aid to overcome this calamity." As his voice faded, the entire firmament began to tremble. The inhabitants of the desolate city observed this spectacle with varying expressions of astonishment. Gu Qin and Yunqi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it was implausible that only they were tasked with safeguarding the borders of the universe. Otherwise, the situation would be utterly dire. With a thunderous roar, the sound of a coffin lid being cast aside resonated through the air. Those who dare to transgress against the primordial universe shall be hunted down, regardless of distance. A furious cry rang out, and soon, countless formidable beings surged from the void toward this very location. Each one emanated a terrifying aura, the weakest among them being of the causal realm. Among them, there were even those of the life and death realm, with 3 existing in the cycle realm. However, without exception, these powerful entities were nearing the end of their lifespans, resorting to an eternal slumber to prolong their existence for this very battle. This was their true trump card. Kill. These mighty warriors wasted no time in idle chatter, charging fiercely toward the malevolence. Aware that their time was limited, they fought with the knowledge that they might perish at any moment. Yet they displayed remarkable valor, driving the formidable foes of the demonic clan into retreat, for they fought with reckless abandon for their lives. Let us charge together. Yunshi and his companions immediately led their subordinates into a fierce assault against the demonic race. Observing the advantage gained by the Hongmeng universe, the demonic clan seethed with fury. Very well, you have thoroughly provoked our kin. Allow us to unveil the terror of the demonic race. In the next moment, over a dozen demonic kings erupted forth from the rifts at the edge of the universe. Simultaneously, the ranks of lower-tier demons began to swell at an exponential rate. Witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of the Hongmeng universe could not help but wear expressions of dismay. They were beset by the thought that victory was beyond their grasp. With so many, how can we possibly fight? Just as despair enveloped the crowd, countless auras surged unexpectedly from behind them. The Great Flame sect has come to their aid. The Divine King Palace has come to their aid, and we, the Haoyue sect, have come to assist as well. In an instant, over a dozen powerful factions from various corners of the Hongmeng universe arrived to lend their support. Upon witnessing this, Elder Yang was moved to tears. Our Hongmeng universe is indeed united as one, he exclaimed joyfully. With the arrival of these forces, the morale of the Hongmeng universe soared, and they managed to regain a semblance of strength. However, they remained lacking in top-tier combat power. Even though Gu Chun and Yun Shi were both capable of challenging 5 adversaries at once, they still faced significant losses due to the presence of several unrestrained evil entities. Humph, no matter how many individuals the Hongmeng universe sends, their ultimate fate will be one of failure. They might as well resign themselves to being the delicacies of our clan. Hehehe. Observing the grotesque visages of the evil demonic clan, the expressions of the onlookers grew grim. Could it truly end here? That was impossible. At the moment when the situation reached its zenith, a blood-red long sword suddenly surged forth from the depths of the void, slicing through the very fabric of space itself. This sword, will your evil clan be able to withstand it? With a swift thrust, 100,000 demonic heads soared into the air, their black blood instantly staining the vast expanse of the starry sky. It is Senior Huang. When they emerged from their seclusion, they had noted the absence of Huang Shou. Initially puzzled, they now realized that Huang Shou had broken through to a level of power even more terrifying than that of the reincarnation realm. Indeed, Huang Shou was in the midst of a critical breakthrough at that time, which is why Lu Daoxing had refrained from summoning him from the realm in his grasp. As expected, from behind the crowd, Huang Shou gradually approached from the void, followed closely by Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing. At this moment, Ouyang Yanqing gazed at Huang Shou with an expression of profound complexity. Not long ago, she and Huang Shou were equals, but now, he had surpassed her by leaps and bounds. All of this is a consequence of choices made. Had I known from the very first encounter with Lu Daoxing that I should have followed him without hesitation, I would not find myself in this predicament now. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing observes the battlefield from the shadows, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, I remain the strongest in the desolate city. Chapter 43. Everything has come to an end, however, when Lu Daoxing beheld another silent warship adrift in the void. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. That was a warship blueprint he had procured from the system store, although he had modified it, rendering it less formidable than its original incarnation. It still possessed a terrifying capacity for destruction. His intention was for this warship to make a resounding impact in the battle against the demonic tribe. Yet now, it lay isolated like a ghost ship, shrouded in silence. Slowly, Lu Daoxing approached the warship. Instantly, a dull sound emanated from within, as if it were lamenting its own fate. "My dear vessel, I have wronged you," he murmured tenderly, gently caressing the bow of the ship. In that moment, the entire warship began to tremble. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, with the arrival of Huang Shou, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Impossible. How could such a despicable realm possibly harbor earthly realm powerhouses? What nonsense about Imperial realm experts? I am already at the life and death realm. Take my strike. The ancestor of the Great Flame sect paid no heed to the roars of the demonic tribe's warriors, instead growing increasingly fervent in his assault. Damn it! Quickly! Report this matter. A demon king bellowed. Subsequently, the entire demonic army began to retreat gradually. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the Hongming universe erupted with unparalleled excitement. They had successfully repelled the demonic tribe. In the void, only the rising clouds and the solemn expressions of Yuqi, Guqin, and Huangshu could be discerned. They fixed their gazes upon the ominous crack, a hint of gravity reflected in their eyes. What manner of place lay within? And why did it emanate such a palpable sense of dread? Their confusion lingered. Yet, fear eluded them, for behind them stood the desolate city and Lu Daoxing. Continue the onslaught. Do not let them escape. The thunderous sounds of battle reverberated incessantly. The entire cosmic boundary lay in ruins. Yet the eyes of the assembled were imbued with hope, for they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Look, there is indeed light. However, why was that light shrouded in darkness? With a resounding crash, a terrifying beam of light, intertwined with shadow, surged forth from the rift. In an instant, all beings of the primordial universe that made contact with it perished. That was no harbinger of victory. It was a manifestation of the sinister clan's might. Danger! Block it! Yuqi, Guqin, and Huangshu surged forward, channeling all their powers to shield the army from the dreadful radiance. A tremendous roar echoed. Yuqi and Guqin were thrown back hundreds of thousands of feet, while Huangshu staggered back several steps, each movement causing the very void to shatter around him. Testament to the sheer force of the onslaught. The three stood, their faces etched with solemnity as they regarded the impending threat. For a fleeting moment, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. It was the Lord of Demons. The members of the evil clan were instantly filled with exhilaration, their expressions betraying reverence as they gazed at the rift. Emerging from the fissure was a formidable demon clad in dark armor, wielding a long blade. An aura of terror radiated from him, causing the very boundaries of the universe to tremble and collapse. The atmosphere was palpably charged with intensity. How dare a contingent of inferior beings act with impunity before the esteemed evil clan? The demon lord slowly spoke, his icy gaze sweeping across the myriad beings of the primordial universe. In an instant, all creatures felt as though they had plunged into an eternal ice cellar. Chilled to the bone, Huangshu, observing the demon lord, instinctively tightened his grip on the sword by threefold. Here stood a being who transcended the battlefield, a powerhouse whose presence was daunting. Yet, why had such a formidable entity materialized? The evil clan was clearly outmatched. However, if the evil clan could not contend, they ought not to underestimate the capabilities of a certain hidden presence. With a crisp snap of fingers, the battlefield was enveloped in an immediate stillness, an irresistible force subduing all beings present, including the demon lord. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Yet, the faces of Huang Cheng's people lit up with joy. From the void, a figure draped in a flowing robe approached with measured steps. It was none other than Lu Daoxing. Greetings, esteemed city lord. In an instant, Yun Qi and the others erupted in excited shouts. Everyone, in disbelief, turned their gazes towards that figure. Some were aware, while others were oblivious. In the desolate city, every soul, without exception, looked upon Lu Daoxing with reverence. For many among them, it was the first encounter with Lu Daoxing. Is this truly the great lord of the desolate city? Indeed, he is not someone of their mortal stature. He is nothing short of a divine being. Who are you, esteemed sir? The demon lord in the void wore an expression of incredulity, and a profound fear gradually welled up within him. How could such a formidable being exist within this small world? Yet, Lu Daoxing paid no heed to the demon lord. Instead, he merely waved his hand, and all the beings of the primordial universe were restored, appearing behind him. Now, it is time to bring this to an end. Lu Daoxing surveyed the chaotic scene of the primordial universe and spoke slowly. In the next moment, he reached out and clenched his hand. The rift in the boundary, which had been forcibly torn apart by the demonic clan, instantly healed. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the demonic clan were left aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of heaven-defying technique is this? They realized, too late, that their doom was sealed. With no escape left, the demon lord, fully aware of his inevitable demise, fixed his gaze on Lu Daoxing and declared, "You will face the retribution of my demonic clan. If you dare, remain here for eternity." As long as Lu Daoxing dares to venture into the Wailing Realm, He firmly believes that his demise is inevitable. The strength of their demonic clan is beyond the imagination of this small world. Were it not for certain factors preventing the true powerhouses of their lineage from entering this realm, the demonic clan would have long since devoured all the souls inhabiting it. Individuals of his caliber are hardly regarded as significant within their ranks. However, transporting him into this world has consumed a considerable amount of their resources. Ultimately, he still faced failure. Upon hearing the words of the demon lord, Lu Daoxing regarded him with a sardonic gaze. Rest assured, I shall soon pay you a visit. And then you will swiftly reunite with your companions. With that, Lu Daoxing waved his hand, and in an instant, all the demons within the Hongmeng universe were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, those behind Lu Daoxing were left utterly astounded. Bang! Elder Yang immediately knelt before Lu Daoxing, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving the entire Hongmeng universe. Observing this, Lu Daoxing's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly helped Elder Yang back to his feet. No, this is truly the elder of the Hongmeng universe. Meanwhile, a portion of the ancient elders of the Hongmeng universe, who had not yet perished, looked on with smiles illuminating their faces. To my astonishment, within the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe, there exists a formidable presence such as yours, which brings us reassurance for the future of this realm. No sooner had the words left my lips than those powerful beings began to dissipate into the Hongmeng universe, destined to become mere echoes of history. At that moment, Lu Daoxing took action. As he extended his hand in a firm grasp, the souls of those venerable predecessors instantly froze in place. Will you join me in the Wild City? Lu Daoxing inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, one individual tremulously responded, Senior, we possess no future. I can offer you a future, Lu Daoxing declared resolutely. Instantly, the ancient figures inhaled deeply and knelt before Lu Daoxing. We are willing to join the Wild City. Although they were unfamiliar with the Wild City, they understood that the prospect of continued existence sufficed. Who could have anticipated that in their twilight years, they would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity? Indeed, it rings true that one should never underestimate the elderly. Witnessing their agreement, Lu Daoxing smiled faintly, subsequently enveloping these powerful figures within his palm world. He aspired to forge the most elite force, one that would heed only his command. At that juncture, Lu Daoxing surveyed all present. Despite having just emerged from an unprecedented battle, the eyes of the assembly brimmed with hope, a hope for the future. Esteemed ones, from this moment forth, the Hongmeng universe shall know no worries. As the words fell, the vast expanse resonated with jubilant cheers. In that instant, the illustrious name of Lu Daoxing reverberated throughout the entirety of the Hongmeng universe. Countless years hence, should you chance upon the Hongmeng universe, you will discover that it is adorned with statues of a great figure. The very figure immortalized in these statues is none other than Lu Daoxing. Chapter 44. A world of multitudes. Just as Lu Daoxing intended to depart with the group, he suddenly turned to gaze at Elder Yang and the others. Esteemed friends, what are your plans for the future? At his words, Elder Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, they would have returned to their respective star systems to enjoy a tranquil retirement, eventually departing from this enchanting world in silence. However, now, as they looked at Lu Daoxing before them, they found themselves hesitating. An extraordinary opportunity lay before them. Lu Daoxing's inquiry undoubtedly prompted them to begin contemplating their choices. After a brief silence, one individual stepped forward respectfully, saying, Lord Lu, may I inquire if it would be possible for me to join the Wild City? Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing smiled warmly. Welcome. In a world such as this, each individual who had reached their level was among the finest of their respective star systems. What they lacked were resources and opportunities, elements that Lu Daoxing could readily provide. As the first person took the initiative, others soon followed suit, expressing their desires to join the Wild City. I too wish to join. Lu Daoxing graciously welcomed each one of them. Before long, only a handful of the formidable guardians, who had stood watch at the borders for countless years, remained. Among this small group were Elder Yang and Duan Heng. Master, Ouyang Yanqing observed Duan Heng with a complex expression from behind Lu Daoxing. Upon encountering Ouyang Yanqing, Duan Heng chuckled heartily. Yanqing, you must closely follow Lord Lu from now on and refrain from foolishness. I can accompany you no further. I shall remain in the Eternal Star System. After all, the Eternal Temple cannot be without its leader. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yanqing's eyes began to well with tears. Master, It seems you have not truly been by my side. However, Duan Heng paid her no heed. Instead, he turned to Lu Daoxing, his expression solemn. Lord Lu, I entrust Yanqing to your care from this moment onward. Lu Daoxing was taken aback, feeling an odd sensation. The onlookers regarded Duan Heng with curious glances. It was certainly you, my dear fellow. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing's cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Lu Daoxing's eyes. This scene did not escape Lu Daoxing's notice, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Your master behaves in such a manner, yet you linger in the background with these antics. Lu Daoxing shook his head, choosing to ignore the duo and instead directing his attention to Elder Yang. Before he could speak, Elder Yang interjected, Lord Lu, I have guarded this borderline for the better part of my life. With that, Elder Yang turned to gaze at the cosmic boundary behind him. At this moment, the borderline lay in ruins, utterly ravaged by the recent conflict. I shall remain here from now on. A wave of complex emotions washed over everyone present as they looked at Elder Yang. Elder Yang, what is the purpose of this? Indeed, Elder Yang, the malevolent forces have retreated, rendering our presence here meaningless. Elder Yang, why not join us in the wild city? Listening to the persuasive words of his former comrades, Elder Yang shook his head and replied, My mind is resolute. There is no need for further discussion. From now on, focus on following Lord Lu. Upon hearing this, the others could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing gazed at Elder Yang, a man who had devoted nearly his entire life to the Hongmeng universe. At that moment, Lu Daoxing pondered, if the Hongmeng universe lacked Elder Yang, would it have faced annihilation at the hands of the malevolent race? No, certainly not. In an instant, Lu Daoxing comprehended the truth. Elder Yang was not merely an individual. He embodied a spirit of selfless dedication and unity. Consequently, Lu Daoxing ceased his internal conflict, declaring, Elder Yang, the gates of our wild city shall always remain open for you. At these words, Elder Yang broke into a smile, saying, I am grateful for your kindness. Lord Lu. Subsequently, after exchanging a few casual words with the various stellar factions, Lu Daoxing led the inhabitants of Wild City on their journey home. Oh, my lord, where is my battleship? It said it does not wish to engage with you. What? Within the Wild City, the day marked the most bustling moment for the Tianxian world. The news of Lu Daoxing's salvation of the entire Hongmeng universe swiftly spread throughout the cosmos. The renowned name of the desolate city has become widely known among the populace. In a fleeting moment, the influx of visitors to the Xuangu star system reached an unprecedented peak. The Tianxian world was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Within the desolate city, despite the exorbitant entrance fees, the Zhang brothers were still frantically collecting payments, their hands cramping from the incessant transactions. As the crowd continued to swell, Lu Daoxing hastily infused the laws of the world once more, enlarging the space within the desolate city just enough to prevent it from reaching full capacity. Goodness! Is this truly the legendary desolate city? I have lived a long life, yet this is the first time I have encountered such opulence. Who wouldn't be amazed? Oh my God, just look at these floor tiles. They are more resilient than the finest treasures. And behold the rushing streams. It is simply unbelievable. Every individual, without exception, was struck with astonishment upon entering the desolate city. Is there truly such a sacred place within the Hongmeng universe? The Xuangu star system has once again emerged as the epicenter of the universe, reclaiming its position of supremacy from ancient times. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Lu Daoxing spoke slowly, in a century. We shall embark on our journey from the Hongmeng universe to the realm of 10,000 spirits. This was a decision he had pondered deeply. In truth, he wished to depart even sooner, for his daughter currently remained in the realm of 10,000 spirits, alone and forlorn. However, suddenly descending upon them was the infinitely more powerful realm of the myriad spirits, far surpassing the primordial universe. He feared that his subordinates would be unable to withstand it. My daughter, please wait a little longer. In due time, all the grievances you endure shall be compensated by your father. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, the crowd below, led by Yunqi, was left in astonishment. This was their first revelation that beyond the primordial universe lay a world known as the myriad spirits. Lord City Master, what kind of place is the myriad spirits? At this moment, Guqin inquired. Hearing the question, Lu Daoxing turned his gaze to the proud Ao Qing below. Ao Qing. Upon hearing her master call her, Ao Qing immediately perked up. The myriad spirits realm is immensely more formidable than this place. Even a being of such strength as Huang Shou would be insignificant there. The crowd was struck with astonishment at the terrifying nature of that realm. Then why are you so weak? Huang Shou boldly questioned. Ao Qing, Observing Ao Qing at a loss for words, the crowd erupted into laughter. It was only when Lu Daoxing waved his hand that they ceased. Ao Qing, please continue. With a glare directed at Huang Shou, Ao Qing resumed, Yes, master. In the myriad spirits realm, numerous clans and powers exist, forming a world teeming with diverse races, among which countless formidable clans thrive. At this point, Ao Qing lifted her proud head and proclaimed with pride, Among them is my dragon clan. What is the standing of our human clan? I believe that our human race should possess considerable strength in the realm of 10,000 spirits, thought Yunqi and the others. However, Lu Daoxing held a different perspective. If the human race in the realm of 10,000 spirits were indeed powerful, how could they passively endure the maltreatment by the demonic clan? As anticipated, Ao Qing's response left everyone astounded. There are no humans in the realm of 10,000 spirits. What? Chapter 45. A century's time. The first encounter with the bear tribe. Is it conceivable that there are no humans in the realm of all spirits? How could that be? Ao Qing shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I'm not entirely clear on this matter. Nevertheless, it is true that there are no humans within the realm of all spirits. There are some, albeit very few, and those who live decently are even scarcer. Upon hearing how dire the situation was for humans in the realm, a sense of discomfort washed over the gathered crowd. In 100 years, the name of the human race will resonate throughout the entire realm of all spirits. Lu Daoxing spoke slowly. At his words, the audience fell silent for a moment, before a surge of fervor ignited within them. It appeared their city lord was poised to make a significant mark in the realm of all spirits. What should we do, my lord? Inquired Xing, who had remained silent until now, his voice respectful. In response to this question, Lu Daoxing surveyed those present and declared, in 100 years, each of you must elevate yourselves by at least 8 realms. He then invoked the world in his palm, a formidable aura of temporal laws beginning to permeate the air. Sensing it was insufficient, Lu Daoxing opened his left hand, and the time and space divine tower materialized within his grasp. Consolidate. With a resonant hum, the flow of time within the world in his palm underwent a dramatic transformation. This time, for every day in the outside world, 10 years would pass within 8 realms. It is important to note that as one progresses, the rate of breakthrough becomes increasingly sluggish and arduous. In the present moment, Lu Daoxing has tasked them with breaking through 8 realms in the time to come. It must be said, this is indeed a formidable challenge, exceedingly difficult. Yet, when they lifted their gazes to behold Lu Daoxing's serious and somewhat somber expression, a chill coursed through their hearts. Lord City Master, we shall undoubtedly succeed, they proclaimed in unison. Subsequently, everyone entered the realm within his palm, including Ao Qing and Ouyang Yanqing, seated within the vast hall. Lu Daoxing's demeanor grew pensive as he surveyed the emptiness around him. Since learning of the hardships faced by his kin within the Hongming universe, a sense of unease had begun to gnaw at him. His daughter resides in the realm of all spirits. Would she suffer setbacks due to her human identity? Furthermore, as a member of the human race himself, he could not help but feel distressed by the plight of his brethren. Thus, he deemed it imperative to take action on behalf of the human populace in the realm of all spirits. In a certain part of the realm of all spirits, Lu Shui gradually awoke from her slumber, only to be greeted by the sound of hushed whispers in her vicinity. Chieftain, why have we summoned a human? Indeed, Chieftain. Did you not say that this ritual would summon a being of great fortune to protect our clan? Well, I'm not entirely certain about that either. At once, Lu Shui regained her senses and hastily rose to her feet. To her astonishment, she found herself surrounded by a group of fluffy white bears. White bear monsters. Chieftain, look. She has awakened. In an instant, the white bears encircled Lu Shui completely. What do you want? Lu Shui exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself in a desolate landscape blanketed in snow, an expanse of white as far as the eye could see. At that moment, the largest of the bears approached her, sniffing the air around Lu Shui. After a moment of contemplation, it produced a peculiar staff and pointed it at her. Confusion washed over Lu Shui. In the next instant, the staff erupted in a blinding radiance, nearly dazzling the bear's titanium alloy eyes. However, with a sharp crack, the staff shattered. Lu Shui, the Bear Clan leader, my fortune staff. Chieftain, what is happening? One of the bears inquired, bewildered. The largest bear, the leader of the clan, had tears glistening in his eyes. Upon hearing the question from his kin, he wiped away his tears and replied, she truly possesses great fortune. And it is so immense that. How immense? Another bear interjected. Oh dear, Chieftain, Please do not leave us in suspense. Cough, cough. The Bear Clan leader cleared his throat and continued. This human's fortune appears to surpass that of the entire realm of 10,000 spirits. At this revelation, the leader's expression turned grave, for he perceived this as an utterly impossible occurrence. Cursed be this fate. Yet, the fortune staff could no longer withstand the aura of this human woman and shattered into pieces. This staff was a treasured heirloom of the White Bear Clan. Who could have anticipated its demise today? Thus, the reality lay bare. Upon hearing this, the bears gazed incredulously at Lu Shui. A few even extended their paws to poke at this human being enveloped in great fortune. Look, she's glaring at me. Lu Shui, irate, exclaimed, get away from me. What absurdity is this? A horde of white bears had inexplicably appeared around her, babbling in tongues she could not comprehend. Great fortune? She remained oblivious, only aware of her invincible father. Step back, declared the clan leader of the bears. Instantly, the white bears obediently retreated to the side. The leader then turned to Lu Shui and proclaimed, I hereby declare you a member of the White Bear Clan. Wait. I haven't consented. Lu Shui protested. However, the bears paid no heed to her futile rage and erupted in cheers. Hooray! The White Bear Clan shall rise. Long live the clan leader. Long live. Much later, within a stone dwelling, Lu Shui lay despondently on the table, her face etched with a sense of injustice. This detestable group of bears. Were it not for the fact that I am unable to overpower them, I would surely turn them into black bears and make them steal ceremonial robes. At that moment, with a creak, the door swung open. The leader of the Bear Clan entered the room with a measured gait. Upon seeing this bear, Lu Shui scoffed and turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. However, the bear leader made himself comfortable, taking a seat directly opposite Lu Shui. You have been summoned by me, the clan leader. It is now your responsibility to lead the Bear Clan towards glory. Our future rests firmly in your hands. Hearing this unexpected and weighty task, veins throbbed at Lu Shui's temples as she struggled to contain her anger. Patience, I must endure. A moment of restraint will bring calm. My father will surely come to my rescue. Then, the bear leader continued. By the way, you do not yet have a name, do you? From now on, let us call you, Observing Lu Shui's attire of pale blue and her rather appealing appearance, he slowly declared, from now on, you shall be known as Broccoli. The more she contemplated this, the more infuriated she became. No longer could she hold back. You are the one who should be called Broccoli. Your entire family is named Broccoli. With that, Lu Shui leapt onto the bear leader's head, her tiny fists flailing in a futile but highly insulting manner. How outrageous. I am the clan leader. Ouch, let go of my nose. After a considerable time, Lu Shui, panting heavily, collapsed onto the side. The chieftain of the Bear Clan was also in a state of distress, clutching his nose and glaring at Lu Shui with resentment. I am the chieftain. You must heed my words. In response, Lu Shui spat disdainfully. I only listened to my father. You still have a father. Ah, I shall devour you. At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from outside. Instantly, the chieftain's expression shifted dramatically. Chieftain, it's bad. Those creatures have returned. Without hesitation, the chieftain dragged Lu Shui outside. There, they beheld countless tiger-shaped monsters encircling the entire white bear tribe. I shall give you one last chance. Depart or face death. A robust warrior from the tiger clan stepped forward, roaring. Upon hearing this, the white bear chieftain replied solemnly, this territory was first claimed by my white bear clan. The tiger clan merely sneered. What does prior claim matter if you lack the strength? At that moment, a formidable aura surged forth from the tiger warrior's body. In an instant, all the white bears recoiled in retreat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Shui remained standing steadfastly, unscathed. Chapter 46 The Aura of Destiny. Upon encountering Lu Shui, the members of the tiger clan were immediately enveloped in confusion. A human? One of the formidable warriors of the tiger clan scoffed, his hunger peaked. With a disdainful expression, he advanced, intent on seizing Lu Shui. Witnessing this, the leader of the bear clan grew anxious. After all, Lu Shui had been summoned at great cost. Stop, he exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Shui. Get out of my way. With a thunderous crash, the leader of the bear clan was sent flying, the disparity in strength starkly evident. Observing this scene, Lu Shui's heart raced. Was every being in this realm truly so formidable? Remaining rooted in place, Lu Shui exhibited no inclination to flee, an act that rendered the onlookers speechless in disbelief. Truly a waste. However, in the next instant, just as the tiger clan warrior was about to lay hands on Lu Shui, an overwhelming force erupted from within her. Boom. Instantly, that Tiger Clan warrior was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The terrifying energy surged forth, tearing through the heavens, and with a resounding roar, it shattered the very fabric of the void. In that moment, both the Tiger Clan and the Bear Clan members stood dumbfounded. A third-tier Earthrealm warrior had been vanquished so effortlessly. Moreover, this power was so terrifying that it had fractured the sky itself, gazing upon the ceaselessly descending fragments of the void from the heavens. All beings present were struck with awe. In that moment, Lu Shui exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, her father was reliable. Father, I love you. Extending her arms to embrace this newfound power, Lu Shui raised an eyebrow and then unleashed a punch towards the tribe of tigers. How dare they attempt to consume her? She could never let them escape unscathed. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the area where the tiger tribe's formidable warriors had gathered. And as the smoke dissipated, the landscape was transformed into a desolate ruin. Faintly, a few tiger hairs seemed to whisper of the fallen warriors who once roamed there. The remaining members of the tiger tribe, witnessing this spectacle, dared not linger any longer. Run, flee. In an instant, those who had come from the tiger tribe either perished or fled in terror. Observing this, Lu Shui refrained from further assault, turning instead with a triumphant expression towards the adorable White Bear clan. The bears trembled in fear. My lord, are you still comfortable? The clan leader of the bears cautiously massaged Lu Shui's shoulders and legs, occasionally offering her delectable fruits to savor. Quite pleasant indeed. Relishing in such pampering, Lu Shui wore a contented smile. At that moment, she suddenly inquired, by the way, you still lack a name, don't you? My lord, my name is. From now on, you shall be known as Broccoli. What? Are you unwilling? Of course not, my lord. I shall henceforth be called Broccoli. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. The White Bear chief interjected, there is no need to bully a bear like that. After enjoying the moment for a while, Lu Shui stretched lazily and then rose to her feet. Being in a foreign realm, it was essential for her to establish a firm foothold, especially since her father was not present here. Immediately, Lu Shui thought of Ao Qing. Although Ao Qing was not by her side at the moment, seeking the protection of the Dragon Clan should not pose a problem, given her close ties with Ao Qing. However, where could she possibly find the Dragon Clan in this unfamiliar territory? Observing Lu Shui lost in thought, the White Bear chief hesitated and asked, my lord, what occupies your mind? Startled by the question, Lu Shui responded, do you know where the Dragon Clan resides? Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Clan, the White Bear chief's fur bristled in alarm, clearly shaken by the thought. My lord, why do you inquire about the Dragon Clan? He stammered. Noticing his reaction, Lu Shui furrowed her brow. Is this reaction warranted? Why are you so frightened? Have you had a bad experience with dragons? The White Bear chief shook his head vehemently in response. Esteemed one, the Dragon Clan stands as one of the most formidable lineages in the entirety of the myriad realms. A mere warrior from their ranks could obliterate my White Bear clan countless times over. Moreover, the temperament of the Dragon Clan is notoriously irascible, and they hold our kind in utter disdain, considering us a lesser race. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's expression darkened. Although the response she received was incongruous, it became evident to her that seeking the protection of the Dragon Clan might prove rather arduous. Had she not witnessed the contempt with which the Tiger Clan regarded her? What then was she to do? Remain here, waiting for her father to rescue her? Absolutely not. Lu Shui resolutely shook her head, dismissing that notion. This time, she was determined to carve out her own path and establish her worth, to prove that she could stand alone. Otherwise, would her father dare to allow her to venture forth again? Given this, she resolved to venture out and explore. Pray tell, where resides the domain of the human clan? And how might one reach it? What do you mean, I asked you where the human clan is located. In response, the White Bear chieftain appeared utterly bewildered. In the myriad realms, there exists no human clan. In his lifetime, he had encountered no more than a handful of humans. After a moment of hesitation, the White Bear chieftain replied, Esteemed one, there are no humans in the myriad realms. What? Lu Shui was left dumbfounded. The myriad realms lacked a human clan. Could it be that the world was entirely inhabited by other races? At this moment, the White Bear chieftain continued, however, although there are no members of the human race, there are still humans, albeit very few. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui let out a sigh of relief. The existence of even a few was comforting. If she were the sole human in this realm of myriad spirits, tears would surely have streamed down her face in solitude. Thus, she declared, "I must take my leave." "Ah, my lady, where are you headed?" the chieftain inquired, puzzled. Lu Shui gazed towards the distant horizon, emulating Lu Daoxing's demeanor, and spoke slowly. "I wish to explore the magnificent landscapes of this world, to traverse mountains, rivers, and seas, to conquer." "Conquer what?" the white bear chieftain asked with confusion. However, he soon realized that Lu Shui had already dashed away, for she had run out of words. "Chieftain, how can she leave? Who will protect us now?" A concerned member of the white bear tribe approached, voicing his worry. Instantly, the chieftain's wise expression vanished, replaced by an air of grave seriousness. Watching Lu Shui's departing figure, he spoke solemnly, "This individual harbors an extraordinary destiny, one we cannot intertwine with. Her resolution of the conflict with the tiger tribe has indeed served our interests, thus, we shall allow her to depart." Of course, even if he wished to intervene, he was powerless to do so. Meanwhile, far away, Lu Shui suddenly came to a halt. Given the dangers lurking in the realm of myriad spirits, prudence seemed the wiser course. She then began rummaging through her storage ring. Before her lay a dazzling array of treasures that nearly blinded her captivating eyes. These were bestowed upon her long ago by Lu Daoxing, a testament to paternal affection. "Ah, this one appears intriguing." Suddenly, a small bell materialized in Lu Shui's hand. In the next moment, the bell soared directly into her consciousness. Simultaneously, an indescribable force enveloped her limbs and bones, shielding her from external harm. A defensive treasure. The name of this artifact, Chaotic Bell, also surfaced in Lu Shui's mind. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the realm of all spirits, an ancient azure hall began to tremble. In the ensuing moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed slowly. "The aura of destiny." Instantly, an aggressive gaze pierced through the boundless void, fixating on a specific point within the realm of all spirits. Yet, all that was visible was a group of feeble, insipid white bears, with nothing else in sight. Have I misperceived? Or is he deliberately evading me? Chapter 47. Tianying City on the other side. Lu Shui gradually transitioned from the desolate wasteland to a more prosperous city. Gazing upon the bustling metropolis before her, memories of the desolate city flooded her mind, evoking an undeniable sense of homesickness. Soon, Lu Shui entered the grand city known as Tianying City. Upon her arrival, an array of bizarre and fantastical creatures greeted her sight. Yet, it was the humanoid beings that captured Lu Shui's attention. To her, these beings bore no significant difference from herself, save for their more robust appearances. The inhabitants of the city paid little heed to Lu Shui, offering merely fleeting glances filled with ill intentions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shui began to stroll further into the heart of the city. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of piercing eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated intently upon her. Moments later, Lu Shui paused in front of a tea house, where an elderly man sat quietly sipping tea. He was a member of the human race. "Sir, are you truly human?" Lu Shui inquired nervously as she seated herself across from the elder. This was the first human she had encountered in the realm of myriad beings. The old man nearly choked upon hearing her words. "Young lady, why would you speak so rudely?" Upon confirming that he was indeed human, Lu Shui felt an overwhelming surge of joy. At long last, she had found another of her kind. Throughout her journey, she encountered a myriad of peculiar beings that left her feeling somewhat nauseated. "Senior, are you alone?" Lu Shui inquired. The elder nodded nonchalantly before casting a glance at Lu Shui, remarking, "Is this your first venture outside?" Lu Shui acknowledged with a nod. "Well, sort of. Moreover, I found myself thrust into this unfamiliar world right away." The elder nodded in understanding and remarked, "No wonder." At that moment, Lu Shui continued, "Senior, I am venturing out for the first time and am bewildered by many matters. Could you enlighten me?" She gazed at the elder with an expression of pitiable innocence. The elder scoffed lightly. "Do not presume that our shared lineage obliges me to assist you." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a translucent crystal was placed before him. Upon witnessing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly secured the crystal with an indescribable swiftness. "Ahem, ha ha ha, we are indeed of the same kin. Given the current plight of our human race, it is only natural that we support one another. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask. Though my strength may be lacking, my knowledge is vast." In an instant, the elder's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Such is the allure of wealth. Relieved, Lu Shui exhaled. Fortunately, she possessed numerous treasures, with many items in her spatial ring surpassing that crystal. A bona fide affluent lady. Not quite. More accurately, it is the offspring of the wealthy. Subsequently, Lu Shui inquired about the most fundamental aspects, such as the classification of realms within the W and Ling realm. The realms are primarily divided into the Earth realm and the Heaven realm. The Earth realm is further delineated into 9 tiers, from the 1st to the 9th. As one ascends these tiers, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. As for the Heaven realm, there are not many prominent figures within the entire W and Ling realm. Generally, one becomes a formidable force upon reaching the 8th or 9th tier of the Earth realm. Heaven realm warriors are typically found among the most powerful clans. Naturally, the Heaven realm is also categorized, comprising 4 distinct levels: the Celestial Being realm, the Celestial King realm, the Celestial Lord realm, and the Legendary Fate realm. However, this elder was unaware of such intricate details. For him, it sufficed to know that above the Earth realm lies the Heaven realm, as he himself was merely a practitioner of the 3rd tier of the Earth realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui felt somewhat speechless, realizing that her own abilities were so lacking that she had yet to attain even the Earth realm. Fortunately, she possessed divine armor and the contingencies left by her father, ensuring her safety. She pondered over her father's standing within the W and Ling realm. He must be at least at the 7th or 8th tier of the Earth realm. As she contemplated this, the elder smiled and remarked, "Little girl, I have yet to learn from whence you hail. Your generosity raises my suspicions that you might be a disciple of some great power. After all, it is not uncommon for powerful beings to accept disciples regardless of their race, and it is quite common to take a human as a student." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I come from the desolate city." Desolate city? The old man furrowed his brow. No matter how he pondered, he could not conjure any information regarding this place. Could it be that this girl truly emerged from some obscure corner of the world, coincidentally encountering a stroke of fortune? If that were the case, she would indeed be in peril. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that she was fabricating her tale. The old man took a sip of tea, lost in contemplation. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was a being of the three-eyed race. Three-eyed. "Old man, I have purchased this human. Name your price," it stated directly to the elder, clearly assuming that Lu Shui was under the old man's protection. After all, the elder was a formidable figure, a 3rd-tier practitioner, not to be underestimated. As for Lu Shui, the being paid her little heed, dismissing her as weak due to her tenuous aura. Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "I'm sorry, but this girl is not under my charge. I have only just met her." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed being laughed. "So, she is a free agent then?" The old man remained silent. While he shared the same race as Lu Shui, it would be unwise to offend the three-eyed for her sake. It would certainly not be worth the risk at this moment. After all, the three-eyed clan wields considerable influence in the realm of myriad beings. Thus, he hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and offer aid. Observing this, the three-eyed creature's smile widened, completely oblivious to the deepening gloom on Lu Shui's countenance. Did he truly believe her to be an easy target? In a sudden display of resolve, Lu Shui rose to her feet, casting a fierce glare at the three-eyed being. A mere insect dares to glare at me? Your very existence is a privilege I bestow upon you," he sneered, extending a hand towards Lu Shui. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as a forceful energy propelled him backward. An indescribable power enveloped Lu Shui flawlessly. To his astonishment, the three-eyed creature realized she possessed an extraordinary artifact. The elder beside them silently exhaled in relief, recognizing that he had underestimated her. This woman of his kin was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Lu Shui had already begun to rummage through her storage ring once more. At that moment, the three-eyed creature remained oblivious to the impending doom that awaited him. "Ah, you shall suffice," Lu Shui declared as she revealed a gleaming sword, adorned with exquisite runes that shimmered and flowed with life. In the next moment, the sword levitated, swirling around Lu Shui in a display of intimate familiarity. This blade possessed a spirit, and its sentience was strikingly high. Clearly, the onlookers surrounding them were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting disbelief that such a powerful sword could belong to a seemingly frail human. The three-eyed being furrowed his brow, clearly beginning to exercise caution. "Which faction do you belong to?" he asked gravely. "A human," came the reply, "possessing formidable treasures. There exists no other possibility than joining a major faction. Moreover, the human woman appeared so fragile." Lu Shui glared at the three-eyed being and calmly stated, "The desolate city." "The desolate city?" The three-eyed being's face was etched with confusion, as he had never heard of it before, and the surrounding beings shared his bewilderment. Observing the perplexity in their eyes, Lu Shui shook her head helplessly. She then pointed at the three-eyed being and commanded, "Kill him." In the next instant, the floating sword beside Lu Shui erupted with a resounding sword aura, accompanied by a tremendous ringing sound. The three-eyed being was instantly rendered motionless. A gentle breeze passed by, and his head slowly descended. In that moment, a pin drop could be heard in the arena. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their gazes towards Lu Shui filled with astonishment. Chapter 48. The ancestry of Lu Shui's mother. This sword emanates an aura of sheer terror. Yet, what is even more frightful is that this divine blade has recognized a mere mortal woman as its master. In an instant, all beings present cast glances laden with profound apprehension and gravity towards Lu Shui. The elder, too, was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. This chance encounter with a fellow clanswoman revealed her extraordinary nature. Truly, he had underestimated her. Observing their expressions, Lu Shui let out a cold snort, daring anyone to continue their brazen bullying. At that moment, a terrifying presence suddenly descended upon them. A shiver ran through the hearts of the crowd as they instinctively looked up. A colossal creature, blocking out the sun, loomed above them. It was a giant eagle. Its formidable aura sent tremors through all present. "It's over. The Lord of Tianying City has arrived," whispered the surrounding beings, acknowledging the commotion that had inevitably attracted the city lord's attention. In the next instant, the giant eagle transformed into the form of a middle-aged man standing amidst them. Immediately, the Lord of Tianying City fixed his gaze upon Lu Shui. "Did you kill him?" he inquired. Lu Shui shook her head, prompting a frown to crease the Lord's forehead. "You did not commit the act?" With a gesture towards the sword at her side, Lu Shui replied, "It was it that did the killing. Xian Yuan's sword." At her words, the Lord found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you know that killing is prohibited within the city?" Lu Shui shook her head. She had just arrived and was unaware of this rule, especially since it was the other party who had provoked her first. At that moment, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside the city lord. She cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shui, about to speak, but was abruptly taken aback. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Lu Shui stood frozen in place, as a tremor coursed through her bloodline. In the next instant, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed across the heavens. A magnificent ice phoenix manifestation erupted from within Lu Shui, causing the temperature around them to plummet drastically, an aura of frost enveloping the air. The ice phoenix bloodline. She is a descendant of the ice phoenix clan. The city lord of Tianying was taken aback, swiftly turning to face the beautiful woman. Meanwhile, the woman wore an expression of disbelief, for she herself belonged to the ice phoenix lineage. Sensing the turmoil within her bloodline, Lu Shui hurriedly suppressed it. Fortunately, she possessed the supreme ice spirit body. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to contain. Observing Lu Shui effortlessly subduing the ice phoenix bloodline, the beautiful woman was once again filled with astonishment. Without hesitation, she appeared beside Lu Shui, ready to speak. However, a long sword suddenly blocked her path. Should she dare to take another step forward, the Xianyuan sword would unflinchingly sever her from her very essence. The beautiful woman gazed at Lu Shui, hesitating. The city lord, witnessing this, instantly grasped the situation. "Step aside." A furious shout echoed, causing all beings present to scatter in disarray. Only the elder remained seated. The city lord furrowed his brow upon observing the elderly figure. "Are you deaf to my words?" The elder hesitated and replied, "My lord, I reside here." An awkward atmosphere suddenly enveloped the scene. The beautiful woman turned to Lu Shui and gently asked, "May we have a conversation?" Sensing the familiar aura emanating from the woman, Lu Shui hesitated momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them made their way toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, the beautiful woman introduced herself. "I'm Yin Luo, a member of the Ice Phoenix clan." The city lord of Tianying City interjected, "I am Ing Qi, the lord of Tianying City." In response, Lu Shui introduced herself. "I am Lu Shui, a resident of the Desolate City." Desolate City? Both individuals expressed their confusion. Lu Shui was already accustomed to such reactions. In the realm of myriad beings, no one recognized Desolate City, for it lay within the Hongmeng universe. Noticing Lu Shui's lack of explanation, the two refrained from further inquiry. "Lu Shui, may I ask who your parents are?" Yin Luo inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. At this, Lu Shui hesitated before revealing. "My father is the lord of Desolate City." "And your mother?" Yin Luo pressed. I have never met my mother. Since I can remember, it has only been my father, Lu Daosheng, by my side. We have relied on each other since childhood." Upon hearing these words, Yin Luo furrowed her brows slightly. She then took a deep breath and finally inquired, "Do you know if your mother is human?" Ah? Lu Shui was taken aback. She felt as though the other party was insulting her, yet she lacked any evidence to support this feeling. After a moment of silence, Lu Shui replied, "Well, she should be. After all, her father had never claimed that her mother was not human." Upon hearing this, Yin Luo staggered back several steps, her face filled with astonishment. "Miss Yin, what is the matter?" Ying Qi asked with concern. At that moment, Yin Luo's eyes were already red-rimmed. "Lu Shui, could you spare me a drop of your blood?" Yin Luo gazed at Lu Shui with a pleading look. This scene left Lu Shui bewildered. She could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Clearly, her not-so-bright mind had yet to grasp what was unfolding. Nevertheless, she complied. Yin Luo collected the drop of crimson blood and promptly took a drop of her own. After this exchange, the two droplets resonated with one another. In that instant, Yin Luo burst into tears. Meanwhile, Ying Qi keenly sensed the essence of the situation. Could it be? He thought, glancing at Lu Shui and then at Yin Luo. It seemed increasingly plausible. Lu Shui, now stunned, soon realized the truth, her eyes also glistening with tears as she looked at Yin Luo. In the next moment, Lu Shui stepped forward and embraced Yin Luo. "Mother, after all these years, why did you abandon me and father?" Lu Shui wept uncontrollably, burying her face into the magnificent bosom before her. At this instant, Yin Luo was taken aback. Little Shui, I am not your mother." The atmosphere suddenly became exceedingly awkward. Lu Shui exclaimed in surprise, quickly releasing Yin Luo. "Ahem, I was just joking," she said, forcing a polite yet embarrassed smile before hastily stepping aside. However, Yin Luo continued, "I may not be your mother, but I am indeed your kin." Taking a deep breath, she slowly added, "I am your aunt, your mother's sister." Ah? After a long moment, Yin Luo recounted the tale of Lu Shui's mother. Lu Shui's biological mother, named Yin Lingyun, was also a member of the human race and possessed the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, just like Lu Shui. In the past, due to her human lineage, despite her Ice Phoenix heritage, she faced discrimination from the Ice Phoenix clan. Moreover, Yin Lingyun's mother held a lowly status, merely a maid. Ultimately, under pressure from the clan, Yin Lingyun's father, Lu Shui's grandfather, was compelled to exile her to a lesser realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating the tragic fate that had befallen her mother. Where is she now, and why did she leave both me and my father? Lu Shui was perplexed. Aunt, do you know where my mother is now?" Lu Shui inquired. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo remained silent. In truth, this was also her dilemma. She had assumed her sister was still in that small world, yet it now seemed otherwise. Given the other party's cultivation level, it should have been impossible for her to escape that small realm on her own. Observing the concern etched on Lu Shui's face, Yin Luo sighed inwardly and reassured her. "Your mother should be all right." Lu Shui nodded in agreement. She believed this. Otherwise, considering her father's temperament and abilities, if something had happened to her mother, he would likely have stormed in directly. How could she possibly be at ease, pursuing her endeavors within the Hongmeng universe? Chapter 49. She is a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. Xiaoxue. How did you arrive here? Yin Luo inquired once more. Upon hearing this question, Lu Shui sighed. "What a good question. I do not know either. It seems that the chieftain of the White Bear clan summoned me, claiming that I possess great fortune." Yin Luo appeared somewhat astonished by this revelation, yet chose not to ponder it further. "It must be a coincidence," she concluded. "Is your father in this realm?" Lu Shui shook her head. "My father remains in the Hongmeng universe, but I believe he will come to find me soon." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with determination. Noticing this, Yin Luo nodded in agreement. "Xiaoxue, come back with me to the Phoenix clan. It is too perilous out here. You are the daughter of my sister, and I have the responsibility to ensure your safety." Yin Luo addressed Lu Shui, despite the fact that she and Lu Shui's mother, Yin Lingyun, were half-sisters. This relationship did not diminish their familial bond. On the contrary, they shared a strong connection. She lamented her past inability to speak on behalf of Lu Shui's mother due to her own vulnerability. Now, fate had brought her face to face with her sister's child, and she would not neglect her again. Seeing the sincerity in Yin Luo's expression, Lu Shui hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. After all, she was her aunt, surely she would not betray her. Yin Luo was elated by Lu Shui's acceptance. The two individuals promptly set off towards the residence of the Phoenix clan, known as the Phoenix Domain. "Xiaoxue, what kind of person is your father?" Yin Luo inquired curiously during their journey. In response, Lu Shui raised her head and pondered momentarily before replying. There's nothing particularly special about him. He's just very formidable and quite wealthy. Upon hearing this answer, Yin Luo smiled lightly yet felt a twinge of disappointment within. She had not anticipated that her sister would ultimately marry and have children with someone so seemingly ordinary. To her, Lu Shui's description of being formidable and wealthy merely reflected her youthful naivety and lack of worldly experience. As for that divine sword, it appeared quite impressive. Presumably a serendipitous acquisition by Lu Shui. Shaking her head, Yin Luo continued to guide Lu Shui toward the Phoenix Domain. After some time, they finally arrived at the Phoenix Domain. Not long after their entrance, they encountered a fifth-tier fire phoenix, whose piercing gaze fixated malevolently on Lu Shui, standing behind Yin Luo. Noticing this, Yin Luo's brows knitted together. "What is it to you?" "Step aside. I wish to see my father," she declared coldly. In the next moment, a powerful aura emanated from her, radiating with the strength of a sixth-tier entity, causing the temperature around them to plummet under the pressure of the ice phoenix. Instantly, the fire phoenix's expression shifted, and it hastily made way. Upon witnessing this, Yin Luo let out a cold snort, and then, accompanied by Lu Shui, she continued deeper into the surroundings. Meanwhile, observing the departing Yin Luo, the fire phoenix wore an unpleasant expression. "Another human race member. How amusing. If the clan leader were to find out, I wonder how you would fare." With a chilling laugh, she turned and left. "Where is my father?" Upon returning to her residence, Yin Luo inquired of the guards. "Miss, Lord Yin is currently in seclusion. He has issued orders not to be disturbed," the guard replied respectfully. Hearing this response, Yin Luo furrowed her brow but chose not to voice her concerns. "Shui, I will first take you to your quarters." "Oh, never mind. You should just stay with me," Yin Luo said, pulling Lu Shui along, her worry evident. In response, Lu Shui obediently nodded. This place was unfamiliar to her. However, perhaps due to her innate Ice Phoenix bloodline, Lu Shui did not feel much aversion to the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, news of Lu Shui's arrival in the Phoenix clan swiftly spread throughout the tribe. "Did you hear? Another human has emerged from Lord Yan's side." "Really? Is that true? Didn't the clan leader decree that no foreign races were to appear within the tribe?" "Haha, let me tell you, this time, it was personally brought back by Yin Luo. Truly, the daughter follows in her father's footsteps. In the past, due to the incident involving Yin Luo's mother, her father, Yin Feng Tian, had lost considerable face within the clan. Ultimately, due to this incident, she was stripped of her position within the clan. Soon, the matter reached the ears of the Fire Phoenix clan leader, who was instantly filled with rage and promptly led his followers towards Yin Luo's residence. "Yin Luo, you have taken a human into our clan without permission. What punishment do you deserve for this transgression? Bring that human to me." The Fire Phoenix clan leader stormed into Yin Luo's dwelling, unleashing his fury. This sudden outburst left Lu Shui utterly frightened, and Yin Luo's expression turned grim. "Clan leader. She is not an outsider. She possesses the bloodline of my Ice Phoenix clan." Upon hearing this declaration, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" The Fire Phoenix clan leader questioned, incredulous. "I said she bears the bloodline of my Ice Phoenix clan. She is not an outsider," Yin Luo reiterated emphatically. At this revelation, the Fire Phoenix clan leader's expression darkened as he glanced at Lu Shui, realizing her deep connection to a woman from years past. "Rules are rules. She is of the human race and should not be present in my Phoenix clan." At this moment, the Fire Phoenix clan leader appeared resolute in his determination to expel Lu Shui as it pertained to his authority. Witnessing the clan leader's unwavering stance, Yin Luo lifted her gaze to the void. "Clan leader Han, she possesses the bloodline of my Ice Phoenix clan. Do you truly choose to turn a blind eye to this?" As her words fell, a sigh echoed from the emptiness above. In the next moment, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of frigid cold, appeared in the arena. The Phoenix clan is divided into the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix factions, each possessing its own chieftain. Whenever one faction encounters adversity, the other will never remain indifferent. The man before us is the chieftain of the Ice Phoenix clan. At this moment, he regarded Lu Shui with a hint of pity. However, the long-standing rule prohibiting outsiders within the clan has been passed down for generations. Years ago, Yin Luo's father, Yin Feng Tian, brought back a woman of the human race. Given Yin Feng Tian's esteemed status, they could afford to turn a blind eye, but when the situation escalated, the rule could not be overlooked. Even now, the principle remains unchanged. "Yin Luo, you should not have brought her back." The chieftain of the Ice Phoenix clan finally spoke after a moment of hesitation. Instantly, the chieftain of the Fire Phoenix sighed in relief. If the Ice Phoenix chieftain were to protect that human woman, he would truly be at a loss, for ultimately, it was a matter concerning the Ice Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this response, Yin Luo's expression soured. Behind her, Lu Shui gently tugged at Yin Luo's arm and softly said, "Aunt, perhaps I should just leave." At these words, Yin Luo felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. Yet, at that moment, an idea seemed to strike her, and she promptly placed her hand upon Lu Shui's shoulder. In the next instant, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Lu Shui was activated, unleashing a magnificent manifestation of the Ice Phoenix from her being. The formidable pressure of the bloodline surged forth, causing the entire snow-capped mountain to tremble. The Ice Phoenix bloodline had awakened in its perfect form. How could this phenomenon manifest within a human? Witnessing this scene, the Ice Phoenix patriarch was taken aback. At that moment, he found himself compelled to reevaluate his stance regarding Lu Shui's fate. As he felt the overwhelming bloodline pressure, equal to his own, a grave expression settled upon his face. Such a prodigy, with just a modicum of nurturing, would undoubtedly elevate his clan with a peerless powerhouse. Observing the patriarch's deliberation, the Fire Phoenix patriarch clenched his teeth in frustration. The onlookers from the Phoenix clan gasped in astonishment. Yet, this was not the end. Another unique aura erupted from Lu Shui's being. In an instant, everything in the vicinity was enveloped in a layer of frost, causing the Fire Phoenix clan members to suffer grievous losses and retreat hastily. The Fire Phoenix patriarch's visage changed drastically as he ignited with flames. Barely managing to stave off the encroaching chill, the supreme ice spirit body, the Ice Phoenix patriarch murmured, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Not only did she possess the Ice Phoenix bloodline, but she also bore the exceedingly rare supreme ice spirit body, the two attributes harmoniously enhancing one another. This transcended the mere definition of genius. This woman is one of my Ice Phoenix clan, the Ice Phoenix patriarch proclaimed with fervor. Chapter 50, Journey to the Realm of All Spirits. Upon hearing the call of the Ice Phoenix clan leader, none of the assembled members of the Phoenix clan voiced any dissent. They were still enveloped in the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Shui. Moments later, as the aura dissipated and clarity returned, they witnessed the Ice Phoenix clan leader approach Lu Shui, gently inquiring, "What is your name, dear girl?" At this moment, all notions of clan rules were cast aside. Before them stood an extraordinary prodigy, a rare gem of the ice element, and they had no grounds to refuse. I am Lu Shui," she replied, her voice tinged with shyness. She was not naive. She fully understood the significance of the figure before her. The leader of the Ice Phoenix clan held a stature comparable to that of the mighty Dragon clan. Lu Shui, a beautiful name. Would you consider becoming my disciple? The Ice Phoenix clan leader continued, his face radiating confidence. He was certain that she would not decline, for if he publicly expressed his desire to take on a pupil, the realm would be flooded with beings eager to join their clan. After all, he was the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members of the Phoenix clan were immediately struck with astonishment. The clan leader was proposing to accept that human girl as his apprentice. Witnessing this scene, the Fire Phoenix clan leader scoffed disdainfully and turned away in a huff. He realized that expelling the human girl had become an impossibility. If a prodigious talent of such caliber were to emerge from the Fire Phoenix clan, even if the individual were akin to a mere pig, they would undoubtedly be retained. Upon hearing the words of the Ice Phoenix clan leader, Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, while Yin Luo excitedly tugged at her arm. "Xiao Shui, you must agree. Why are you still hesitating?" As soon as Lu Shui became the apprentice of their Ice Phoenix clan leader, her safety would be assured. More importantly, Lu Shui would be able to reside openly within their clan. However, the next moment left everyone in a state of shock. Lu Shui hesitated and said, I already have a master." At this, both Yin Luo and the Ice Phoenix clan leader were momentarily stunned. Was this a rejection? What a jest! Yin Luo quickly interjected. "Xiao Shui, having a master does not preclude you from taking another as a teacher. Each mentor imparts unique lessons." The Ice Phoenix clan leader nodded in agreement. It was not unusual for such a gifted prodigy to have a master. Clearly, the so-called master of Lu Shui could not possibly compare, as evidenced by her currently feeble cultivation. Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, Lu Shui appeared somewhat surprised. Could one truly have two masters? Yin Luo resolutely nodded, of course. Hearing this, Lu Shui glanced at the Ice Phoenix clan leader and, after a moment of silence, said, "Very well, then I shall take you as my master." There was a hint of resignation in her tone. Suddenly, the remaining members of the Phoenix clan were rendered speechless once again. Was this truly so forced? It seemed as though the other party was eagerly requesting to be accepted as a disciple. Was there any sense of propriety left? The clan leader of the Phoenix with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondered who was truly the master and who was the disciple in this peculiar arrangement. Should he perhaps bow his head in gratitude for having been accepted as a pupil? Taking a deep breath, Han Yun continuously reminded himself that this was an exceedingly rare and unparalleled prodigy, a genius of ice affinity, and he must exercise restraint. With great effort, Han Yun managed to display a gentle smile, saying, "Then let us proceed with the formalities of accepting a disciple." Beside them, Yin Luo, fearing that Lu Shui might utter something inappropriate, quickly gestured to her. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui ceased her hesitations and directly performed the ritual of apprenticeship. Thus, Lu Shui officially became the disciple of Han Yun, the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix tribe, and would henceforth be under the protection of the Ice Phoenix lineage. However, unexpected events often arrive unannounced. One day, the esteemed elder of the Ice Phoenix tribe emerged from seclusion after a failed breakthrough, his lifespan dwindling to a mere shadow of its former self. Yet, at that moment, he encountered Lu Shui. Upon sensing the purity of her Ice Phoenix bloodline and her formidable physique, the elder's expression brightened with delight. Ignoring Han Yun's warnings, he forcibly sought to make Lu Shui his alchemical furnace. Han Yun found himself powerless against this turn of events. Indeed, Lu Shui had the potential to become a formidable asset for the Ice Phoenix clan, perhaps even leading them towards a resplendent future. Yet, that remains a mere prospect for the future. The immediate benefits are undeniably of greater significance. The Grand Elder is a formidable powerhouse of the celestial realm, and at this moment, the Ice Phoenix clan cannot afford to be without him. Thus, he can only watch helplessly as Lu Shui encounters peril. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lu Shui possessed a rare treasure. Not only did she manage to injure the Grand Elder, but she also successfully escaped from the Phoenix domain. In a fit of rage, the Grand Elder promptly issued a bounty for Lu Shui throughout the entire 10,000 Spirits realm. The reward was so enticing that it stirred the hearts of countless beings, with the most coveted prize being a personal favor from the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan, a favor from a celestial realm powerhouse, no less. Consequently, within the 10,000 Spirits realm, innumerable beings sought to locate Lu Shui and present her to the Ice Phoenix clan. It seems that you and I are not destined to be master and disciple. Gazing towards the distant horizon, Han Yun shook his head slightly, his expression filled with sorrow. He then gently addressed the weeping Yin Luo beside him. "Let us return. There is little I can do in this matter." Upon hearing this response, Yin Luo's face turned pale. "Xia Shui, I am so sorry. It is my fault that you are in this predicament. I should not have brought you to the Phoenix clan." Meanwhile, in a certain part of the 10,000 Spirits realm, Lu Shui, cloaked in a mantle, concealed herself thoroughly, fearful of being recognized. Who would have thought that old wretch could be so malicious? Fortunately, I possess numerous treasures. Alas, father, please come quickly. I have become a hunted mouse in the streets. As time slipped by, in the primordial universe, the heavenly mysterious world awaited. Within the desolate city, an unsettling sensation arose from the depths of Lu Daoxing's heart, abruptly rousing him from his slumber. Xiaoxue, for reasons unknown, he had been enveloped in a persistent unease these past days. As a formidable being of the Destiny realm, such feelings could not simply be dismissed as mere illusions. Had it not been for the assurance of his daughter's safety, he would have already surged toward the realm of 10,000 spirits. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daoxing spoke slowly, "It is time." In the next moment, the ancient bell, which had long been silent within the desolate city, began to resonate once more. Its colossal chimes swiftly echoed throughout the entire Xian Gu star system. Instantly, countless powerful beings hastened toward this place. Meanwhile, the desolate city was already teeming with a multitude of people. A century prior, Lu Daoxing had announced his intention to embark on a journey to another world in 100 years, a realm of a higher echelon. In a flash, myriad beings from the primordial universe had converged upon the desolate city. The time has come. At long last, he had awaited this moment for decades. Indeed, he had waited a full century. Everyone's gaze was filled with anticipation as they looked toward the city lord's mansion, their minds already wandering to the wonders of the more advanced world that lay ahead. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daoxing waved his hand, and the world within his grasp unfolded. Gu Qin, Yin Qi, and others emerged from this realm at once. Since the establishment of this grand hall, a ripple of commotion has stirred within its confines for the very first time. This disturbance is a manifestation of the formidable aura exuded by Gu Qin and his companions. We pay our respects to the city lord. Upon seeing Lu Daoxing, Gu Qin and the others immediately bowed in reverence. It was as if nothing had changed. Lu Daoxing's gaze swept over the assembly, noting their transformation. Each had grown significantly in strength. The weakest among them had ascended to the 8th tier of the Earth realm, while Huangshou had even reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. His overwhelming presence left those nearby in awe. With such prowess, they were more than adequately prepared for their journey to the 10,000 Spirits realm. They had not disappointed Lu Daoxing. Now, it was time to embark on their expedition to the 10,000 Spirits realm. At this moment, Lu Daoxing spoke slowly. Chapter 51. Annihilation of the Demon Clan. First encounter with a Destiny Realm powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with excitement. At this moment, Lu Daoxing continued, this time, in the Wailing Spirit realm. Our wild city shall no longer remain subdued. He, too, shall no longer tread lightly. For within the Wailing Spirit realm, countless compatriots are ensnared in dire straits. And it is imperative that a formidable human faction emerges to instill hope in all humanity. We understand. The group, led by Gu Chun, responded in unison. Below, Ao Chi was the most exhilarated, for the Dragon Clan resided within the Wailing Spirit realm. More importantly, the young master was also within that realm. He still harbored a sense of guilt over past events. Had he exercised greater caution, the young master would not have been ensnared by that enigmatic rift. Meanwhile, the entire wild city began to tremble. Outside, in the expansive city undergoing reconstruction, the number of inhabitants was astonishingly vast, the majority of whom chose to remain in the Hongming universe. After all, not everyone was inclined to embrace the unfamiliar. At this moment, people were engaged in their final farewells. Take care, Father. Master, your disciple shall not disappoint your expectations. Brother, I entrust my wife to you. As the commotion within Wild City grew ever louder, the crowd, filled with emotion, bid tearful goodbyes before surging into the city. In the void, Lu Daoxing appeared and gazed downwards, whereupon he unleashed his supreme powers, reaching out towards the wild city below. The entire desolate city suddenly rose from the ground. Within the city, the people displayed not a hint of panic. Instead, they were filled with excitement, howling joyfully towards the heavens, for they could clearly see the visage of Lu Daoxing through the protective shield of the city. Is that the Lord of the city? Absolutely striking. Oh, at last, I have beheld the true form of the Lord. Artist, where are you? Quickly, capture this moment. I wish to enshrine the Lord in my home. The crowd responded with confusion. Meanwhile, the guards swiftly maintained order within the city. Simultaneously, the entire desolate city had been transformed into a mere palm-sized entity cradled in Lu Daoxing's hand. Casting one last glance at the heavenly mysterious world, ensuring nothing was amiss, Lu Daoxing held the city aloft and ventured deeper into the cosmos. He felt an urgent sense of haste. Xiaoxue, Father is coming. To the gate of rebirth. Lu Daoxing, emerging from the cosmos, gazed upon the gate of rebirth before him. After many years, he returned to this place once more. This time, no one impeded his path, and he hesitated not. With a thunderous crash, Lu Daoxing unleashed a punch, channeling an extraordinary force imbued with a destructive aura towards the gate of rebirth. This strike released no power outward. All of it surged towards the gate. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the gate of rebirth shattered into fragments, leaving behind a mysterious passageway. Through the passage, the outlines of another realm could be faintly discerned. The realm of all spirits. I have arrived. With that, Lu Daoxing stepped boldly into the passage. Within the realm of all spirits, in the domain of evil. My lord, the seal has been broken. What? A demon, upon hearing this news, was instantly taken aback. That seal had been left by a formidable being of the celestial realm. For a long time, due to that seal, their demonic clan had refrained from indulging in their desires. And now, the seal had been undone. This meant they could once again freely enter that world and feast to their heart's content. Ha ha. The demon erupted into boisterous laughter, making his way toward the passage. Forgetting all else, his immediate desire was to enter and satiate his hunger. Previously, their demonic clan had expended great effort to tear a rift in the outer realm, only for it to swiftly mend, leaving them with nothing. The group of demons sent through had perished. It was likely they had not entered that small world, but had instead wandered into the chaotic void. At this moment, he arrived at the entrance of the passage, where the once imposing seal had vanished, fully revealing the passageway to view. Indeed, the heavens have favored our demonic clan. Meanwhile, countless demons, upon receiving the news, hurriedly made their way toward this location. However, just as he was about to make a move, the passage suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, a humanoid silhouette gradually came into view. Its pace was slow yet remarkably steady, and it seemed to be dragging something in its right hand. Is there truly someone daring enough to emerge? Immediately, he reached out towards that figure. Boom. At that instant, a terrifying aura, unimaginable in its intensity, erupted from the silhouette. In an instant, all malevolent beings in the vicinity exploded into oblivion. The figure became increasingly distinct, revealing Lu Daoxing, who was dragging the desolate city. At that moment, Lu Daoxing's expression was dark and foreboding. The malevolent race, a presence loathed by all beings in the primordial universe. Today, the malevolent race shall be eradicated. In the next moment, Lu Daoxing took a step forward. Thus, Lu Daoxing, along with the desolate city, thoroughly descended into the realm of all spirits. Insolence. Dare to slay my malevolent kin. Buzz. Before the words were fully spoken, Lu Daoxing had already seized the speaking malevolent being. You. The malevolent one's face turned ashen with terror. Who is this formidable powerhouse, and why has he appeared among their kind? Wait, this seems to be a human. However, Lu Daoxing paid no heed to this malevolent creature. Instead, he directly extracted a drop of its essence blood. In the next moment, Lu Daoxing slowly closed his eyes. And an indescribable force began to invigorate the drop of blood. Before one's eyes, a droplet of essence began to quiver, astonishingly transforming into the characters for evil spirit. At that moment, Lu Daoxing opened his eyes, and with a firm grasp of his hand, the characters shattered instantly, along with their destruction. The entire evil spirit clan was obliterated. In a fleeting instant, every being of the evil spirit clan perished without a trace. From then on, the evil spirit clan was irrevocably consigned to history. Standing there, Lu Daoxing's complexion turned slightly pale, clearly indicating the immense toll this act had taken. Yet, it was worth it. Was this the realm of myriad spirits? Having eradicated the entire evil spirit clan, Lu Daoxing began to survey the vast expanse of the realm of myriad spirits. One could not help but acknowledge that the realm of myriad spirits indeed surpassed the Hongming universe in grandeur. The realm was an endless continent, home to a multitude of coexisting races. Within it, there existed many places that even Lu Daoxing could not yet perceive. Just as he was attuning his senses, he suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward a distant direction. Who are you? From within an ancient temple, a profound voice resonated, traversing the unending void to reach Lu Daoxing's ears. A being of the Destiny realm, this marked Lu Daoxing's first encounter with an existence of his own caliber. However, he remained unperturbed, merely taken aback. In his view, the concept of realms held little significance. Was it not a matter of desire to ascend? Was it not so, system? Does the host require an upgrade? Our system is here to serve you free of charge. At this moment, the long-absent system spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing chuckled softly, suggesting that it could wait for a while. The other party currently posed no threat to him, and there would be ample time for an upgrade later. Lu Daoxing then responded, I am the lord of the desolate city. Should you have an interest, you are welcome to visit my realm. After a prolonged silence following this reply, the other party finally responded, very well. With that, their presence faded into nothingness. Chapter 52. The Search for the Daughter. At that moment, Lu Daoxing cast a glance back at the passage. After a brief silence, he extended his palm forward, unleashing a formidable force that forcibly refined the other side of the passage within the Hongmeng universe. This passage could not be destroyed. If it were, the beings within the Hongmeng universe would face an uncertain future. Yet remaining here posed a significant danger to the Hongmeng universe. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to take control for himself. Before long, the entire Hongmeng universe was entirely refined within Lu Daoxing's grasp, rendering him the supreme being of the Hongmeng universe, akin to the heavenly Tao itself. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoed throughout the Hongmeng universe. All beings within the Hongmeng universe, those who had attained the cycle of reincarnation, were granted the opportunity to ascend. In an instant, the entire Hongmeng universe erupted with excitement, countless beings shouting in exhilaration. Ascension. Meanwhile, in the desolate remnants of the Tianxian world, although the ruined city had vanished, the myriad treasures that once resided within had already transformed the environment. Even in the absence of the ruined city, this place remained one of the foremost sanctuaries for cultivation throughout the cosmos. Upon hearing this news, many began to diligently cultivate. Those who had chosen not to accompany the ruined city to another world did not lack the desire to leave. Rather, they were tethered by their connections here. However, they were not destined to remain forever. Thus, the entire Hongmeng universe entered a grand era of cultivation. All beings strive incessantly to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. In the realm of myriad spirits, under the impetus of Lu Daoxing, the cultivation environment within the entire Hongmeng universe has begun to elevate continuously. He is convinced that in the near future, the humming universe will surely be teeming with exceptional talents. After accomplishing these tasks, Lu Daoxing exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet his expression remained tense. This was due to the fact that he had yet to sense the presence of his daughter. After a moment of contemplation, the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. His daughter indeed possessed numerous priceless treasures bestowed by him, making it quite simple to obscure her own aura. Moreover, as he was merely at the Destiny realm, it was entirely normal for him not to perceive her. However, if his daughter were safe, why would she choose to conceal her presence? This could only mean that something was amiss. With this thought, Lu Daoxing's countenance darkened. In the next instant, he unleashed his formidable powers and began to deduce the situation. Suddenly, the name of a city emerged in his mind, Tianying City. There, he had once sensed his daughter's aura. Glancing at the desolate city in his hand, Lu Daoxing waved his hand, severing the aura surrounding the entire desolate city. Ultimately, he cast the desolate city upon the ruins of the once malevolent clan and promptly set off in the direction of Tianying City. At this moment, his daughter's safety was paramount. The desolate city could be relocated at a later time. Meanwhile, the news of the annihilation of the entire demonic clan began to spread rapidly. The obliteration of such a significant race would undoubtedly attract attention. Although the demonic clan was not among the most formidable, it was certainly not weak. The sudden and unnoticed eradication of an entire lineage instilled a profound sense of dread. Within the city of Tianying on this particular day, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. It was none other than Lu Daoxing. As he surveyed his surroundings, countless beings gazed at him in fear. Was this the aura of a legendary celestial realm expert? Furthermore, he was a member of the human race. A wave of shock washed over the hearts of the onlookers. Lu Daoxing, however, directed his gaze towards an elder seated at a tea house. There was a hint of his daughter's essence emanating from the old man. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Daoxing strode purposefully towards the elderly figure. "Elder, what brings you here?" the old man asked, rising promptly and bowing respectfully upon noticing Lu Daoxing approaching. At that moment, he was filled with both astonishment and joy. To discover such a powerful human being confirmed the legends were true. Indeed, the human race once possessed a glorious history. At that instant, Lu Daoxing revealed a painting from his hand, depicting none other than his daughter, Lu Shui. "Have you seen this woman?" Lu Daoxing inquired in a grave tone. Upon seeing the picture, the elder was instantly rendered speechless. "It is she," the old man exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, Lu Daoxing's expression turned fervent. "Quickly, tell me where she is." The old man, taken aback, replied, "Elder, I have only met her once. Afterwards, she accompanied the Lord of Tianying City." Of course, he omitted a crucial detail. At that moment, this woman was being pursued by the entire Feng clan. This was no secret. When Lu Daoxing reached the city lord, the lord would certainly inform him. The old man kept his head bowed, evidently anxious and having forgotten this matter in the presence of such a formidable figure. Lu Daoxing's aura was overwhelming, causing all beings nearby to keep their distance, not daring to utter a word. Upon hearing that his daughter had left with the lord of Tianying City, Lu Daoxing did not hesitate. His form flickered, and he directly arrived at the city lord's estate. "Where is the lord of Tianying City?" As soon as the words left his lips, Ingqi appeared before Lu Daoxing. "Elder, I am the lord of Tianying City," Ingqi said respectfully upon seeing Lu Daoxing. He had been aware of Lu Daoxing's arrival the moment he set foot in Tianying City, but did not dare to emerge. Knowing he stood before a being of celestial might, who could discern the rank of this celestial powerhouse? He only understood that even the weakest among them could easily overpower him. Gazing at Ingqi, Lu Daoxing produced a portrait of Lu Shui. "Tell me, where is this woman now?" Upon gazing at the portrait of Lu Shui, Ingqi's pupils constricted. This transformation did not escape the keen observation of Lu Daoxing. Instantly, a terrifying pressure bore down upon Ingqi. "I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to confess honestly. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." Lu Daoxing spoke coldly. As he felt the overwhelming pressure, Ingqi's heart surged like tumultuous waves. He had previously encountered a formidable being of the celestial realm and had felt the weight of their might. Yet, in comparison to the current aura, that experience felt like the flicker of a firefly next to the brilliance of the full moon, distant and unattainable. This was a being beyond the celestial realm. Ingqi dared not take this lightly and quickly replied, "Senior, she departed for the Phoenix Domain with a member of the Phoenix clan a century ago." "The Phoenix Domain?" Lu Daoxing murmured, immediately preparing to depart. At that moment, Ingqi hesitated, prompting Lu Daoxing to furrow his brow. "Is there more?" "Continue." Sighing inwardly, Ing-Chi recognized the calamity destined for the Phoenix clan. He respectfully continued, "Senior, the woman you seek was soon after her arrival in the Phoenix domain, placed under a bounty by the entire Phoenix clan. The one who issued the warrant was the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. Since then, there have been no further reports of her whereabouts." Having finished speaking, Ing-Chi lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. If he still remained oblivious to the identities of the person before him and Lu Shui, then he would no longer deserve the title of City Lord. The intention is evident that it must be a close kin. At this moment, Lu Daoxing stood in complete bewilderment upon hearing these words. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of murderous intent erupted violently from within him, transforming the skies above Tianying City into a deep crimson hue. Countless beings gazed in utter horror towards the direction of Tianying City. What entity could possibly exude such terrifying bloodlust? Within the Lord's Manor of Tianying City, Ing-Chi lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head in a desperate attempt to maintain his consciousness. However, the intensity of this murderous aura was overwhelming. His head throbbed painfully, his eyes bloodshot, and he muttered incessant prayers. At this juncture, Lu Daoxing soared into the heavens. No longer able to contain himself, he unleashed the fearsome aura of the Destiny Realm, causing all living beings within Tianying City to lose consciousness in an instant. In the void, Lu Daoxing fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Phoenix domain, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "The Phoenix clan dares to hunt my daughter. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am unworthy to be called a father." Chapter 53. The Calamity of the Phoenix Clan at this moment in the Phoenix domain. The abode of the Ice Phoenix clan, the Grand Elder abruptly emerged from the main hall, his countenance grave as he gazed towards the horizon. "Grand Elder." At that moment, the clan leader, Han Yun, arrived, visibly alarmed. "Have you sensed it as well?" The Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at Han Yun and replied in a subdued tone. Han Yun nodded. "Grand Elder, what manner of being is this? Why has our Phoenix clan attracted such a formidable entity?" His confusion was palpable. Just moments ago, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged from within him. For beings of their stature, the ability to perceive danger was entirely expected. And now, that threat was drawing ever closer, its focus directed squarely upon their entire clan. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon the sky, a cold snort escaping him. "Whoever dares to wreak havoc upon our Phoenix clan shall undoubtedly face retribution. We are one of the most illustrious clans in the Myriad Realms, and our bond with the Dragon clan is exceptionally strong. The camaraderie between the Phoenix and Dragon is not mere words. Should our clan encounter peril, the Dragon clan will not remain indifferent." At that moment, two figures appeared, belonging to the Fire Phoenix clan's leader and Grand Elder. "Who is our adversary?" inquired the Grand Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan, his tone grave. In response, the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan shook his head. "Their identity remains unknown." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan furrowed his brow in concern. His intuition warned him that this danger was far from ordinary. Subsequently, he quietly crushed a phoenix feather. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the distant horizon, pressing down upon them. The mere presence of this aura caused their expressions to shift dramatically. "This is bad. Activate the protective formation." In an instant, they realized that their opponent's strength was beyond their capacity to handle. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that even the two esteemed elders at the celestial realm felt a chill of trepidation. Soon, a colossal and fearsome formation rose from the territory of the Ice Phoenix clan. At that moment, a figure materialized outside the protective formation. Observing the formidable barrier before him, he unleashed a single punch. With a thunderous roar, the long-dormant protective formation shattered into pieces. It had been many years since the Phoenix clan had activated their protective formation. To do so signified that their race was on the brink of survival or annihilation. Yet now, this barrier lay in ruins. Fragments of the formation rained down from the sky. Countless members of the Phoenix clan gazed in horror at the figure suspended in the void. The two clan leaders, along with the two esteemed elders, were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Why had their clan attracted such a being? Confusion swirled within their minds. Meanwhile, the figure had already approached them. "Who is the supreme elder of the Phoenix clan?" Lu Daoxing inquired slowly, his tone chillingly cold, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the two supreme elders felt a tremor in their hearts and cautiously stepped forward. "Esteemed senior, we are unaware of how our Phoenix clan has offended you. We kindly ask for your guidance." However, Lu Daoxing coldly retorted, "I shall ask once more, who is the supreme elder?" At this, The two supreme elders exchanged glances, steeling themselves to respond. To answer your inquiry, esteemed senior, I am the supreme elder of the Fire Phoenix clan. And I am the supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan, the other added. 2. Lu Daoxing's brow furrowed slightly. He then produced a wanted poster, which prominently featured his daughter. He had acquired it on his journey here. The sight of the poster reignited his suppressed murderous intent. Who issued this wanted notice? Lu Daoxing gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the supreme elder of the Ice Phoenix clan began to tremble uncontrollably, rendered speechless by fear. At that moment, the supreme elder of the Fire Phoenix clan interjected on his behalf, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Esteemed senior, this wanted notice was issued by him. It has nothing to do with me. This matter was entirely beyond my knowledge until later. It truly does not concern me at all. Meanwhile, Han Yun was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, as if he had begun to unearth the truth. Before me stands a terrifying entity, yet he is but a member of the human race. Thus, it is evident, the Feng clan is doomed. Han Yun collapsed onto the ground in despair. At that moment, Lu Daoxing turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. In the next instant, he reached out with a hand, effortlessly seizing the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. This scene left countless members of the Feng clan pale with fear. The Grand Elder was utterly defenseless in the grasp of this formidable being. Spare me, esteemed elder. This is a misunderstanding. The Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan exclaimed in horror, a surge of deathly dread swelling within him. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing revealed a strange, cold smile. A misunderstanding? You hunted my daughter for a century, and you dare to claim it was a misunderstanding? Upon these words, the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan stood frozen in shock. The once terrifying figure before him was, in fact, the father of that human woman from years past. In an instant, regret washed over the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. Alas, it was far too late. With a piercing scream, the Grand Elder ignited in flames, his very soul consumed by the fire. At that moment, Lu Daoxing extracted the essence of his soul, employing a ruthlessly cruel method to probe his memories. The anguished cries of the Grand Elder intensified, while simultaneously, Lu Daoxing gained knowledge of all his secrets. Upon discovering that the other party intended to make his daughter a furnace for their own purposes, Lu Daoxing was instantly engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. Killing you directly would be too merciful, he gritted through clenched teeth. Subsequently, he cast the individual into a realm of his own creation, a place akin to hell, where they would endure eternal suffering. As the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan vanished, the remaining members of the Phoenix lineage began to pray fervently. Han Yun, too, joined in this supplication, hoping that the elder could appease the wrath of this formidable being. However, it was evident that merely punishing the Ice Phoenix elder did not satiate Lu Daoxing's fury. He then cast his gaze downward, his eyes ablaze with malice, causing the faces of all the Phoenix clansmen to turn ashen. At that moment, an imposing aura suddenly descended upon the scene, followed by an ancient voice resonating in the air. Is it not enough that you have slain my Ice Phoenix elder? The members of the Phoenix clan exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with this voice. Yet, Han Yun, along with the leaders and elders of the Fire Phoenix clan, felt a surge of elation. It was the ancestral spirit. At the instant Lu Daoxing had arrived, the elder of the Fire Phoenix clan had awakened the ancestral presence. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Daoxing scoffed, Enough? If a single hair on my daughter were to be harmed, annihilating your entire Phoenix clan would be insufficient. Such arrogant words rendered countless members of the Phoenix clan visibly distressed. The Feng clan is undoubtedly one of the most esteemed families in the realm of myriad beings, where each member is revered by the denizens of the outside world. Yet now, there are those who dare to openly proclaim their intent to annihilate the Feng clan. How could they possibly come to terms with such a threat? Are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? The voice of the clan's venerable ancestor resonated once more, tinged with helplessness. Casting his gaze towards a certain direction within the Feng clan, Lu Daoxing's countenance remained impassive. He could distinctly sense that his opponent was merely a formidable warrior of the Heavenly King realm. Should he choose to obliterate the entire Feng clan, the adversary would be utterly powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, Lu Daoxing found himself engulfed in indecision. His daughter bore the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and his long-lost wife was likely a member of that very lineage. Yet, he could not perceive her presence at this moment. Where could she be? At that juncture, a choked voice suddenly emerged from below. Brother-in-law. Instantly, Lu Daoxing cast his gaze downward. There stood a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. What did you call me? Yin Luo wiped her tears, her voice trembling as she spoke. Yin Lingyun, she is my sister. Boom. Lu Daoxing was taken aback. For Yin Lingyun was indeed the name of his wife. Chapter 54. The most powerful summoning technique indeed. My wife belongs to the Phoenix clan. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing slowly approached Yin Luo, gazing upon her visage, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his spouse. Lu Daoxing's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Where is your sister now? He inquired. In response, Yin Luo shook her head. I do not know. Observing this, Lu Daoxing's expression darkened. Brother-in-law, this matter is my fault. It was I who brought Xiaoxua back. Can you spare the Phoenix clan? Yin Luo implored at that moment. Having gleaned much from the memories of the Grand Elder, Lu Daoxing was aware that prior to the Grand Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan's seclusion, the clan had treated her daughter with considerable favor. It is solely the fault of that Grand Elder. Lu Daoxing sighed softly and continued, pray that my daughter remains safe. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan is doomed. With those words, Lu Daoxing departed from the Phoenix clan. In an instant, all members of the Phoenix clan collapsed in place, their bodies overcome with terror. As the dreadful aura dissipated, they realized they had been drenched in cold sweat. Yin Luo stared blankly in the direction Lu Daoxing had left, her mind in a daze. What Xiaoxua had said about being wealthy and formidable turned out to be true. In the end, it was her own short-sightedness that led to this predicament. Meanwhile, at a certain location within the Phoenix clan, the leaders of the two Phoenix factions and the Grand Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan respectfully bowed before an elderly man. Ancestor. The elder nodded thoughtfully. Henceforth, our Phoenix clan must adopt a more discreet demeanor. The times have indeed changed. As he spoke, his profound gaze drifted towards the distant horizon, and he remarked, the human clan is on the brink of rebirth. Upon hearing this, the three individuals exchanged uncertain glances. In the present realm of myriad beings, only a select few venerable powers recall the glorious past of the human clan. In the remnants of the demon clan's territory, Lu Daoxing soon returned. Observing the blood-soaked domain of evil, he furrowed his brow and promptly retrieved a jade vial. Instantly, a stream of pure, ethereal essence cascaded forth from the vial, swiftly cleansing the tainted earth beneath. From this day forth, the domain of evil shall be renamed the Wasteland, the territory of my wasteland city, Lu Daoxing murmured. This proclamation rapidly echoed throughout the entire realm of myriad beings, leaving countless factions in astonishment. The Wasteland? What manner of force is Wasteland City? Boldly claiming dominion over the entire domain of evil? Just as the demon clan had been vanquished, a new power emerges to occupy their former lands. Could it be that Wasteland City was responsible for the downfall of the demon clan? In an instant, beings began to speculate fervently. However, it was not long before another astonishing revelation emerged. Wasteland City is a force of the human clan. A force of the human clan? What jest is this? Can the human clan truly wield power? In an uproar, countless beings set forth towards the wasteland. Among them, the majority sought to witness the capabilities of the so-called human forces, while a minority comprised those humans scattered across the world, who had lived their lives in a state of confusion. The emergence of the desolate city undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope. Within the Phoenix clan, upon hearing this news, the esteemed ancestor personally prepared to embark on a journey to the desolate region to extend their congratulations. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm of 10,000 spirits, darkness loomed ominously, eclipsing even the former abyss of evil. Here resided an immensely powerful force, the Demon Clan. Yet, at this moment, all members of the Demon Clan bore pallid expressions, their auras diminished. This desolation stemmed from a recent calamity rooted in their bloodline, a catastrophe that nearly obliterated their entire clan. The architect of this crisis was none other than Lu Daoxing. His bloodline massacre against the evil Demon Clan not only annihilated that faction but also reverberated through the Demon Clan. You may wonder how the bloodline of the evil Demon Clan is connected to the Demon Clan. The answer is unequivocal. Only a select few powerful beings within the realm of 10,000 spirits are aware of this. The evil Demon Clan was, long ago, a branch of the Demon Clan. To be precise, the evil Demon Clan represents a failed offshoot of the Demon Clan, a product of inferior quality. The true Demon Clan possesses not only formidable power, but also terrifying talents, rendering the insatiable greed of the evil Demon Clan utterly incomparable. The Demon Clan stands as one of the paramount forces within the realm of myriad spirits. After Lu Daoxing unleashed the devastating power of bloodline annihilation, the evil demon tribe was obliterated, leaving the Demon Clan severely weakened. Had it not been for the awakening of formidable beings within the clan who forcibly employed their grand abilities to protect the entire demon clan, the consequences would have been dire. Patriarch, it is highly likely that the desolate city is linked to this matter. A powerful member of the demon clan solemnly addressed the clan leader. Upon hearing this, the patriarch nodded gravely, casting a serious gaze towards the direction of the desolate city. In that case, I shall personally undertake a visit. This matter necessitates an explanation from the other party. Suddenly, a piercing cry pierced the air. No, no, please. Save me, father. Lu Shui jolted awake from her slumber. Phew, it was just a dream. She sighed in relief, patting her chest. Yet, at that moment, Lu Daoxing's voice echoed within her mind. The evil domain has transformed into the desolate domain, the desolate city. Instantly, Lu Shui sprang up with vigor. Father has come to the realm of myriad spirits. Ha ha ha, I am finally liberated. Beside her, a white bear looked on in confusion at the exuberant Lu Shui. Its small eyes wide with bewilderment. What has happened to the master? Indeed, after being placed under a bounty by the Phoenix clan, Lu Shui had returned to the territory of the white bears. Although this group was rather unreliable, the remoteness of the area ensured that there were almost no outsiders. Hiding here feels remarkably secure. At that moment, Lu Shui, having regained her composure, promptly began to pack her belongings. Observing this, the nearby polar bear inquired, "Milady, are you leaving again?" "Again? I'm heading home," Lu Shui retorted. The polar bear scratched his head in confusion. Over the years, Lu Shui had departed many times, always returning in a dejected manner, once after a mere 5 minutes, and the longest absence lasted just 2 days. Noticing the disbelief etched across the polar bear's face, Lu Shui gritted her teeth and asserted, "This time, I truly mean it." The polar bear sniffled but remained silent. In response, Lu Shui huffed and went directly to consult the clan chief. "What? You want the polar bear clan to relocate to the wasteland? Milady, why? This place is rather pleasant." The clan chief expressed reluctance upon hearing Lu Shui's words. After all, they had painstakingly claimed this territory. However, Lu Shui, undeterred, insisted, "Can you not aspire for something greater? The wasteland is 100-fold superior to this place, not just 1,000 times, but 1,000,000. What purpose does it serve to remain in this dismal location?" The polar bear chief waved his hand dismissively. "Milady, please do not jest. The polar bear clan cannot endure such upheaval." At this, Lu Shui became exasperated. Were it not for the kindness the polar bear clan had shown her over the past century, she would have little concern for such foolishness. Since persuasion had failed, she resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. As she was preparing to use the treasure to absorb the entire white bear clan, Lu Shui suddenly had a revelation. Wait a moment, her father had arrived in the myriad spirit realm, which meant she could contact him directly. No, he could reach out to her without difficulty. Would her dear father truly forget about her? Upon this thought, Lu Shui felt her eyes moisten. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that she had concealed her aura using the mixed movement clock. It was akin to a girlfriend blocking her boyfriend, yet still yearning for his comforting presence. However, fortunately for Lu Shui, her bond with Lu Daoxing as father and daughter compelled her to take the initiative. She promptly retrieved the token given to her by Lu Daoxing, raised it above her head, and called out exuberantly, "Father, come." Chapter 55, Retribution in an Instant. In another part of the Wanjing realm, Lu Daoxing, who had just returned to the desolate city, trembled. It was Xiao Xue. The next moment, Lu Daoxing locked onto Lu Shui's location. With a hum, he tore through the fabric of space, forcibly opening a passage, and stepped through it. On the other side, the leader of the White Bear clan stared blankly at Lu Shui, about to utter something. Just then, the entire void began to quiver. In the next moment, a rift in space appeared beside them. A middle-aged man emerged from within. Seeing the terrifying chaotic currents of the void behind the man, the leader of the White Bear clan was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Lu Shui gazed at the man with tears welling in her eyes. "Father," Lu Shui choked out. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Lu Daoxing could not help but feel his eyes moisten. He stepped forward and embraced Lu Shui. "Xiao Xue, it is all my fault. I should have come sooner." At this moment, feeling her father's embrace once more, Lu Shui's tears flowed uncontrollably, with 1,000 words swirling in her heart. She found herself unable to utter a single one. The two remained tightly entwined in their embrace, while the leader of the White Bear clan awkwardly observed the scene. At that moment, a clan member rushed over. "Clan, bang!" The chieftain of the White Bear tribe leaped forward, covering his mouth and gesturing towards Lu Daoxing and his daughter. "Hush! After all, that was the father of a formidable figure. and one could only imagine the terror he could unleash. Should such a powerful being feel even slightly displeased, it could spell disaster for their entire tribe. Time passed, and eventually Lu Daoxin and his daughter separated. Xiaoxue, let us return home. Lu Xiaoxue obediently nodded. She refrained from asking questions, as all she desired at that moment was to return to the ruined city and rest well. Just as they were about to depart, Lu Xiaoxue suddenly recalled something and pointed towards the White Bear tribe. Father, let us bring them along. They have taken good care of me over the years. At her words, Lu Daoxing nodded in agreement. Very well, as you wish. With a swift motion of his hand, the entire White Bear tribe was transported into Lu Daoxing's realm. From this day forth, the White Bear tribe ascended to new heights. Upon returning to the ruined city, Lu Daoxing lifted the restrictions that had bound it. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the ruined city had already succumbed to a frenzy of excitement. It's here, it's here. Is this truly the new world? The air feels so refreshing. Woohoo! I want to go out. Let me out. The crowd erupted in jubilant cries. At that moment, Lu Daoxing's figure appeared in the skies above the ruined city. Esteemed guests. Instantly, the crowd fell into a profound silence, collectively raising their gazes to the figure of Lu Daoxing, their eyes brimming with reverence. Lu Daoxing continued, Now, we have arrived in the realm of 10,000 spirits. Henceforth, I shall impart the fundamental knowledge of this realm to you. The course of action that follows is for each of you to choose. Whether to stay or to leave is beyond my concern. Subsequently, a plethora of information surged through the minds of the people from the desolate city, encompassing the hierarchical structure, factions, and various geographical designations within the realm of 10,000 spirits. Upon learning of this realm's hierarchy, the crowd was utterly bewildered. The once invincible cycle realm within the Hongming universe was rendered inconsequential here. Instantly, their excitement was doused with cold water, and the notion of venturing forth began to waver. Moreover, the external world was teeming with alien races. They, the inhabitants of the desolate city, were the sole human faction in this vast realm. To venture out would surely invite oppression. Thus, they reconsidered, settling back down, opting to remain in the safety of the desolate city, where they could occasionally indulge in the pleasures of the flower pavilion. Oh, and it was rumored that the flower pavilion had raised its prices again. Yet, there were always those audacious souls, heedless of caution, who dared to stride out through the gates of the desolate city. However, it was not long before one such individual returned, sporting a disdainful expression. Alas, my brother, did you not proclaim your intention to explore the world? What brings you back so swiftly? The remaining individuals gazed at the person who had just exited. Upon hearing the remark, he scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming, What a so-called realm of all spirits, it's not even as pleasant as the city's restroom. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then they shook their heads in disappointment. They had not anticipated that the much-anticipated new world would be so dismal. However, one could hardly blame the realm of all spirits, as the amenities of the desolate city were indeed remarkable. It was likely that, across all the realms, one could scarcely find a place more opulent than this. Before long, another announcement resonated from within the desolate city, declaring that the various races within the realm of all spirits were permitted to visit the desolate city. Upon hearing this, countless merchants within the city became exhilarated. Wouldn't this present an opportunity to profit handsomely from those foreign races? People began to anticipate eagerly. While they harbored no discriminatory sentiments towards other races, their curiosity about their appearances was palpable. Within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Master, Sister Ouyang, Shaoqing. Upon seeing Lu Shui, the three were momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Ao Qing could not restrain herself and rushed forward. Young master, I am truly sorry, she exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing wore an expression of guilt as she looked at Lu Shui. Xiao Shui, it is my fault for letting you endure such grievances. In response, Lu Shui merely shook her head lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, all she desired was a moment of tranquility. Her purpose for being here was simply to check on everyone. Upon seeing Lu Shui's somewhat haggard expression, Gu Qin spoke softly. Xiao Shui, you should return and rest. Lu Shui nodded and departed. Once she was gone, a fierce aura suddenly surged among Gu Qin and the others. Gu Qin then raised his gaze towards Lu Daoxing above. City Lord, may I inquire what grievances Xiao Shui has endured within the realm of 10,000 spirits? Gu Qin clasped his hands together, his tone solemn. Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing also looked to Lu Daoxing, awaiting a response. Lu Shui's condition was decidedly troubling. It was evident that she had suffered, and they were determined to seek justice for her. Meanwhile, Yin Qi and Yin Xing were somewhat at a loss, as Lu Daosheng had not disclosed this matter to them. Observing the expressions of those below, Lu Daosheng's demeanor darkened. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately revealed to them the tribulations Lu Shui faced in the realm of 10,000 spirits. Upon learning that the Phoenix Clan's supreme elder had placed a bounty on Lu Shui for a century, a wave of terrifying, murderous intent surged forth from the group. Ao Qing erupted in a furious outburst, cursed their ancestors. I always knew the Phoenix Clan was vile. From now on, my Dragon Clan shall sever all ties with them. Yu Chen added resolutely, City Lord, please grant me permission to confront the Phoenix Clan. His tone was laced with an unwavering intent to kill. Yang Yanqing chimed in. I too wish to join. At this moment, Yin Qi had also clarified the situation and stepped forward to address the City Lord, inquiring whether he should dispatch troops to the Phoenix Clan. At this juncture, the Phoenix Clan had evidently incurred the wrath of several influential leaders within the desolate city. Lu Shui held a significant position, being the cherished jewel of the City Lord. They typically vied for favor, yet the Phoenix Clan audaciously dared to issue a bounty. And for a century at that. Such an affront could not be tolerated. Observing the resolute expressions in the eyes of those present, Lu Daosheng gently shook his head. There is no need. The Grand Elder who issued the bounty has already faced my retribution. Moreover, in due time, the ancestral figure of the Phoenix Clan will personally arrive at the desolate city. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The ancestral figure of the Phoenix Clan dared to approach? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through their minds. Chapter 56, Seeking Her Afterwards. At that moment, Lu Daosheng turned his gaze towards Ao Qing. Ao Qing, do you truly intend for the Dragon Clan to sever all ties with the Phoenix Clan? Ao Qing nodded, her expression resolute. Master, the Phoenix Clan has been exceedingly oppressive. My young mistress has suffered greatly. I must stand up for her. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng slowly replied. Can you represent the entire Dragon Clan? Upon hearing his words, Ao Qing fell silent for a moment before responding, I can, but master, I must return to the Dragon Clan. It is indeed time for me to go back. This return would be her opportunity to instigate change within the Dragon Clan. Observing Ao Qing's determined gaze, Lu Daosheng felt a flicker of surprise within him. It seemed that Ao Qing was not as naive as she appeared. She understood her own intentions. A smile spread across Lu Daosheng's face as he granted her permission to return. Ao Qing, do not overexert yourself. The Wasteland City is not inferior to the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing shivered slightly and then nodded vigorously. She understood. Ao Qing departed, leaving the Wasteland City and heading toward the Dragon Domain. Ideally, she should have brought Lu Shui along, but given Lu Shui's current condition, she chose to return alone to the Dragon Clan. In the Great Hall, Lu Daosheng watched the direction in which Ao Qing had vanished and sighed. He had not given much thought to the Dragon Clan of the Myriad Spirits realm, yet since Ao Qing was so determined, he would acquiesce to her wishes. In this way, he was also lending a hand to Ao Qing. With a sudden wave of his hand, Lu Daosheng summoned a figure that instantly appeared before him. It was a somewhat handsome young man, whose tattered attire belied a presence that sent shivers through the assembly within the Grand Hall. Who could this be? A mixture of astonishment and confusion rippled through the crowd. At that moment, Lu Daosheng regarded the young man and spoke softly, follow Ao Qing and ensure his safety. The young man responded with utmost respect, yes, my lord. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace for anyone present to discern. A heavy silence enveloped the room. It became evident that the city lord commanded forces beyond their comprehension. Lu Daosheng then addressed the remaining assembly. You may all disperse and attend to your duties. Do not err in your tasks. In response, the crowd nodded in unison, yes, my lord. Once they had departed, Lu Daosheng did not linger but proceeded to visit Lu Shui's quarters. With a creak, he pushed the door open, causing Lu Shui to spring upright from her bed in alarm. Who is it? Seeing her startled reaction, Lu Daosheng's heart ached profoundly. He pondered how she had endured through the past century. Now, all he could do was strive to make amends. Shui, do not be afraid. It is your father. He gently approached and seated himself beside her bed. Upon recognizing him, Lu Shui leaped into his embrace. Father, what kind of person is my mother? After a brief pause, Lu Shui suddenly inquired. Lu Shui harbored a disdain for the Ice Phoenix clan, even feeling a twinge of animosity. Yet, she was of the Ice Phoenix bloodline herself, and her mother belonged to that very clan, which left her in a state of internal conflict. Her curiosity about her mother was profound. What kind of person could she be? Upon hearing Lu Shui's question, Lu Daosheng hesitated. Memories from long ago surged in his mind. A time shortly after his arrival in this realm. He recalled encountering a beautiful woman whose smile was enchanting and evoked the sweetness of first love. Despite having never experienced such a sentiment himself, the woman gazed at him with a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Dao Xing, shall we be together? I will protect you in the future." A wave of longing surged from the depths of his heart, only to be interrupted by Lu Shui's voice, pulling him back from his reverie. "Father, father." After a moment of silence, Lu Daoxing smiled and said, "In the future, I will take you to find her, all right?" At his words, Lu Shui nodded with a smile. "All right." After some time, Lu Daoxing departed from Lu Shui's room. Upon returning to his own quarters, he let out a slow sigh of relief. "System, host, is my beloved truly absent from the myriad realms? Why can I not sense her presence at all? Even the faintest trace of an aura would suffice for Lu Daoxing to uncover some clue. Yet, Yin Lingyun seemed as though she had never graced the myriad realms, leaving no trace behind. Host, she is not within the myriad realms. What? System, are you jesting with me?" Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Daoxing felt a surge of irritation. During their time in the Hongming universe, it was said she was in the myriad realms, yet upon arrival, he was informed she had departed. "Do not be vexed, dear host. The system would not deceive you. Your wife was indeed in the myriad realms not long ago. She has simply left again." At these words, Lu Daoxing furrowed his brow. Has she ascended to a higher world? Indeed. After a prolonged silence, Lu Daoxing slowly inquired, "System, my wife is not merely a descendant of the Phoenix clan, is she?" "Correct. Then why does she refuse to meet me?" This time, the system remained silent. Lu Daoxing gazed up at the starry sky, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, which soon dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved with determination. When the power of the wild city was sufficient to leave the myriad realms, regardless of the circumstances, he would seek her out for answers. After all these years, why had she abandoned their father-daughter duo? Why had she not returned all this time? Meanwhile, within the wild domain, countless beings from various corners of the myriad realms were hastening toward the direction of the wild city, converging at the city gates. It remains the Zhang brothers. Presently, their prowess has undeniably ascended to the ancient realm. While they may appear feeble in their current environment, their cultivation speed is remarkably swift. After all, the establishment of the desolate city has only spanned a mere millennium. Within this millennium, the majority of practitioners in the Hongming universe might still be beneath the saint level. Yet, the two brothers remain unfazed, for they are supported by the desolate city. On the city walls, the sentinel, Huangshou, sits in watch. His strength is no trivial matter within the Hongming universe. He stands at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Earth realm. This implies that he has one foot firmly planted in the domain of the celestial realm. Many patriarchs of esteemed clans have only just attained the 9th tier of the Earth realm. Look, there is someone. No, wait, there are, things approaching. Zhang Hai exclaimed, pointing towards the distance. Following his gaze, they quickly discerned a humanoid being making its way towards them. It bore 3 eyes, unmistakably a member of the Three-Eyed clan. Upon reaching the base of the desolate city, the three-eyed being was struck with profound astonishment. Initially, it had come to observe what this so-called human power entailed, but it was taken aback by the sheer terror it exuded. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of insignificance, akin to that of an ant. However, its attention soon shifted to the 2 individuals at the city gate. With a scoff, it remarked, "Is there truly no one else among your kind? You dare to send 2 mere ants to guard the entrance? Nevertheless, it appears that your so-called desolate city is merely a fade." Upon witnessing the prowess of the Zhang brothers, a defiant expression reclaimed its place upon his countenance, and his 3 eyes brimmed with disdain, evidently regarding the human race with contempt. In response, the brothers furrowed their brows and spoke, "Should you wish to enter the city, you must pay the entrance fee. If not, be gone." Lu Daoxing had previously instructed them to treat outsiders with no semblance of courtesy. Upon hearing this, the 3-eyed being was instantly consumed by rage. "What did you say?" An overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a 4th-tier Earth realm, surged forth towards the Zhang brothers. Yet, as the aura approached the threshold of the desolate city, it dissipated into nothingness. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Evidently, this colossal city was far from ordinary. At that moment, a blood-red longsword materialized before him, its terrifying sword intent aimed directly at him. "If you refuse to depart, then you shall perish." A voice, cold and imbued with a hint of murderous intent, echoed from the towering city wall. The 3-eyed being trembled. Raising his gaze to behold the figure seated at the edge of the wall, an imposing guardian. In that instant, the guardian's gaze bore down upon him as if he were already a corpse. What an intimidating powerhouse! Furthermore, a member of the human race. It became clear to him that the two individuals stationed at the city gate were merely a diversion. The true sentinel of the gate resided atop the wall. In an instant, the three-eyed being comprehended the reality of the situation. Chapter 57. The arrival of the aliens after careful consideration. The three-eyed individual ultimately relented and slowly approached the city gate. "I wish to enter the city," he stated. Zhang Hai extended his hand. 1,000,000 realm crystals. Realm crystals serve as the universal currency within the myriad realms. At this, the three-eyed being erupted in fury. 1,000,000 realm crystals to enter the city? Why not go rob someone instead? 2,000,000 realm crystals. Zhang Hai replied directly. The three-eyed creature momentarily fell silent. Then his murderous intent became palpable. "You." At that moment, the ominous presence from the city walls re-emerged, causing him to wilt once more. "Could you not make it a bit cheaper?" "No," Zhang Hai firmly denied. Just then, a figure approached from the distance. It was a human. Is this truly the power of our human race? The human man reached the foot of the vast city, gazing up at the magnificent structure with an expression filled with reverence and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a human force existed within the myriad realms, let alone one so formidable. Standing at the base of this colossal city, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from within. Observing this, Zhang Hai hurriedly ran over to offer his support. "My fellow compatriot, this is indeed the power of our human race. From now on, we shall no longer cower within the myriad realms." Upon hearing these words, the man was immediately overwhelmed with tears. "The human race shall rise." He then proceeded to enter the desolate city without any hindrance. Witnessing this scene, a member of the three-eyed race bellowed in anger. "Why is that fellow exempt from the entrance fee?" In response, Zhang Hai scoffed. "He belongs to the human race. What are you compared to him? You dare to compare yourself with the humans?" Stunned by the blatant display of racial discrimination in Zhang Hai's eyes, the three-eyed individual found himself at a loss. This was the first time he had experienced such prejudice within the realm of myriad spirits. Previously, he had always looked down upon the human race. Little did he know, the sensation of being discriminated against felt like this. 2,000,000 realm crystals. "Pay up or be gone," Zhang Hai continued. Taking a deep breath, the three-eyed man gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine, I shall pay." He had been sent by his clan to gather intelligence. If he could not even enter the city gates, he would undoubtedly face punishment upon his return. Being swindled was a minor inconvenience. He could always seek reimbursement later. Thus, with a pained expression, he handed over the spatial ring containing 2,000,000 realm crystals to Zhang Hai, successfully entering the desolate city thereafter. Indeed, gaining entry for those 2,000,000 realm crystals proved to be a lucrative deal. Once inside, he quickly realized this truth. Observing the bustling streets and the rich, vibrant atmosphere, he, who had spent half his life within the confines of the three-eyed race, could not help but lament the inequities of this world for the very first time. Why is this place so opulent? Why is it not the territory of their three-eyed tribe? As he pondered these questions, whispers began to circulate around him. "Look, this fellow possesses 3 eyes. How unsightly. I wonder if selling him would fetch a good price." Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, Sanhong was instantly consumed by fury. The audacity of some to regard him as mere merchandise was intolerable. In that moment, he seemed to forget that in the realm of all spirits, they too relished capturing isolated humans to serve as commodities. "You are outrageous." Boom. Suddenly, a pressure of the 4th tier of the earth realm surged from within him. However, in the blink of an eye, it was unexpectedly suppressed by a mysterious force from within the city. At that moment, he failed to notice that the gazes of those around him had shifted to a tone of pity, though most were laced with mockery. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a powerful aura approached from afar. In the next instant, several guards clad in uniform robes, swords at their waists, arrived on the scene. They were the wild guards. At the forefront stood a Y. It was over. This fellow was doomed. For the leader of the wild guards had chosen to intervene personally. At that moment, a Y's strength was at the 8th tier of the earth realm. As most of the wild guards had yet to reach the average level of the realm of all spirits, necessitating his direct involvement. However, this was merely a manifestation of himself. Upon seeing a Wei, Sanhong's pupils instantly constricted. It was over. He had encountered a formidable opponent. With just a glance, he discerned that the individual before him was beyond his means to confront. Indeed, a Wei's indifferent voice resonated throughout the arena. to disrupt the order of the city. What punishment do you deserve? In response, Sanhong stifled his inner dread and stammered, I am a member of the Sanyan clan. Your human forces lack the authority to punish me. Hearing this, Awei merely scoffed, lack the authority? Once you enter my wild city, you fall under its jurisdiction. Even your clan leader would be treated the same. Seize him. Awei commanded with a gesture, and Sanhong found himself bereft of any means to resist. Thus, he was taken away by the wild guards, leaving no one to know what awaited him. Simultaneously, within Wild City, an increasing number of beings entered its confines. Among them, the human race received a warm welcome from the inhabitants of Wild City. In contrast, members of other races were observed like specimens in a zoo. However, it was not entirely so. Some visually appealing races garnered admiration from certain individuals, such as the elegant elves with pointed ears and the angelic beings adorned with snow-white wings. In a nearby tea house, Chun Gui sat leisurely, observing the diverse array of races, his mind deep in contemplation. If one could capture even a single specimen to sell, the profits would be astronomical. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as he was merely a being at the heavenly emperor level. And the pursuit of a creature from the myriad spirit realm would require countless years of cultivation. At the Tian platform of the Wanhua Tower, Ji Xingkai and his wife observed the lively scene below. Upon seeing the enchanting members of the Elven and Angel clans, a wicked and audacious thought blossomed within Ji Xingkai's mind. Noticing the mischievous grin on his face, Mu Tianyin promptly pinched him at the waist. What are you scheming now? Ah, ouch, dear wife, that hurts. Ji Xingkai gasped in surprise, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. Yet, that notion remained deeply rooted in his heart. Meanwhile, many residents from the inner city emerged to witness the commotion of the outer city, including members of the Nangong family and the elder known as the Broken Sword. Grandfather, what could the city lord possibly intend by allowing these foreign races to enter the city? Nangong Yu inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded the peculiar beings. In response, Nangong Fong stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, hasn't the city lord mentioned? Our human race is at a disadvantage within the myriad spirit realm, with many of our kin suffering greatly. This time, our wild city has ventured into the myriad spirit realm as representatives of the human race. And it is imperative that we demonstrate our strength to these foreign races, serving as a deterrent. Suddenly, Nangong Fong's expression turned slightly solemn. The old man boldly conjectured that this time, the city lord would likely take matters into his own hands to intimidate some nefarious individuals. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu nodded in realization. So that was it. Beside him, the sword breaker elder and others also nodded in agreement. As members of the human race, they could not remain passive while their kin in the myriad spirit realm faced such dire circumstances. However, given the high cultivation levels within the myriad spirit realm, they would need to enter seclusion for an extended period. Fortunately, the city was abundant in resources, and reaching the corresponding level of cultivation within the myriad spirit realm was merely a matter of time. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from outside the city. The true great clans of the myriad spirit realm were approaching. Chapter 58. Encounter with the Lord of the Desolate City outside the Desolate City. A scorching presence enveloped the surroundings. A group of towering beings, engulfed in blazing flames, approached with measured steps. They belonged to the Fire Spirit tribe, one of the formidable clans in the realm of all spirits, renowned for their extensive array of fire-based offensive techniques. Yet, it is worth noting that while they possess the greatest variety, they are not the most potent. The Fire Phoenix clan and the Dragon tribe wield fire breath that is equally formidable. Elder, this desolate city appears to be quite extraordinary, remarked a member of the Fire Spirit tribe, visibly astonished as he beheld the colossal city before him. The leader of their group was none other than the tribe's esteemed elder. He nodded gravely and replied, once we enter, exercise caution. Within this grand city, I sense an extraordinarily terrifying aura. At these words, the expressions of the Fire Spirit tribe members shifted to one of shock. If even the elder, a formidable being at the 8th tier of the Earth realm, expressed such concern, what kind of existence awaited them within? With expressions of apprehension, they paid the entry fee and proceeded into the desolate city. Soon after, another tribe made its way to this place, the Demon tribe. The Demon tribe leader had come in person. Although he was alone, his imposing presence was formidable. He gazed down upon the desolate city from his elevated vantage point, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and contemplation. Initially intending to unleash a powerful display to intimidate the inhabitants below, he suddenly hesitated. Would it directly lead to his demise? At that moment, The watchful guardian atop the city wall cast a fleeting glance in his direction. In an instant, the leader of the demon clan found himself rooted in place, as if pierced by 1,000 blades. It was at this juncture that he comprehended the formidable prowess of his opponent, the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Earth realm. He had only just attained the same level. Such a presence was not to be trifled with. Consequently, he obediently descended from the void. "Esteemed friend, are you the lord of the desolate city?" The demon clan leader inquired, gazing up at the guardian with a tone of courtesy. In response, the guardian simply replied, "The Lord resides in the Lord's mansion. I am merely a gatekeeper." The mere utterance of this phrase sent tumultuous waves through the demon clan leader's heart. A gatekeeper at the 9th tier of the Earth realm? Is this desolate city truly that formidable? How could he possibly compare to even a mere gatekeeper of the city? Taking a deep breath, the demon clan leader promptly abandoned his initial intention of seeking an explanation, opting instead to extend his congratulations to the desolate city. After paying the entrance fee, he hastened into the city. Within the desolate city lay an extraordinary world. Indeed, upon entering, he was once again struck with astonishment. Yet, before he could fully process his surroundings, he was suddenly met with countless disdainful glares directed at him. Even several prominent figures within the Lord's mansion regarded him with similar contempt. In the next moment, Yunshi and Guchun, among others, appeared before the leader of the demon clan. Upon encountering a few individuals from Yunshi, the leader of the demon clan comprehended the gravity of the situation. This desolate city was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Yunshi scrutinized the demon clan leader, his brow slightly furrowed. "A fiend? No, that cannot be." Upon hearing this, the demon clan leader hastily proclaimed, "I am the leader of the demon clan, here to extend my congratulations to the city. May I inquire where your city lord resides?" The demon clan? Yunshi and his companions exchanged glances before responding. "Do you wish to meet the city lord?" The demon clan leader nodded in affirmation. "Then follow me," Yunshi instructed. Lu Daoxing had already decreed that anyone who reached the 9th tier of the Earth realm could seek an audience with him. Those who did not meet this criterion would be turned away, for he was not one to entertain just anyone. Thus, the demon clan leader accompanied Gu Chun towards the inner city. Along the way, every sight he beheld shattered his previous notions. The opulence of this city was astounding. It was no exaggeration to say that even the footbath water in the inner city was of a higher quality than what he typically consumed. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan had also arrived at the outskirts of the desolate city. This time, he was not alone. A father-daughter duo accompanied him. The young woman was Lu Shui's aunt, Yin Luo, and the middle-aged man was Yin Luo's father, Yin Fengdian. He had recently emerged from seclusion, and upon learning of the events that transpired during his absence, he was utterly bewildered. His granddaughter was being pursued by the Supreme Elder, while his son-in-law had obliterated the Supreme Elder within the Phoenix clan. What a perplexing situation this is. Now, he finds himself summoned by the venerable elder to the establishment of the human faction created by his so-called son-in-law. Initially, he had no desire to attend, yet the ancestral command was one he could not defy. However, as he gazes upon the magnificent city before him, a sense of elation unexpectedly envelopes his heart. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Yet, whether the other party acknowledges him remains uncertain, particularly since his own daughter has turned her back on him. Contemplating this, he cannot help but shake his head in resignation. Within the Lord's manor, a voice breaks the silence. "Lord of the city, the elder from the Phoenix clan has arrived," and Xing reported to Lu Daoxing within the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing nodded affirmatively. "Summon them, please." "Yes, my lord." With that, and Xing departed. At this moment, the leader of the demonic clan, guided by Gu Chun, also entered the grand hall. "Lord of the city," the leader greeted. Lu Daoxing nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze upon the demonic leader. Instantly, he was taken aback. This bloodline, why does it seem so familiar? Wait a moment. It resembles that of the evil demon clan, and this individual shares a similar aura with them as well. Meanwhile, Gu Chun observed the demonic leader with a look of perplexity. What is the connection between this individual and the evil demon clan? At that moment, the leader of the demon clan, unable to endure the peculiar gazes of the others, took the initiative to speak. "Lord Huang, I am Han Qing, the leader of the demon clan." However, the hall remained silent. Feeling somewhat awkward, Han Qing recalled the already perished evil demon clan, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "Oh, I imagine you are all quite curious as to why I bear many similarities with the evil demon clan," he said, taking the initiative once more. Gu Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxing had already deduced the truth in silence. Ah, I see now. However, your demon clan has suffered this calamity, and it seems you have brought it upon yourselves, considering you created the evil demon clan to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. At this juncture, Han Cheng began to provide an explanation. After a considerable time, Gu Chun and the others finally understood, their gazes towards Han Cheng softening with diminished hostility. They could at least ascertain that he was genuinely not an evil demon, though he still bore some relation to them. Below, Han Cheng gazed up at Lu Daosheng, his mind racing with contemplation. When did such a formidable being appear in the myriad realms? This individual must surely be at least of the Heavenly King realm. The strength of the human forces is truly not to be underestimated. Just then, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan arrived, accompanied by the father and daughter, Yin Luo. Upon seeing Yin Luo, Lu Daosheng offered a slight smile, while he paid no heed to the other two, leaving them in an awkward predicament. Oh, I am the current patriarch of the Phoenix clan, here today to extend my congratulations to the desolate city. Oh, Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly, then turned to gaze at Yin Luo. Yin Luo, would you care to join me in the desolate city? Lu Daosheng smiled, for she was, after all, his sister-in-law, and she had always treated his daughter quite well. In his previous anger, he had forgotten to address this matter, but it was not too late to do so now. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Yin Luo nodded. That sounds delightful. It was no jest. Throughout their journey, she had scarcely closed her mouth. She had been aware of Lu Shui's father's wealth, yet she had not anticipated it to be so immense. Surely, a single tile from this floor would be worth a fortune if taken home. Upon Yin Luo's agreement, a guard, at Lu Daosheng's gesture, led her away from the grand hall, while the patriarch of the Phoenix clan and Feng Tiantian could only stare in astonishment. Chapter 59. The prophesied one is not Lu Shui at this moment. The elder of the Phoenix clan discreetly nudged Yin Feng Tian with his elbow, signaling him with a glance. Upon noticing this, Yin Feng Tian nodded slightly and then raised his gaze towards Lu Daosheng, saying, "Well, son-in-law, having traveled such a long distance, it would be remiss of you to leave us standing here." Hearing these words, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. This man truly dared to address him as son-in-law. He was acutely aware of his wife Yin Lingyun's plight within the Phoenix clan, where she was met with universal disdain. Even though Yin Lingyun was Yin Feng Tian's daughter, he harbored a degree of aversion towards her, often questioning whether she was indeed his biological child. Consequently, when Yin Lingyun was cast into the small world, Yin Feng Tian did not intervene. Lu Daosheng regarded Yin Feng Tian with scrutiny, curious to discern how he could possess such audacity. After a brief moment, Yin Feng Tian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of such a formidable figure, lowered his head. The psychological pressure from being scrutinized by someone more terrifying than his own ancestor was overwhelming. As a mere 8th-tier Earth Realm cultivator, he had no courage to compare himself to Lu Daosheng, seeing that he could not gain any advantage from Lu Daosheng. Yin Feng Tian's mind sparked with a thought, and he inquired, "By the way, where is Xiao Xue? The last time she visited the Phoenix clan, I was in seclusion and did not have the opportunity to properly host her. This time, I must ensure I get to see her." Clearly, he had shifted his focus to Lu Shui. In response, Lu Daosheng snorted coldly and pointed an accusing finger at Yin Feng Tian, stating in a chilling tone, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of being a father?" In an instant, the grand hall fell into complete silence. The elder of the demon clan, Han Cheng, felt a twinge of regret. Regret for not bringing some sunflower seeds to enjoy. To encounter such a splendid spectacle while visiting the lord of the desolate city was unexpected. Who would have thought that the enigmatic and powerful human force, the lord of the desolate city, had such a connection with the Phoenix clan? How exhilarating. At that moment, being reprimanded by Lu Daosheng, Yin Feng Tian did not display anger. Instead, he lowered his head, an undercurrent of subtle guilt flickering in his eyes. This detail did not escape Lu Daosheng's notice. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is there something you have yet to disclose?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng Tian hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, nothing at all." Yet, in the next heartbeat, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Yin Feng Tian. "Speak." In an instant, he found himself prostrated on the ground, the sheer force causing his bones to creak under the strain. "Ah, ancestor, save me." Meanwhile, the elder of the Phoenix clan was drenched in cold sweat. "Save you? I can barely save myself." His heart was tumultuous, having severely underestimated the strength of the lord of the desolate city. This individual was certainly beyond the realm of the heavenly king, and it did not seem to align with that of a heavenly sovereign either. Could it be? No, impossible. Impossible. The Phoenix Elder shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to entertain such a notion that would imply the existence of a legendary being. It is evident that his perspective remains rather limited. At this moment, Lu Daoxing cast a frigid gaze towards Yin Fengtian. Under this scrutiny, Yin Fengtian found himself faltering, ultimately uttering, "Stop, I will speak." Instantly, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Lu Daoxing coldly fixed his stare upon Yin Fengtian below. Sensing the shift, Yin Fengtian took a breath, casting a wary glance at Lu Daoxing before slowly confessing, "Some time ago, Ling Yun sought me out." Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing's heart jolted. Yin Fengtian continued, "She approached me solely for one matter, to sever our father-daughter relationship." Upon articulating this, a semblance of vitality seemed to drain from Yin Fengtian. In response, Lu Daoxing furrowed his brow. "Is there anything more?" Yin Fengtian reflected momentarily, stating, "She appeared to have undergone a significant transformation at that time. I could barely perceive her essence, and she exuded an aura that felt profoundly unfamiliar, as if she had become an entirely different person." Upon hearing these words, Lu Daoxing lapsed into silence. Could it be that his wife was the reincarnation of some formidable being? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Meanwhile, Yin Fengtian continued to sigh, feeling the humiliation of being disowned by his daughter. Now, with this matter exposed to the lord of this desolate city, it was likely that he would no longer receive any regard from him. Indeed, regardless of his words, Lu Daoxing would not pay him any heed. As expected, Lu Daoxing merely cast a cold glance at Yin Fengtian and the ancestral elder of the Feng clan before stating, "Please leave." In the next moment, several powerful guards appeared beside the two. "Gentlemen, please." Upon witnessing this, the ancestral elder of the Feng clan wore a grim expression. However, he ultimately led Yin Fengtian away from the desolate city. Although they could not establish a friendly rapport with the desolate city, at the very least, they would not become adversaries. As for the lavish gifts brought by the ancestral elder, Lu Daoxing did not even cast a glance in their direction, perceiving them as mere refuse. Subsequently, leaders from various major clans arrived at the desolate city to investigate. Undoubtedly, these factions were astounded by the formidable power embodied by this human faction. Particularly, the strength of the lord of the desolate city was unfathomable. In an instant, the status of humanity within the myriad realms surged dramatically. The treatment of those humans who were still wandering in the outer world also began to improve significantly. In the Dragon Domain, one of the strongholds of the major clans, Ao Qing proclaimed with great fanfare upon returning, "I, Ao Qing, have returned." Instantly, the entire dragon clan reverberated with excitement. Deep within the clan, a colossal ice dragon suddenly opened its eyes. "My son has returned," it roared. It soared directly into the heavens. Simultaneously, countless dragons flocked towards the direction of Ao Qing. Upon seeing Ao Qing, the dragons exclaimed with excitement, "Lord Dragon's son, you have returned." Indeed, Ao Qing held a prestigious position within the dragon clan, being the dragon son and the future leader of the lineage. Years ago, Ao Qing was exiled to the Hongmeng universe, partly due to an accidental mishap involving a treasure of the dragon clan, and partly as a means of undergoing trials. Most importantly, a powerful seer within the clan had prophesied that Ao Qing would encounter an entity within a small world capable of altering the fate of the entire dragon race. This entity was one who bore the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. However, the seer had overlooked one individual, Lu Daoxing. It was Lu Daoxing who transformed everything. The person Ao Qing was destined to meet was not Lu Shui, but Yin Lingyun. Yet, Lu Daoxing's sudden emergence led him to fall in love with Yin Lingyun, resulting in their offspring, which ultimately prevented Yin Lingyun from awakening her Ice Phoenix bloodline. Fortunately, Lu Shui also possessed the Ice Phoenix bloodline and, with Lu Daoxing's assistance, successfully awakened it. One could only say that fate plays tricks on individuals. Ao Qing's choice significantly altered the future of the dragon clan. At that moment, a robust voice resonated, "A Qing." Upon seeing the colossal ice dragon, Ao Qing felt a surge of excitement. "Father." At that instant, the ice dragon gazed at Ao Qing, momentarily stunned, before erupting with joy. At this moment, he was astounded to discover that Ao Qing had remarkably reached the 9th level of the Earth realm. Even more terrifying was the palpable strength of the bloodline within her, which had become exceedingly formidable. This was indeed a moment of great fortune. Instantly, he felt an immense sense of relief for having cast Ao Qing into that small world. Clan leader. The assembled dragons greeted Ao Lai with utmost respect. Ao Lai, Ao Qing's father, was now the leader of the dragon clan. Upon hearing his father referred to as the clan leader, Ao Ching was filled with both surprise and joy. "Father, you have become the clan leader?" In response, Ao Lai chuckled awkwardly. "I just assumed the position not long ago." The previous Dragon Clan leader had failed to break through to the Celestial Realm and ultimately succumbed to madness, resulting in suppression by the clan. Consequently, the Dragon Clan had suffered some depletion of their vitality. It was only after Ao Lai ascended to leadership that the clan began to regain its stability. At that moment, a powerful dragon suddenly inquired, "My lord, may I ask if you have encountered the prophesied individual during your time in the lower realm?" Chapter 60. Ao Ching is expelled from the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing the question, all the dragons turned their gaze towards Ao Ching, eagerly anticipating his response. With an air of pride, Ao Ching declared, "Of course." At his reply, the dragons could no longer contain their inner joy and erupted into ecstatic celebration. In that moment, the entire dragon realm trembled with fervor. "Lord Dragon's son, where is the prophesied one now?" Ao Ching pointed towards the distant horizon and calmly replied, "In the Wasteland City." Wasteland City? The dragons were taken aback, for they had recently deliberated whether to venture there and uncover the truth. As it was said that the city possessed formidable power and, more importantly, was a human stronghold. "Ao Ching, what is the meaning of this? Why have you not brought the prophesied one back to the Dragon Clan?" At that moment, Ao Lai furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with his son's handling of the matter. Hearing this, Ao Ching's lips twitched slightly. It was easy to say such things. Convincing the young master to come to the Dragon Clan would take an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, given that Lu Shui had just undergone such a traumatic experience, it was unlikely he would be persuaded to come, even at the cost of Ao Ching's dragon reputation. Recalling that incident, Ao Ching swiftly remembered his own purpose. "Father, let us set that matter aside for now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Ao Lai inquired with curiosity, "Something of great importance? What is it?" Without hesitation, Ao Ching boldly stated, "I would like you to pass the position of clan leader to me." "What nonsense is this?" Ao Lai exclaimed in a fury. After all the effort he had put into seizing the position of the Dragon Clan leader, how could he easily relinquish it? Even to his own son? Observing his father's unwilling demeanor, Ao Ching scoffed, as if he were truly interested in the position of the Dragon Clan leader. His life in the Wild City had been far more prosperous than it ever was among the dragons. "Father, you must broaden your perspective. Grant me the leadership, and I shall lead the Dragon Clan towards an era of unparalleled glory," Ao Ching declared. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai snorted dismissively and retorted, "Then tell me, how do you intend to guide the Dragon Clan towards such boundless glory?" Ao Ching tossed his head back, extending a small paw to point towards the horizon. "That's simple. We just need to have the Dragon Clan join the Wild City." At this pronouncement, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence for a moment. The next instant, a multitude of powerful auras surged forth. "Impossible. To have our Dragon Clan submit to another force? I would rather die. Lord Longzi, be cautious with your words." Even Ao Lai glared at Ao Ching with indignation. "Ching, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The legacy of our Dragon Clan has endured through countless ages. How could we cling to another's power just to survive? We would rather die standing than live on our knees." As these words echoed, the dragons gazed upon Ao Lai with profound respect. "Well said, esteemed leader. Lord Longzi, in this regard, you must learn from your father." Observing the reactions of the dragons, Ao Ching furrowed his brow. The Wilderness City is a place brimming with boundless opportunities. Yet now, the Dragon Clan possesses the means to enter the Wilderness City. Yet the clansmen remain reluctant. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Ching spoke solemnly. "Father, I speak the truth. The Wilderness City is extraordinary. And the prophesied individual you speak of is none other than the daughter of the city's lord." Upon hearing Ao Ching's words, all the dragons fell into a stupor. The prophesied individual, the daughter of the city's lord. Ao Lai's pupils also constricted as myriad possibilities raced through his mind. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the dragon domain. Sensing the overwhelming presence in the resonating dragon roars, the dragons exclaimed in unison, "The ancestor has emerged." Indeed. Scarcely had the words left their lips when an immense figure appeared in the sky above the dragon domain. An unparalleled sense of oppression washed over them. At that moment, the dragons, mere phantoms in the void, appeared as infants compared to an adult. "Ao Ching, do you understand your transgressions?" A commanding voice echoed through the void. An immense pressure bore down upon Ao Ching below. Instantly, his complexion shifted slightly, yet his body showed no sign of retreat. Having undergone countless years of transformation in the wilderness city, Ao Qing had long since been reborn. Even in the face of the overwhelming pressure exerted by a formidable being from his own kin, Ao Qing remained undaunted. Gazing into the void, a grave expression settled upon his countenance. "Ancestor, what offense has Ao Qing committed?" At that moment, a voice echoed once more, imbued with the terrifying dragon might that lingered in the air. "As a scion of our dragon lineage, you incite our kin to become mere steeds for others, thus tarnishing the honor of our clan. Do you remain oblivious to your transgressions?" In that instant, the ancestral figure of the dragon clan was consumed by intense fury, even casting doubt upon the prophecy of yore. Was Ao Qing truly a great benefactor of the dragon race, and did the foretold individual truly exist? Upon hearing these words, Ao Qing's expression darkened, and as he prepared to retort, Ao Lai interjected with a troubled visage, Qing, you must swiftly apologize to the ancestor." Subsequently, Ao Lai beseeched the void, "Ancestor, my son Ao Qing was led astray by malevolent influences, his mind clouded. I implore your forgiveness." "Father." Ao Qing hesitated as he looked at Ao Lai, aware that the dragon clan was increasingly deteriorating. Yet, despite this decline, the dragons maintained an unparalleled pride, disdainful of all others. If this continued, their race would inevitably face annihilation. While he pondered a strategy, the ancestral figure pronounced, "From this day forth, I strip Ao Qing of his title as Dragon's son and confine him within the Dragon Restraint Valley for a millennium of reflection." Following this decree, a colossal dragon claw emerged from the void, reaching towards Ao Qing. Gazing at the terrifying claws looming before him, Ao Qing felt a jolt of fear. "Master, save me," he cried. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air. Ao Qing stood dazed, staring at the diminutive figure before him. Who is this? At that moment, every member of the dragon clan gazed in horror at the figure. He had actually blocked the ancestral attack with a single hand. It is a human. Who could he be? The human man before Ao Qing coldly fixed his gaze upon the colossal phantom in the void. He then turned to Ao Qing and said, "The lord of the city has commanded me to ensure your safety." Upon hearing these words, Ao Qing's eyes turned crimson. "Master, I could weep." "Who are you?" the dragon clan ancestor growled, extending his enormous dragon head from the void. In response, the human man replied icily, "You are unworthy to know my identity. In this world, I heed the command of but one, and that is Lu Daoxing, the lord of the desolate city." It was Lu Daoxing who, in the darkest hour of his life, extended a hand of assistance to him and bestowed upon him the opportunity to become powerful. From that moment forth, he lived solely to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by Lu Daoxing. Upon hearing such audacious words, the dragon clan ancestor's expression twisted with fury. "I care not who you are. Daring to wreak havoc in my dragon clan shall result in your utter destruction." With that, a massive dragon tail swung downwards with tremendous force. The entire void shattered in that singular moment. Witnessing this, Ao Qing was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Was his esteemed ancestor intent on eliminating him as well? Ao Lai, too, gazed at the scene with disbelief. This was his only son. A humming sound echoed as a dark light flashed, propelling the human male, along with Ao Qing, backward 100 yards. At that moment, a startled exclamation resonated from the void. "The mark of death. Who are you?" The ancestral dragon stared in horror at the peculiar luminous mark in the human's grasp. Moments ago, it was the power emanating from that mark that had thwarted his strike. Furthermore, the realm of this human was unmistakably clear, the celestial realm. Chapter 61. Ascending 10 levels in astonishment, Ao Qing marveled at the incredible display before him. To withstand a formidable strike from their esteemed ancestor, a being of the celestial king realm, was nothing short of extraordinary. Their ancestor had indeed been entrenched in that realm for countless years, devoid of any pretense or exaggeration. At that moment, all gazes were fixed upon the human man standing before Ao Qing, as if he were a creature of myth. Such a feat, in their eyes, seemed utterly impossible. Furthermore, what was the significance of the death mark? Suddenly, the human man turned to Ao Qing and inquired, "Do you wish to remain with the dragon clan?" Upon hearing this, Ao Qing comprehended the implications. Despite the formidable prowess of this envoy sent by his master, he realized that they could not surpass their own ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Qing sighed, "Let us return." His heart was heavy with disappointment towards the dragon clan. Perhaps this was indeed the fate of their kind. Upon hearing his words, the human man said nothing further and immediately transformed Ao Qing back into his human form, swiftly whisking him away from the scene. As Ao Qing departed, Ao Lai's expression was one of complexity. Qing, your father has always believed in you. However, transforming the current state of the Dragon Clan is not a task to be taken lightly. I look forward to the day you return to the clan. Lord Ancestor, the Dragon Prince has fled, spoke a member of the Dragon Clan. In the void, the ancient ancestor of the Dragon Clan fixed his gaze upon the distant horizon, coldly declaring, from this moment forth, Ao Qing shall no longer be a member of our dragon lineage. At these words, the assembled dragons trembled in unison. Within the desolate city, Lu Daoxing raised his head, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing once more. This turn of events was, after all, anticipated. System, he commanded. Please instruct me, esteemed host. After a brief pause, Lu Daoxing replied, let us level up. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to elevate his cultivation further. For the sensation of having everything under control was far more comforting. Presently, he stood at the Destiny realm, and although he was undeniably unparalleled within the myriad realms, he was aware of at least one individual of equal standing. Who could say if there were others lurking in the shadows? Moreover, he harbored numerous uncertainties, which he surmised could only be unraveled through the enhancement of his strength. Upon receiving Lu Daoxing's command, the system responded promptly. Please select the level of upgrade, esteemed host. Let us increase by 10 levels for now. Very well, esteemed host, please hold for a moment. No sooner had the words been spoken than Lu Daoxing underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying aura resonated within him, a continuous roar echoing throughout. This monumental shift went unnoticed within the desolate city, yet it sent ripples throughout the entire myriad realms. At that moment, an array of celestial phenomena erupted above the desolate city. No one seemed to notice that the entire realm of myriad spirits trembled ever so slightly at that moment, as if it were in trepidation of something. With a hum, as the disturbance subsided, an invisible halo spread across the sky above the desolate city, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Within the desolate city, the lord of the city was once again practicing his skills. This time, the commotion was considerable, truly befitting of the city lord. Alas, enough of this, the ice cream hasn't been paid for yet. The inhabitants of the desolate city exhibited little reaction to this upheaval, though some beings of the myriad spirits realm were indeed filled with astonishment at the event. The city lord of the desolate city, so fearsome indeed. Simultaneously, in certain forbidden areas of the myriad spirits realm, sudden disturbances arose. Within an ancient azure hall, a figure abruptly soared into the sky, gazing gravely in the direction of the desolate city. After a prolonged silence, as if sensing something, the figure proceeded towards the desolate city. Inside the city lord's residence, Lu Daoxing finally assimilated the vast amount of knowledge that had suddenly flooded his mind. With a deep breath, the entire space collapsed instantaneously. At that moment, Lu Daoxing also noticed a circle of bizarre dimensions manifesting around him, which continued to dissipate. True self-realm. This was his current level of attainment. Now, as he surveyed the surroundings, everything began to appear transformed. System, have I ascended a bit too far? At this moment, the realm of all spirits seemed almost incapable of accommodating him. Yet, the realm dared not expel him, for he possessed the power to obliterate the entire realm with but a flick of his wrist. A gentle reminder echoed as the host's level ascended. The disparities grew ever more pronounced. Therefore, it was advised that the esteemed host refrain from drastic emotional fluctuations, lest they inflict monumental harm upon the realm. Lu Daoxing pondered. Is it truly possible to ascend 10 levels so effortlessly? Just then, a voice rang out. Father, what happened to you, father? Lu Shui exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Lu Daoxing's current state. Do not approach, Lu Daoxing quickly interposed, shielding Lu Shui from entering. Father, you've grown stronger again. Lu Shui's voice trembled as she gazed at her father, contemplating whether she would still be able to embrace him in the future. At that moment, Lu Daoxing gradually closed his eyes, allowing the terrifying aura to retract within him. After a considerable while, he managed to revert to his previous demeanor. Xu Xue, what troubles you? Lu Daoxing inquired with a smile directed at Lu Shui. In response, Lu Shui shook her head. Nothing, I merely came to check on you. She had sensed the immense upheaval within the house and felt a twinge of concern. After a brief conversation, Lu Shui took her leave. Once Lu Shui departed, Lu Daoxing's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Just moments ago, he perceived a hint of indifference in his daughter's gaze. Such a look was one he reserved solely for those who were inconsequential to him. Yet now, it manifested in the way he regarded his own child. Was this the consequence of having reached such an elevated realm? Shaking his head, Lu Daoxing hastily sought to calm his mind and adjust his demeanor. The essence of the true self realm lies in the ability to discover one's authentic self. By rights, he should not be experiencing this. Dear host, you have yet to acclimate to this realm. Such occurrences will diminish in the future, the system's voice chimed in. In the future? Lu Daoxing furrowed his brow. Indeed. It might take years, perhaps even millennia. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing remarked, that is far too long. Is there a more expedited approach? He could not afford to wait for such an extended period. Though these were trivial concerns, he still yearned for perfection. You may adapt through combat, the system suggested. At this, Lu Daoxing paused momentarily. It seemed that since the system's inception, he had scarcely engaged in any battles, merely indulging in the occasional easy victory over weaker opponents. Wait, defeating weaker foes. This might be a viable option, though he must not choose those who are too feeble. As Lu Daoxing contemplated this, a formidable aura suddenly descended beyond the desolate city, instantly plunging the entire settlement into a state of alert. Even the desolate guardians atop the crumbling walls of the abandoned city gazed gravely at the figure before them. Outside the city, amidst the void, a silhouette was intently observing the entire desolate realm. It appeared to be a member of the human race. At that moment, a voice from within the city exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the realm of myriad spirits, several ancient beings turned their attention towards the abandoned city. Upon sensing the aura emanating from that figure in the void, a gasp of disbelief echoed through the air. The Destiny Realm. How could this be possible? Indeed, the essence radiating from the figure in the void unmistakably belonged to the Destiny Realm, and it was entirely unmasked. In an instant, the entire realm of myriad spirits was set abuzz. A powerful entity from the Destiny Realm had emerged. Within the Lord's mansion of the desolate city, Lu Daoxing cast a calm glance towards the figure suspended in the void. It was the very presence from the Azure Palace. When Lu Daoxing first arrived in the realm of myriad spirits, he had exchanged pleasantries with this individual. The latter had mentioned a visit to his abandoned city, and Lu Daoxing had merely responded out of courtesy, never expecting the promise to be fulfilled. At this moment, the enigmatic man in the void remained completely oblivious to Lu Daoxing's gaze, for the disparity between them had grown too vast. Yet, he was unaware of this fact. Thus, his attention towards the abandoned city was tinged with mere astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such formidable power in this world. Chapter 62. The Invincible Lord of the City. Esteemed guest, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to my desolate city? At this moment, Huangshuo stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Internally, he felt a wave of astonishment, for the aura exuded by the stranger was indistinguishable from that of their own city lord. This was a formidable being of equal caliber. Should such a powerhouse harbor any animosity towards them, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences. In the void, the enigmatic figure paid no heed to Huangshuo, instead directing his gaze towards the innermost depths of the desolate city. I have come in person. Will you not emerge to greet me? Feeling overlooked, Huangshuo furrowed his brow, yet he dared not show a hint of discontent and promptly withdrew. He was no fool. Provoking such a formidable entity without the strength to back it up would be akin to searching for waste in a latrine. Within the city lord's residence, Lu Daoxing observed the scene with a faint, sardonic smile. He had not anticipated that this individual was actually of the human race. How ironic. While the human race boasted a powerful figure at the Destiny Realm, the people of the 10,000 Spirits Realm lived in such a pitiable state. In an instant, Lu Daoxing's regard for this human powerhouse plummeted. My desolate city lies before you. Whether you choose to enter is entirely your decision, Lu Daoxing remarked nonchalantly. Immediately, the mysterious figure in the void was taken aback. He had not expected such boldness from the other party. This is intriguing. The man's lips curled into a remarkable arc, and with a single step, he disregarded all defenses of the desolate city, striding directly within. This scene instantly left everyone in the city wide-eyed with astonishment. It was their first encounter with someone capable of soaring into the desolate city from the sky. Is this what it means to be the pinnacle of power in the world? Inside the Lord's mansion, Gu Qin and others also witnessed this spectacle, their brows furrowing in concern. Lord City Master, this fellow is rather arrogant, isn't he? And Xing remarked, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At present, the city's restrictions had yet to be upgraded, allowing the intruder to enter with ease. In his eyes, the opponent had become akin to mere ants. To be precise, Everything within his gaze appeared as insignificant as ants. Observing Lu Daoxing's reaction, Gu Chun and the others felt a sense of unease. They had not anticipated that even the city master would be at a loss against this individual. After all, their city master could not remain invincible forever. It appeared that the city master had reached his limits. Henceforth, it would not suffice to rely solely on the city master to safeguard the desolate city. They must strive to contribute as well. In that moment, their resolve only grew stronger rather than diminishing. Lu Daoxing, noticing the shift, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? At that moment, a figure emerged within the grand hall, revealing the enigmatic man of destiny. Surrounding him was an ethereal aura, obscuring his visage from the sight of Gu Qin and the others, who found themselves incapable of discerning his true form. Yet to Lu Daoxing, the man appeared as exposed as a naked figure. "Are you the lord of the desolate city?" the mysterious man inquired. At this, Lu Daoxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is I." However, the mysterious man furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling shift. Why was it that he could not perceive Lu Daoxing at that moment? Just as he contemplated a closer examination, a sudden trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his eye. "You, what have you done?" The mysterious man recoiled several steps, casting a wary gaze upon Lu Daoxing. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chun and his companions instinctively retreated a few paces. Could it be that their lord had already struck in the shadows? Amidst all this, Lu Daoxing felt a sense of helplessness. He had done nothing. It was merely that his strength was overwhelming at this moment. How could a mere insect of destiny dare to scrutinize him without facing repercussions? "Do not be alarmed. You are simply too weak," Lu Daoxing remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man burst into laughter. "I am weak? Ha ha." A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the mysterious man, swiftly followed by a chilling sneer as he remarked, "Do you know who I am?" In response, Lu Daoxing calmly replied, "I do not know, nor do I wish to." At this moment, he felt a degree of disappointment towards this proud individual of the human race who stood before him. He had anticipated seeking answers from this formidable figure, yet now, such inquiries seemed unnecessary. "Do you believe yourself to be strong?" the mysterious man taunted, his gaze fixed on Lu Daoxing. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxing rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Gu Qin and the others exchanged glances, fully aware that their lord of the city was about to take action. They hastily withdrew from the scene. In an instant, all the defenses of the desolate city were activated, drawing powerful senses from all directions towards this forsaken stronghold. At that moment, the desolate city had evidently become the epicenter of the myriad realms. "Make your move," the mysterious man said to Lu Daoxing, his tone devoid of urgency. He intended to demonstrate to this unexpected intruder what it truly meant to be a master of Destiny Realm. Without hesitation, Lu Daoxing acquiesced, "As you wish." He then placed the tip of his index finger against his thumb and flicked it. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. An indescribable force of terror surged towards the enigmatic figure. At that moment, the entire desolate city, along with the vast realm of all beings, trembled. As the terrifying power approached, the mysterious man felt his pupils constrict. A blinding radiance materialized before his chest. The power of astonishment. With a deafening roar, another explosion echoed. Observers from outside the desolate city witnessed a surge of energy erupting from its depths, creating an irreparable rift in the heavens of the realm. In the next instant, a figure was violently hurled from within the city. The very fabric of the void seemed to shatter at that moment, as countless fragments descended from the sky, filling the air with an aura of annihilation. Silence enveloped the entire realm of all beings. Every living soul, without exception, stood in stunned silence, gazing towards the desolate city. It was a swift execution. The mysterious human powerhouse from the destined realm had been vanquished in an instant by the lord of the desolate city. Within the city, after the initial shock, the crowd finally reacted and erupted into cheers. In an instant, the name of the desolate city's lord resounded throughout the entire realm. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain range, a colossal pit suddenly appeared. At the bottom of this pit, the mysterious man lay in the center, devoid of hope. Though he had survived, he realized that his opponent had deliberately spared him. Why is he so formidable? Is he not merely at the Destiny Realm? A myriad of doubts flooded the mysterious man's mind. Then, he rose to his feet once more. He stood up. His expression suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination as he gazed towards the direction of the ruined city. Even though his body was drenched in blood, he resolutely advanced towards the ruined city. Within the Lord's mansion of the ruined city, Gu Chun and the others apprehensively entered the grand hall. At this moment, The hall was still permeated with the recent aura of destruction, causing Gu Qin and Xing to tremble involuntarily. In their dire state, they realized that the true jester was none other than themselves. The limits of the city lord seemed to dissipate. It was evident that the city lord was truly invincible. Chapter 63. Re-entering the river of time within the grand hall, Lu Daoxing cast a fleeting glance at Gu Qin and the others before breaking into a subtle smile. You may all leave now. Upon hearing this, the group dared not linger. We take our leave, they replied hastily before departing. On the way, Xing inquired, do you think the city lord was concealing his true strength? Gu Qin hesitated for a moment before responding. Xing paused, reflecting on past events, and finally remarked with a wry smile, the city lord was already unfathomable to me. If he were indeed hiding his power, what chance would we have to survive? At this point, he had only reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the Earth realm, making the distance to the celestial fate realm of Lu Daoxing seem insurmountable. By the way, I heard that Brother Yun is training new recruits again, and Xing continued. At this, Gu Qin's lips twitched. That were fanatic, he muttered. And Xing clapped Gu Qin on the shoulder and chuckled. Let them be. I believe the city lord's actions this time are far from a mere lapse in restraint. Gu Qin's expression brightened at these words. Oh? What do you mean? And Xing cautiously scanned their surroundings before continuing. The city lord must have uncovered something significant, prompting him to take action to intimidate those lurking in the shadows. I have dispatched many subordinates to infiltrate various areas of the myriad spirits realm to gather intelligence. I have discovered that this realm is far more complex than it appears on the surface. In this narrative, there exists a segment of history that bears not a trace. Upon hearing this, Gu Qin's expression grew solemn. Have you conveyed this to the lord of the city? And Xing nodded affirmatively, asserting that it was indeed so. And he was certain that the lord of the city would soon be informed. With that, and Xing refrained from further elaboration, casting a glance at Gu Qin before taking his leave. Left alone, Gu Qin furrowed his brows in contemplation, and Xing's sudden revelation carried significant implications. This individual commands a formidable intelligence network. Could it be that he wishes for me to prepare in advance? With such uncertainties weighing on his mind, Gu Qin returned to his quarters and commenced an arduous regimen of training, day and night. Within the grand hall, a luminous orb materialized before Lu Daoxing, showcasing the recent dialogue between Xing and Gu Qin. This Xing, Lu Daoxing murmured, shaking his head slightly. He typically did not concern himself with the affairs of his subordinates, only occasionally assisting them in enhancing their prowess. He feared that a hastened pace might leave them struggling to keep up. Thus, he remained indifferent to their daily interactions. However, it now appeared that Xing harbored intentions of winning Gu Qin over. In the desolate city, although Gu Qin lacked a retinue, his standing was undeniably elevated. For he was the mentor of the lord's daughter, Lu Shui. Such a connection commanded respect from all who crossed his path. Regarding these matters, Lu Daoxing chose to remain uninvolved, as long as Anxing remained steadfastly loyal to both the desolate city and himself. At this moment, he perceived the entirety of the 10,000 spirits world, a gentle smile gracing his lips. To him, the 10,000 spirits world held no secrets. It was as if a maiden stood before him, divested of all her garments. It appeared that two rather unruly entities were at play. Lu Daoxing's gaze turned toward two specific locations within the 10,000 spirits world. At that moment, both areas were suffused with rising energies and incessant commotion, undeniably signaling that something was about to emerge. For a long time, these two places had been deemed forbidden grounds, untouched by any who dared to intrude. Just then, outside the desolate city, a blood-soaked figure abruptly materialized before the city gates. It was none other than the enigmatic human powerhouse whom Lu Daoxing had previously sent flying. Upon sighting him, the watchman atop the city wall, Huang Shou, felt a jolt of disbelief. What audacity! Did this fellow truly dare return? Yet, in the next instant, he was rendered speechless. The mysterious man abruptly knelt before the gates, his face smeared with blood, and intoned, Heavenly Court warrior, Yi Qing, seeks an audience with the lord of the desolate city. This voice resonated with a formidable timbre, infused with the essence of the Destiny realm, swiftly echoing throughout the entire 10,000 spirits world. The title of Heavenly Court warrior. The vast majority of beings were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing these four words. What force did this signify? Conversely, a rare few ancient entities, upon hearing this phrase, displayed expressions of sheer horror and disbelief. Heavenly Court. How many years has it been since this formidable power was last heard? In the present realm of myriad spirits, there are indeed strong individuals from the Heavenly Court. How can this be possible? Wasn't he the heavenly court long since annihilated? Within the Lord's mansion of ruined city, Lu Daosheng also heard this news, and he too was perplexed. Nevertheless, he still did not permit the man named Yi Qing to enter ruined city. Thus, Yi Qing remained kneeling outside the city. Witnessing this scene, the ancient powers were nearly overwhelmed with shock. Is the Lord of ruined city truly so formidable? That is the heavenly court. Moreover, it is a war general of the heavenly court. In an instant, many powerful races issued orders, declaring that henceforth, upon encountering the human race, they must show utmost reverence. The era of humanity may be on the verge of resurgence. The heavenly court? Dipping sauce? Lu Daosheng murmured to himself, and after a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. He then stepped directly into the void. In the next moment, an ethereal river of time and space appeared before him. Any questions he had would be answered by history itself. Thus, Lu Daosheng stepped into the river of time and space. Insolent. To dare to privately enter the river of time, do you wish to court death? Just upon entering the river, a voice of wrath resonated fiercely. In the next instant, an aura surpassing the realm of destiny bore down upon Lu Daosheng. This time, Lu Daosheng refrained from releasing his aura. The temporal river could scarcely withstand it. Should he provoke its collapse, the entire realm of Wanling would face utter ruin. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Lu Daosheng. Have you not heard me speaking to you? How dare you act so presumptuously? He paused abruptly, staring blankly at Lu Daosheng. Although Lu Daosheng did not actively emit his aura, the keen perception he possessed allowed him to discern the underlying tension. You. The middle-aged man gazed at Lu Daosheng in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. Why would a being of such formidable strength be present in this place? Your power is quite impressive. Are you from the temporal hall? Lu Daosheng replied with a faint smile. At this, the middle-aged man felt a jolt of surprise and promptly offered a respectful bow. Yang Jiuxing of the temporal hall pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire as to your identity? The man regarded Lu Daosheng with a look of perplexity, wondering who this individual could possibly be. In the realm of Wanling, one would not expect to encounter a presence more powerful than his own. Noticing the man's bewildered gaze, Lu Daosheng merely shook his head gently. Who I am is of little consequence. I have come to the temporal river today out of curiosity, seeking to uncover some truths. As for you, it would be best if you simply pretended you did not see me. Lu Daosheng's tone was amiable. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jiuxing hesitated. Esteemed elder, you must be aware of the regulations of the temporal hall. The temporal river is not to be. Before he could finish his words, a shard of crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. The time-space divine crystal. Upon witnessing this object, Yang Jiuxing gasped in astonishment. Is this sufficient? Absolutely, absolutely. Senior, do you require me to guide you? Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. Just do not disturb me. Very well, esteemed senior, I shall take my leave. Immediately, Yang Jiuxing fled the scene, his eyes alight with a frenzied excitement. His destiny might very well be transformed by that time-space divine crystal. Chapter 64. The Truth of History and Revenge Within the Vast River of Time and Space. Lu Daosheng observed the hurried departure of Yang Jiuxing, shaking his head with a smile before proceeding forward. He was eager to uncover the events that had transpired in the blank section of history concerning the human race. According to Xing's report, there existed a time long ago when humanity basked in extraordinary glory. Yet, subsequently, the human race vanished without a trace. The myriad realms held no records or hints regarding the reasons behind this disappearance. Driven by curiosity, Lu Daosheng delved into the river of time and space. At the moment he made contact, the entire river trembled. Fear coursed through him. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng reassured, do not worry, as long as you remain compliant. I shall not bring you harm. Soon, the images he saw materialized before his eyes. The myriad realms of that era appeared infinitely more splendid than they do now, teeming with formidable beings of the celestial realm. This sight rendered Lu Daosheng silent. How reminiscent it was of the initial encounters within the Hongming universe. Could it be that the myriad realms had also faced a formidable adversary? Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng leapt to the moment when the human race encountered its calamity. At that juncture, humanity was experiencing its most glorious epoch in history. The three great powers of the human race jointly ruled the entire myriad realms, ushering in an era of prosperity that attracted all races. Among these powers was the Celestial Court. Moreover, the other two were the Human Emperor Hall and the Sacred Gate. Lu Daosheng recalled Yi Qing, who was still kneeling before the desolate city gates. The latter claimed to be a general of the Celestial Court, which explained his haughty demeanor. Indeed, the celestial court at its zenith possessed such prideful prowess. With 36 generals, the celestial court's sovereign had even attained a realm beyond that of destiny, his strength unfathomable. The other two human factions, the human Emperor Hall and the Sacred Gate, were not far behind in power. Such formidable human forces. Why did they suddenly vanish from the realm of myriad spirits? As time passed, the answer soon became apparent. Within an ancient hall, three terrifyingly powerful beings sat facing each other. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gravity and reluctance. Was there truly no way out? They would not grant us any chance. These three were none other than the sovereign of the human Emperor Hall, the leader of the Sacred Gate, and the Lord of the Celestial Court. Just then, the Lord of the Celestial Court rose to his feet. There was no possibility of escape, nor of seeking mercy. Thus, our Celestial Court shall fight to the bitter end. Upon hearing this, the other two leaders exchanged a glance and resolutely nodded in agreement. The human race would not harbor any cowards. Then let us engage in battle. On that day, a colossal rift in space and time suddenly appeared above the realm of myriad spirits. Countless terrifying beings, whose powers far exceeded that of the myriad spirits, surged forth from within. On that day, the entire realm of myriad spirits trembled. In that fateful battle, rivers of blood flowed. In that calamity, destiny was sealed. Ultimately, the human race faced annihilation, with the three great powers nearly extinguished, leaving only a scant few survivors clinging to life, devoid of any hope for the future. Among them was Yi Qing. Subsequently, the realm of all spirits fell into an extended silence, with civilization nearly severed from its continuity. Many moons later, various races that had endured the cataclysm began to regain a semblance of vitality, re-emerging within the realm of all spirits. Although they were far from their former glory, the fundamental races still endured. Yet, the human race could never return. Within the realm of all spirits, no individual remained capable of shouldering the entirety of humanity's legacy. Before the river of time, Lu Daosheng remained silent for an extended period. Once again, he pondered. From the records of the river of time, Lu Daosheng discerned the identity of his adversary, the Alliance of Realms. Concerning this faction, Lu Daosheng possessed no knowledge whatsoever. However, he understood that they would undoubtedly be his foes. This faction had obliterated the human race at the zenith of its power, and they would likely turn their attention to his desolate city. It was only a matter of time. Their motives appeared to stem from the human race's unwillingness to yield. Merely for this reason, they sought to strike against the entire realm of all spirits. Such an act was undeniably malevolent. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng departed from the river of time and returned to the Lord's mansion. After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and Yi Qing suddenly appeared before him, having come from beyond the gates of the desolate city. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully said, "Yi Qing pays his respects to the esteemed elder." This time, he no longer exuded the arrogance he had displayed during their first encounter. Instead, he humbly lowered his own status. At that moment, as Lu Daosheng gazed at Yi Qing, he understood why the latter had refrained from intervening to protect the human race over the years. Following that catastrophic battle, the surviving Yi Qing had lost all fighting spirit, ultimately confining himself within a relic of the celestial realm, unwilling to confront the harsh realities. As for vengeance, the thought had never even crossed his mind. After all, the human race had reached a pinnacle of strength, only to be vanquished by their adversaries. The once invincible lord of the celestial realm, who had loomed large in his heart, had perished in that calamity. He had anticipated a life of mere survival, yet fate had led him to encounter Lu Daosheng. During their first communication across distances, Yi Qing felt only a fleeting curiosity towards Lu Daosheng. When he arrived in the desolate city for the second time, he was somewhat astonished by its vibrant atmosphere. However, he had assessed Lu Daosheng's strength and deemed it significantly inferior to his own. After all, becoming a warrior of the celestial realm was no simple feat. Merely transcending to the fate realm was insufficient. Thus, he intended to make Lu Daosheng aware of his own capabilities, serving as a cautionary reminder not to draw too much attention in the realm of all spirits, lest he inadvertently invite calamity. Much like the humans of yore, it was only when Lu Daosheng made his move that this turmoil came to a halt. It turned out that all of it was merely a jester's fanciful delusion. At this moment, Lu Daosheng inquired, "What brings you back to see me?" In response, Yi Qing knelt upon the ground and replied solemnly, "I wish to join your desolate city, to revive the human race." Lu Daosheng regarded Yi Qing and asked, "Revenge?" At the utterance of those two words, Yi Qing involuntarily shuddered. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his strength and resolutely declared, "Revenge." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Qing collapsed to the ground. After countless ages, this was the first time he had spoken the word revenge. At that moment, Yi Qing failed to notice that his power was beginning to transform, growing stronger. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoxing smiled. I can grant you the opportunity for revenge. But determination is not merely a matter of words. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he was given a chance, it sufficed. If he could avenge the heavenly court and the human race in this lifetime, he would have no regrets. At that juncture, Lu Daoxing remarked, surely, you cannot be the only one from the heavenly court still alive? Yi Qing's expression quivered at those words. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Daoxing replied calmly. Seek them all out. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. When the Alliance of Realms arrives, you shall have your vengeance. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing decisively nodded and stated, then, esteemed elder, I shall take my leave. However, as Yi Qing rose, he stumbled once more, his consciousness beginning to fade. The severity of his injuries had left him far from recovery. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoxing placed a hand upon his forehead and, with a swift gesture, released a stream of pure energy that restored Yi Qing's vitality. Feeling the surge of life within him, Yi Qing hastily stood, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Thank you, esteemed elder. He promptly departed from the desolate city. Indeed, he was not the sole survivor of the heavenly court. The human emperor palace and the sacred sect shared this fate. Yet, in these intervening years, communication among them had dwindled to almost nothing, with some having perished. Yi Qing could not ascertain whether they still possessed the will to fight. Thus, the task entrusted to him by Lu Daoxing was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to avenge the heavenly court and the human race, he resolved to rally his former comrades before Lu Daoxing. He firmly believed that upon encountering Lu Daoxing, those comrades would reignite their sense of purpose, for such a formidable being was indeed one of their own. Chapter 65. The revival of forces. In the following moments, the entire realm of myriad beings appeared to settle into an eerie calm. However, Lu Daoxing comprehended that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Nevertheless, it was indeed time for the desolate city to reflect and gather itself. Lu Daoxing gazed towards a certain part of the myriad beings' realm, his expression one of serene composure. Just then, Ao Qing returned. Inside the grand hall, a man of the human race cast Ao Qing to the ground. Ouch! Brother, be gentle. Ao Qing scrambled to his feet and, upon seeing Lu Daoxing, was instantly engulfed in profound shame. Master, I have failed. The memory of his initial fervent declarations stung his face with a fiery embarrassment. Even his thick skin could not shield him from the humiliation. Yet, Lu Daoxing paid no heed to Ao Qing's lamentations. Instead, he addressed the man beside Ao Qing, saying, Kong, thank you for your efforts. In that moment, Lu Daoxing's gaze carried a hint of appreciation. Kong was none other than the small beggar Lu Daoxing had encountered in the humble alley of the heavenly profound world. Subsequently, he had been brought into the palm world to cultivate. Even Lu Daoxing had not anticipated that this little fellow would successfully navigate the treacherous hellish secret realm and emerge with a mark of death. The tenacity of this individual was indeed formidable. Here, Lu Daoxing could not help but take a moment to commend his own discerning vision. Upon hearing Lu Daoxing's words, Kong promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, I am at your service, ready to heed your commands without hesitation. Subsequently, at Lu Daoxing's gesture, Kong withdrew. Meanwhile, Ao Qing assumed that Lu Daoxing was discontented with her due to her failures, leading him to neglect her, perhaps even abandon her. Instantly, Ao Qing felt a profound shame, her head drooping as if she wished to burrow into the earth. Observing Ao Qing's demeanor, Lu Daoxing spoke, Ao Qing. Upon hearing her master's call, Ao Qing quickly replied, Master, I acknowledge my shortcomings and am willing to accept punishment. Just do not cast him away. In response, Lu Daoxing shook his head with a smile. I have previously stated that the Wasteland City is not inferior to the Dragon Clan. In truth, I anticipated your failure. Had you chosen to remain with the Dragon Clan, I would not have intervened excessively. However, since you opted for the Wasteland City, you must be prepared. Upon hearing these words, Ao Qing's pupils constricted, followed by her eyes reddening. Master, at that moment, a thought crossed Ao Qing's mind, and she hesitated, saying, Master, what about the Dragon Clan? Before she could finish, Lu Daoxing raised his hand to interrupt her. I shall not concern myself with matters of the Dragon Clan. The decision rests solely with you. From this point forward, the future of the Dragon Clan lies in Ao Qing's hands, not Lu Daoxing's. Instantly, Ao Qing comprehended her master's intent. Master, I understand. Go on. Accompany Xiaoxue. Yes, master. With that, Ao Qing departed. Left behind, Lu Daoxing let out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Meanwhile, the wild city sank into a period of tranquility. Time became irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation, and swiftly, 30,000 years slipped by. Undoubtedly, in this span, the wild city had emerged as the most formidable force within the realm of 10,000 spirits. The status of humanity within this realm seemed to have reverted to its former glory. Within the wild city, a powerful aura emanated from a certain location, ascending into the heavens. The denizens of the wild city merely cast a cursory glance at this phenomenon before returning to their respective tasks. In the realm of 10,000 spirits, the myriad beings had grown desensitized to such occurrences. Over the years, the continuous reports of breakthroughs within the wild city seemed almost deliberate in their intent to inform. Not only had there been advancements to the king realm, but even to the sovereign realm, an echelon that remained largely unseen to the public eye. On that occasion, nearly all factions within the realm of 10,000 spirits had gathered at the wild city to extend their congratulations. The sovereign realm, a presence imperceptible to the naked eye. While some powerful races might possess such beings, they would never reveal them to the world, as they served as their trump cards. However, the wild city showed no inclination to conceal its strength. After all, the Lord of the Wild City was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating those in the Fate realm. Why would they need to hide anything? Within the Lord's Hall of the Wild City, Gu Chun, who had just achieved a breakthrough, stepped into the grand chamber. At this moment, Xing, Wei, Yin Qi, and others were gathered within the grand hall. Gu Di, you are rather slow. Yin Qi remarked with a smile upon seeing Gu Chun. In response, Gu Chun merely smiled back, choosing not to comment. Among this group, his talent was undoubtedly considerable. Yet he preferred a more methodical approach to his cultivation. As for the pace of his breakthroughs, it was not that he was slow, but rather that the others were exceptionally formidable. Particularly, Xing often shamelessly sought out Lu Daoxing for opportunities to advance. Although Lu Daoxing would assist Xing in his breakthroughs, the aftermath was invariably severe, upholding the principle of solidifying one's foundation after facilitating Xing's advancement. Lu Daoxing would then subject him to his own trials. These trials, in truth, amounted to enduring punishment. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable, even though Xing's cultivation soared. His foundational skills remained remarkably solid. One must admit, Xing was exceptionally relentless, both with himself and others. At this juncture, Lu Daoxing spoke. If that is the case, then we are all present. Instantly, everyone in the grand hall stood at attention, respectfully and uniformly directing their gaze forward, observing the individuals below. These were the representatives of their city's martial prowess. Standing at the forefront was Huang Shou, whose strength had already reached the heavenly monarch realm, seemingly just a step away from the destiny realm. Recently, Yin Qi had also just achieved a breakthrough to the heavenly monarch realm. Following them were Gu Chun, Wei, and Xing, all of whom had attained the heavenly king realm, including Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing, especially Ao Qing. On the day when Ao Qing transcended to the heavenly king realm, under Lu Daoxing's indication, a formidable dragon might surge forth from within the wild city, cascading in all directions. It sent ripples throughout the entire myriad spirits realm. The energy of a heavenly king ice dragon is indeed immense. In an instant, countless factions gazed upon the dragon clan with envy. However, not long after, a piece of news emerged. Ao Qing, who had broken through to the heavenly king realm, had long been expelled from the dragon clan. Suddenly, the overwhelming admiration transformed into derision. All eyes turned to the movements of the dragon clan. Within the clan, the ancestral elders seethed with rage, while the other clan members were filled with regret. Only the clan leader, Ao Lai, remained silent. In the main hall, Lu Daoxing continued, stating that soon, relics of former human factions would surface within the myriad spirits realm, accompanied by both fortune and peril. Hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Fortune? What fortune could possibly rival that of the wild city? Observing the subtle disdain in their gazes, Lu Daoxing's lips twitched slightly. Having lingered in his wild city for too long, they had indeed developed an inflated sense of superiority. He then proclaimed, this time, all of you must participate. Remember, the primary focus is not the fortune, but rather the opportunity for personal growth. Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not refuse and promptly acquiesced. There are 3 factions in total: the Imperial Hall, the Celestial Court, and the Sacred Mountain. You may allocate yourselves freely. Yes, my lord. According to the calculations of Lu Daosheng, the time is drawing near. Meanwhile, within two forbidden zones of the myriad spirit realm, an overwhelming aura erupted simultaneously from both locations. The powerful entities, sensing these two energies, trembled in response. Indeed, have those two clans emerged as well? My lord, what is this? Within the Grand Hall, Guchen and others also sensed the two auras, their expressions filled with confusion. They had yet to set foot in those areas, thus lacking deeper understanding. At this moment, and Xing remarked, to my knowledge, there seems to be formidable forces residing in seclusion within those two forbidden zones. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their astonishment. Formidable forces? And Xing chuckled awkwardly. To the external factions, yes. But for our arid city, they may appear rather ordinary. As for Lu Daoxing, well, to him, they are merely two heaps of refuse. The realms are as follows: Destiny Realm, Breaking Heaven Realm, Approaching Divinity Realm, Divine Realm, Sovereign Realm, Monarch Realm, Master Realm, Emperor Realm, Super Divine Realm, Breaking Divine Realm, True Self Realm. This outlines the subsequent realms. I had originally planned to release this after 2 more chapters, but I could not withstand your persistent inquiries. Chapter 66, The Eternal Celestial Clan and the Undying Imperial Clan Master City Lord. What are those two factions? At this moment, Guchen inquired. In response, Lu Daoxing spoke softly. Indeed, these two factions are quite formidable. One is known as the Eternal Celestial Clan, while the other is referred to as the Undying Imperial Clan. Both factions date back to an era long past, roughly contemporaneous with the human race's origins. Subsequently, Lu Daoxing narrated the grand events of the myriad spirits realm from that time. Upon learning that the human race was annihilated for their unwillingness to submit, a profound silence enveloped the hall, as all present were struck by the grim reality of the humans' downfall. Master City Lord, should we prepare in advance for the Alliance of Realms? They obliterated the 3 great factions of the human race, and we might very well be next. Hearing this, Lu Daoxing chuckled. Are we not preparing as we speak? The power of the Alliance of Realms is indeed formidable, given the current strength of the desolate city. Contending against them seems somewhat fanciful. After all, even the once mighty human race could not withstand their advance. Of course, all of this is contingent upon Lu Daoxing refraining from intervening. Were he to take action, the Alliance of Realms might very well meet its demise. Meanwhile, within a forbidden area of the myriad spirits realm, an ancient and powerful faction has long remained in slumber. Over time, this place has gradually transformed into a realm of restrictions. The Eternal Longevity Clan. This lineage is characterized by its formidable celestial power and an astonishingly long lifespan. Alas, this clan encountered the invincible human race in ancient times, ultimately relegated to mere embellishment beside them. In the myriad realms of that era, celestial power was second only to the astonishing might cultivated by the human race. With a hum, as the luminous curtain unfurled, an elderly man with white hair stepped forth, clad in a flowing white robe, resembling a true immortal. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared behind him. Clan leader, the clan members have mostly awakened, he reported. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder nodded. He was Li Changwei, the leader of the Eternal Longevity Clan, a formidable being of the Destiny Realm. The elder's gaze turned towards the desolate region, particularly the direction of the ruined city. After a prolonged silence, he slowly declared, "Prepare the ceremonial offerings. We shall make a journey to ruined city." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not question further, merely nodding in compliance. Yes, clan leader. The Eternal Longevity Clan had partially awakened long ago, and they were well informed about the events transpiring in the myriad realms over the years. The reputation of the ruined city's lord as invincible resonated throughout the entire realm. The elder felt a shiver at the thought of how the lord had effortlessly vanquished a celestial general. While he too could defeat a celestial general, he knew he could never achieve such a swift victory. Above the Destiny Realm, who exactly is the lord of ruined city? The old man gazed towards the desolate city, murmuring to himself, another forbidden land. This place belongs to the Undying Imperial Clan. The term undying is indeed quite fitting, for their vitality is remarkably robust, though the notion of true immortality may be somewhat exaggerated. However, as long as one does not surpass the members of the Undying Imperial Clan significantly in strength, the prospect of slaying one of their kin is exceedingly daunting. It is precisely for this reason that the members of the Undying Imperial Clan exhibit such arrogance. Prepare the offerings. We shall proceed to the desolate city, declared the clan leader, Di Ming, as he awakened. The Undying Imperial Clan is undeniably haughty, yet as the leader, he must exercise restraint. Every decision he makes bears the weight of consequence for the entire clan. Upon hearing his words, a member of the Undying Imperial clan furrowed his brow. Leader, the desolate city possesses some formidable capabilities. Does this not signify our submission to them? Another member echoed in agreement. Indeed, leader, while the Undying Imperial clan may not be able to vanquish the desolate city, we are not intimidated by them. As soon as the words left their lips, a sharp sound echoed. 2 resounding slaps greeted them. Who is the clan leader here? The 2 members felt a stinging heat on their faces, covering them in indignation. You are the clan leader. Then why are you not preparing? Yes. Of course. They quickly departed as if fleeing the scene. Left behind, Deming turned his gaze once more towards the desolate city, as if struck by a thought. Then glanced towards another direction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Not long after, a tremendous tremor resonated throughout the myriad realms. A sacred aura suddenly emanated from a region located at the very heart of these realms. Following this, 3 terrifying celestial phenomena manifested simultaneously at distinct locations. These 3 sites interconnected, forming a stable triangle. At last, they have come into existence. Somewhere within the myriad realms, a whisper echoed. In the desolate city, Lu Daosheng abruptly opened his eyes, and with a mere wave of his hand, a figure materialized before him. Kong. At this moment, Kong's presence was remarkably imposing. He had, in fact, ascended beyond the realm of destiny, reaching the breakthrough realm. Such speed is undoubtedly unparalleled throughout history and into the future. Lord City Master. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Kong exhibited no trace of arrogance from his recent breakthrough, but instead bowed respectfully. Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said that since rescuing Kong, he had continuously surprised him. Kong, with the emergence of the 3 great human forces relics, your task is to observe discreetly and ensure that no unforeseen incidents arise. Lu Daosheng instructed. In response, Kong nodded, saying, Understood, Lord City Master. Go then, Lu Daosheng commanded. Subsequently, Kong vanished from the Grand Hall. Left alone, Lu Daosheng smiled, astonished at how quickly Kong had managed to advance to the breakthrough realm. Thus, for Gu Chun and his companions, Lu Daosheng could feel a greater sense of ease. In the present realm of all spirits, reaching the breaking heaven stage was indeed sufficient. Lu Daosheng could easily perceive that, throughout the entire realm, apart from a few exceptional beings, none possessed the strength to attain the breaking heaven stage. Moreover, those exceptional beings were incapable of dealing with Kong. At that moment, Xing entered the Grand Hall. City Lord, 2 factions have arrived from outside the city seeking an audience with you, Xing said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied with a smile, then let them come in. Yes, City Lord. As he gazed in the direction of the city outskirts, a faint smile played upon Lu Daosheng's lips. Outside the city, the leader of the Undying Imperial clan, Deming, sneered upon seeing the members of the Eternal Life Celestial clan. I never expected your clan to arrive here. Historically, the 2 clans had harbored animosity towards one another. Had it not been for the pressure exerted by the human race from above, they would have clashed long ago. In response to Deming's derision, Li Changwei snorted softly and retorted, What? Is it permissible only for your Undying Imperial clan to come, while my Eternal Life Celestial clan is barred? Haha. Do you not claim to be immortal beings, looking down upon others? Why this sudden eagerness to engage? Back when the human race was still present, we never saw you act this way. At these words, before Li Changwei could respond, several other members of the Eternal Life Celestial clan could no longer restrain themselves. Observing this, Li Changwei promptly held them back. Chief, Li Changwei shook his head, urging them not to concern themselves with the others, reminding them not to forget their purpose this time. Upon witnessing Li Changyue's demeanor, Emperor Ming merely scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. A few exchange jibes were sufficient. Should a real confrontation arise, it would be detrimental to both parties. At that moment, their gazes were drawn to the magnificent city before them. Within their hearts, a tempest brewed. They had not anticipated the city's terrifying grandeur. Particularly striking was the plaque above the city gate, emanating an ominous and forbidding aura that sent shivers down their spines. Wait. It seemed as if the walls were infused with ancient divine gold. Ancient divine gold, an exceedingly rare and formidable material, often deemed essential in the crafting of divine artifacts. Their immortal imperial clan had only managed to acquire a minuscule piece of it in the past. The fact that the city wall was composed entirely of ancient divine gold was a gross misallocation of such a precious resource. Yet at that moment, Li Changwei exclaimed, No, This entire wall is forged from ancient divine gold. Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 67. The rustic man enters the city. How is this possible? Deming exclaimed in disbelief. That is ancient divine gold, not some worthless stone. Though he verbally expressed skepticism, Deming could not contain his eagerness and hurried to the city wall, unable to resist the urge to caress it. This is truly ancient divine gold. Beside him, Li Changyue wore an expression of grave concern. The sheer audacity involved in constructing such a colossal city raises questions about the mindset of its owner. Do they truly regard wealth as mere refuse? At that moment, Li Changyue's eyes widened as he beheld Deming, who had inexplicably produced a pickaxe and was swinging it with fervor. Whoa, Patriarch, please remain calm. Observing this scene, several members of the undying imperial clan rushed forward to restrain Deming. After a brief moment, Deming finally regained his composure. Gazing at the entire wall of ancient divine gold before him, his heart ached with longing. Just a single piece, even a small fragment, would suffice. At that instant, Xing appeared at the city gate. Please, gentlemen. Upon hearing this, the onlookers outside the city quickly turned their attention to Xing, a heaven king. Instantly, the crowd narrowed their eyes. This desolate city truly lives up to its reputation as the most formidable power in the present spirit world. To think they could casually dispatch someone with such celestial prowess. Upon the city walls, they were acutely aware of the presence of a formidable celestial sovereign, a master of the sword. Indeed, the desolate city was a cradle of hidden talents. Consequently, the members of both clans refrained from any carelessness, promptly expressing their gratitude and following Xing into the desolate city. As they stepped into the city, the sight before them rendered both the Celestial Longevity clan and the Undying Imperial clan utterly speechless, as if struck by lightning. The entire city was astonishingly constructed from primordial divine gold, interwoven with numerous rare materials. Magnificent, truly magnificent. To reside in such a place in this lifetime would be a fulfillment beyond death. At that moment, Li Changyue took note of a stream within the city. Abruptly halting his steps, "Clan leader, what troubles you?" Several members of the Celestial Longevity clan hastily approached, sensing Li Changyue's unusual demeanor. Meanwhile, the members of the Undying Imperial clan furrowed their brows in concern. Deming quickly concealed his astonishment, clearing his throat before remarking with derision, the Celestial Longevity clan. Priding themselves as immortals, yet they are merely a bunch of unsophisticated simpletons. However, unable to suppress his curiosity, Deming gradually made his way to the stream. Indeed, this little river is quite remarkable. Wait, hold on. What is this? The essence of creation? No, it cannot be. I must be mistaken. This is the essence of creation. How could it possibly flow in such abundance? However, the invigorating scent of direction could not deceive anyone. Upon seeing the two clans halted before the stream, Xing hurried over. "Esteemed sir, what river is this?" Li Changyue asked, bewildered. In response, Xing replied calmly, "This is merely a small river within the city, from which the residents draw their daily water." What? The implication of his words struck them. Are you saying that the people of this city rely on this water? Indeed, Xing confirmed. Immediately, both clans fell into silence, momentarily dazed. Was it truly this lavish? In comparison, they felt as if they were country folk stepping into the city for the very first time. No, at this moment, they were indeed a group of rural visitors to the urban landscape. May I take a little back with me?" Emperor Ming asked cautiously. Hearing this, the others swiftly turned their hopeful gazes toward Xing, eagerly awaiting his response. Xing's expression softened with sympathy as he regarded them. "Alas, they are but a pitiful lot." "Haha. My friend's jest, but it is merely water," he said. "Please, feel free to take as much as you wish." Once the words left his lips, the members of the Chaoxing Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan eagerly produced their containers and began to draw water fervently. "Hey, get over there. You've drained the water. Please, don't snatch it all. I have no water left." In an instant, the two clans nearly clashed over the precious water. The commotion caught the attention of the townsfolk, who gathered around in curiosity. "What are they up to?" one onlooker inquired of Xing. With a sigh, Xing replied, They are merely unfortunate souls who have never encountered good water. Let them take what they wish." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze toward the two clans was filled with pity. They were indeed oblivious to the blessings they possessed, while outside, countless others had never tasted water at all. Soon, the townspeople began to bring forth water from their homes, offering it to Li Changyue and Emperor Ming, with some even presenting food. The The members of the two clans appeared bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why are they staring at us like that? Humph, they must think we are beggars. Chief, allow me to teach them a lesson. With that, a member of the Undying Imperial clan moved to confront them. However, Emperor Ming swiftly intervened. His attention was captivated by the food offered to them, and a sudden brightness illuminated his expression. In the next moment, he picked up a fruit and took a bite. It was sweet and refreshing. Yet, the most significant revelation was that his long-dormant realm began to stir, albeit faintly, but it was remarkably extraordinary. After all, he was a formidable figure of the Destiny realm. Moreover, they are not merely powerful beings of destiny. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. The members of the Chongqing Immortal clan and others quickly took note of this. Consequently, the two factions paid no heed to the curious gazes of onlookers, eagerly accepting whatever was offered. Ha ha ha, we have struck gold. Just as the two factions reveled in their excitement, a group approached from the distance. Observing this, the spectators hastily withdrew to the side. The leader of the group, wielding a long blade, coldly addressed Li Chongwei and Emperor Ming. Begging is prohibited within the city. After a few minor interruptions, the two factions finally arrived at the city lord's mansion and entered the grand hall. At this moment, Lu Daosheng had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing these individuals, he could not help but jest. It appears that you all have taken quite a liking to my desolate city. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chongqing Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Reflecting on it now, they realized their behavior had indeed been rather undignified. However, they could not restrain themselves. At that moment, Li Chongwei cleared his throat and said, "You must be the city lord of the desolate city. I am the leader of the Chongqing Immortal clan." Emperor Ming added, "I am the leader of the Undying Emperor clan." In response, Lu Daosheng said, "I am already aware of that. Now, please articulate the purpose of your visit." Instantly, both men's eyelids twitched. Li Chongwei covertly glanced at Di Ming, noticing that the latter remained silent, and thus spoke directly. "Lord Huang, do you know why the human race suddenly vanished years ago?" Lu Daosheng nodded in affirmation. "I am aware," he replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyue continued, "Lord Huang, I have come to inform you what? You know?" In an instant, Li Chongyue was taken aback. The other party was actually aware. Why could it be? Instantly, countless possibilities flooded Li Chongyue's mind. At that moment, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "You are wondering why I still dare to re-establish the human race's power. Why I am so ostentatious." Hearing this, both Li Chongwei and Di Ming nodded in unison. Observing their reaction, Lu Daosheng continued to smile. "What do you think gives me the courage?" Chapter 68, Collaboration with the Desolate City. Upon hearing these words, the two fell into silence. Why dare? At this moment, they found themselves hesitant to speculate. Observing their reticence, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile, acknowledging their narrow perspective. Yet, one could hardly blame them. After all, he was truly invincible. After a prolonged silence, Li Chongyue suddenly spoke, "Lord of the Desolate City, might my Chongqing Immortal clan be permitted to become a subordinate force of your esteemed city?" At this declaration, the members of the Chongqing Immortal clan and the Undying Imperial clan were struck with disbelief, their gazes fixed on Li Chongwei. "Patriarch, why?" they exclaimed, unable to fathom that such words had escaped their leader's lips. It was hard to comprehend, for in the days when humanity reigned supreme, the Chongqing Immortal clan had harbored no thoughts of subservience, opting instead for seclusion. Di Ming was somewhat taken aback as well, but soon regained his composure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Above, Lu Daosheng pondered deeply. He understood their predicament. The calamity that befell the myriad realms had obliterated the once glorious human race. Meanwhile, the Chongqing Immortal clan and the Undying Imperial clan had paid a hefty price to remain hidden from the world, even plunging their entire lineage into slumber to evade that disaster. Yet, what of the future? What of the next calamity? They were utterly incapable of contending with the alliance of realms, thus leaving them with no choice but to seek a formidable ally. It was evident that Li Chongyue had chosen the desolate city. Moreover, he held a firm belief in the strength of the arid city. It must be said that Li Chongyue exhibited remarkable courage and possessed a keen insight. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daosheng finally nodded in agreement. Very well. The Chongqing Immortal clan, having inherited a legacy spanning countless ages, possessed an unfathomable depth of heritage. Although the arid city was not lacking in strength, it still lacked the accumulation that time bestows. The duration was simply too brief. Welcoming the Chongqing Immortal clan into their fold would undoubtedly enhance their advantages. Furthermore, With his presence, he felt assured that the Changshan immortal clan would not dare to betray Arid City. He possessed that confidence. Upon hearing Lu Daoxin's consent, a smile instantly graced Li Changyue's face. Thank you, Lord of Arid City. Meanwhile, the leader of the undying imperial clan, Di Ming, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. This exchange did not escape Lu Daoxin's notice, yet he chose to remain silent. Should the other party wish to join, he would not refuse, however. If they did not broach the subject, neither would he. After all, Arid City could thrive even without the undying imperial clan or the Changshan immortal clan. As for the Alliance of Realms, he believed in confronting challenges as they arose. If the situation proved dire, he, Lu Daoxin, would still be present. What of the emergence of the relics belonging to the three major factions of humanity? Are you two not intrigued? Observing the silence from those around him, Lu Daoxin took the initiative to speak with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming was the first to speak, Lord of the ruined city. Our undying imperial clan has a keen interest in this matter. Might we collaborate with the ruined city to pursue it together? Beside him, Li Changwei added, and I, from the Eternal Life Celestial clan, am also interested. Upon hearing their responses, Lu Daoxin nodded and said, excellent, then we shall support one another. Soon after, Gu Chunun and the others arrived in the Grand Hall. Master of the city, Lu Daoxin acknowledged with a nod. These two are the clan leaders of the Eternal Life Celestial clan and the Undying Imperial clan, seeking to collaborate with our ruined city in exploring the ruins. Please engage in fruitful discussions. Yes, Master of the city. Within the Grand Hall, the members of the Eternal Life Celestial clan and the Undying Imperial clan were taken aback upon seeing Gu Chun and the others. Such formidable auras. Though none possessed the Destiny Realm, each exuded a powerful presence, rivaling that of those in the Destiny Realm. It was hard to fathom how these strong individuals from the ruined city honed their skills. Before long, Gu Chun and the others began to deliberate with the two clans regarding the exploration of the relics belonging to the three major factions of humanity. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoxin smiled faintly and departed. Though he had foreseen the dangers lurking within these ruins, he held firm belief that his subordinates would emerge unscathed. Moreover, with the contingency measures he had instilled within them, alongside the vigilant oversight of the void at the Breaking Heaven realm, he was certain that no calamity would befall them. As for the Eternal Immortal clan and the Undying Sovereign clan, their ability to endure countless ages while remaining unscathed undoubtedly attests to their formidable prowess. Lu Daoxin has never underestimated them. Thus, with these two clans in attendance, he felt utterly reassured. Within a secluded space newly established in the City Lord's mansion, Lu Daoxin sat, surrounded by countless mysterious patterns. Each intricate line seemed to signify something profound. With a gentle exhale, all the patterns suddenly extinguished. True Self Realm. Lu Daoxin murmured to himself. There exists a chasm of 9 realms between the Destiny Realm and the True Self Realm, each realm a vast leap from the last. Gazing at his hands, Lu Daoxin remained silent for a long while before ultimately invoking the art of divination. Soon, a vivid image materialized before him. He beheld a towering black spire, atop which several powerful figures sat in meditation. Alliance of Realms? Lu Daoxin inquired. Instantly, the figures snapped their eyes open. Who goes there? They exclaimed. However, upon surveying their surroundings, they discerned no one and detected no presence. Their brows furrowed in confusion. One figure, the strongest among them, was the first to react, inquiring, esteemed guest, do you seek our alliance for a particular matter? In response, Lu Daoxin replied calmly, you could say that. Upon hearing his words, the figures trembled in unison. What manner of being is this opponent that we remain utterly oblivious to their presence? Suddenly, a bead of cold sweat trickles down the faces of the group. Pray tell, what is your purpose? In response, Lu Daoxin let out a chilling laugh, saying, this matter is neither trivial nor significant. Upon hearing this, the group appeared somewhat bewildered. So, what exactly is it? Lu Daoxin continued. I find you all quite displeasing and wish to deliver a beating. Do you have any objections? The group was momentarily taken aback by his words. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal, ethereal hand materialized above their heads. What? Boom. With a resounding crash, the entire black tower crumbled to ruins. The figures of the group lay sprawled amidst the debris, gazing blankly at the sky, completely bewildered by their inexplicable beating. What kind of existence could render them utterly incapable of resistance? In the desolate city, Lu Daoxin surveyed the scene before him, then withdrew his hand. At that moment, a look of grave seriousness crossed his face. He had not anticipated that the alliance would possess such formidable power, although they seemed like mere ants in his presence. They were still vastly superior to the current state of the desolate city and the myriad realms. His intervention was intended to buy the myriad realms some time. Henceforth, both the myriad realms and the desolate city must undergo significant enhancement. Otherwise, when the alliance arrives, and if he does not act, the myriad realms may very well meet their doom. After all, his intention in establishing a force was not merely to gather a group of insignificant individuals for their protection. Was he simply indulging in idle whims? At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Dear host, you now possess the ability to seek a spouse. Would you care to explore this option? Upon hearing these words, Lu Daosh fell into silence. He indeed possessed that ability. If he were unable to ascend 10 realms to reach the true self stage, then perhaps it was best to forego the notion of a spouse altogether. Who among them could possibly be so formidable? After a prolonged silence, Lu Daoxing finally spoke. Perhaps in the future, when the time is right, we shall meet. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Daoxing found himself feeling somewhat disinclined at that moment. His emotions were intricate. Presently, everything seemed rather satisfactory. However, not seeking a partner did not equate to a lack of love. On the contrary, he harbored a deep affection for his wife. Yet, after all these years, could she truly remain unchanged? At that instant, his heart was tumultuous. Shaking his head, Lu Daoxing resolved not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. It was best to focus on his endeavors. Observing this, the system chose to remain silent. Realm, Fate Realm, breaking the Celestial Realm, approaching the Divine Realm, Divine Being Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Monarch Realm, Divine Master Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Super Divine Realm, breaking the Divine Realm, True Self Realm.